Apocalypse Tales left and right. Survival panel gets it right.
Buzz, an extremely domineering and fierce energy surged through Lin Fan's palm, instantly drilling into his meridians. It wasn't spiritual energy. It was pure intent. This force, like a boning knife, traveled through Lin Fan's blood vessels. Wherever it passed, the restless gluttony factors. Agitated by the chaotic energies he had devoured, Ji Changkong's blood mutant rat meat white eagle alloy shrank back as if encountering their natural predator, trembling in fear. As I thought. Emo-chan withdrew his finger, his brow deeply furrowed. Too much variety, poor digestion. He looked at Lin Fan, his tone severe. You've got a good appetite, kid, even swallowing divine blood raw. But do you realize that the resentment and impurities lingering in those things are eroding your sanity? If you weren't so tough, you'd have turned into a drooling mad dog by now. Lin Fan was startled. It was true. Ever since consuming Ji Changkong's demigod blood, he had found it increasingly difficult to control his appetite. Sometimes seeing a stray dog on the street or even Fatty's chubby figure, he would involuntarily swallow. This was dangerous. What should I do? Lin Fan asked. Blocking is worse than channeling. Emo-chan pulled a tattered booklet from his pocket and tossed it to Lin Fan. The cover was blank, bearing only a deep scratch that seemed carved by a fingernail. This is the cease war breathing method. Emo-chan said flatly, back when the Night Watch wasn't formed, we killed gods on the Great Wall. Kill too many and you go mad. Then Nyanantian. Ahem, someone created this breathing technique. It won't make you stronger, but it can help you expel the filth you've ingested. Lin Fan opened the booklet. Its contents were simple, just a few energy circulation diagrams and a chant. But as he tried to breathe according to the rhythm, inhale, exhale, a peculiar resonance emerged within him. The burning, tormenting hunger that constantly plagued him actually subsided, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. This is great stuff. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Teacher, can we sell this? I bet it's worth millions. Smack. Emo-chan directly rapped Lin Fan on the head. Sell, sell, sell. All you know is money. Emo-chan scolded with disappointment. This is national martial arts, an intangible cultural heritage of Great Xia. If you dare sell it to foreigners, it'll break your legs. Lin Fan rubbed his head, chuckling. Just joking to lighten the mood. Emo-chan glared at him and took another swig. This time he didn't scold. Instead, he turned to look out the window toward the north. His eyes grew weary, the kind of look only someone who had waded through seas of blood and mountains of corpses could possess. Lin Fan. Once your injury heals, don't rush to take on missions for money. Emo-chan's voice dropped low. Take a few days off. Practice this breathing method diligently. Get your condition to its peak. Why? Lin Fan asked. Because war is coming. Emo-chan pointed north. The northern frontier Great Wall can't hold much longer. Lin Fan was stunned. The northern frontier Great Wall. That was the border between Great Xia and the Winter Empire, and the legendary place guarded by Great Xia's war god Nyanantian. What does this have to do with us? That's the army's business, right? Lin Fan was puzzled. In the past, it wouldn't have Emo-chan's side, but this time is different. The beast god of the Winter Empire has awakened, triggering a beast tide of millions. Nyanantian is pinned down at the wall, and most of the nation's high-end combat power has been deployed. Now Great Xia's interior is like a giant drained of blood. Empty and fragile. Emo-chan turned to look at Lin Fan, a glint of cold light flashing in his murky eyes. And just at this moment, the eye of God beneath the bird's nest has awakened. It's a treasure trove, but also a powder keg. According to the International Convention of the Divine Blood Era, if Great Xia cannot independently resolve a divine-level disaster within its borders or prove its ability to guard a high-rank divine artifact, the other 4 major civilization circles have the right to assist in taking over. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. Assist in taking over. He sneered. Fancy words. Isn't that just outright robbery? Exactly. It's outright robbery. Emo-chan slammed his flask heavily onto the desk. The mecha regiments of the White Eagle Federation, the Mermaid Legions of the Deep Sea Alliance, even the Demon Swordsmen of Sakura Country, have all entered the country under the guise of exchange and learning. Next month's National Collegiate League. In name, it's a competition. In reality, it's a proxy war to decide the ownership of this Eye of God. Emo-chan looked at Lin Fan, speaking deliberately. If we lose, Great Xia's national gate will be thrown open. That eye will be dug out by foreigners. And we will lose the strategic initiative for the next 20 years. The office fell into dead silence. Only the mournful howl of wind through the window could be heard. Lin Fan sat there fingering the worn booklet of the breathing method. He didn't really have a deep grasp of concepts like national righteousness or strategic initiative. He was a worldly man. He just wanted to earn money to pay off debts, to eat his fill, and to uncover the truth about his parents from years ago. But then he remembered Xia Ya's words. He remembered that Poseidon wanted to seize the Xia family's shipping lines, cutting off his income. He remembered what Bai Zhe said, that I was his reserve food. Now Emo-chan told him that bandits from all over the world were coming. They wanted to steal his money, steal his food, and humiliate him. Could he tolerate that? Teacher. Lin Fan raised his head, his gaze eerily calm. You mean, this time we not only have to win, we have to make those bastards hurt. Emo-chan looked at Lin Fan's dark golden eyes and suddenly smiled. He tilted his head back, drained the last of the cheap alcohol, and tossed the empty flask into the trash can, producing a sharp clang. Make them hurt. Emo-chan shook his head and stood up. His hunched back at this moment seemed incredibly imposing. No. Marshal Nye is killing people in the north. You're in the capital. Don't embarrass him. As long as you step onto the arena, fight to the death. If something happens, the night watch will cover for you. Lin Fan stood up, grabbed the rusted blade from the desk, and tucked the cease-war breathing method into his pocket. Understood. Lin Fan pushed open the door. Sunlight spilled onto his face, but it couldn't penetrate the abyss in his eyes. Since they've come to steal food, then they better be ready to be eaten. 3 days later, the atmosphere at Kunlun Academy had grown strangely tense. At this hour, the sports field would normally be packed with students vying for training space. Yet today, the vast central square stood empty, while the corridors and bleachers of the surrounding teaching buildings were crammed with spectators craning their necks. The air carried a damp, moist scent. It was the smell of sea breeze mingled with a faint saltiness and a hint of unpleasant fishiness. Here they come. Someone in the crowd shouted. At the school gate, a fleet of pitch-black vehicles slowly rolled in. They were not ordinary maglev sedans, but a line of Leviathan-class heavy armored luxury cars. Such cars were extremely rare in Dacia, as their chassis were specially modified for amphibious operations capable of diving to depths of 2,000 meters. A striking deep blue emblem was painted on the car bodies. A trident. Deep Sea Alliance, East Sea Dragon Palace Academy. The fleet came to a halt in the center of the square. The doors opened and a group of young people in deep blue stand-collar uniforms stepped out. Their skin bore a sickly pallor as if they had long been deprived of sunlight. On their necks and wrists, faint dark red patterns were visible. Partially regressed gill slits. They walked without a sound, gliding as if through water. Their cold, damp aura clashed sharply with the sunlit campus. So this is the legendary Fishman Academy. A student among the onlookers muttered. Feels like a horror movie. Shoo, keep your voice down. A companion quickly covered his mouth. That's the Deep Sea Alliance exchange delegation. I heard they're all mutated humans blessed by the ancient god seas chosen. They have bizarre tempers. If they hear you, they'll throw you into a sewer to feed the fish. Just then, the door of the central extended-length Leviathan slowly rose. A foot clad in a black leather boot stepped onto the square's ground. Following that, a tall, slender young man with golden hair emerged. He was strikingly handsome with a classical oil painting quality. His nose was aquiline, his eyes deep-set, and his azure pupils seemed to hold an entire ocean. Yet he radiated no warmth. Instead, he exuded a suffocating pressure. It was the pressure of water at 10,000 meters beneath the sea, enough to crush steel. Poseidon, chief of the Deep Sea Alliance, son of the Sea God Sequence 005 Sea Emperor. He stood there without even glancing at the crowd. He merely frowned slightly, pulled out a white silk handkerchief, and covered his nose and mouth. Dry. Poseidon's voice was soft but carried an eerie resonance. Air filled with dust and exhaust. The land is indeed a place for lowly beings. What did you say? An angry roar shattered the square's deathly silence. The crowd parted as a group of students in Thunder Team uniforms stormed out. Leading them was Zhao Lei. Though Lin Fan had tricked him during the nest assessment and Ji Chongkong had humiliated him, he was still sequence 035. Nominally one of Kunlun Academy's top 10. As the host, he couldn't tolerate such blatant insults. This is Kunlun Academy, the territory of Dacia. Zhao Lei's hands crackled with lightning, 2 electric spheres sizzling. You're here for an exchange, not to act like royalty. Since you're on land, drop that aristocratic air. Oh! Poseidon finally turned his head and cast a faint glance at Zhao Lei. It was the look a human gives a baring-teethed monkey. Is this Daxia's hospitality? Poseidon casually tossed the silk handkerchief to the ground. A monkey that can discharge electricity dares to speak to me of hospitality. You're asking for death. Zhao Lei erupted in fury. Even a clay figure has a temper, let alone a proud high-sequence prodigy. Boom! Zhao Lei's body blazed with lightning, and his sequence 035 lightning net was instantly activated. Over a dozen thick violet bolts shot out like pythons, carrying destructive heat straight at Poseidon. Since this was an exchange, a little sparring was reasonable, wasn't it? Yet, faced with this thunder that could instantly roast an elephant, Poseidon didn't even raise a hand. He merely let out a soft snort. Kneel. Hum. The water molecules in the air suddenly went berserk. On the previously dry square, countless tiny water droplets instantly coalesced. These droplets didn't conduct electricity. Instead, defying physics, they rapidly gathered, forming a transparent colossal hand that slammed down from above. It was not ordinary water. It was heavy water. Each droplet weighed 1,000 June. Bang! A thunderous crash. The dozen or so lightning pythons upon contacting the giant hand were extinguished instantly like flames meeting a tsunami. Then the giant hand struck Zhao Lei without obstruction. Pfft. Zhao Lei didn't even have time to scream. He was smashed into the cement ground like a fly under a fly swatter. The dust cleared. A pit half a meter deep appeared in the square. Zhao Lei lay sprawled at the bottom, his bones emitting brittle cracks under the strain. Blood seeped from his mouth and nose. He couldn't even move a finger, let alone counterattack. One move. Instant kill. Dead silence fell over the entire scene. All the watching students felt as if their throats were gripped. Zhao Lei wasn't the strongest, but he was at least at the early third rank. And before this golden-haired youth, he couldn't even survive a single move. This was the caliber of Sequence 005. How boring. Poseidon didn't spare Zhao Lei in the pit another glance. He stepped over the crater and strode straight toward the teaching building. The Deep Sea Alliance students behind him followed, their faces expressionless, as if they had just casually swatted a bug. Wait! Poseidon suddenly stopped. He looked at the trembling student council president, the unlucky one in charge of reception, and asked in a flat tone, "Where is Xiaya?" The student council president stammered, pointing into the distance. Senior Xia didn't come. Tell her." Poseidon pulled a deep blue envelope from his coat and casually tossed it to the student. The envelope flew like a throwing knife, embedding itself deeply into the pillar beside the student. "At tonight's welcome banquet, I want to see her." Poseidon adjusted his collar, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "This is not just an exchange between two academies. It is also the engagement banquet of our two families. I don't want my fiancée to be late." With that, he turned on his heel to leave. The surrounding students exchanged glances. Though furious, none dared to step forward under the absolute suppression of his power. Such was the cruelty on the eve of national war. When one's strength is lacking, even breathing is a mistake. But just as Poseidon was about to set foot on the steps, excuse me. A lazy voice suddenly came from the side and behind. "Friend, with the gills. Did you forget something?" Poseidon frowned slightly and stopped. He turned to see a boy in faded jeans carrying a backpack crouching beside the pit. The boy held half a leftover genbing in his hand. Lin Fan. He chewed his genbing as he pointed at the puddle of water on the ground, left from the giant hand Poseidon had summoned, and then at the crater, littering with water and damaging public property. Lin Fan swallowed his genbing, stood up with a pained expression, and pulled the infamous ledger from his pocket. "And that slap of yours cracked the underground pipes in the square. According to the Kunlun Academy Environmental Sanitation Management Regulations and the Campus Property Protection Law." Lin Fan looked up, his clear black and white eyes gleaming with a light called grift. "Card or cash?" Poseidon was taken aback. The Deep Sea Alliance students behind him were also stunned. Since entering Dacia, everyone they encountered, officials and experts alike, had treated them with caution given their representation of the Deep Sea Alliance, which controlled global shipping. But this monkey, was he demanding a fine? "Who are you?" Poseidon narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in his azure pupils. He could sense that this boy, who seemed utterly devoid of spiritual energy, carried a scent that disturbed him. It was like a natural predator of fish. "Who I am doesn't matter." Lin Fan shrugged. "What matters is that I'm the discipline committee member here, self-appointed. 5 million. Lin Fan held out one hand. "That covers the pit and the cleanup. Not a cent less or you're not leaving today." 5 million. Poseidon laughed in anger. As the son of the sea god, he had never encountered such a greedy and foolish land dweller. "Interesting." Poseidon raised his hand. The moisture in the air coalesced again. This time it formed not a giant hand but a razor-sharp high-pressure water blade. The pressure was enough to slice through tank armor. "And if I refuse?" Poseidon's finger twitched and the water blade hovered an inch from Lin Fan's brow. "Is your life worth 5 million? Facing the lethal blade, Lin Fan didn't even blink. He even took another bite of his genbing. "Refuse." Lin Fan sighed, shaking his head with some regret. "Then there's no helping it." He stuffed the last of the genbing into his mouth and mumbled, "I was only going to charge a cleaning fee. Since you don't want to pay." Lin Fan snapped his head up. Boom! A dark gold aura exploded from within him without warning. It was not spiritual energy. It was pure brutal blood energy. the wolf smoke of a fourth-rank physical body. Crack. The high-pressure water blade suspended before his brow was shattered by this surge of blood energy, scattering into ordinary water that splashed onto the ground. Lin Fan grinned, revealing 2 rows of stark white teeth. Under Poseidon's shocked gaze, his eyes changed. No longer was he looking at a rule-breaker. He was looking at ingredients. If you don't want to pay, then leave something else to settle the debt. Lin Fan licked his lips, his gaze openly sweeping over Poseidon's long, clearly divine flesh-infused thigh. I hear deep-sea fish oil is good for the brain. And I'm still growing. The atmosphere froze. Swords were drawn, bows bent. Poseidon's face darkened completely. As sequence 005, he felt not only provocation but also a primal sense of being hunted. You're asking for death. Behind Poseidon, the Deep-Sea Alliance students drew their weapons. Some began to transform their arms, becoming scaled claws. A great battle seemed imminent. Stop! A cold, clear shout interrupted the brewing conflict. The crowd parted automatically. Xiaya stood there in her Kunlun Academy uniform, her long hair flowing yet unable to hide her innate nobility. She strode forward and stood directly between Lin Fan and Poseidon. Xiaya, seeing her, the killing intent in Poseidon's eyes instantly faded, replaced by a gentlemanly elegance. You've finally arrived, my fiancé. Poseidon bowed, slightly reaching for Xiaya's hand. I endured all that dust just to see you. Keep your hands to yourself. Xiaya stepped back coldly, her eyes filled with disgust. There's no fiancé of yours here, only your creditor. Creditor? Poseidon was stunned. Xiaya ignored him and turned to look at Lin Fan, who was crouching on the ground, lamenting that the water had dirted his shoes. Hey! Xiaya nudged Lin Fan's heel with her foot. How much was the fine you mentioned? 5 million. Lin Fan didn't look up, but that was before. Now, with the mental anguish fee and the repair costs for the pillar that let her damaged, it's at least 10 million. Fine. Xiaya turned back to Poseidon, a cold smile. The smile of a capitalist, curling at her lips. Did you hear that? 10 million. That's the fine he issued on my turf. Xiaya pointed at Lin Fan. I'm his creditor, so his fines are my assets. Poseidon, either pay up now, or... Xiaya's voice rose sharply. The aura of her sequence 076 siren's song erupted suddenly. Though not as strong as Poseidon's, it carried a resolute battle intent. We start a war right here. Let's see whether Daxia's Night Watchers or your deep-sea fleet arrives first. The entire square erupted in shock. No one expected that the aloof goddess Xiaya would openly defy the Deep-Sea Alliance for a scamming Lin Fan. She was even willing to gamble her family's arranged marriage. Poseidon's expression turned extremely ugly. He glared at Xiaya, then at the roguish Lin Fan. He was a clever man. This was, after all, the heartland of Dacia. A real fight would put him at a disadvantage. And that boy Lin Fan, the aura he had momentarily released, made Poseidon wary. Fine. Very well. Poseidon laughed in fury. He pulled a translucent blue card from his pocket and tossed it to Lin Fan. 10 million. Consider it alms for a beggar. Poseidon shot Xiaya a dark, venomous look. Xiaya, you will regret this. See you at the League. Then I'll destroy your family before this worthless piece of trash and make you beg on your knees for me to marry you. With that, Poseidon flicked his sleeve and turned to leave with the Deep-Sea Alliance members. His back was still proud but tinged with a hint of disgrace. Only after the fishmen had completely disappeared did Lin Fan leisurely pick up the card, blow off the dust, and grin like a 200-pound child. Boss is generous. Lin Fan stuffed the card into his pocket, then turned to Xiaya with a fawning look. Boss, can this count toward my debt repayment? Xiaya looked at his pathetic demeanor, and the tension that had gripped her suddenly eased. She rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. It counts. But... Xiaya glanced in the direction Poseidon had gone, a flicker of worry in her eyes. You just provoked him. Sequence 005. The Sea Emperor. His combat power in water is comparable to the peak of the 4th rank. At the League, he will definitely kill you. Kill me. Lin Fan blinked, pulled an apple. He had no idea when Head swiped it from his pocket and took a crisp bite. Perfect. Lin Fan chewed the apple, mumbling. I've been wanting to find out whether this high-end seafood is better steamed or braised. In the sunlight, Lin Fan's shadow seemed to hide a monster with a gaping maw. Global Divine Descent League countdown 3 days. At the rear mountain of Kunlun Academy stood an unremarkable red brick bungalow, its chimney perpetually belching black smoke, while the air hung thick with the acrid stench of sulfur and scorched metal. The Forge. On ordinary days, it was the loneliest spot on campus. After all, in this era of divine blood, everyone was enamored with high-tech alloy weaponry or divine artifacts unearthed from ruins. Few deigned to use such primitive hand-forged goods. But today it was as bustling as a marketplace. Master O, Grandfather O, please forge one for me. I'll pay 50,000 points. Scram. 50,000 points for my craftsmanship. Go buy a kitchen knife and slit your belly. Old O. This is a third-rank mutated beast's leg bone. Can you make me a shield? Osteoporotic garbage, don't embarrass yourself. Scram. Amid roars and clattering noises, several disheveled students were tossed out. Then a red-faced old man in a vest with bulging muscles and a scraggly beard strode out. He wielded a massive iron hammer blocking the doorway like a guardian deity, his face etched with impatience. Uyezi, the former chief forger of the Academy of Engineering, had been demoted to gatekeeping with blacksmithing as a sideline due to his foul temper. Despite his abrasive nature, his skill was unparalleled in Dacia. Anyone else? Old O brandished his hammer. Don't bother me without materials above 4th rank. I'm taking a nap today. Master O. A somewhat timid voice sounded. Lin Fan, carrying a huge backpack, grinned and sidled up. I've got some local specialties here. Would you like to take a look? Local specialties. Old O glanced at Lin Fan's cheap attire and sneered. What? More scrap metal from the junkyard. Kid, I warn you, if you waste my time with trash, I'll hammer you into a pancake. How could that be? Lin Fan chuckled, unzipping his backpack. Clatter. A pile of items spilled onto the workbench. First to roll out was a thick crystalline leg bone radiating a faint purple divine aura. This? A second-rank peak mutated rat king's leg bone. Oldest eyes lit up slightly. Good bone density, physically purified by a 4th-rank powerhouse, actually leftovers from Lin Fan's raw, eating few impurities. Barely passable. Next, Lin Fan produced several deep blue metal sheets exuding chill. This? White Eagle Federation's extreme cold alloy. Old O paused, picked up a sheet and sniffed it. This purity. Military grade. Only those foreign Devil's Core labs can produce this. Where did you get this, kid? That's not important. Lin Fan waved his hand, then reluctantly pulled out the last item from his pocket. It was half a chewed-up instrument wreckage, the core component of a silence field generator. Though badly mangled, the core chip still flickered with a deep blue light, the surrounding space seemingly warping slightly. Space attribute, forbidden metal? This time Old O was completely rattled. He snatched the wreckage, his beard trembling with excitement. This is top-tier material for making space rings or domain artifacts. Those White Eagle Federation bastards used it for a disposable item. What a waste. A travesty. Old O caressed the materials as if stroking a lover's hand. All right, kid, you've got some connections. Old O looked up, eyes blazing with fervor. Tell me, what do you want? A knife? A sword? Or armor? Just say the word and I'll do it for free today. No need. Lin Fan shook his head, untying the rusty blade that had always been at his side. This blade, a standard-issue short sword from the Night Watch, was originally unremarkable. Now its surface was covered in reddish-brown rust, looking like a charred stick. I want to upgrade it. Lin Fan placed the rusty blade on the table. Upgrade this thing. Old O sneered in disdain. It's a mass-produced junk blade, the spiritual circuits inside are already aged. Though the material is black gold iron, it's long dead. Take my advice, toss it. They'll forge you a new one with that space metal. No. Lin Fan's fingers gently traced the blade. For some reason, ever since this blade had been stained with his blood, or perhaps the aura of the gluttony factor, he felt it was alive. It was hungry, just like him. It's not dead yet. Lin Fan stared at the thick rust. It just hasn't been fed enough. Not fed enough. Old O frowned. As a master forger, he vaguely sensed something off about the blade. Beneath the rust seemed to lurk something ferocious and sinister. Fine, the customer is God. Old O said no more, clamped the rusty blade and tossed it into the high-temperature furnace capable of melting metal. Whoosh! Flames surged. Normally such a standard-issue weapon would turn into molten iron within seconds under thousands of degrees of heat. But strangely, 10 minutes passed. The rusty blade lay still at the flame's center, not even the rust flaking off. It was like a greedy black hole frantically devouring the surrounding flame energy. Interesting. Oldest expression turned serious. He began adding materials to the furnace. Rat King bone powder, sprinkled in, instantly absorbed by the blade. Extreme cold alloy, thrown in, the blade trembled slightly, emitting a crisp ring. Finally, Old O picked up the most precious silence field generator core and carefully placed it inside. Buzz. The moment the core touched the blade, a sudden change occurred. The once quiet rusty blade began to tremble violently. A dark golden light burst from the rust's cracks as if something was awakening from within. It's eating. Oldest eyes widened. He saw the incredibly hard space metal melt like wax, then be sucked into the blade. It wasn't physical fusion. It was biological devouring. Crack, crack. As the devouring progressed, the thick reddish-brown rust began to flake off like dried skin. Each flake revealed the pitch-black blade beneath. It wasn't the luster of metal. It was the color of an abyss. and at the junction of hilt and blade as the last rust fell away, two ancient ferocious seal characters, as if forged in blood, slowly emerged. Gluttony. Boom. A terrifying suction force erupted. All the spiritual energy flames, and even the divine aura from Oldo's hammer in the forge were forcibly plundered by the blade. What the hell is this weapon? Oldo stumbled back in fright. It's a demon blade. A blade that will devour its master. Lin Fan didn't retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, directly reaching out to grasp the still red-hot hilt. Sizzle. The sound of burning flesh. But Lin Fan didn't let go. The sequence 000 within him churned wildly, channeling through his arm into the blade. In that moment, man and blade seemed to merge into one. Lin Fan felt the blade's jubilation, its craving. It told Lin Fan more. I need more. Blood. Divine blood. As Lin Fan's spiritual energy infused it, the character's gluttony on the blade faintly lit up. Exclusive divine weapon blade of gluttony, first stage awakening trait, soul devour. Any being wounded by this blade will have its spiritual energy, blood, and divine aura forcibly extracted and fed back to the wielder. Note, it's alive. Be sure to feed it or it will devour you. Fine blade. Lin Fan felt the flesh and blood connection from the blade, a satisfied smile curling at his lips. The rusty blade was just a piece of iron before. Now the blade of gluttony was his fong. Kid. Oldo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, looking at the jet-black gleaming blade in Lin Fan's hand with a complex gaze. What kind of monster are you to suppress such a ferocious weapon? I'm not a monster. Lin Fan twirled the blade and sheathed it, though the original scabbard could barely contain the murderous aura. I'm just a hungry, ordinary student. Just then, with a bang, the forge door was pushed open. Emo-chan, still holding his stainless steel wine flask, staggered in. He glanced at the sweating Oldo, then at Lin Fan's new menacing blade, and nodded with bleary eyes. Not bad. You didn't waste those good materials. With that, Emo-chan pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and tossed it to Lin Fan. Take this. What's this? Lin Fan caught it and looked. It was a red match schedule. First Global Divine Descent League Dacia region schedule. It was densely packed with team matchups. And at the top, the opening match 3 days later, 2 bold lines read: Dacia Kunlun Academy Team Captain Lin Fan Sequence 998 vs Deep Sea Alliance East Sea Dragon Palace Team Captain Poseidon Sequence 005. Opening match. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. So soon? That Poseidon specifically requested it. Emo-chan took a sip of wine and said calmly. He pressured the organizing committee, demanding to use you as a sacrificial flag. He said he'd trample Daxia's face into the mud in the very first match. Trample my face. Lin Fan stared at the match schedule, his fingers lightly tracing the name. Poseidon. He then glanced down at the newly awakened blade of gluttony at his waist, ravenous with hunger. Teacher Mo. Lin Fan looked up, his gaze calm, but the undercurrent beneath that calm was more terrifying than an impending tsunami. In the match rules, is eating seafood allowed? Emo-chan was taken aback. Then a long-lost ferocious smile crept across his weathered face. League rule number 3. Life and death are no object. As long as you can digest it, eat your fill. Lin Fan smiled. He folded the schedule carefully, tucked it into his pocket, and bowed deeply to Emo-chan and Oldo. Understood. Then, esteemed teachers, prepare your chopsticks. In 3 days, I'll treat everyone to a full fish feast. A full fish banquet. Emo-chan stared at the seemingly harmless young man in front of him, whose eyes sparkled with greed, and was stunned for a moment. He then tilted his head back and took a large gulp of wine, the spicy liquid burning down his throat into his stomach. Ha ha ha. Good. What a full fish banquet. Emo-chan laughed heartily and patted Lin Fan's shoulder with such force that it nearly knocked the recently forged, still weak Lin Fan into the ground. Let's go. Get some fresh air. Staying in this furnace all the time, I feel like I'm going to be roasted alive. Emo-chan turned and yanked open the heavy iron door of the forging room. Lin Fan followed closely behind, carrying the red-rusted long knife named Gluttony. However, at the moment the door slammed open, both of them were stunned. The originally empty clearing at the back of the mountain was now crowded with people tightly packed. Strangely, no one spoke. Everyone maintained a rigid posture, fixated on the doorway of the forging room. To be precise, they were staring at the knife in Lin Fan's hand. The air was as thick as mercury. Within 100 meters of the forging room, the weeds had all withered and shattered, turning to black ash. This was caused by the unconscious force field emitted when Gluttony awakened moments ago. It had drained all life from this area. Gulp. Someone in the crowd swallowed hard. At the front stood a group of researchers in white coats wearing thick glasses. Leading them was an elderly man with graying hair and a fervent expression. Chief of the Heavenly Craft Institute Gu Zhongshan. Across from him were several department heads from Kunlun Academy, their faces equally grave. It's out. Gu Zhongshan stared intently at Lin Fan, or more precisely at the knife in his hand, his voice trembling with excessive excitement. Was that high-energy reaction caused by this knife? A fluctuation of this level? Absolutely not an ordinary item. Quick! Data team, scan it for me. At Gu Zhongshan's command, the researchers behind him hurriedly set up an exaggerated-looking apparatus. A red laser beam instantly struck the long knife in Lin Fan's hand. Zing! There was no reflection. The moment the laser touched the knife's rust, it vanished like a cow sinking into the sea. Immediately after bang, the expensive detection apparatus suddenly emitted black smoke, and the wildly fluctuating values on the screen dropped to 0. What happened? Gu Zhongshan shouted angrily. The young researcher in charge Bai Zhe turned pale and pushed up his already cracked glasses. Director! Bai Zhe's voice trembled with fear. The probe was consumed. In that instant, the instrument detected not metal feedback but a feeding signal. That knife, it wanted to eat us along with the laser. The crowd erupted in chaos. Everyone instinctively took a step back. Is this a weapon? This is clearly a malevolent spirit locked in a cage. Lin Fan scratched his head, looking a bit awkwardly at the long knife that was slightly trembling in his hand. He could sense that Gluttony was indeed a bit excited just now. It was like seeing a noodle called laser being offered right to its mouth. Leaders. Lin Fan hid the knife behind him, looking innocent. This is my personal property. It can't be scanned without approval, right? If it gets damaged, who will be responsible? Gu Zhongshan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. Ignoring Mo Chen's half-smiling gaze, he walked straight to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, my student. Gu Zhongshan's tone was unusually gentle, like a little Red Riding Hood gazing at the big bad wolf. I am Gu Zhongshan from the Heavenly Craft Institute. Can I borrow this knife for a couple of days for research? Don't worry, they'll pay 10,000 points a day. How about it? 10,000 a day. The eyes of the surrounding students turned red. This was practically highway robbery. Lin Fan's eyes also brightened, but before he could speak, an icy female voice broke in from the outskirts of the crowd. No loan. The crowd parted automatically. Xiaya, wearing high heels and a black trench coat, walked in with an overwhelming aura. She didn't even glance at Gu Zhongshan and went straight to Lin Fan, standing protectively in front of him. Director Gu, Xiaya said coldly, Lin Fan is a signed partner of our Xia group. Every hair on him, including the knife he holds, is an asset of the Xia family. You want to research? Fine. First, settle the funds withheld by the Heavenly Craft Institute from the Xia family, principal and interest 300 million. Gu Zhongshan's smile froze on his face. Xia girl, talking about money hurts feelings. Then let's talk about the law. Xiaya pulled out a document from her bag. According to the Great Xia Rights Protection Law, for awakened beings, forcibly requisitioning private divine weapons is illegal. Are you looking to receive a summons? Gu Zhongshan's mouth twitched. This girl is still so difficult to deal with. He cast a regretful glance at the knife behind Lin Fan and sighed. All right, I concede. Gu Zhongshan waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to put away the scrap metal. But Lin Fan, that knife is very dangerous. It has already developed a preliminary self-awareness. In ancient texts, it's referred to as a demon knife. Be careful not to let it backfire on you and turn you into a creature that only knows slaughter. Lin Fan nodded obediently. Don't worry, Director. I have my own unique virtue. I'm good at eating. Who eats whom is still uncertain. Gu Zhongshan glanced deeply at Lin Fan, said no more, and turned to leave with the Heavenly Craft Institute staff. Since Xiaya intervened, this knife definitely wouldn't be taken away today. But he had a premonition. In 3 days at the competition, this knife would undoubtedly give the world a huge surprise. Or a fright. Once the crowd dispersed, only Lin Fan, Xiaya, and Mo Chen, and the exhausted old man Oldo, slumped at the threshold of the forging room, remained. Xiaya turned around, her gaze falling on Lin Fan. She didn't ask about the knife. Instead, she pulled out a black and gold card from her pocket and handed it to Lin Fan. What is this? Lin Fan was taken aback. A limit of 5 million. Xiaya said blandly, go buy some decent clothes and get a good sheath for that knife. This is a global live broadcast. You are the captain of the Great Xia team. Don't dress like a beggar and embarrass me. Lin Fan took the card, grinning from ear to ear. Boss so generous. May the boss live a long life. Stop flattering. Xiaya looked at Lin Fan, who was acting like a money grubber, and her previously tense nerves finally relaxed. She hesitated for a moment and then lowered her voice to ask, earlier, was what Gu Zhongshan said true? Will that knife backfire? Lin Fan's smile faded a bit. He lowered his head, gently stroking the rough red rust on the knife handle. Only he could hear the voice that had been echoing in his mind. Hungry. Blood. Needs blood. That feeling of hunger was like a bone-deep itch, eroding his sanity at every moment. If it weren't for the ceasefire breathing technique, operating continuously, he might have really chopped the researcher named by Zay just now. There are side effects. Lin Fan raised his head looking at Xia Ya's worried eyes grinning with a hint of mischief. It has a big appetite. As long as I don't feed it enough it will want to eat me. Xia Ya frowned. Then why do you still use it? Because only it can cut through divine bones. Lin Fan slung the knife back over his shoulder, gazing at the darkening sky in the distance. There, in the direction of the competition 3 days later, a storm was brewing. Moreover, the solution to the side effects is quite simple. Lin Fan licked his lips. Just take it to an Aleocaniate buffet. 3 days later, the fish from the Dragon Palace in the East Sea should be big enough. 3 days later, Divine Descent Island. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the surface of the sea in the morning, this man-made island, located in the center of the Pacific, had completely boiled over. The battle flags of the 5 great civilizations fluttered in the wind. Awakened beings, dignitaries, and wealthy merchants from all over the world filled the enormous circular arena to capacity. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first Global Divine Descent Tournament. The announcer's voice echoed through the loudspeaker matrix spread across the island. Lin Fan stood in the shadow of the waiting area. He had changed into a black custom trench coat, picked by Xia Ya with a tight tactical vest underneath. The long knife named Gluttony was carelessly held in his hand, tightly wrapped with a piece of black cloth, yet he could still feel it. The knife was trembling, because it had sensed the strong, nauseating scent of the divine that permeated the air. Lin Fan. Emo-chan walked over, handing him a cup of warm water. Are you ready? Lin Fan accepted the water and drank it in one go. He raised his head, looking toward the blinding sunlight at the end of the passage, and the deep blue figure receiving cheers from the crowd beneath the sunlight. Poseidon. Of course. Lin Fan crushed the paper cup, casually tossing it into the trash can. I think I've already heard the bell for dinner. Divine Descent Island. This artificially constructed giant island, located at the center of the Pacific Ocean, is currently boiling like a pot of molten lava. Thousands of drones intertwine in the sky, forming a massive web of light. Every frame of this scene is transmitted to screens across over 200 countries and regions without delay. For ordinary people, this is a carnival that occurs once every 3 years. It is the stage where humanity showcases its strength to the divine. But for Lin Fan, who stands in the center of the arena at this moment, here it is nothing short of hell. Noisy. Too noisy. Even with the specially made noise-canceling headphones from the Tiangong Institute, that tsunami-like sound still penetrates through his bones. The heartbeat of tens of thousands of people. The sound of blood flowing. The sound of blood vessels expanding as adrenaline is released. And the low-frequency hums of the strong hidden in the shadows. All the sounds mixed together, exploding in his mind. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, reaching to adjust his headphones, his face somewhat pale. What's wrong? Emo-chan immediately noticed his discomfort. It's nothing. Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressing the anxiety in his chest. I just feel. Sometimes humanity is louder than the divine. Emo-chan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly. He knew Lin Fan's ability was enhanced hearing. In this environment, it was indeed a torment for him. Just endure it for a while. Emo-chan lowered his voice. This is a necessary process. This battle is not only for resource competition. It is also for reordering. Reordering. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. Yes, to rearrange the hierarchy of this broken world. Emo-chan lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the towering spectator platforms around. It has been 50 years since the Blood of the Gods era began. The global structure has completely solidified, forming the current 5 major civilization circles. As Emo-chan's words fell, the enormous holographic projection screen switched to the scenes of the national teams entering. The enthusiastic voice of the commentator, combined with Emo-chan's murmurs, filled Lin Fan in on the true landscape of this world. First to approach us is Asgard from the Nordic battle zone. On the screen, a group of giant men were furiously pounding their chests. They wore no protective gear. Their bare skin was covered in bluish runes. Those runes seemed alive, pulsating and flashing with their breaths, weaving through their muscle fibers. That is rune technology. Emo-chan explained. Northerners revere the sanctity of the body. They liquefy divine metals and inject them into their bodies through tattoos, combining them with ancient runes. Every warrior of Asgard is a human weapon. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. In his vision, or rather in his auditory imaging, the blood flowing within those northerners is not blood but a scorching metallic magma, especially that lead giant wielding dual axes. His heartbeat was exceptionally slow, only 10 beats per minute, yet each beat sounded like a heavy hammer striking a drum, shaking the air around. That is their Captain Thor. 4th stage Berserk Realm. It is said he once tore apart an adult divine beast with his bare hands on the eternal night ice field. Lin Fan smirked. Too tough gets stuck in the teeth. Emo-chan. Next up is Eden from the Western European battle zone. The scene changes dramatically. If the North is the epitome of barbarism and violence, then the West is the pinnacle of order and hypocrisy. A group of men and women clad in platinum robes floated into the arena on anti-gravity discs. They clasped their hands in front of their chests, their expressions solemn, murmuring incantations. Accompanying their entrance, a faint hymn wafted through the air. Pretentious. Lin Fan scoffed. He heard it. Beneath those sacred robes, the sounds of gears meshing and hydraulic pumps hissing could be heard. The people of the church follow the path of mechanical ascension. A hint of disdain flickered in Emo-chan's eyes. They believe the flesh is filthy, and only through the combination of machinery and divine power can one reach the other shore. They have removed most of their organs, replacing them with intricate prosthetics that even the Tiangong Institute cannot produce. The woman in the lead is called Saint Joan. Aside from her brain and heart, 90% of her body is mechanical. Lin Fan glanced at the so-called saint. She was indeed beautiful, like a delicate porcelain doll. But in Lin Fan's ears, she sounded like a walking refrigerator devoid of warmth and buzzing. Can this be sold for scrap metal? Lin Fan suddenly asked. Emo-chan's mouth twitched. Theoretically yes, but I wouldn't recommend dismantling her. The church is wealthy and will chase you to the ends of the earth. Oh! Lin Fan regretfully withdrew his gaze. Then forget it, dismantling would be troublesome. Next up is the Apocalypse team from the White Eagle Federation. Futuristic armor. Various external heavy weaponry. There are even 2 3-meter small mechs flanking the team. The White Eagle Federation. Once the technological overlord. In the era of the blood of the gods, they abandoned the enhancement of individual soldier capabilities, opting instead for extreme firepower coverage. Drug users. Emo-chan gave a precise evaluation. Their genetic agents are advanced but have significant side effects, so they must rely on exoskeleton armor to maintain vital signs. But don't underestimate them. That gear alone could buy half of Kunlun Academy. Lin Fan's eyes brightened. Can the equipment be looted? Emo-chan sighed, covering his forehead. Lin Fan, we are here to compete, not to stock up. Fine, as long as you don't break the rules, do as you please. Finally, the grand finale. The joint fleet of the Greek Battle Zone and the Deep Sea Alliance. Olympus. With a crash. This is not special effects. It is real seawater. Poseidon raised his trident high, and the sea beneath him seemed to come alive, lifting him and his team smoothly into the arena. Compared to the barbarism of the North, the machinery of the West, and the technology of the White Eagle, the Deep Sea Alliance gives off only 2 words: nobility. That innate arrogance, as if born superior. Proponents of bloodline theory. Emo-chan's voice turned cold. They claim to be direct descendants of the divine, looking down on any human who becomes strong through effort. In their eyes, we the people of Dacia and others from different battle zones are merely polluted inferior beings. Lin Fan looked at Poseidon. Poseidon was also looking at him. Across hundreds of meters, their gazes collided in the air. Lin Fan could even distinctly hear the sound of Poseidon's heartbeat. Strong. With a tidal rhythm, like the heartbeat of the ocean. Is this what is called divine blood? Lin Fan muttered to himself. He could feel the rusty knife in his hand vibrating wildly beneath the black cloth. It was the excitement of encountering top-notch ingredients. Hungry? Lin Fan asked in his heart. The rusty knife hummed, conveying a strong desire for sashimi. Wait a moment. Lin Fan reassured. Well, eat soon. The 5 major civilization circles. Dacia, a balance of martial arts and genes. Nordic body and runes. Western Europe machinery and faith. White Eagle technology and drugs. Greek deep sea bloodline and divine art. This is the map of the strongest combat power in today's world. And today this map will be redrawn on Divine Descent Island. Ladies and gentlemen. At this moment a grand voice descended from the sky. It was not the commentator but a middle-aged man in a black suit, his face blurred. He floated in midair without any support beneath him. I am the chief judge of this league. An enforcer from the World Tree Organization. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly penetrated everyone's ears. Even Lin Fan could not block out this voice. A powerful one. Lin Fan's heart trembled. The strength of this chief judge was unfathomable. At least above the 5th stage, possibly even the 6th. This league has only one rule. The chief judge raised a finger. The victor takes all. The loser exits. There are no point assessments, no time limits. If one side surrenders or loses vital signs, the match ends. The audience erupted in an uproar. Though they had long heard of life and death are not to be debated, when the chief judge explicitly stated losing vital signs, the bloody cruelty still left countless spectators breathless. This is no match. This is the Colosseum. Additionally, the chief judge paused, dropping a bombshell. The ultimate champion of this league. In addition to the regular resource allocation, will also receive a chance to enter the Zero artifact. Boom. This time not only the audience. Even those arrogant team leaders suddenly looked up, their eyes gleaming with greed. The Zero artifact, the place where the divine is said to have first fallen. It is also the source of all divine blood technology. It is rumored to hide the secrets of becoming divine. Even the ever-composed Xia Ya faltered for a moment upon hearing those 4 words. We must win it. Xia Ya's voice echoed in the headphones, filled with unwavering determination. Lin Fan, there may be clues about your father in that artifact. Lin Fan's pupils constricted slightly. Father, that old bastard who vanished after accumulating a mountain of debt. Lin Fan licked his chapped lips. He originally just intended to earn a little extra cash. Now it seems he has to fight desperately. All right. The chief judge did not give everyone much time to digest. With a wave of his hand, the enormous holographic screen began to scroll rapidly. The team icons of the 5 major civilization circles flickered alternately on the screen. Opening match. The draw begins. Boom, boom, boom. Each flicker was accompanied by a dull drumbeat. Lin Fan did not look at the screen. He closed his eyes. He was listening to the sound of destiny's gears turning. Listening to the sound of Poseidon's accelerated heartbeat. Ding! A crisp notification sound echoed throughout the arena. The screen froze. On the left was a colossal azure dragon coiled atop Kunlun, Daxia Kunlun. On the right was a golden trident thrust into the depths of the sea, Deep Sea Dragon Palace. A fateful confrontation. No surprises. Or rather, this is the script the World Tree Organization wanted to see. First match. The chief judge's voice rose. Daxia Team vs Deep Sea Team. Please have both competitors enter the arena. Rumbling. The elevators around the arena started up. The seawater began to recede, revealing a remarkably hard special alloy floor. Poseidon scoffed. The waves beneath him parted automatically, gently lowering him onto one side of the arena. He raised his trident high, pointing directly at the Daxia team. The provocative intent was evident. Lin Fan sighed. He slowly stood up, took off his trench coat, folded it neatly, and handed it to Emo-chan beside him. Keep an eye on my coat. This is the boss. If it gets dirty, I have to pay. Emo-chan took the coat and gave Lin Fan a deep look. Be careful. His oceanic force field is troublesome. Lin Fan waved his hand, holding the rusty knife wrapped in black cloth, stepping onto the arena like an old man taking a stroll. With each step, his aura shifted. In the first step, he was the shrewd Lin Fan. In the second step, he was a student of Kunlun. In the third step, the moment his feet touched the arena, that lazy demeanor vanished without a trace. In its place, a chilling calmness emerged, like a bottomless still pond. He stood opposite Poseidon, 50 meters apart. This distance for powerhouses of their level could be crossed in an instant. Mortal, Poseidon spoke. His voice carried through the loudspeakers, resonating throughout the arena. Kneel and repent to the divine. I can spare your corpse. Lin Fan dug at his ear. He paid no mind to this pretentious opening line. He merely tilted his head, looking at Poseidon with a confused expression. Then, he uttered a line that left the entire arena stunned and instantly broke Poseidon's composure. Lin Fan pointed at the enormous sea beast beneath Poseidon. What about this creature? Is it a freshwater fish or a saltwater fish? If it's saltwater, do we not need to add salt? Silence. There was a dead silence in the arena, followed by a sudden burst of laughter. Someone couldn't hold back. Poseidon's originally handsome and proud face instantly turned a shade of liver color. The veins on his forehead throbbed. You seek death. Boom. An endless rage surged alongside the towering waves, instantly engulfing the entire arena. The opening match, amid Lin Fan's academic discussion on ingredient cooking, officially begins. Boom. A deafening explosion, as if hundreds of tons of TNT had detonated right beside one's ear. The alloy steel arena floor instantly caved into a 10-meter-wide crater. Seawater surged skyward, transforming into countless razor-sharp blades of water that indiscriminately sliced through everything around. This was the true weight of a half-step fourth tier. This was the fury of a divine chosen. As the smoke and mist cleared, Poseidon remained poised in his downward swing, with his trident, the scales on his arms bristling, radiating a ghostly blue light. A dozen meters before him, Lin Fan stood with one hand in his pocket, maintaining that same languid posture. Only a small piece was missing from the hem of his trench coat. It had been torn by the violent water pressure just moments ago. Quick reflexes, Poseidon said, straightening up and slamming his trident heavily onto the ground. A visible blue ripple surged outward from him, spreading rapidly in all directions. This was gravity mire, the signature control technique of deep-sea psychics. Within this domain, the air's viscosity would become 50 times that of deep water. An ordinary person would need all their strength just to blink. In the domain of the sea, god a rat cannot escape, Poseidon sneered. The seawater behind him churned again, coalescing into 9 ferocious water dragons that coiled in midair, glaring at Lin Fan with predatory intent. Gasps erupted from the stands. So powerful. Is this the suppression of the Sea King lineage? That Dacia captain is finished. In the gravity mire, his speed advantage is completely nullified. The outcome is decided. This is the gap in bloodlines. Announcers from every nation were frantically hyping their words, brimming with praise for the Deep Sea Alliance. Only at Daxia's commentary booth was there dead silence. Everyone was on edge. Lin Fan was too passive. From the start till now, he hadn't even drawn his blade, only dodging. He was like a tiny boat on the vast ocean, on the verge of being swallowed by monstrous waves at any moment. On Divine Descent Island in the top-tier VIP box, the view was best, and the oppressive aura from the arena was felt most acutely. Miss Xia said, a portly middle-aged man, his fingers laden with gem-studded rings, as he swirled his wine glass with a hypocritical smile. He was Antonio, the Deep Sea Alliance's general agent in the Dacia region, and one of the bookmakers for this external betting pool. It seems we are about to win this round. Antonio pointed at the arena below. Lord Poseidon hasn't even exerted himself yet, and your little lover. Oh, pardon me, your business partner is already on the verge of collapse. Xiaya sat on the leather sofa, legs crossed. She didn't look at Antonio, or her gaze was fixed on the figure struggling under the assault of the water dragons. He hasn't lost, Xiaya said, her voice cold as if stating a fact. Not lost. Antonio laughed exaggeratedly. Miss Xia, I know the Xia family is wealthy, but before absolute power, money is just a pile of waste paper. Care to make a bet? A glint of greed flashed in Antonio's eyes. Since Miss Xia is so confident, why don't we add another wager outside the pool? Xiaya finally turned her head and looked at him. Her gaze was like looking at a dead man. Bet what? If Lord Poseidon wins, I want the full shipping rights of the Xia Corporation at the East Seaport. Antonio revealed his true intentions. That was the lifeline of the Xia family, the throat through which Dacia accessed deep-sea resources. The atmosphere in the box instantly froze. Several accompanying Dacia officials' faces changed drastically, and they were about to intervene. Agreed, Xiaya said without any hesitation, accepting directly. But if Lin Fan wins, Xiaya extended a pale finger, pointing first at the ring on Antonio's hand, then at the Deep Sea Alliance high-ranking officials behind him. I want 30% of the mining rights to your deep-sea spirit vein. Hiss, this time it was Antonio's turn to pale. Deep-sea spirit, or was a strategic resource 100 times more precious than gold. 30% was enough to buy 10 Xia corporations. Was this woman crazy? What made her think that kid who only knew how to dodge could win? What? Scared? Xiaya picked up her teacup and took a light sip. If the Deep Sea Alliance lacks even this much courage, then don't ever call yourselves descendants of gods again. Calling yourselves descendants of mantis shrimp would be more fitting. You? Antonio was enraged. He glanced at the arena. At that moment, Poseidon had completely seized the upper hand. The 9 water dragons had sealed off all of Lin Fan's escape routes. A sure win. This woman was bluffing. Fine, I'll take that bet. Antonio gritted his teeth and slammed the table as he stood up. I hope Miss Xia won't be crying and reneging on the debt later. Xiaya set down her teacup. Her palms were drenched in sweat, but on her face appeared a smile of breathtaking beauty. Renege. In my dictionary, there's only taking it all. On the arena, Lin Fan was unaware that his boss had just sold him for a sky-high price, or rather had made him the village's last hope. He had only one feeling right now. Wet. Too wet. This Poseidon guy had no martial ethics at all. Fighting was one thing, but why did he have to make a mess everywhere with water? Hey! Lin Fan shouted as a water dragon grazed past his scalp. Has this water of yours been purified? What if it has nuclear radiation? The veins on Poseidon's forehead bulged. This ant. Still running his mouth at death's door. Sharp-tongued wretch. Poseidon raised his hands high, his trident erupting with blinding light. Divine art, deep sea burial. Rumble. The force field barriers around the entire arena trembled violently. The spontaneously generated seawater was no longer attacking chaotically, but began to spin and compress. In just a few seconds, a massive high-speed water vortex trapped Lin Fan completely at its center. The immense centrifugal force, combined with tens of thousands of tons of water pressure, could instantly crush a tank into a metal pancake. It's over, Poseidon said, coldly staring at the tiny figure in the vortex's core. This is the gap between mortals and gods. Suffocate in the embrace of the sea. In the stands, countless spectators rose to their feet. Daxia's audience covered their mouths, unable to bear watching what came next. Xiaya's hands on her knees clenched abruptly, her nails digging deep into her palms. Yet, just as everyone thought Lin Fan was doomed, from the heart of the water vortex, a strange sound suddenly emerged. It was the sound of something breaking. No, it was the sound of chewing. Crunch, crunch. The sound was faint, yet it eerily pierced through the roaring water, drilling into everyone's ears. Then the high-speed water vortex, powerful enough to shred steel, froze for an instant. And then, visibly, the deep blue seawater began to fade. From deep blue to light blue, then to transparent. Finally, it vanished completely, as if absorbed dry by an invisible sponge. Burp! A loud resonant belch echoed across the empty arena. The water mist cleared. Lin Fan stood in place. The black cloth in his hand was already unwrapped, revealing a long blade covered in red rust, ugly in shape. At that moment, water dripped from the tip of the blade, and a patch of the red rust on the blade seemed smaller, revealing a glimpse of a chilling dark gold. Lin Fan patted his stomach, looking at Poseidon across from him with a face full of disgust. No salt indeed. The flavor is utterly bland. Silence. A deathly silence. The sneer on Poseidon's face froze. The wine glass in Antonio's hand fell to the floor with a crack, shattering into pieces. What had just happened? That was deep-sea heavy water packed with immense divine particles. How could it have vanished into thin air? You? What did you do? Poseidon's voice finally carried a tremor. He could feel his connection to the surrounding water elements being forcibly severed in that instant. It wasn't blocked. It was eaten. Lin Fan didn't answer. He just raised his hand, resting the long blade on his shoulder. His once languid eyes had finally turned serious, even carrying a hint of fervor. He stared at the trident in Poseidon's hand as if it were a freshly roasted chicken leg. Appetizers over. Lin Fan licked his lips, the glutton in his hand humming with a longing resonance. The boss said we're having a full fish feast. Next, it's time for the main course. Thump. Lin Fan took a step. There was no flashy movement, but the moment his foot landed, the alloy floor beneath him exploded. Fourth-tier physique, mountain moving realm. Burst. If he had been a leaf drifting with the current before now, he was a cannonball charging against it. Not good. Poseidon's pupils contracted violently as he sensed an unprecedented crisis. He instinctively raised his trident to block. But it was too late. That dark red flash of the blade carrying an all-consuming greed was already upon him. Lin Fan's voice whispered in his ear, like the murmur of a demon. I wonder if a god's weapon is crunchy. Wind. Furious wind. It was the shockwave generated as an object tore through the air at breakneck speed. Lin Fan's figure left a mere afterimage on the arena. Too fast. So fast that even high-definition cameras could only capture a blurred black streak. In Poseidon's vision, that black streak rapidly expanded, transforming into a face adorned with a benevolent smile. He had seen that kind of smile on the most voracious great white shark in the deep sea. No, it was even more terrifying, because the great white shark only wanted to devour flesh. But this human before him seemed intent on crushing even his bones to swallow. Get away! Poseidon let out a hysterical roar. As a powerhouse at the half-step fourth stage, as a noble scion of the deep sea, his combat instincts remained sharp. Since his spells had been devoured, then he would use a divine weapon. He gripped his trident tightly, muscles taut, and the blue scales across his body instantly bristled. A sign of his Ocean Emperor bloodline being pushed to its absolute limit. Ocean God technique, Tidebreaker. Though the water elements flowing in the air were sparse, amplified by the divine metal, they coalesced into a high-pressure water blade capable of cleaving an aircraft carrier's deck. The trident, accompanied by a shrill whoosh, came crashing down towards Lin Fan's head. This strike was mighty and forceful, devoid of any ostentation. It was meant to force Lin Fan into a heading collision. Let's see you eat this. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Poseidon's eyes. His trident was forged from sunken silver, found in the abyss of Atlantis, mixed with the bone dust of a sea god, making its hardness comparable to diamond. Even a tank would be sliced through like tofu. Yet, faced with this strike capable of splitting mountains and cracking stones, Lin Fan not only failed to dodge, he even stretched his neck forward, as if afraid the blow might miss. But the rusty blade in his hand, with speed that surpassed the strike, rose in an incredibly cunning upward arc. No blade technique, no martial form. It was like a street brawl, even somewhat unsightly. But it was precise, impossibly precise. Clang, a grating sound of metal clashing filled the arena. Sparks flew in all directions. A massive shockwave centered on the two combatants, radiated outwards, violently, instantly covering the special glass surrounding the arena with cracks. In the stands, countless spectators covered their ears, their expressions pained. The impact of this clash was immense. It was like two high-speed trains colliding. Blocked. The commentator's eyes were wide, his voice trembling. There, in the center of the arena, Lin Fan held his blade in one hand, still maintaining his upward stance. Beneath his feet, the alloy floor was completely shattered, his legs sunk half a meter deep into the ground. But his body stood as still as a mountain. In stark contrast, Poseidon looked as if struck by a high-voltage current, his tiger's mouth, split open, blood streaming down, while the ornate trident was knocked high into the air, nearly escaping his grasp. How is this possible? In a pure contest of strength, Poseidon, the one blessed by the gods, had lost to a human. Not bad strength. Amidst the dust, Lin Fan offered a terse comment. He shook his slightly numb wrist, then looked up, his gaze locked onto the trident in Poseidon's hand. More precisely, it was fixed on the blade of the trident. There a gap had appeared, a chip the size of a grain of rice. But this material, Lin Fan frowned, seeming somewhat disappointed. A bit brittle. You? Poseidon was about to speak. Suddenly, crunch. A crisp chewing sound interrupted him. Poseidon froze. The entire audience froze as well. Everyone's gaze converged on the rusty blade in Lin Fan's hand. The blade named Gluttony was not chipped at its edge. On the contrary, the red rust on it writhed wildly like countless tiny mouths chewing on something. It was the metal fragments that had just chipped off the trident. Gulp. With a clear sound of swallowing. On a small area of the rusty blade, the rust completely peeled away, revealing a patch of profound deep blue. That was the color of the deep sea sunken silver. Burp. The rusty blade emitted another satisfied hum. It even trembled humanely, sending Lin Fan a feedback of tastes a bit fishy but has a good chewiness. Your blade. Poseidon watched this scene, feeling a chill run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Is it eating my weapon? What in the world is this damned thing? How can there be a weapon in this world that eats divine metal? Don't be so stingy. Lin Fan took the blade off his shoulder, casually twirled it, his eyes growing even more fervent. That was just a taste test. The flavor is acceptable. Next. Lin Fan grinned, revealing 2 rows of stark white teeth. I'm going to dig in. Boom. Before the words faded, Lin Fan's figure vanished again. This time, his speed was even faster than before. 4th stage physique, mountain moving realm, full release. Since it was confirmed the ingredients were non-toxic and edible, there was no need to hold back. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Poseidon panicked. Completely panicked. The fear of facing an apex predator shattered his proud dignity as a scion. He swung his trident wildly, trying to drive Lin Fan back. But Lin Fan was like a piece of sticky candy, sticking close, fighting at close quarters. That utterly reckless style of fighting made Poseidon extremely uncomfortable. Clang. Another collision. This piece is mine. Lin Fan laughed heartily, the rusty blade precisely locking onto one of the trident's side prongs. With a twist of force, snap, that priceless side prong was forcibly broken off. Before it could even hit the ground, the red rust on the rusty blade extended like tentacles, instantly wrapped around the broken piece and swallowed it. Arg! My sea god trident! Poseidon's heart bled with anguish. That was a divine weapon bestowed by the sea god. And it was being eaten like a snack. Too noisy. Lin Fan picked his ear. Seizing the moment Poseidon's concentration wavered, he closed in. His left hand formed a fist. Without using any spiritual energy, pure physical strength erupted at that moment. This punch was named Mountain Moving. Bang! A dull thud. The fist landed solidly on Poseidon's abdomen. The layer of hard-scale armor on Poseidon's body before this punch was like paper, instantly shattering. Ugh! Poseidon's eyes nearly bulged out. His entire body curled up like a boiled shrimp, bent at a 90-degree angle. Bile mixed with blood sprayed out violently. But this wasn't the end. Lin Fan didn't send him flying. Instead, he turned his fist into a claw, grabbing hold of Poseidon's ocean blue hair. He yanked down hard. Simultaneously, his right knee shot up. Crack. The crisp sound of a nasal bone breaking echoed through the entire Godfall Island via the loudspeakers. Dead silence fell over the entire venue. The foreign spectators who had been shouting Scion is invincible moments ago now had their mouths wide open like ducks with their necks wrung. Was this a battle? This was simply a one-sided beating. It was a thug committing assault. You? How dare you? Poseidon's face was covered in blood, his consciousness fading. But the venom in his eyes hadn't dissipated. I am a Scion. Behind me is the entire deep sea. Slap. A resounding slap sent the rest of his words back down his throat. Lin Fan crouched down, looking at Poseidon lying on the ground like a dead dog. His gaze was terrifyingly calm. Scion. Lin Fan reached out and patted Poseidon's face, swollen like a pig's head. In my homeland, there's a saying, a plucked phoenix is less than a chicken. Furthermore, Lin Fan glanced at the massive sea beast in the distance, which had gone berserk due to its master's severe injury. You're nothing more than a fish farmer at best. Roar! As if understanding Lin Fan's mockery, the deep-sea leviathan that had been coiled at the arena's edge finally moved. It was a mutated blue whale over 30 meters in length, its body covered in thick bone armor, its mouth filled with spiral-shaped fangs. A 4th stage peak sea beast. It let out a mournful cry, its colossal body, like a small mountain charging fiercely at Lin Fan. Watch out. In the stands, Emo-chun instinctively stood up. The physical strength of the sea beast was definitely above Poseidon's. If Lin Fan were at his peak, perhaps he wouldn't fear it. But now Lin Fan had just been through an intense battle, actually a one-sided beating, so his stamina must be depleted. Yet, faced with this strike like Mount Tai crashing down, Lin Fan smiled. He smiled happily. The boss said. Lin Fan turned his back to the fallen Poseidon facing the charging beast. He slowly raised the rusty blade in his hand. Most of the red rust on the blade had peeled away, revealing a pitch-black edge. A chilling black aura began to coil around the blade. That wasn't spiritual energy. It was pure appetite, a whole fish feast. How could it be complete without the fish head? Lin Fan took a deep breath. Ceasefire breathing technique reverse operation. This time, it was no longer suppression, but release. Gluttony heaven devourer. Boom! A pitch-black blade light shot up into the sky. There was no earth-shattering explosion. No dazzling light effects. Only one sensation. Black. Absolute blackness. As if for that instant all light between heaven and earth was devoured by this single strike. The massive sea beast froze mid-charge. In its enormous eyes fear appeared for the first time. It was the despair of being locked onto by the apex of the food chain. Sizz. A soft sound, like a hot knife cutting through butter. The colossal sea beast was split cleanly in two. Before the rain of blood could even fall, it was caught by the pitch-black blade light and vanished without a trace. Only a desiccated corpse, as if airdreed for a millennium, crashed heavily onto the arena floor, along with the choicest piece of back meat and a single crystal-clear spine which Lin Fan had deliberately preserved. Silence. This time, even the sound of breathing ceased. The entire Godfall Island, hundreds of thousands of people, was dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at the gaunt figure in the center of the arena, watching him hold a blade in one hand and a piece of fish larger than himself in the other, like a boy next door who had just returned from the market with groceries. If one ignored the dried corpse, if one ignored Poseidon's bloodied face, the scene might even seem somewhat heartwarming. Referee. Lin Fan looked up at the similarly stunned chief referee hovering in the air. He pointed at Poseidon on the ground. He's not dead yet, but he'll probably be in the hospital for quite a while. Can you make the call? The chief referee gave Lin Fan a long hard look. Even with his experience, he had never seen such a peculiar contestant. Turning a scion into a punching bag, carving a divine beast like fresh seafood. This wasn't a competition. It was clearly a procurement trip. First match. The chief referee's voice finally rang out, tinged with complex emotion. Dacia Team Lin Fan wins. Boom. The long-suppressed cheers finally erupted. The entire Dacia spectator section instantly transformed into a sea of red. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Awesome. What a load of crap about a scion. He's still just a punching bag for our brother Fan. That blade is so cool. I want to learn forging too. Inside the VIP box, Anthony slumped limply on the sofa, his face ashen. He had lost. Completely and utterly lost. Not only had he lost the match, but he had also lost the future of the Deep Sea Alliance in the East China Sea. Miss Xia. Anthony trembled, trying to plead. A bet is a bet. Xia stood up, not even glancing at him, and straightened her collar. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, the light in her eyes brighter than the stars. The contract will be sent to your email shortly. Remember to sign it. With that, she turned and walked out of the box. She was going to pick up that bastard. To pick up that bastard, who had conquered the world yet only thought about eating fish. Below the arena, Lin Fan tossed the massive piece of fish to Emo-chun, who had been waiting nearby. Teacher Emo, eat it while it's hot. This meat is rich in divinity, very nourishing. Emo-chun caught the still-twitching fish, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You little rascal. Do you really think this is a market? Lin Fan grinned, sheathing his blade. But, the moment he sheathed it, his body swayed slightly. His face instantly turned deathly pale. What's wrong? Emo-chun was startled and quickly supported him. It's nothing. Lin Fan waved his hand, his voice weak, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. It's just, I ate too much. This blade, the energy it's feeding back is a bit much. I need to go digest it. Lin Fan touched his burning stomach. He had just devoured Poseidon's ultimate attack, eaten half a divine weapon, and then drained a fourth-stage divine beast dry. This buffet had indeed been a bit overwhelming. He could feel it. The bottleneck within him seemed. Backstage passage. There were no cheers from the audience, only the buzzing sound of the overhead incandescent lights. Lin Fan walked slowly. With each step, a faint footprint was left on the floor made of special alloys. Those were marks scorched by high temperatures. Z. A drop of sweat slid down Lin Fan's temple, and before it could hit the ground it evaporated into white mist in midair, due to the astonishing heat radiating from his body. At that moment, he resembled an erupting volcano. Water. Lin Fan's voice was hoarse as if his throat were stuffed with burning coals. Emo-chan said nothing and directly handed over the unopened special mineral water bottle. Gulp gulp. The bottle was downed in one go. Just 1 second later, a bubbling sound of boiling water emerged from Lin Fan's stomach. Following that, a large amount of white steam surged from his pores, instantly enveloping the entire passage in mist. Damn! Emo-chan was forced back several steps by the heat wave, staring at Lin Fan with a look of terror. How hot are you right now? Lin Fan leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. He raised his hand and glanced at his palm. His skin exhibited a strange dark red hue with veins protruding like worms, and what flowed within seemed not to be blood but magma. Probably 70 or 80 degrees. Lin Fan smirked, revealing a smile that was more painful than crying. That fish had too much divinity. And that trident. A bit of indigestion. If someone could see through Lin Fan's body at that moment, they would witness an utterly horrifying scene. His stomach had completely transformed into a black vortex. Shredded divine metal fragments and the essence of blood and flesh from fourth-tier sea beasts were being frantically shredded, decomposed, and reorganized within that vortex. Streams of violently overwhelming energy surged through his veins, washing over his limbs and bones. Pain. Excruciating pain. Yet amidst this torment there was an addictive pleasure. That was the ecstasy of transcending life levels. With each wash, his muscle fibers would tear apart only to instantly be reborn, becoming even more resilient. His bones cracked loudly, the density increasing geometrically. Hang in there. Emo-chan, seeing Lin Fan's pained expression, felt somewhat helpless. This level of evolution had surpassed his realm of understanding. Even a fourth-tier powerhouse would have perished long ago at a body temperature of 80 degrees. It's fine. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, gripping the hilt of the gluttony knife tightly. The blade felt icy. That chill flowed into his body through his palm, barely suppressing the fiery heat that threatened to consume him. It has feasted well and is now nurturing me. Lin Fan looked at the knife in his hand. The once rusted blade had now transformed into a deep dark blue over half its length. That was the evolution after devouring the deep-sea silver. Lin Fan could even faintly feel the gravity around the blade undergoing slight distortion. This is no weapon, Emo-chan murmured, staring at the knife. This is clearly a cheat. Just then, at the end of the passage, a group of people hurried over. It was the medical team from the Engineering Institute. Leading them was the young researcher named Bai Zhe. Quick! Stretcher! Where are the injured? High-energy reactions are detected here, and they are extremely unstable. Bai Zhe directed several medical personnel in protective suits to rush over. When they saw Lin Fan shrouded in steam, everyone froze. Was he taking a sauna? Don't come over! Emo-chan instinctively stood in front of Lin Fan. His current state is very dangerous. Bai Zhe adjusted his glasses and scanned Lin Fan with a portable scanner. Beep! The shrill alarm sounded instantly. On the screen, a bright red skull symbol flashed wildly. Warning! Abnormal target body temperature 82°C. Warning! Abnormal heart rate 320 beats min. Warning! Radiation levels exceeded. Recommendation: immediate isolation. Immediate isolation. Bai Zhe's hand trembled slightly. He stared in disbelief at the data, then at Lin Fan, who leaned against the wall and seemed to be largely unharmed apart from his labored breathing. Human proteins begin to denature above 42 degrees. 82 degrees. If he were a normal person, he would have turned into a pot of human soup long ago. Subject 000. Bai Zhe's Adam's apple bobbed, his eyes filled with dread of the unknown. Are you still human? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan slowly lifted his head. In the steam, his originally clear black and white eyes had transformed into a pair of golden vertical pupils. Cold, brutal. There were no human emotions at all. It was as if he were possessed by some ancient beast. Just a glance. Bai Zhe felt as if his heart had been tightly squeezed, his legs went weak, nearly buckling beneath him. That was the instinctual fear of prey facing predators. Lin Fan opened his mouth. A stream of scalding white vapor shot towards Bai Zhe's face. Just when Bai Zhe thought he was about to be devoured, the golden vertical pupils in Lin Fan's eyes suddenly faded, returning to that somewhat shrewd gaze. I'm your granduncle. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. What? Is the Engineering Institute now discriminating against patients with slightly elevated body temperatures? Cold? Bai Zhe was dumbfounded. As if a cold could raise one's temperature to 82 degrees. Is this flu virus something brought back from the sun? Step aside. A cold voice rang out. Xiaya had appeared behind the group without them realizing it. She paid no attention to the dazed medical personnel and walked directly to Lin Fan. The heat wave that could scald ordinary people was blocked by an invisible aura just half a meter away from her. She reached out her hand. Her fair fingers gently touched Lin Fan's scorching forehead. Z. Like cold water splashing onto a hot iron. Lin Fan shuddered instinctively, wanting to pull away, but was pressed down by Xiaya. Don't move. Xiaya's voice was soft but carried a reassuring strength. Very hot. She withdrew her hand, her fingertips slightly reddened. You're not going to die yet. Lin Fan grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Just a bit hungry. Hang in there. Xiaya took out a light blue syringe from her bag. That was a top-tier cooling liquid developed internally by the Xia Corporation, originally intended for cooling high-load robotic arms. Can this thing be used on people? Well, you don't look much like a human right now. Without hesitation, Xia jabbed the syringe into Lin Fan's neck. With a hiss, as the icy blue liquid was injected, the steam enveloping Lin Fan's body finally began to dissipate, and the nearly burning red glow gradually faded. Although his body temperature still hovered around 50 degrees, at least it wouldn't scorch the floor. Thanks, boss. Lin Fan sighed in relief, feeling as if he had finally come back to life. Let's go. Xiaya turned around. It's too crowded here. To the lounge. I have something to ask you. Just not long after Lin Fan and his group left, in the shadows of the passage, a figure dressed in a black kimono slowly emerged. Haikyuu from the Ghost God team. He gazed at the 2 rows of footprints scorched into the ground, excitement flickering in his eyes. Like a perverted serial killer who had just seen the perfect work of art. 82 degrees. Devouring divine weapon. Indigestion. Haikyuu extended his tongue and licked the pitch-black dagger in his hand. I see now. You're not a favored one. You're a divine aberration. Or perhaps, a monster more advanced than a divine aberration. As the ace assassin of the Ghost God team, Haikyuu had seen countless powerhouses. But he had never encountered an existence like Lin Fan, clearly human in form yet harboring a terrifying instinct capable of devouring even rules. But Haikyuu crouched down, gently caressing the footprint. He could still sense the lingering warmth. Right now you are very weak. Your body is operating beyond its limits. Like a python that has overeaten, though terrifying, it is also at its most sluggish state. Tonight is the moment for the hunt. On Divine Descend Island, in the exclusive lounge of the Great Xia Battle Team, the sound insulation here was excellent, completely isolating the outside noise. Lin Fan slumped on the sofa. He held a high-energy compressed biscuit in his hand, mechanically chewing it. Though he had just eaten a lot, in terms of energy, the physical hunger in his stomach still persisted. Speak. Xiaya sat across from him, holding a cup of red tea, her gaze intense. That knife. And your state just now. What exactly is going on? In the room, there were only the 2 of them. Emo-chun wisely moved to guard the door. Lin Fan swallowed the biscuit in his mouth and took a sip of water. He knew he could no longer hide it, nor was there any need to. Xiaya was his benefactor, his creditor, and also one of the people he trusted the most. That is my sequence. Lin Fan pointed to the gluttony resting on the table. Sequence 000. Xiaya raised an eyebrow. Yes. Lin Fan forced a smile. Everyone thinks my sequence enhances hearing. But that's just a side effect. The true ability is hunger. Hunger. Yes, hunger. Lin Fan rubbed his stomach, his gaze somewhat dreamy. Ever since the day I awakened, I've been perpetually hungry. Ordinary food cannot satisfy me. Only high-tier energy divine substances, or even rules, can provide me with a fleeting sense of satisfaction. Lin Fan raised his head, locking eyes with Xiaya. This knife is essentially a part of me. I gave it my surplus appetite, so it will also hunger and it will eat. Xiaya fell silent. She looked at the big boy who usually seemed carefree, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy. In this era of divine beings descending where everyone was pursuing evolution, only she knew how terrifying this bottomless pit of hunger was. It meant he could never live as stably as ordinary people. He must constantly fight, constantly kill, and constantly devour. Otherwise, he would be consumed by his own appetite. Is that why you want 100 million? Xiaya suddenly asked. Ahu. Lin Fan nodded. I need money. A lot of money. To buy resources, to buy divine materials. I want to fill myself up. Only by filling my stomach. Lin Fan's voice lowered, a glimmer of unprecedented determination flashing in his eyes. Will I have the strength to confront that old bastard and demand answers? Why did he pass on this damned sequence to me? The room fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Xiaya set down her teacup. She stood up and walked in front of Lin Fan, looking down at him. 100 million isn't enough. Xiaya said lightly. Huh? Lin Fan was taken aback. I said 100 million isn't enough. Xiaya pulled out a black card from her bag and slapped it on the table in front of Lin Fan. This is the dividend from our betting win this time. 300 million. Take it and spend it. Lin Fan's eyes instantly widened. Holy crap. Boss, you're like my mother. Shut up. Xiaya shot him a glare. This is an advance on your salary. From now on your life is mine. Whatever you want to eat, just tell me. Even if it's a deity from the heavens. Xiaya paused, her tone domineering enough to take one's breath away. I will buy it for you. Braised or steamed, it's up to you. Lin Fan looked at this domineering woman before him. For some reason, the fiery heat within him suddenly calmed down. In its place was a warm feeling he had never experienced before. Perhaps this is the feeling of being supported by someone so delightful. In the dead of night at 2 in the morning, on Divine Fall Island within the encampment of the Great Xia battle team, this was one of the most heavily guarded zones on the entire island. Sentinels stood at every 3 steps, watchmen at every 5. Furthermore, an infrared sensor net and spiritual energy detection radar provided round-the-clock coverage. Even a fly that entered would have its gender unmistakably identified. But to a certain kind of existence, these so-called security measures were as laughable as children's toys. A dark silhouette like a drop of ink dispersing into clear water spread silently within the shadows of the corridor. There were no footsteps, no sound of breathing, not even the trajectory of the air currents was disturbed. The Ghost God Unit Kuroki. Sequence 019, Shadow Dancer. This was a sequence born for assassination. Wherever there was shadow, it was his private garden. He needed neither doors nor windows. He was the shadow itself. Kuroki pressed against the base of the wall like a 2-dimensional sheet of paper, gliding slowly past the heavily armed guards. His objective was clear. At the end of the corridor, the suite with a "Do Not Disturb" sign hanging on the door. Lin Fan's room. How careless. Kuroki sneered inwardly. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare be so presumptuous facing a monster capable of devouring divine weapons. But things were different now. According to the intelligence he had gathered in the passageway, Lin Fan's body temperature was currently 82 degrees Celsius. His internal energy was in chaos, and he was in an extremely painful state of rejection reaction. In other words, the current Lin Fan was a cripple burning with fever and utterly immobile. Strike while the iron is hot. Kuroki's figure twisted slightly under the gap of the door and instantly slipped into the room. The room was pitch black. The curtains were drawn tightly shut. Only the temperature panel of the central air conditioner glowed with a faint eerie green light. 16°C. Cooling mode, strong airflow. Yet even so, the temperature inside the room was terrifyingly high. It was like stepping into a sauna that was preheating. Kuroki frowned. This temperature made him an assassin accustomed to the cold feel extremely uncomfortable. But he did not retreat. His gaze locked onto the large bed in the center of the room. On the bed, a figure naked from the waist up was curled up there, trembling slightly. The blanket had been kicked to the floor. The sheets were soaked with sweat, stained a scorched yellow. Vaguely one could hear faint agonized roars. Ugh! So hot. Hot enough to kill me. Lin Fan's voice was hoarse and dry, sounding utterly weak. The smile at the corner of Kuroki's mouth deepened. Indeed, the intelligence was accurate. This guy was currently suffering the backlash of divine power. That kind of indigestion from devouring what shouldn't have been eaten was enough to cause a fourth-order powerhouse immense pain, and even render him combat ineffective. Poor divine abomination. Kuroki slowly emerged from the shadows. He was in no hurry to act. As a top-tier assassin, he savored the pleasure of watching his prey struggle in agony before delivering the final fatal blow. The pitch-black dagger in his hand gleamed with a sinister cold light under the faint green glow. This dagger was named Demon Cleaver. It was a cursed blade passed down through generations of the Ghost God Unit, tempered with the venom of 99 vengeful spirits. Just a scratch. Even an elephant would suffer cardiac arrest within 3 seconds. It's over, hope of Great Xia. Kuroki raised the dagger, aiming it at Lin Fan's fiercely beating heart. At this moment, Lin Fan seemed utterly unaware of death's arrival. He was still thrashing on the bed like a fish out of water. Farewell. Kuroki's gaze sharpened. The dagger fell silently, fast, precise, ruthless. This strike was condensed from his lifelong skill. Not a trace of killing intent leaked out until the very moment the tip touched the skin. It erupted with lethal sharpness. However, just as the dagger was about to pierce Lin Fan's chest, a sudden change occurred. Lin Fan, who had been groaning in pain, abruptly stopped moving. But he didn't dodge, nor did he block. Instead, he whipped his head around. Those tightly shut eyes snapped open in an instant. Boom! 2 golden beams of light blazed to life in the dark room. They were 2 vertical pupils, golden, icy, devoid of any human emotion. Kuroki's heart skipped a violent beat. The feeling, was like a peeping thief suddenly discovering a pair of Tyrannosaurus Rex eyes staring at him from behind the window. Who? Kuroki instinctively tried to cry out, but he found he couldn't make a sound, because a scorching hand covered in dark red magma-like veins, had at some unknown time clamped down on his wrist. Sizzle. A hair-raising sound of searing flesh rang out. It was the sound of skin instantly carbonizing upon contact with an object at several hundred degrees. Aya! Kuroki let out a piercing scream. He felt he wasn't holding a human hand, but a red-hot branding iron. The searing pain made him instinctively try to pull his hand back, but it didn't budge an inch. That hand was like a vice locking his wrist bone in a death grip. The force was so immense that he even heard the sound of bones cracking. So cool. Lin Fan's voice rang out. It was no longer the weak hoarseness from before, but a kind of extreme starving greed. He slowly sat up, his golden vertical pupils locked onto Kuroki, like a man dying of thirst in a vast desert who suddenly spots an ice-cold cola. You! Lin Fan leaned close to Kuroki's face, his nostrils flaring slightly. Feel so cool. Are you? An air conditioner that became a spirit. Kuroki, what the hell, an air conditioner spirit? I am an assassin, the ace of the Ghost God unit. Let go. You monster. Kuroki roared in terror. His other hand quickly formed seals attempting to escape using shadow dodge. But it was useless. The surrounding shadows before the terrifying heat waves radiating from Lin Fan melted away like snow under the sun. His shadow was gone. Don't go. Lin Fan's fingers tightened slightly. Crack. Kuroki's wrist was crushed into powder. The venom-laced, demon cleaver dagger clattered onto the bed. I'm suffering from the heat. Since you're here, help me cool down. After saying this, Lin Fan made a move that terrified Kuroki out of his wits. He simply opened his arms wide like a giant brown bear and pulled Kuroki's entire body into an embrace. Aya! If it was just a burn before. Now Kuroki felt like he had been thrown directly into a steel furnace. Lin Fan's current body temperature was at least over 100 degrees, and it wasn't just the temperature. The energy within Lin Fan was wildly overflowing. Those chaotic divine particles were like countless steel needles frantically drilling into Kuroki's body through the contact surface. No, let me go, please. Kuroki broke down. He struggled desperately, but against a fourth-order physical body, his strength was as laughable as a baby's. Comfortable. Lin Fan let out a satisfied sigh. He buried his face in Kuroki's cold special-made tight suit, greedily absorbing the chill. A little cooler. Just a little cooler would be perfect. At this moment Lin Fan's consciousness was not clear. His brain was foggy from the high fever. He had no idea the person in his arms was someone trying to kill him. He only knew one thing: this human-shaped body pillow was very cool and felt good to hold. As for why this body pillow was screaming, who cares? Maybe the air conditioner was running a bit loud. 10 minutes later, the screams in the room finally ceased. Kuroki had stopped screaming, because he was done. Done in the literal sense. His special suit, touted as fireproof and bulletproof, was now fused with his skin. His whole body exuded a faint smell of burnt flesh. Though he wasn't dead yet, being an esper with tenacious vitality, he had completely lost consciousness. Foaming at the mouth, eyes rolled back, convulsing all over. As for Lin Fan, his body temperature had finally dropped a bit. It had fallen to around 50 degrees. The maddening heat had subsided considerably and reason had retaken the helm. Phew! Lin Fan let out a long breath. He released his grip. The human-shaped body pillow, now deformed from the hug, slid limply to the floor. Lin Fan rubbed his eyes, looking somewhat dazedly at the black lump on the floor. What the hell is this? Lin Fan scratched his head. He remembered he had just had a dream. He dreamed he was roasting on a mountain of fire about to be cooked when suddenly an ice cream fell from the sky. He hugged the ice cream and gnawed on it for a long time. Could this be that ice cream? Lin Fan bent down and poked the person's face on the ground. It was a bit hot to the touch, but he could vaguely make out the facial features. Seemed familiar. Lin Fan picked up the dagger that had fallen on the bed. Looking at the cherry blossom patterns carved on it, and its sinister aura, a memory flashed through his mind of the man in a kimono he saw in the VIP box. Oh! Lin Fan suddenly understood. That guy from the Ghost God unit. What was his name? Curable. Lin Fan kicked Kuroki's butt. No reaction. Tisk tisk tsk. Lin Fan shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. Not sleeping in the middle of the night, coming all the way here to send me warmth. What a nice guy. Too bad. Lin Fan glanced at Kuroki's crushed wrist and his severely burned body. I guess I don't have to pay the service fee, right? Just then, bang, the door was kicked open. Xiaya, wearing a bathrobe and holding a small silver pistol, rushed in with a worried look. Behind her followed Emo-chan carrying a wine flask. Lin Fan, what happened? There was... Xiaya's words got stuck in her throat. She stared blankly at the scene in the room. Lin Fan was sitting on the edge of the bed, naked from the waist up, holding a dagger, and peeling an apple, actually scraping off the poison layer to study the material. And on the carpet at his feet lay a charred, unrecognizable object that smelled of roasted meat. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't recognize it as a person. This? Xiaya pointed at the karaoke on the floor, then at Lin Fan. Did you boil him? Lin Fan threw the dagger with the poison layer scraped off into his mouth, bit off half of it with a crunch, and said indistinctly, didn't boil him. Just hugged him for a while. Who knew he couldn't handle the heat? Hugged. For a while. Xiaya and Emo-chan exchanged glances. They both saw profound shock in each other's eyes. Karaoke, ace assassin of the Ghost God unit, Sequence 019 expert, was just hugged into disability. What kind of absurd way to die was this? If this got out, those rats in the gutter from the Ghost God unit would probably commit collective seppuku. But boss, this guy really is a good person. Lin Fan swallowed the metal fragments in his mouth and burped. He felt the energy inside him finally stabilizing. He pointed at Karaoke on the floor. I was about to explode just now. Thanks to his chill. Oh right. Lin Fan suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up. This counts as capturing a prisoner, right? Shouldn't the Ghost God unit pay a ransom? Xiaya looked at Lin Fan's money-grubbing expression and sighed helplessly. She put away her gun, walked over and kicked Karaoke, confirming he was still breathing. Elder Mo, please take this thing to the Heavenly Works Institute. Xiaya said coldly. Tell Gu Chongshan. This is an experimental specimen from Lin Fan. Also have the Foreign Ministry send a note to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Their contestant trespassed into our camp late at night with ill intent and was inadvertently scalded during our lawful self-defense. Tell them to prepare the compensation. If they don't. Xiaya narrowed her eyes, murderous intent boiling. Then prepare for war. Emo-chan picked up Karaoke from the floor like a dead chicken. He looked at Lin Fan, his expression complex. Kid, your body is becoming less and less human. Just now from outside the door I sensed a kind of dragon's might. Dragon's might. Lin Fan was startled. To be precise, it's the pressure of an ancient dragon species. Emo-chan pointed at Lin Fan's eyes. Did your pupils change color just now? Lin Fan touched his eyes. When his consciousness was fuzzy, he did feel his vision had become very different. He could see heat. He could see fear. He could even see the flow of life. Maybe. Lin Fan shrugged. Whether it's a dragon or a bug, as long as I can eat my fill and make money, ID even accept turning into Godzilla. Emo-chan chuckled, said nothing more, and carried Karaoke out. Only Lin Fan and Xiaya remained in the room. Xiaya looked at the messy room and the still smoking air conditioner. Come sleep at my place tonight, Xiaya suddenly said. Huh? Lin Fan was so startled he dropped the half-eaten dagger. What huh? Xiaya rolled her eyes at him, the tips of her ears slightly red. Can this room even be lived in? It smells like a barbecue joint. And Xiaya turned her back to Lin Fan. In case you get another fever, I have a freezer there. You won't need to go hugging assassins anymore. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. Then he grinned foolishly and trotted after her. Boss, is there any food in the freezer? I want some ice cream. Get lost. The next morning at dawn. Inside meeting room, one of the Divine Descent Island Administrative Center. The air was thick with tension. This is an act of war. A barbaric provocation. A middle-aged man with a toothbrush mustache clad in a tuxedo pounded the table as he roared. He was Matsumoto Ichiro, the special diplomatic envoy of the Sakura Nation to Divine Descent Island. His face was now a mottled purple, and he pointed a trembling finger at a photograph on the projection screen. The image showed a charred, blackened object as if it had been electrocuted and then rolled in a barrel of asphalt. That was Karaoke, the ace of the Onigumi. And you call this self-defense? Matsumoto Ichiro bellowed. Our contestant was merely lost in the night. He entered the wrong room, and your Dasha captain cooked him to medium rare. This violates the humanitarian convention. We demand a protest. We demand sanctions. Across the table, Xiaya elegantly lifted her coffee cup and took a delicate sip. Today she was dressed in a crisp white suit looking like an angel, but her words were colder than any demons. Mr. Matsumoto. Xiaya set down her cup, her voice flat. First of all, that was medium well. Secondly, getting lost into someone else's bedroom at 2 in the morning armed with a poison-tipped dagger and attempting to administer physical cooling to a feverish patient. I believe my client simply gave him a warm, instinctual embrace. It seems perfectly reasonable. Matsumoto Ichiro nearly spat blood. A warm embrace his foot. Whoever heard of an embrace that could melt the bones of a fourth-tier powerhouse? Enough nonsense. Matsumoto Ichiro gnashed his teeth. Release him immediately and issue a public apology. Pay 1 billion in moral damages. Otherwise the Onigumi will. 2 billion. Xiaya cut him off. What? Matsumoto Ichiro was stunned. I said you will pay us 2 billion in compensation. Xiaya pulled a list from her folder and slapped it onto the table. Carpet cleaning fees, moral damages, lost work fees, trauma fees. Also the toxins from that assassin contaminated our contestant's room, forcing him to stay in a freezer. Those medical expenses must be covered. 2 billion. Not a penny less or I'll post this picture on the global dark web. I already have a title in mind. Onigumi Ace delivers warmth late at night, moves Daxia's good neighbor. Matsumoto Ichiro's face turned green. What was the Onigumi? An assassin organization. If the whole world found out their top assassin failed a hit and ended up being roasted in someone's arms, how could the Onigumi ever show its face again? Their dignity would be sunk in the Pacific Ocean. This is blackmail. Matsumoto Ichiro trembled with rage. That's not all. Xiaya leaned forward, a gleam of mercantile shrewdness flashing in her eyes. That Kuroki is now in the hands of the Heavenly Works Institute. Director Gu says he's very interested in a physique that can withstand high temperatures for 10 minutes before cooking through. He plans to slice him up and study the heat-resistant genes. If you're late with the money, you might only be able to claim an urn of ashes. Silence. A deathly hush fell over the meeting room. Matsumoto Ichiro stared hard at Xiaya. He finally understood why this woman was called the Empress of Capital in Dacia. Too ruthless. She didn't even leave a scrap of bone behind. Fine. Matsumoto Ichiro ground his teeth and swallowed his pride. 2 billion. Well pay. But you must guarantee Kuroki returns alive. Xiaya smiled slightly and extended her hand. Deal. Also a friendly reminder. Next time you want to deliver warmth, make a reservation first. The meeting room door opened. Lin Fan walked in yawning. He wore a loose white t-shirt and held an oversized ice cream cone, eating it with relish. After a night of cooling down and digestion, he felt absolutely fantastic. His skin had become fairer and more delicate with a subtle jade-like luster. But upon closer inspection, beneath that luster lay an extremely tough layer of stratum corneum. Yo, isn't this that guy? Lin Fan looked at the sweating Matsumoto Ichiro and pointed at him. The delivery guy. Matsumoto Ichiro saw Lin Fan like a mouse seeing a cat. The fear rooted in the depths of his soul made him instinctively retreat into a corner. He had seen the injury report from last night. Kuroki had been literally cooked into uselessness, and this seemingly harmless youth before him housed a nuclear reactor inside. I have things to do. I'm leaving. Matsumoto Ichiro didn't even dare to utter a threat. He grabbed his briefcase and fled the meeting room as if his life depended on it. Why run so fast? Lin Fan took a bite of his ice cream, a little confused. It's not like I'm going to eat him. This guy's all greasy, doesn't look tasty. Xiaya pocketed the check in excellent spirits. She walked over to Lin Fan and pinched his cheek. Temperature back to normal. Lin Fan nodded. That pillow last night was good quality, top-notch heat absorption. Just a bit rough on the clothes. Xiaya rolled her eyes at him. Let's go. To the arena. Today's the second round draw. I hear someone is already dying to see your appetite. Divine Descent Island Preparation Hall. The atmosphere today was completely different from yesterday. Yesterday the Dacia team was isolated and looked down upon. But today, the moment Lin Fan stepped into the hall, the noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Countless gazes focused on him. Some held fear, some wariness, some curiosity. Is that Daxia's Lin Fan? I heard he ate a divine weapon raw. More than that. They say he roasted Poseidon's blue whale right on the stage. Too brutal. Is he even human? Whispers arose from every corner. Lin Fan paid them no heed. His gaze swept like a radar, scanning every contestant present. Or rather, he was assessing the quality of ingredients. That one's no good, meat's too sour. Lin Fan shook his head at the cyborgs from the Western European Holy See. All lumps of metal and ordinary alloys without any divinity. Awful texture. And that one, no good either. His eyes passed over the teams from a few small nations. Too weak. Not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Just then, a rich aroma of meat blood energy wafted over. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps sounded. A group of towering bear-like men strode over. The leader, nearly 2.5 meters tall, had his bare torso covered in intricate runes. the captain of the Northern Europe Warzone Asgard team, Thor the god of thunder. He stopped before Lin Fan, his massive shadow engulfing him. So you're the fish eater. Thor's voice was a deep rumble, nearly shaking the ice cream from Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan looked up at this mountain of flesh. Instead of fear, he swallowed his saliva. Such rich blood and chi. This guy was a walking slab of top-grade Wagyu beef. And the prime cut marinated in divine power with firm texture. Something up? Lin Fan asked with a grin. I saw your match. Thor bared his teeth in a grin, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Not bad. Like a real man. Not like those sissies hiding behind their guns. Thor said, casting a disdainful glance at the distant White Eagle Federation team. Then he pulled a large dripping slab of raw meat from the pouch at his waist and handed it to Lin Fan. Here. A polar bear heart. A gift from my homeland. Eat it and we're friends. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What was this? A social ritual between beasts. Lin Fan looked at the bloody heart. Instead of disgust, his eyes lit up. He could sense a faint but pure wild power within the meat. Thanks. Lin Fan took the meat without ceremony. Opened his mouth. Crunch. He took a huge bite. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he chewed with relish as if it were an apple. Not bad. A bit tough though. Lin Fan commented. Next time I suggest adding some cumin. Thor was taken aback. Then he burst into thunderous laughter. Ha 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 ha. Good. I for one consider you a friend. When we get to the arena, I'll let you taste my hammer. That thing packs a real punch. Lin Fan wiped the blood from his lips, staring at the massive lightning-wreathed hammer on Thor's back. His gaze was profound. Sure. I've been wanting to taste what a lightning-flavored lollipop is like. Ahem. The referee's voice crackled over the loudspeaker, interrupting this primal friendly exchange. The second round draw begins. The big screen began to roll again. Everyone stared at the screen tense, except for Lin Fan. He was still savoring the taste of that bear heart. Ding! The image froze. Dasha Kunlun team vs. White Eagle Federation Apocalypse team. Whoosh! The crowd erupted. This was a true clash of titans. One the gluttony demon who had just displayed terrifying power. The other the technological overlord equipped with cutting-edge tech and gene serums. It's fate. In the distance, the captain of the White Eagle team, a blond youth with tactical goggles, adjusted them. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Eat divine weapons. Devour energy raw. Interesting. Let's see how your appetite holds up against our orbital weapons and nanite swarms. He turned and ordered his team. Initiate Project Butcher. Dissect him. Lin Fan stared at the opposing team's name on the screen. White Eagle Federation. Apocalypse team. The images from the opening ceremony flashed through his mind. Exoskeleton armor. Laser weapons. And those 2-meter-tall mechas. Teacher Mo. Lin Fan turned to Mo-chan. What are White Eagle's mechas made of? Mo-chan thought for a moment. The core components should be memory metal, the shell is high-strength titanium alloy, and the power source is a micro-nuclear battery. Are they valuable? Lin Fan cut him off. Extremely valuable. Mo-chan nodded affirmatively. The cost of one mecha could buy 10 of Poseidon's tridents. Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned into the shape of dollar signs. He took out the small notebook from his pocket and heavily checked the box next to the White Eagle Federation entry and wrote 2 words in the margin. Canned goods. Since it's canned food. Lin Fan closed the notebook and licked his lips. He'll have to pry the lid off first. And then gulp it all down, broth and meat in one go. Noon. On Divine Descent Island at Arena No. 3. The sun blazed fiercely, scorching the special alloy ground, and the air was permeated with a smell of burning heat. 2 teams had already taken their positions. On the left was the Great Xia battle team led by Lin Fan. He still wore that black long coat and held the tattered knife wrapped in black cloth. Lin Fan even held half an uneaten apple in his hand. He appeared lazy and casual, like an old man taking a stroll after a meal. On the right, the scene was completely different. The White Eagle Federation, the Apocalypse battle team. All 5 members wore silver-white exoskeleton power armor tactical goggles on their faces, and were laden with various unknown firearms and ammunition boxes. Especially the blonde captain in the center jack. Behind him hovered 2 black humanoid mechs that stood 3 meters tall. The surface of the mechs shimmered with a dark blue energy shield, and they carried 2 electromagnetic railguns on their shoulders, exuding a suffocating technological pressure. Country bumpkin. Jack adjusted his tactical goggles, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. His voice echoed across the arena through the loudspeaker. In modern warfare, brute force is no longer the solution. Data, calculations, firepower coverage. This is the art of modern divine blood warfare. Jack extended a finger and lightly pressed a button next to his temple. Z. The power armor of the 5 members instantly lit up with a red glow. The eyes of the 2 black mechs also lit up simultaneously, locking onto Lin Fan. Butcher plan activate. Target Lin Fan. Threat level S. Execution plan saturation strike. Boom, boom, boom. No words wasted. Even at the moment the referee shouted, "Start," the firepower from the White Eagle battle team was already unleashed. Dozens of miniature guided missiles trailed long flames swarming towards Lin Fan like a hive. Meanwhile, the 2 electromagnetic railguns let out a deep roar. 2 streams of blue light instantly tore through the air, blocking all of Lin Fan's escape routes. "So fast," the commentator exclaimed. "This is the tactical sophistication of the White Eagle Federation. They gave the opponent no chance to get close. With this density of firepower coverage, even a 4th-tier powerhouse wouldn't dare to withstand it." All the spectators held their breath. The audience from Great Xia had their hearts in their throats. Could Lin Fan, armed only with a tattered knife, withstand such a bombardment? In the center of the arena, facing the overwhelming missiles and lasers, Lin Fan paused his apple eating. He looked at the incoming missiles. There was no fear in his eyes, only calculation. What a waste. Lin Fan sighed. The guidance chips in these missiles, if taken out and sold, would be worth at least 5,000 each, right? Prodigal. The next second Lin Fan moved. He did not retreat or dodge, but charged forward into the blaze of fire. 4th-tier physical body mountain moving realm. His skin shimmered with a faint jade-like luster, a sign of his physical body achieving sainthood. Booming. Missiles exploded around him. Flames soared into the sky. Smoke billowed. However, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, a shadow tore through the curtain of fire. Lin Fan charged forward like a humanoid tank, smashing through the shockwaves created by the explosions. The shrapnel capable of destroying armored vehicles struck him, yet emitted a metallic clang, then bounced off directly. Except for a few holes in his clothing, not even his skin was harmed. How is this possible? Jack's face changed. Data analysis shows his physical strength exceeds that of a tank's frontal armor. Is he even human? Don't panic. Jack gritted his teeth. Since physical attacks are ineffective, then let's use biological weapons. Release the nanobots. Viroom. The chests of the 2 black mechs suddenly opened. A large cloud of black mist surged forth. That was not mist. It was billions of nearly invisible micronanobots. They gathered in the air like they were alive, forming a huge black net that enveloped Lin Fan. This is the latest technology of the White Eagle Federation. Devourer nanobots. The commentator's voice trembled. These bugs can burrow into the enemy's pores, gnawing at their organs and nerves from within. Moreover, they are made of special memory metal that is invulnerable to water and fire and impervious to blades and guns. This is a nightmare, specifically targeting physical powerhouses. Looking at the swarm of black bugs, Lin Fan frowned. He could hear the buzzing sound of the bugs flapping their wings. It was noisy and disgusting. This thing. Lin Fan paused, watching the swarm that had already surrounded him. The bugs began to crawl up his pant legs, trying to find gaps in his skin to burrow into. It's a bit like the rice weevils that grow in the rice jar at home. Lin Fan shook his leg in disdain. He killed a few thousand of them, but for billions of bugs it was utterly futile. "Captain, he's trapped." A member of the White Eagle team yelled excitedly. "In just 10 seconds hell become an empty shell." Jack sneered. "That's the gap between primitive men and civilized people. No matter how strong your body is, you can't withstand technologies." His smile froze on his face, for he saw Lin Fan surrounded by the swarm, displaying no signs of pain. Instead, he seemed delighted. "Wait a moment." Lin Fan reached out and grabbed a bug in the air. With a hard squeeze, the so-called invulnerable memory metal bugs were instantly crushed into a metal ball. Lin Fan brought the metal ball to his nose and sniffed. His eyes lit up. High-purity memory metal. Or is it the kind that has mithril added in? Lin Fan licked his lips, glancing at the devourer blade on his shoulder. The knife was trembling violently at that moment. Not out of fear, but out of craving. For Devourer, these high-purity, small-sized, easily digestible metal bugs were simply the perfect snack in the world. Like sunflower seeds. Time to eat. Lin Fan grinned. He did not draw the knife, but plunged the black cloth-wrapped blade directly into the swarm of bugs before him. Boom! A terrifying sucking force suddenly erupted. The rust on the Devourer blade seemed to come alive, turning into countless tiny mouths. Those originally ferocious nanobots now fled in panic, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. But it was too late. Zzz. The chilling sound of crunching filled the air. That was the sound of tens of thousands of metal bugs being ground to pieces. The massive black cloud of bugs shrank visibly, and within 3 short seconds it was entirely sucked into the tattered knife. The once sky-darkening swarm left not a single trace. Burp. Lin Fan patted the knife handle. The blade emitted a satisfied glow. Not bad. Crispy chicken flavor. Lin Fan looked over at Jack, who was now utterly dumbfounded. Is there more? This isn't enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. Jack. The entire audience. Is this something a human can do? That was a swarm of nanobots worth tens of millions of dollars. Just like that. Fed to a knife? Monster. He really is a monster. Jack's hands trembled. But he was after all a battle-hardened elite. He took a deep breath and the fear in his eyes transformed into madness. Good. Since you want to eat, then I'll let you eat your fill. Mech fusion. Boom. Boom. The two black mechs that had been hovering behind him suddenly descended from the sky. Jack and the other 4 team members quickly gathered together. Amidst a dazzling array of mechanical transformation, sounds the 2 mechs combined enveloping all 5 members within. They transformed into a 10-meter-tall giant war mech, Titan 3 Annihilation Mode. The enormous mechanical feat crushed the ground. For electromagnetic cannons, 2 high-frequency vibrating blades, and heavy armor covering the entire body. This was a mobile iron fortress. Lin Fan. A distorted roar echoed from the mech's loudspeaker as Jack proclaimed, I'm going to grind you into meat paste. Lin Fan looked up at the colossal steel beast that overshadowed him. His neck felt a bit sore, but his eyes were brighter than ever. He was not looking at an enemy. He was gazing at a mountain of gold. So this is the legendary mech, Lin Fan murmured. He had heard Mo Chun mention before that such high-level mechs had joints and bearings worth a fortune. Not to mention that enormous power core. I've struck it rich. Lin Fan swallowed. He slowly unwrapped the black cloth around the knife. Devourer. Lin Fan called softly. Do you see that big tin can? V-room. The long knife emitted an excited hum. It sensed the vast energy and metal essence contained within that tin can. The skin is a bit thick. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the knife, crouching slightly. He adopted a starting position. Let's go give it. A can opener. Boom. The ground exploded. Lin Fan vanished. In the next second, he appeared at the knee of the giant mech. First strike, let's take off a leg. Swish. A dark red blade light flashed. There was no obstruction. The specially designed alloy armor that could withstand missile bombardment was as fragile as paper before Devourer. At the moment of contact, the metal structure within the armor was devoured, turning into scrap metal. Crack. The left knee of the giant mech shattered instantly. The 10-meter-tall behemoth lost its balance and toppled to the left. Damn. Balance system failure. Left leg armor offline. In the cockpit, Jack frantically pulled on the control stick. Defense. Activate the energy shield at full power. V-room. A light blue energy shield enveloped the mech. Useless. Lin Fan's voice suddenly appeared on the shoulder of the mech just outside the cockpit. Jack suddenly looked up. Through the panoramic screen, he saw a face. A face that was pressed against the mech's armor, smiling brilliantly. Hi. Lin Fan reached out and tapped on the thick bulletproof glass. That? Is anyone home? Jack was terrified. He wanted to control the mech's arms to sweat this bug dead. But he found that the mech could not move. Because the knife Lin Fan held was inserted into the mech's neck, which was the main power transmission line. ZZZ. A large amount of electricity was being devoured along the blade. The various systems of the mech were in a frenzy of alarms. Warning. Energy leak. Warning. Power system paralyzed. Warning. Detected unidentified life form invading the cockpit. This shell is quite hard. Lin Fan pulled out the knife, examining the high-strength alloy plate that protected the cockpit. But I have a can opener. Lin Fan took a deep breath, gripped the knife with both hands, the tip pointing downward, aimed at the gap in the cockpit. Open for me. PSH8. The sound of metal tearing echoed. The cringing friction sound filled the arena. In the terrified gaze of hundreds of thousands of spectators, Lin Fan, like a can opener prying open a tin, can forcibly open that half-meter thick alloy armor. Creak. Sunlight streamed into the dark cockpit. Jack slumped in the pilot seat. He looked at the large hole torn above his head, and the figure standing at the opening backlit by the sun like a demonic god. Lin Fan leaned halfway into the cockpit. He looked at the 5 White Eagle team members trembling inside, as well as the intricate and complex instruments in the cockpit, his face displaying the joy of a bountiful harvest. That? Lin Fan pointed at the glowing cylinder beneath Jack's seat. That's a nuclear battery, right? Can I borrow it? My knife. Lin Fan awkwardly pointed at Devourer, which was still dripping with machine oil. It says it hasn't had enough to eat. Jack. White Eagle members. At that moment, the so-called technological overlord, the so-called butcher plan. In front of the man holding the can opener, it had utterly become a joke. 3 minutes later, the head referee announced the results of the match expressionlessly. Second match. Great Xia Battle Team Lin Fan victory. Behind him, the Titan 3 mech worth hundreds of millions of dollars had now turned into a pile of scrap metal. Truly just scrap metal, because all the valuable components inside chips, batteries, drive shafts, and even high-purity wires were all gone. It was as if a swarm of locusts had passed through, stripped clean. And in one corner of the arena, Lin Fan was happily showing off a bulging sack modified from the mech's parachute to Mo-chan. Mo Lauscher, look at this. This is the latest fire control radar chip. And this is a mithril bearing. I struck it rich. I made a fortune this time. Mo-chan looked at the sack, then at the 5 White Eagle team members, who were left with nothing but their underwear, crying like 200-pound children. He silently took a sip of alcohol. This is an atrocity. Now he finally understood why Lin Fan said he wanted to treat the White Eagle battle team like a tin can. This was not a competition at all. This was clearly a raid. As the Taishan No. 3 mech crashed down with a resounding thud, the global live broadcast fell into a 10-second blackout. It was not a signal failure, but rather the director in charge had trembled and forgotten to switch the camera. When the screen lit up again, the figure standing atop the pile of scrap metal with a sack on his back, grinning like a bountiful farmer, was deeply etched into the retinas of billions of viewers worldwide. This day was dubbed the day of the collapse of technological myth. The personal mech's nano-swarms and intelligent fire control systems that the White Eagle Federation prided itself on appeared as fragile as a heap of plastic toys before a young human from the East. On Wall Street, the stocks of the White Eagle military-industrial complex crashed in an instant as the match concluded. Countless capitalists gazed at the large screen showing the boy violently dismantling a nuclear battery, letting out desperate howls. Meanwhile, in the Great Xia, the entire nation was in an uproar. The forum of the Kunlun Academy crashed under the weight of traffic. The phrase "Brother Fan is awesome" flooded the entire internet. The voices that once mocked Lin Fan as a connection holder and useless had vanished without a trace. In their place was an almost fervent admiration. And a deep reverence. On Divine Descending Island, in the residence of the Western European Holy See, there stood a white palace floating in midair, surrounded by sacred hymns and holographic angels. It was named Eden. At this moment, in the deepest part of Eden, within a cyberpunk-style church, several redrobed bishops were seated around a round table, their expressions grave. On the projection in front of them, the scene of Lin Fan tearing apart mechs and devouring nano-swarms was playing repeatedly, especially the moment when he stuffed a mass of memory metal swarms into a knife and ate it. It was slowed down tenfold. Blasphemy! A hoarse voice rang out. The speaker was the redrobed Cardinal Nicholas. Half of his face was that of a kind old man, while the other half was a cold silver metal skull with a red electronic eye revolving in its socket. Divine metal is a gift from the gods, the cornerstone of building a mechanical paradise. This heretic actually treats it as food. Nicholas' fingers tapped against the table, producing a crisp metallic sound. This is a provocation against the Lord. It is also a trampling of the doctrine of mechanical ascension. Seated across from him was the saintly woman with a porcelain doll-like face, Jean. She did not speak, merely watched Lin Fan on the screen in silence. In her blue electronic eyes, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, a series of red data streams flickered. Target Lin Fan, threat level SSS, apocalyptic attribute analysis, gluttony, plunder, chaos, recommendation, immediate purification, Lady Saint. Nicholas looked at Jean. What is your opinion? Jean slowly stood up. The platinum divine robe she wore billowed in the absence of wind, revealing intricate mechanical joints beneath. He is not human. Jean's voice was ethereal and cold like synthesized sound. I smell the scent of the abyss on him. That is something older and greedier than divine abominations. If he is not removed, he will consume this world. Nicholas nodded, the red light in his eyes intensifying. If that's the case, then let's activate the divine punishment program. In the next match, let the glory of the Lord thoroughly purify this filthy glutton. Meanwhile, 300 meters underground on Divine Descending Island, in the temporary laboratory of the Heavenly Craft Institute, security levels had been raised to the highest. Even a mosquito flying in would have to pass through 3 X-ray scans. Gu Zhongshan, wearing protective gear, stood in front of a large transparent container. Inside, a charred body floated. It was the assassin from the Ghost God Team Hachio, who had been hugged by Lin Fan last night. Has the data come out? Gu Zhongshan asked without turning his head. Behind him, Bai Zhe held a thick stack of reports, his face as pale as paper. It has come out, Director. Bai Zhe's voice trembled slightly. The results are not optimistic, or rather they are terrifying. Terrifying? Gu Zhongshan frowned. As a scientist who had dealt with the corpses of gods all his life, what seen had he not seen? He had personally dissected the internal organs of divine abominations, the eyeballs of ancient gods, and even mutated Cthulhu tentacles. What could possibly terrify him? You can see for yourself. Bai Zhe handed over the report. Gu Zhongshan took the report and opened the first page. What met his eyes was a microscopic photo at the cellular level. It was a slice of He Chou's skin tissue. Logically, cells burned by high temperatures should show signs of dehydration and carbonization. However, the cells in the photo exhibited a strange defective state, as if half of them had been bitten off by something. Each cell wall bore small serrated notches. Moreover, all the mitochondria energy factories within the cells had vanished. Completely clean, as if sucked away by a vacuum cleaner. This is... Gu Zhongshan's pupils constricted sharply. This is not thermal damage. Bai Zhe took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, this is predation. When Lin Fan embraced him last night, he was not just utilizing him to lower the temperature. He was feeding. He was directly plundering the life energy and divine factors from He Chou through skin contact. That 82-degree high temperature was not a fever. It was the waste heat produced when he digested food due to excess energy in his body. Bai Zhe pointed to the last line of the report's conclusion. Hypothesis target individual Lin Fan has undergone an unknown mutation. Each of his cells possesses independent predatory instincts. Contact equals devour. Suggested definition humanoid divine abomination. With a thud, the report slipped from Gu Zhongshan's hand and fell to the ground. The laboratory fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of liquid flowing in the life pod was heard. Humanoid divine abomination. No. If that were true, Lin Fan would be 1,000 times scarier than a divine abomination. Because divine abominations only possessed the instinct to kill. But Lin Fan, he had reason, wisdom, and even a damned charisma greed. He was a black hole cloaked in human skin. This matter, Gu Zhongshan took a deep breath, his voice becoming extremely serious. Should be classified as top secret. Apart from you and me and Xia, no fourth person must know. But, Director, Bai Zhe hesitated. The Holy See seems to have sensed something. They have posted a bounty for information on Lin Fan on the dark web. Let them investigate. Gu Zhongshan snorted coldly, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. This is a miracle in the history of human evolution. If we are to confront those lofty gods, perhaps only a monster can defeat a monster. Gu Zhongshan turned and looked at the barely alive He Chou in the container. Inject him with the best regeneration serum. Don't let him die. He is the first sample to survive in the mouth of this monster. Too precious. On Divine Descending Island in the Great Xia battle teams, base Lin Fan was sitting on the ground joyfully counting his spoils. This chip is worth 8 million. This mithril bearing. TSK Tisk, this is a good item starting at 20 million. And this nuclear battery. Lin Fan held the blue glowing cylinder, grinning widely. Boss, how much can this nuclear battery sell for? Lin Fan turned to Xia, who was reading documents. Xia put down the papers and rubbed her temples. That's a military-grade microfusion battery. It's priceless on the black market. If sold to the Heavenly Craft Institute, old Gu would probably be willing to offer 500 million. 500 million? Lin Fan's hand shook, almost tossing the nuclear battery like a grenade. I struck it rich. This isn't a competition. This is simply picking up money. Lin Fan carefully tucked the nuclear battery deep into the sack, even taking off his jacket to wrap it several layers. However, Xia looked at Lin Fan's greedy demeanor, her tone suddenly becoming grave. Don't celebrate too early. What's wrong? Is anyone daring to come and snatch it? Lin Fan patted the gluttony behind him. He'll eat one if they come. If two come, he'll eat a pair. It's not about snatching. Xia shook her head and threw a piece of information she had just received at Lin Fan. It's targeted. The World Tree Judging Panel just released a new announcement. In light of the uncontrollable destructive power you exhibited in the first 2 matches, the next match will no longer use the conventional arena. Lin Fan picked up the information and glanced at it. Announcement of venue change for the 3rd round. Venue S03 Forbidden Ruins Mirror Maze Rules Unlimited Survival Battle Note. This forbidden ruin contains high concentrations of mental pollution and the use of thermal weapons is prohibited. Prohibited thermal weapons. Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment, then laughed aloud. This is specifically aimed at that bunch from the White Eagle, right? No. Xia looked at Lin Fan, her gaze deep. It's aimed at you. The Mirror Maze is the fallen land of mind-affiliated deities. The most terrifying thing there is not the monsters, but yourself. It will replicate your fears, your desires, and even your hunger. Xia pointed to Lin Fan's stomach. Your greatest weakness is your hunger. If you lose control of your appetite in there, you will devour everyone, including Emo-chan and even yourself. Lin Fan's smile gradually faded. He touched his stomach. There, the black vortex, though momentarily calm, had not truly disappeared. It had always been there, coldly watching everything, waiting for the next eruption. The Mirror Maze, huh? Lin Fan muttered to himself. A glimmer of golden light flickered once more in the depths of his pupils. Forbidden Ground S03. It was less a maze and more a colossal shattered kaleidoscope. There was no sky. There was no earth. All around, above and below, front and back, left and right, there were only mirrors. Countless mirror shards of varying sizes and shapes floated in the void, slowly rotating, refracting eerie light. Here a sense of direction was a joke. Gravity was too. Thud. Lin Fan landed. Beneath his feet was a massive hexagonal mirror. It felt icy cold, like stepping on a frozen lake in winter. He looked around. He was completely alone. The moment they were teleported in, the 5 members of the Great Xia team had been randomly scattered. It was only fair. In this kind of psychological forbidden ground, numerical advantage meant nothing. Here everyone was an island unto themselves. It's a bit quiet. Lin Fan dug at his ear. Even with his hearing amplified to the maximum, he could hear nothing but the echo of his own heartbeat. No wind, no insects, not even the sound of air moving. This deathly silence was more torturous than any noise for someone with enhanced hearing. Anyone here? Lin Fan called out tentatively. Anyone here? 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 The echo bounced back and forth between countless mirrors, eventually devolving into a distorted whisper that seemed to come from the depths of hell. Lin Fan frowned. He didn't like this place. The air was thick with a stale smell, like an old mansion that hadn't been lived in for centuries or a coffin lid that had just been unearthed. It carried a musty, nauseating stench of decay. Since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. Lin Fan tightened the strap of gluttony on his back. Since it was a survival battle, he would worry about living first. He chose a direction at random and started walking. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly Lin Fan stopped. His gaze locked onto a mirror to his right front. It was a full-length floor mirror with an ornate carved rose pattern on the frame, looking quite old. But that wasn't important. What was important was the person in the mirror. That Lin Fan hadn't stopped when he did. The him in the mirror was still walking. And he was walking towards him, facing the mirror surface. Closer and closer until his entire face was pressed against the glass. That Lin Fan smiled. The corners of his mouth split open to his ears, revealing 2 rows of stark white saw-like teeth. That smile. Greedy. Ravenous. Filled with malicious mockery. It was the exact look Lin Fan got when he saw divine ingredients. Except this time, the one being regarded as the ingredient was himself. Zzzzzt. The mirror let out a strained groan. A pale hand reached right through the mirror surface. Then came the head, shoulders, and torso. In just a few seconds, another Lin Fan stood before him. The features were identical. The trench coat was identical. Even the broken blade on his back was exactly the same. The only difference was in the eyes. That Lin Fan had a pair of blazing golden vertical pupils. There was no sanity in them. Only the purest, most unrestrained appetite. Who are you? Lin Fan didn't draw his blade. Instead, he tilted his head and appraised the other with interest. I am you, the mirror. Lin Fan spoke. His voice was hoarse with a texture like grinding metal. I am the one you suppress, the one you lock in a cage. The real you. The mirror. Lin Fan took a deep breath, a look of ecstasy on his face. Smell that air. That's the smell of freedom. Here there's no need to pretend, no need to hold back. I eat whatever I want. As he finished speaking, the mirror Lin Fan suddenly reached out and grabbed a nearby floating mirror shard. Crunch. He shoved it straight into his mouth and chewed loudly. Sharp glass shards cut his lips and blood began to flow. But he seemed to feel no pain, laughing even more joyfully. Delicious. This is the taste of the rules. You're hungry too, aren't you? The mirror Lin Fan swallowed the glass, his golden pupils fixed intently on Lin Fan. I know you're hungry. That blade can never fill you up. Those trash divine weapons can't fill you either. You need higher grade food. For instance, the mirror Lin Fan pointed at his own chest. Yourself. Lin Fan quietly watched this mad version of himself. He didn't speak. Instead, he silently pulled a small notebook from his pocket. He opened it and looked at the balance. Then he looked back at the mirror image. Lin Fan closed the notebook and asked with a serious expression. Do you have any money? The mirror Lin Fan was stunned. The manic smile froze on his face, clearly unable to keep up with the original's train of thought. Money? Yeah, money. Lin Fan pointed at the mirror image's trench coat. This coat was sponsored by Boss Xia, 38,000. The reforging cost for this blade 2 million. And the nuclear battery in my pocket 500 million. Lin Fan extended his hand, palm up. Since you're me, you should have these things too, right? Show them to me. If you don't. Lin Fan's gaze instantly turned cold. The mercenary facade vanished in an instant. What replaced it was a coldness even more terrifying than the mirror images. Then you're just a pauper. A worthless counterfeit. I don't talk to paupers. Boom. The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Fan had already drawn his blade. Aijutsu. No flourish. Just speed. so fast that even an afterimage was invisible. Gluttony carried a pitch-black blade light instantly slashing towards the mirror image's neck. Since it was a counterfeit, there was no need for it to exist. Clang! A deafening sound. Sparks flew everywhere. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. It was blocked. The mirror Lin Fan also held a blade. A rusted blade wrapped in black cloth, radiating the same aura of hunger. When the two blades clashed, the sound was not of metal, but the roar of two beasts tearing into each other. Gluttony trembled, because it had met its kin. Or rather, it had met itself. It's useless, the mirror Lin Fan said, blocking the strike, his expression turning ferocious. I am you. Whatever you can do, I can do. Whatever you want to do, I want to do too. And the mirror Lin Fan's arm suddenly bulged, dark red magma-like veins crawling over his entire body. A massive power surge. I am stronger than you, because I have no limits. Boom! A tremendous force rebounded. Lin Fan was sent flying, crashing heavily into a huge mirror. Crack! The mirror shattered. Before Lin Fan could even land, the mirror Lin Fan had already charged. Faster than Poseidon from before. Fourth stage physique mountain mover realm. He was even, vaguely touching the threshold of the fifth stage. Die. Once I eat you, it'll be complete. The blade in the mirror Lin Fan's hand transformed into a storm of shadows, sealing off all of Lin Fan's escape routes. Every strike aimed for a vital point. Every strike carried the will to kill. Lin Fan struggled within the flurry of blades. Soon several bloody gashes appeared on his body. But he wasn't panicked. On the contrary, his mind became exceptionally calm in that moment. So this was the so-called mirror maze. It duplicated a complete version of oneself. Not only possessing all the original's abilities, but also stripping away humanity and moral constraints, leaving only pure killing instinct. It was indeed troublesome. An ordinary person facing this immortal, stronger version of themselves would probably have broken down by now. But you got one thing wrong. While sidestepping a lethal blow, Lin Fan suddenly spoke. His voice was very soft. But to the mirror Lin Fan, it was like a thunderclap. What? The mirror Lin Fan's movements didn't stop, his blade remained fierce. You didn't copy me completely. Lin Fan abruptly stopped. He no longer dodged. He let the mirror's blade slash towards his shoulder. But the moment before the blade touched his skin, his left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the mirror's blade. Zzzzzzz. The sharp blade cut into his palm and blood gushed out. But Lin Fan, as if feeling no pain, held the blade firmly. You copied my physique. You copied my sequence. You even copied my hunger. Lin Fan looked up. Those eyes, normally so clearly black and white, had not turned into golden vertical pupils. Instead, they held a deeper light, devouring black. It was the color of the abyss. But there's one thing you didn't copy. Lin Fan grinned, blood staining his teeth. And that is poverty. Wum. The moment the word poverty left his mouth, the black vortex within Lin Fan suddenly reversed. It no longer released heat outward. Instead, it collapsed inward. An indescribable, terrifying suction force surged from his left hand along the captured blade and wildly into the mirror Lin Fan. This wasn't physical suction. It was conceptual plunder. Because of poverty, there was greed. Because one had nothing, one must devour everything. This was the obsession etched into Lin Fan's very bones. It was the only legacy his debt-ridden father had left him. And this mirror image, living carefree and only releasing desires, had no idea what it meant to be terrified of poverty. What is this? The mirror Lin Fan screamed in terror. He found he couldn't move. Not just his body, but even the energy within him, and the very rule power of the counterfeit gluttony was draining away madly. Through that bleeding hand, it poured endlessly into the original's body. No, I am perfect. I am the end of evolution. How can you possibly beat me? The mirror Lin Fan struggled desperately, fear appearing for the first time in his golden vertical pupils. Perfect. Lin Fan scoffed. In this world, only those who survive deserve to speak of perfection. And those who survive are often the greediest ones. Crack. Lin Fan's right hand swung the true gluttony. One slash. It severed the arm holding the blade of the mirror Lin Fan. This is mine now. Lin Fan caught the severed counterfeit blade. Without any hesitation, he directly shoved it into the body of his own gluttony. Fusion. The real gluttony let out a cheer. Even though it was a counterfeit, it was still a counterfeit made of rules. A great tonic. The armless mirror Lin Fan screamed, his body beginning to crumble into countless fragments. Don't waste it. Lin Fan released his left hand. The black vortex instantly expanded, sweeping all the crumbling fragments inside. Devour. This time there was no indigestion, because what he was eating was himself. Same origin, same kind. Perfect compatibility. As the last fragment vanished into Lin Fan's body, his aura began to climb steadily. The bottleneck that had been stuck at the mid-fourth stage was broken through as easily as a pane of glass. Late 4th stage. Peak 4th stage. It only slowed down when he was a single step away from the 5th stage. Lin Fan stood there. Closing his eyes, he felt the surging power within his body, and the trace of mirror rule that had appeared in the black vortex. Erp! Lin Fan let out a satisfied belch. He opened his eyes and looked at the still eerie mirror maze, the place that had made him uneasy before. Now it seemed so welcoming. Any more? Lin Fan shouted at the empty mirrors. I could eat 10 more of this flavor of myself. The answer came from countless mirrors shattering simultaneously. Crack! Crack! It was as if the entire maze was trembling in fear. The forbidden ground had a consciousness. It had tried to use Lin Fan's desires to consume him, but it never expected that the monster it created would be devoured by Lin Fan like a buffet. Who could it complain to? Lin Fan shook his head with some regret. Looks like there's no more. He looked down at his injured left hand. The wound had already healed without even a scar. Even though I didn't make any money, Lin Fan clenched his fist, feeling the power that could crush alloy. This round, I've broken even. Just then the sound of faint footsteps came from afar. Very soft. Very cautious. Lin Fan's ears twitched. A playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Oh, we have guests. Judging by the heartbeat. Are they the stragglers from the White Eagle Federation? Or the church coming to purify me? Lin Fan raised his blade. His figure flickered and vanished into a mirror. Since the maze refused to produce any more of himself, he would find something else to eat. Deep within the mirror maze, tap tap tap, the sound was faint, but to Lin Fan's ears it resembled the grinding of gears. Precise, cold, and utterly devoid of error. The spacing between each step was perfectly uniform. The rhythm of each breath, if there was any, was accurate to the millisecond. These were not footsteps a human could produce. This was a machine. Lin Fan hid behind a massive prism, still clutching the half-eaten apple in his hand. Crunch. He took a bite. The crisp sound echoed through the dead silence of the maze. The footsteps halted. Found you. Ethereal female voice rang out. It carried no emotion, nor any inflection. It was like a synthesized voice imbued with an aloof divine sanctity. Lin Fan peeked out half his head. 10 meters away, a platinum-white figure hovered in midair. The Western Vatican's Holy Maiden Joan of Arc. She had no feet. The hem of her robe hung empty, revealing only 2 anti-gravity thrusters emitting a blue phosphorescent glow. And in the countless mirrors behind her, what was reflected was not the stunningly beautiful maiden, but a cold silver-white metallic skeleton. That was her true essence. Apart from her brain and face, her entire body was forged from the finest divine alloy. Designation Heresy 000. Joan lifted her hand. That fair jade-like palm suddenly split open. From the center emerged a dark hollow cannon barrel, within which a blinding white light coalesced. Charges: gluttony, plunder, blasphemy. Sentence: death. Executioner: Eden Joan of Arc. No wasted words. A laser beam no thicker than a thumb, but with terrifying energy density shot forth instantly. Its speed was that of light. There was simply no way to dodge. But the moment Joan raised her hand, Lin Fan had already moved. Prediction. Or rather a beast's instinct for danger. He took a step to the left, his figure vanishing into a mirror. Zzzt. The laser beam pierced through the prism he had been hiding behind. There was no explosion. Instead, it directly vaporized the unyielding mirror, leaving behind a perfectly smooth circular hole. A high-energy particle beam. Lin Fan's voice came from all the mirrors around, carrying a hint of mockery. Doesn't your Vatican believe in God? Why switch to Einstein? Joan ignored his taunt. The blue data streams in her eyes refreshed frantically. Target lost. Scanning environment. Sonar lock. Thermal imaging lock. Above. Joan jerked her head up. The cannon in her palm began charging again. But it was too late. A mirror suspended overhead suddenly shattered. Lin Fan descended amidst the countless fragments. He did not use his blade. Instead, he reached out with his right hand, grabbing for Joan's glowing arm. Let me see. A flash of black light flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. How much is this hand worth? Slap. Lin Fan's palm clamped firmly onto Joan's wrist. There was no warm touch, only a cold, hard metallic texture. Physical contact detected. Activating close combat defense mode. Joan reacted swiftly. Her wrist began to spin at high speed like a gyroscope. Simultaneously, 2 high-frequency oscillating blades ejected from her elbow joint, slicing straight for Lin Fan's throat. Had this been the Lin Fan of before, his hand would likely have been ruined. But now, peak 4th order flesh jade transformation. Clang! The oscillating blades struck Lin Fan's arm, sending a shower of sparks flying. They left only a faint white mark. They hadn't even broken the skin. What? A rare flicker of shock crossed Joan's eternally stoic face. Her oscillating blades could cut through diamond. Was this human skin harder than diamond? That tickles. Lin Fan grinned. He ignored the blades still sawing at his arm. His 5 fingers suddenly tightened. Creak. A grating sound of twisting metal echoed. Joan's mechanical arm worth hundreds of millions was crushed flat in Lin Fan's grip. Wires snapped inside, sparking and sputtering. Damn it! A crimson light blazed in Joan's eyes. Divine art, holy light judgment. Boom! The thrusters on her back ignited at full power. She became a meteor, dragging Lin Fan with her as she smashed into the mirrored wall behind. At the same time, the holy robe over her chest burst apart, revealing a reactor core spinning wildly. That was her heart. And also a miniature high-energy bomb. Be purified heretic. A thick beam of light erupted from her chest. The distance was too close. It was practically a point-blank blast. Under such zero-range bombardment, even a fifth-order powerhouse would be severely injured. The massive explosion instantly engulfed them both. The entire mirror maze trembled violently. Countless mirrors shattered into a blizzard of crystalline dust. It's over. Hundreds of meters away, several Vatican knights who had just arrived made the sign of the cross as they watched the mushroom cloud rise. The Holy Maiden's sacred heart cannon has a core temperature exceeding 3,000 degrees. No matter how strong that heretic's body was, he should be nothing but ash now. However, before they could finish their prayer, from within the smoke and dust, a strange sound emerged. It was a slurping sound, like someone drinking porridge. The knights exchanged bewildered glances. This was a battlefield. Where would porridge come from? The smoke slowly dissipated, revealing a scene that shattered their worldview. Lin Fan stood there completely unharmed. No, that wasn't entirely accurate. His trench coat had been burned away, exposing his muscular torso. But he was not dead. On the contrary, he had one hand pressing Joan's head against the wall, pinning her there. And in his other hand, it was buried deep inside the reactor in Joan's chest. The terrifying beam of light did not burn through him. Instead, like flowing water, it was continuously absorbed into his body along his arm. The flavors a bit bland. Lin Fan smacked his lips. He looked somewhat disdainfully at the gradually dimming reactor core in his hand. Nuclear batteries have more kick. This thing, at best, it's just a giant power bank. Joan was trembling, not from fear, but from system failure due to energy depletion. Warning. Insufficient energy. Warning. Core power output dropping to 10. Warning. Detected unknown devouring law. Error. Error. Unable to parse. The data streams in Joan's eyes had become garbled code. Her proud computational abilities were now completely paralyzed. Because her database had never recorded such a monster. Someone could eat a reactor raw? You. Joan opened her mouth, her voice stuttering like a jammed radio. You. What? Are you? I'm your creditor. Lin Fan pulled his hand out of her chest, dragging out a bundle of sparking wires. Along with the core crystal that had been drained of energy, now a lifeless gray-white. This should be enough to cover the repair costs for that arm, right? Lin Fan weighed the discarded crystal in his hand, tossed it aside casually, then his gaze fell upon other parts of Joan's body. It was the look one gives to merchandise. This alloy all over. Pretty high purity. These wings. Are they made of memory metal? And these eyes. Lin Fan leaned in close to Joan's face, staring at her no lusterless electronic eyes. Sapphire lenses. Or synthetic crystal. Whatever they are, prying them out should fetch a good price. Joan. At this moment, this lofty holy maiden, this mechanical ascendant who viewed humans as ants, finally understood what despair meant. In this man's eyes, she was not a holy maiden, nor a powerhouse. She wasn't even human. She was just a walking scrap heap. Stop! The Vatican knights in the distance finally snapped out of it. They charged forward with furious roars. Release the holy maiden. Heretic. Die! Lin Fan turned his head, looking at the charging knights. He frowned. So noisy. Can't you see him appraising this? He released his grip on Joan. She slid to the ground like a broken marionette. Lin Fan turned around, picking up the gluttony blade from the ground. Facing the charging knight order, he made a move no one expected. He pointed at Joan on the ground, then held up 2 fingers. 200 million. What? The knight at the front was stunned. I said the ransom is 200 million. Lin Fan said with a straight face. This pile of scrap. I mean this holy maiden. Although the core is broken and the arm is damaged, the remaining parts, if dismantled, should still be worth something. 200 million and you can take her. Otherwise. Lin Fan's blade lifted slightly. The red rust on the blade squirmed, revealing the hungry black edge beneath. Otherwise he'll have to dismantle her on the spot and sell her by the kilo. Night order. Madman. He was a complete and utter madman. He dared to kidnap the Vatican's holy maiden and demand a ransom. This was a declaration of war against all of Western Europe. Fine. The leading knight gritted his teeth and pulled out a black card. 200 million euros. The password is 6 sixes. Release her. They dared not gamble, because the scene they had just witnessed was too horrifying. A monster that could eat a reactor raw. Dismantling a person would be nothing to him. Lin Fan took the card, wiped non-existent dust off it on the knight's armor, then flashed a brilliant smile. Thank you for your patronage. Please come again. With that, he kicked the paralyzed Joan over, like kicking a bag of trash. The knights scrambled to catch Joan, not daring to even glance at Lin Fan before turning and fleeing with the holy maiden on their backs. Their speed was twice as fast as when they had arrived, terrified that if they lingered Lin Fan might change his mind and demand more money. Watching the Vatican's retreating figures, Lin Fan pocketed the black card, patting his pocket with satisfaction. Adding the previous 500 million, and the 300 million from Boss Xia, now he was worth over $1 billion. Making money is so easy, Lin Fan remarked. But just then, a sudden intense dizziness assaulted him. Lin Fan swayed, nearly falling. He steadied himself against a nearby mirror, his face turning pale. What's going on? I wasn't injured just now. Lin Fan touched his chest. There the black vortex was still spinning, but its speed had slowed. Replacing it was a feeling of drowsiness, an overwhelming drowsiness, like the irresistible urge to sleep after a full meal. Damn. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, trying to use pain to stay awake, but he found his eyelids growing heavier and heavier. The mirrors around him began to blur, and in those blurred reflections, he seemed to see a man in a trench coat standing with his back to him deep within the mirror. That silhouette was very familiar. It was not himself, but that old bastard who owed a mountain of debt and then vanished into thin air. Dad. Lin Fan murmured. The next second, darkness consumed everything. He collapsed onto the cold floor of the mirror maze, falling into a deep sleep, and the moment he fell asleep, the gluttony blade on his back suddenly flared with an unprecedented crimson light. That radiance was like an eye-opening, staring coldly into the depths of the void. There was a door, slowly creaking open. Lin Fan. This was the last sound Lin Fan heard. It carried urgency, terror, and even a tremor never felt before. It was his boss voice. Then darkness surged like a tide, utterly engulfing him. S03 Forbidden Zone Mirror Maze. As the match-ending whistle sounded, or rather forced to end due to the Saintess being crippled and Lin Fan collapsing, the eerie mirrors around began to dissipate like smoke. Lin Fan lay on the ground, eyes tightly shut, his face flushed with an unnatural crimson. His chest heaved violently, as if housing an engine running on overdrive. Medical team. Hurry! Xia rushed onto the field without a second thought. She scooped up Lin Fan but recoiled, startled by the searing heat in her arms. Hot. Burning hot. If devouring the sea beast last time had given him a fever, this time Lin Fan was nothing short of a fresh-forged branding iron. Beneath his skin, glaring blue-white streams of light could be seen wildly darting about. That was the energy from St. John's miniature nuclear reactor. Violent. Chaotic. It was struggling to break free from the confines of Lin Fan's flesh. Don't touch him. Emo-chan arrived right behind, blocking the medics who were about to inject Lin Fan with a sedative. The old drunkard's eyes were graver than ever before. He stared at the black vortex spinning in reverse on Lin Fan's chest and drew a sharp breath. This kid. He didn't just swallow that reactor. He's trying to digest it. Emo-chan's voice was hoarse. This is a sign of evolution. He's forming a cocoon. Darkness. An endless expanse of darkness. Lin Fan felt like a fish struggling to swim through thick viscous oil. There was no light around, only hunger. That primal hunger etched into his very bones, as if it could devour the heavens and earth, was madly gnawing at his sanity. Hungry. So hungry. Lin Fan instinctively tried to open his mouth. Just then, a flash of blue light ignited in the darkness. It was a pure core of energy radiating an enticing aroma. Eat. A deep voice whispered in his ear. It wasn't the voice of that old bastard father of his. Nor was it Emo-chan's. It was a voice far more ancient, far more indifferent, as if it came from the deepest abyss of this darkness. Eat it and you'll live. Eat it and you'll no longer be the one who was abandoned. Lin Fan didn't hesitate. He didn't even think. He lunged forward and bit into the blue light. Boom! An indescribable energy exploded within him. Lin Fan felt every cell in his body cheer and scream. They were torn apart, then reassembled. His bones, already as tough as jade, began to shimmer with a faint golden hue. His meridians widened, his blood boiled. The bottleneck that had always lodged in his throat. The chasm between the 4th and 5th ranks. Under the torrent of this immense energy began to crack. The real world, Divine Descent Island Great Xia Team's intensive care ward. It had been transformed into a temporary ice cavern. Over a dozen high-power cooling units blasted Lin Fan, who lay on the hospital bed. Even so, the room's temperature still soared to 40 degrees Celsius. Lin Fan lay there quietly. His body was covered in a black horn-like hard shell, like a massive chrysalis. 3 hours. Xiaya sat by the bed, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the black cocoon. She clutched a document tightly in her hand. It was an urgent report just sent by the Heavenly Workshop. Target's vital signs are stable, but internal energy index is rising exponentially. Speculation: target is undergoing a leap in life level. Transformation from human to mythical being. Warning: upon emergence its power will be incalculable, but there is also a risk of losing control. Hell, wake up. Emo-chan leaned against the doorframe, tilting his head back for a swig of wine. That kid's got a life tougher than a cockroach's. And Emo-chan glanced at Xia, yet his tone laden with meaning. He doesn't want to die. He hasn't even finished spending that 300 million you gave him. The tight line of Xiaya's mouth relaxed slightly, but the worry in her eyes still lingered. Just then, the black cocoon suddenly stirred. Crack. A crisp sound of splitting, like the breaking of an eggshell. Xiaya shot to her feet. A fissure appeared on the black shell. Then a second, a third. The cracks spread rapidly, finally covering the entire cocoon. Bang! The black fragments exploded, dissolving into specks of black light that vanished into the air, revealing the figure inside. Lin Fan sat up. He blinked dazedly, then took a deep breath. His eyes, once clearly black and white, had now become a pair of mismatched irises. One dark, one light. His left eye was as black as ink, fathomless. His right eye was golden, majestic, and divine. Awake! Xiaya's voice trembled. Lin Fan turned his head and looked at her. He stared for a full 3 seconds. Then, he reached out and patted his stomach. A brilliant trademark grin spread across his face. Awake, yeah. Just a little bit not full. Xiaya's suspended heart finally settled. Thank goodness. It was still the same old foodie. Not full. Xiaya rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. You swallowed an entire nuclear reactor. Do you know how long that thing could power a city? Energy-wise, I'm good. Lin Fan rolled his neck, producing a series of sharp cracks. He could feel it. His body now brimmed with explosive power. It was a sense of control he had never known before. If before he had been driving a tractor, now he had switched to a nuclear-powered supercar. But Lin Fan pointed out the window. Even from the intensive care ward he could hear it. The oppressive hum from outside reaching a peak of tension, and the nauseating sacred aura permeating the air. Seems like a lot of snacks have shown up outside. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, the golden pupil of his right eye contracting slightly. Through the thick walls. His gaze, or rather his perception, locked directly onto the sky above Divine Descent Island. There, 12 colossal crosses hovered among the clouds, exuding a pressure that made all living beings tremble. That's the church's main force. Xiaya followed his gaze, her expression instantly turning cold. They can't afford to lose. You crippled Joan, and the 200 million ransom became a global joke. So this time, they've deployed their trump card, the Divine Punishment Fleet. They're ready to flip the table. Xiaya turned to face Lin Fan. The World Tree Arbitration Panel has already sent notice. The next match is moved up to tomorrow morning. It's also the finals. Opponent: Western Europe Church College of Cardinals. The rules. Xiaya paused, a glint of killing intent flashing in her eyes. No rules. Until one side is completely annihilated. Lin Fan listened without showing any surprise. As if he had anticipated all of this. He jumped off the bed. His bare feet touched the cold floor. He casually grabbed a jacket from nearby and draped it over himself. Annihilation. Lin Fan walked to the window, looking up at the 12 crosses hanging in the sky like swords of Damocles. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. In that smile, there was none of his usual cynicism, only an absolute confidence belonging to a predator. Perfect. Lin Fan reached out and grasped the air. The blade, gluttony resting in the corner, let out an excited hum and flew into his hand of its own accord. The blade was pitch black like ink. The vertical pupil on the hilt slowly opened, glaring fiercely at the sky. I was thinking, just eating one reactor was a bit too bland. Since they're delivering themselves to my doorstep. Lin Fan turned back to look at Xiaya and Emo-chan. Then I'll trouble you too. To prepare the cutlery. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to treat the entire island to a fireworks display. Meanwhile, Aboard the flagship ark hovering over Divine Descent Island, Gabriel, the chief inquisitor of the Western Europe Church, stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window gazing down at the Great Xia team's encampment below. He was clad in a full suit of platinum-white armor with 6 wings made of photons slowly fluttering behind him. Lord Inquisitor, a cardinal reported respectfully. Divine punishment system fully charged. The 12 apostle mechs are also in position, ready to launch purification at any time. Gabriel nodded. His face was hidden beneath his visor, only a cold electronic voice emanating. Has that heretic awakened? Just now. Excellent. Gabriel turned to look at Lin Fan's photo on the command screen. That gaze. It made him deeply uncomfortable. It was the look one gave to prey. Issue the order. For tomorrow's match. No need to hold back. No need for prisoners either. I want the entire Great Xia team along with a corner of that island. Wiped off the map. Gabriel tightened his grip on the flame sword. The majesty of the gods shall not be defiled. That night, Divine Descent Island was destined for sleeplessness. All participating teams, all spectators, even the world's gaze, was fixed upon this place. A storm was brewing. Everyone could feel it. This was no longer just a match. It was an irreconcilable clash between the new godmakers and the old agents of the divine. And Lin Fan, at the heart of the storm, was sitting on the balcony holding a rusty key he had brought back from the mirror maze, the one he had obtained from his father's phantom earlier. Though it was a dream, the key had materialized. He rubbed his thumb over the key's rough patterns. The strange sensation in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Old man, Lin Fan murmured, what did you hide behind that door? After I've had my fill from this feast, I'll come find you. Click. Lin Fan put the key away. He looked up, his gaze sharp as a blade pierced the sky. It's dawn. Time to eat. At the edge of Divine Fall Island, in the abandoned industrial zone number 19. This place was once the energy center during the early construction of Divine Fall Island. But now only rusted cooling towers and a labyrinth of steel pipelines remain. A chilling atmosphere. A deathly silence. The air is permeated with the scent of high concentration, ozone, a byproduct of air ionized by high voltage. Lin Fan stood alone on a broken bridge in the center of the ruins. The wind blew through his slightly thin jacket, making a rustling sound. Opposite him and in the void above were the main forces of the Western European Church. 12 cardinal bishops arranged in a fan shaped the staffs in their hands, shimmering with a dangerous red light. Above them, towering over the scene, those 12 gigantic silver-white crosses loomed like 12 swords of Damocles, locking down every inch of this area. At the very core of the formation stood a figure clad in a platinum full-body armor. The High Judge Gabriel. The 6 wings of light behind him slowly flapped, scattering tiny specks of light, so sacred that one dared not look directly. Heretic Lin Fan. Gabriel's voice, amplified through a speaker, was grand and cold like the pronouncement of a deity. You have desecrated the saintess, extorted the church, and devoured divinity. Your existence is an insult to the Lord. Today this ruin shall be your grave. Lin Fan scratched his ear. He looked up at the lofty figure, his face devoid of fear, instead revealing a hint of impatience. I say, do all of you from the church enjoy chanting scriptures before a fight? Yesterday's Jean was the same, and now you are too. Lin Fan rested the gluttony on his shoulder. That long knife, as dark as ink, did not reflect light under the sun. Instead it resembled a black hole greedily absorbing the surrounding light. If we're going to fight, then let's fight. No more nonsense. Perfect. Lin Fan licked his slightly cracked lips, a hint of savagery flashing in his golden right eye. I'm hungry too. Seeking death. Gabriel snorted coldly. He ceased his words, raising the flaming great sword high. All units heed my command. Divine punishment sequence activate. Target annihilation. With his order, the 12 crosses in the sky lit up simultaneously. The blinding white light instantly robbed the world of all color. Countless complex inscriptions intertwined in the air, forming a massive focusing spell array. Divine art, heavens fall. Boom! A white light beam with a diameter exceeding 100 meters, without any warning, descended with a momentum capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. This was no ordinary laser. It was a high-energy strike compressed from pure divine particles. Where it passed, the air was directly burned through, turning into a vacuum. The steel ruins below had not even touched the light beam yet, but were already melting under the high-temperature radiation, transforming into red-hot molten iron. It's over. On a viewing platform several kilometers away, countless spectators let out desperate cries. An attack of this level, not to mention humans even moving a mountain, would be vaporized in an instant. This is the foundation of the church. This is divine punishment. Emo-chan gripped the railing tightly, his nails embedding deeply into the metal. But he did not move, because he saw Xiaya, The woman who usually protected the weak was now standing there exceptionally calm. In her eyes, the destructive light beam was reflected. "Just watch," Xiaya said softly, her voice carrying a near-blind trust. "That is the path he chose. This meal. He can handle it." In the center of the ruins, the world transformed into a bleak white, high-temperature, high-pressure radiation. Lin Fan felt as if he had been thrown into the core of the sun. His skin was burning. His bones were crying out. The peak body of the fourth stage still appeared somewhat fragile in the face of this divine punishment power. The surface began to carbonize and flake off, revealing bright red muscles and golden bones underneath. Pain. Excruciating pain. Yet Lin Fan did not retreat. Not even blinking an eye. He gripped the knife with both hands, the tip of the blade pointing upwards, directly facing the descending light beam. The black vortex within him began to spin wildly. The speed reached its peak, even emitting a sound akin to an overloaded engine screech. Gluttony. Lin Fan growled. "It's time to eat." "Eat. Buzz, eat." The black knife in his hand seemed to understand its master's command. At the hilt, the golden vertical pupil suddenly widened, the eyeball filled with blood vessels. A massive mouth formed from black mist appeared behind Lin Fan. That mouth was even larger than the light beam. It had no teeth, only endless darkness and greed. Zzzzzzz. The light beam descended, yet the expected explosion did not occur. That energy tide capable of flattening a district twisted bizarrely the moment it touched the knife tip, like water encountering a whirlpool. Forcefully sucked in. Gurgle. The blade emitted a muffled vibration. The immense energy surged along the hilt, flooding into Lin Fan's body like a river. Ahak! Lin Fan roared to the sky. This energy was too vast. So vast that his meridians burst instantly, blood gushing forth, staining his entire body red. But in the next second, under the nourishment of gluttony, those broken meridians instantly reformed. They became wider and more resilient. Destruction. Reconstruction. More destruction. More reconstruction. This was a form of inhuman torment, but also an extremely tyrannical refinement. Within that endless white light, Lin Fan's bones, which had only glimmered like jade before, began to slowly transform into pure gold. This was not ordinary gold. This was the gold of the indestructible diamond. How is this possible? In the sky, Gabriel gazed at the figure below, who not only had not vanished, but whose aura was steadily climbing, an emotion called fear appearing for the first time in his electronic eyes. Is he consuming divine punishment? How can this be? Is his body made of a black hole? Increase the power. Gabriel shouted hysterically. Release all energy reserves. I refuse to believe he won't be crushed. Boom, boom, boom. The brightness of the light beam increased by another magnitude. Even the surrounding space began to show cracks. But it was useless. Lin Fan stood at the center of the light beam. He was drenched in blood like a Shura clawing out from hell. Yet he smiled. He smiled with unrestrained arrogance. Not enough. Still not enough. This amount of energy is only enough to fill in the gaps between my teeth. Bring it on. Boom. With a roar. Within Lin Fan, it seemed something had shattered. The bottleneck that had blocked him for so long. That chasm separating mortals from the strong. In this moment, it was forcibly breached by this overwhelming tide of energy. Boom. A dull heartbeat echoed through heaven and earth. At that moment, all light and sound seemed to freeze. Immediately after, a faint golden light erupted from Lin Fan's body. It was not blinding, yet exceedingly heavy. It even overshadowed the white light of divine punishment. That was fifth stage Diamond Realm, the first step to becoming a saint through the flesh. From now on, mere iron cannot harm me, and water and fire cannot invade. Is this the power of the fifth stage? Lin Fan clenched his fist. He felt he could now punch through a mountain. He looked up, gazing at the 12 crosses above that continued to pour out energy. The greed in his eyes transformed into mockery. Since you all are so polite, then I shall not be polite. Boom. The air exploded. Lin Fan's figure vanished. He actually swam upstream against that terrifying light beam. With each step on the light beam, a resounding clash of metal echoed. Stop him. Quickly stop him. Gabriel panicked. The 12 cardinal bishops frantically unleashed divine arts. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades. Countless attacks struck Lin Fan's body, yet not even his skin was broken. That layer of faint golden light, like the hardest armor in the world, deflected all attacks. Too slow. Lin Fan's voice like a ghost appeared behind one of the cardinal bishops. Swoosh. The black knife swung through. That bishop didn't even have time to scream before he was cleaved in half, staff and all. Before the corpse hit the ground, it was devoured entirely by the black mist. The first one. Lin Fan licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. His figure flickered again. The second one. Swoosh. The third one. This was a massacre. A slaughter where the sheep tried to hunt the tiger only to be counterattacked by the tiger. In just a few seconds, all 12 cardinal bishops were annihilated. In the sky remained only Gabriel and the 12 crosses that were still futilely shooting energy. Now, it's your turn. Lin Fan stood on a floating cross. His entire being radiated golden light, yet the black knife in his hand exuded overwhelming demonic energy. The sacred and the evil, two entirely different qualities perfectly merged within him. Gabriel watched the man approaching step by step. The 6 wings behind him trembled. That was an instinctive reaction after the system determined, unbeatable. What? What kind of monster are you? Gabriel asked with a trembling voice. Lin Fan tilted his head, thought for a moment, then revealed a very serious, very sincere smile. Me. I'm just a debt collector who just had a good meal. Boom. Lin Fan raised his knife, aimed at Gabriel and also at the entire arrogant Western European church. He struck down fiercely, 10,000 meters above the ground. The howling wind roars. The air here is so thin that it suffocates and the temperature drops to -40 degrees. But for the 2 beings standing atop the cross, these environmental factors are utterly meaningless. Lin Fan held a sword in one hand, and the golden light surrounding him not only did not dim in the cold wind, but rather shone like a blazing sun, dyeing the surrounding clouds a golden hue. Opposite him, the 6-winged angel Gabriel was retreating in midair. Yes, the judgment leader representing the highest combat power of the church, known as the Agent of God, was retreating. Because he saw the eyes of Lin Fan. In those golden vertical pupils, there was neither murderous intent nor anger, only a cold indifference, as if looking at a dead object. Unknown energy field detected. Defense system activated to full power. Requesting support from headquarters. A series of urgent electronic synthesized sounds emanated from under Gabriel's helmet. Clearly, the logical core of this machine has determined that it cannot defeat the human before it. Support. Lin Fan tilted his head. In an instant, his figure vanished. Boom. The next second, a hand enveloped in faint golden light pressed directly against Gabriel's giant sword, which was ablaze with flames. That sword was known to burn souls, the sword of judgment. But in Lin Fan's hands, it was like a mere fire stick. Sizzle. The flames danced wildly in Lin Fan's palm, yet they couldn't even burn through the layer of golden skin. Your God. Lin Fan looked at Gabriel, who was within arm's reach, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Doesn't seem very effective. Crack. With a firm grip of his fingers, the giant sword made of 4th-tier divine metal broke apart right in front of everyone's eyes. No. Gabriel let out a terrified roar. But that wasn't the end. The sword of gluttony in Lin Fan's hand coiled around the 2 broken sword segments like a venomous snake that had caught a whiff of blood. Devouring. Not a scrap remained. Tastes a bit like what Lin Fan commented. Then he raised his head to look at the 6 dazzling photon wings behind Gabriel. These wings are quite beautiful. I wonder if they can fly. Boom. The air beneath Lin Fan's feet exploded. He directly jumped onto Gabriel's back, stretching out his hands to grasp the bases of the wings. Those were the critical nodes connecting the mecha's power reactor. Get off. You heretic. Get off. Gabriel went mad. He rolled wildly in the air, trying to throw Lin Fan off. At the same time, the wings behind him released high-energy lasers, indiscriminately bombarding his own back. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive fire engulfed the 2. But Lin Fan was as if he were glued to Gabriel's back, remaining unmoved. He let those lasers strike his golden body, sparking countless fireflies. Don't move. Lin Fan's voice was clearly audible amid the explosions, carrying an undeniable, domineering tone. I'm unboxing something. Give me. Break. Lin Fan's arm muscles bulged, golden light surging. The power of the 5th-tier mountain moving realm erupted without reservation. Sizzle. A sound reminiscent of metal tearing echoed across the divine descent island, under the horrified gaze of countless spectators on the ground. A rain of light fell from the sky. That was the 2 angel wings that had been forcibly torn off. But this was only the beginning. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Lin Fan was like a violent demolition worker, one after another. In less than 10 seconds, the 6 wings symbolizing holiness and majesty were all pulled down by him. Gabriel, losing balance, swayed in the air like a plucked chicken before crashing heavily. Thud. With a loud bang, Gabriel landed heavily in the center of the 19th ruin, creating a deep pit several meters deep. Dust billowed. Lin Fan lightly landed on the edge of the pit, still holding a damaged wing, which he casually tossed to the drooling gluttony beside him. This thing has high energy, you can eat it as a snack. Lin Fan patted the hilt of his sword. Then he jumped into the pit, looking at the paralyzed white mecha, which was sparking with electrical fire. Now, let me see. Lin Fan walked to the chest area of the mecha. That was the cockpit, the location of the power core. What kind of ghostly thing is hidden beneath this layer of metal? Lin Fan raised his fist, golden light condensing. He slammed down with a punch. Bang! The heavy alloy armor plate caved in. Bang! With the second punch, the armor plate cracked. Bang! With the third punch, the armor plate shattered. As the last layer of defense was violently breached, the mecha's chest cavity was completely exposed to the sunlight. However, when Lin Fan saw the scene inside his hand, which was about to reach in to grab the power reactor, suddenly froze in midair. Not just him. Even the global audience watching through high-definition drones felt a bone-chilling cold at this moment. There was no precise cockpit, no high-tech power core. Amidst the complex wires and tubes, a person was embedded. Or rather, a person who had been made into a part. It was a boy who appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old. He was completely naked, his skin exhibiting a sickly pale. His limbs had been severed with thick metal tubes connected at the severed ends, flowing blue energy liquid within. His eyes had been gouged out, replaced by 2 red sensors. His mouth had been stitched shut, leaving only a tube leading directly to his stomach. And in his chest, where his heart should have been, was replaced by a mechanical heart engraved with runes. He was trembling. Even in a coma, even after being transformed into this grotesque form, he still convulsed in pain. Each convulsion provided a faint stream of spiritual energy to this massive mecha. This? Lin Fan's pupils constricted violently. He had considered many possibilities. Perhaps it was artificial intelligence, perhaps a fanatical follower. But he never expected that the so-called angel, the so-called agent of God, was actually composed of living children pieced together as biological batteries. This is a failed product of the God-making project. They captured children with high spiritual sensitivity. Mo Chen's trembling voice came through the headset, filled with uncontainable anger. They severed limbs and deprived them of senses. They made them into containers to carry the consciousness programs of the angels. Because only the human brain and soul can drive the divine mecha. These beasts. Mo Chen's voice choked up. In the ruins, Lin Fan stood quietly. At this moment, the joy in his eyes, brought by breaking through, the thrill brought by battle, all vanished. In its place was an unprecedented, utterly quiet, killing intent. He looked at the boy embedded in the mecha, who should have been running in the sunlight, but could not even seek death at this moment. Lin Fan extended his hand, his movements unusually gentle. He gently pulled out the tube lodged in the boy's throat. The boy let out a weak groan. The 2 red sensors turned slightly, as if they were looking at Lin Fan. Does it hurt? Lin Fan asked softly. Although he knew the other party couldn't hear, the auditory system had been replaced with radar, he still asked. The boy's body trembled slightly. It seemed he felt the warmth from the hand placed on his forehead. That was the first time in his life he felt the temperature from his kind. A tear, murky and smelling of machine oil, slid down from those cold electronic eyes. He was pleading for help. No, he was pleading for death. I understand now. Lin Fan closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he opened them again, the golden vertical pupil in his eyes ignited with blazing fire. Don't worry. Lin Fan's finger gently pressed against the mechanical heart. Take a sleep. When you wake up, it won't hurt anymore. Buzz. A surge of black, devouring power flowed into his fingertip. Unlike before, when it violently plundered, it was gently and swiftly, stopping the mechanical heart that sustained the boy's painful life. Ding! A long bell rang. The boy's body stopped convulsing. On that twisted and painful face, a hint of relief and tranquility appeared in the final moments of his life. He left carrying the last kindness that Lin Fan had given him. Lin Fan stood up. At this moment, the surrounding ruins fell into dead silence. Even the remnants of the church that had been shouting before were too shocked to speak. Lin Fan turned around, facing the countless drone cameras hovering in midair, facing the billions of shocked, angry, and nauseated viewers in front of their screens. He slowly raised the gluttony in his hand, pointing the blade directly towards the west. That was the direction of the Western European Church headquarters. Is this your God? Using the flesh and blood of children as wings. Using the souls of children as fuel. Dressed in sacred garments, engaging in acts even demons disdain. Boom! The golden light on Lin Fan suddenly erupted. No longer divine but brutal. Like an enraged golden arhat. Western European Church. Listen carefully. I don't care how many angels you have, how many divine punishments you possess. From today onward, whenever I see one, I'll kill one. Boom! Lin Fan crushed the mecha debris beneath his feet, along with the Gabriel, which symbolized the pinnacle of church technology, turning it into scrap metal. This match is not over. The wind had ceased entirely. The No. 19 abandoned industrial zone had become a land of death. The air was thick with the acrid smell of machine oil, charred flesh, and the ozone left by the detonation of high-density energy. Lin Fan stood atop the colossal wreckage of a mech, slowly withdrawing his hand from the mechanical heart he had pierced. The blind youth had stopped breathing. His twisted body finally relaxed, a heart-wrenching peace settling upon his face. Lin Fan lowered his head, gazing at his hands stained with machine oil and pale golden blood. At this moment, his enhanced auditory sequence became a form of torture. He could hear tens of thousands of meters away the sharp intakes of breath from viewers watching through invisible drones. He heard the sounds of countless people vomiting, screaming, and even wailing in despair as their beliefs shattered before their screens. He also heard sounds much closer. Within the sanctuary of the Divine Descent Island, the once arrogant prodigies from various factions now felt their hearts pound violently from his fierce declaration of war. Fear, like an invisible net, it enshrouded the entire world. Yet within Lin Fan's heart there was not a single ripple. No thrill of dominating face, slapping, no sanctimonious self-gratification of a savior. He only felt revulsion, a nauseating disgust surging from the pit of his stomach for this damned world. Just then Lin Fan's ear twitched slightly. He jerked his head up, his golden right eye locking onto the high heavens tens of thousands of meters above. Hovering there was the Western Ecclesiastical Order's expeditionary flagship, the Ark. In Lin Fan's auditory world, the steel colossus, which had seemed like a slumbering giant, was now undergoing a violent internal upheaval. He heard the chaotic pounding of countless footsteps racing through metal corridors. He heard the shrieks of the cardinals, their voices distorted by sheer terror. Then he detected an extremely covert encrypted electromagnetic wave, its frequency high enough to pierce an ordinary person's eardrums. It shot from the Ark's command tower peak straight into the sky, vanishing beyond the atmosphere. They were calling for reinforcements, or rather seeking instructions. Less than 30 seconds later, another frequency, colder, heavier, and seemingly carrying an unassailable will, echoed back from the distant west. The instant this frequency was received by the Ark, Lin Fan heard all the chaotic footsteps and screams within the vessel fall silent. In their place was a bone-chilling stillness. It was as if in that moment everyone's soul had been drained away. Click, click. A series of dull mechanical locking sounds came from every hatch of the Ark. They were physical deadlocks. Then came a low, deep hum. This hum did not travel through the air, but directly resonated with the surrounding space itself. The rubble beneath Lin Fan's feet began to tremble faintly. Tiny metal shavings defied gravity, slowly floating upwards into the sky. Lin Fan's expression shifted. In his strange pupils, the platinum-colored arc in the sky was undergoing a terrifying metamorphosis. The divine armor on its hull, capable of withstanding nuclear blasts, began to melt like candle wax. A blinding red light, as if condensed from countless rivers of blood, radiated from within the vessel. This crimson orb rapidly expanded in the sky, transforming in an instant into a blood-red sun, hanging 10,000 meters high. A wave of heat washed over everything. The ambient temperature soared by hundreds of degrees in mere seconds. A sharp sting spread across Lin Fan's skin. But as he was now at the 5th stage, the Vajra realm, such heat could not harm him. What truly posed a lethal threat was the energy collapsing wildly within that blood-red sun. It was not a normal energy reaction. It was pure divine power forced to a singularity, about to produce annihilation. They want to destroy this shell. Lin Fan murmured to himself. He understood. After their scandal was exposed, the ecclesiastical order had chosen the most extreme and heinous response. They had initiated the Ark's self-destruct sequence. They intended to use a man-made divine punishment to erase the entire Divine Descent Island along with its tens of thousands of spectators, contestants from other civilizations, the World Tree Arbiters, and their own fleet. Wipe it all off the map. If everyone died, the sea area would become an inaccessible forbidden zone, and the truth would be buried forever. Madmen. A bunch of utter madmen. Warning. Detecting apocalyptic-level energy collapse. The broadcast on Divine Descent Island blared the World Tree Arbiters' terrified roar. All personnel evacuate to the port immediately. Damn it. Spatial coordinates are locked. The teleportation array cannot activate. We can't get out. Desperate cries and wails instantly flooded the entire island. Lin Fan did not look at the frantically fleeing crowd. He tilted his head slightly, focusing his hearing on the direction of the Great Xia team's quarters. Amidst the cacophony, he precisely pinpointed several familiar heartbeats. Wang Pangpang's heart raced like a drum full of fear, yet he seemed not to have moved. Yi's heartbeat was steady, a mark of a top-tier assassin. She was drawing her dagger. Mo Chen's heartbeat was extremely heavy, accompanied by a wildly backflowing surge of spiritual energy. That old drunkard seemed ready to burn his life force to tear open an escape route. Finally, Xiaya. Her heartbeat was slightly irregular, but exceptionally powerful. Lin Fan could even hear her steady breathing and the faint sound of her gritting her teeth. She wasn't fleeing. She stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, looking in his direction. Lin Fan closed his eyes. In his mind, he saw Xiaya's perpetually cold face, yet one that had been infinitely tolerant of him in critical moments. He saw the arrogant words left in the diary by that old bastard Lin Xiao. Sequence 000 is the taboo behind the door. It has no upper limit. As long as you dare to open your mouth, you can swallow even the heavens. Lin Fan opened his eyes. His left eye was an abyss of black, his right eye a blazing sun of gold. He lowered his head, looking at the long blade thick with red rust in his hand. The blade of gluttony trembled violently. The golden vertical pupil on the hilt stared fixedly at the blood-red sun in the sky. It was craving. It was hungry. It sensed the energy capable of destroying everything, and instead of fear it emitted a greedy hum wanting to devour it all. Before I always thought that just living was good enough, Lin Fan said, reaching out his left hand to gently stroke the blade, feeling the resonance of their connected bloodlines. I thought that as long as I earned enough money and kept my boss happy, it didn't matter how rotten this world became. After all, if the sky falls, you tall ones will hold it up. He looked up at the blood-red orb, now expanded to its limit and ready to explode at any moment. But today I suddenly think, if I let you hypocritical priests die like this, it would be far too easy for you. Lin Fan took a deep breath. The cease strife breathing method reversed, no longer suppressing the instinct of gluttony within, but unleashing it completely without reservation. Boom! Lin Fan bent his legs slightly, and the physical power of the fifth stage Vajra realm erupted to its peak in an instant. The incredibly hard alloy wreckage was crushed into a deep crater tens of meters wide by his single stomp. The terrifying reaction force turned Lin Fan into a black armor-piercing projectile. He tore through the air, leaving behind a visible ring of white sonic boom clouds. He shot straight up into the high heavens 10,000 meters above. He did not flee. He did not seek shelter. He charged headlong towards the self-destruct energy that could vaporize the entire island. The wind roared in his ears. The temperature skyrocketed exponentially. 500 degrees, 1,000 degrees, 3,000 degrees. Lin Fan's tattered coat vaporized into ashes when he was still thousands of meters from the arc, revealing his perfect radiant golden physique. Even for the fifth stage Vajra realm, under this level of radiation and heat, large areas of his skin began to carbonize and crack. Golden blood seeped out only to be instantly evaporated. Agony, like thousands of red-hot steel needles madly piercing his cerebral cortex. But Lin Fan did not even furrow his brow. His eyes were fixed only on the blood-red light growing ever closer. 5,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 1,000 meters. Inside the Ark, the ecclesiastical order personnel hiding in the command room ready for martyrdom saw this unbelievable scene through the heat-distorted monitor screens. That monster! He's charging up. What does he think he's doing? Blocking the Genesis explosion with his body? He's insane. This is divine punishment. This is an unstoppable divine might. Lin Fan could not hear their wails, nor did he want to. He halted in midair less than 500 meters from the blood-red orb. Here gravity was already distorted to its limit. Space itself seemed like a crumpled piece of paper. At that very moment, the energy collapse within the Ark finally reached its critical point. The blood-red sun contracted sharply inward. Then a cataclysmic explosion capable of erasing all matter within a 10-kilometer radius beneath the Ark erupted completely. A torrent of red energy carrying the extreme heat to incinerate all things expanded outward at the speed of light. Like an apocalyptic beast that had finally broken its chains, it opened its bloody maw to devour this world. Here it comes. Lin Fan silently thought to himself. He gripped the hilt of the blade of gluttony with both hands. He raised the long blade high above his head. The tip pointed directly at the onrushing sea of destructive fire. Old bastard, you'd better not have lied to me. Lin Fan closed his eyes. He poured all his spiritual energy, mental power, and even the newly condensed fifth stage golden body origin, without reservation, into the black blade in his hand. Gluttony. A low, hoarse yet ancient roar piercing through all the explosive thunder escaped Lin Fan's throat. Devour the heavens. Boom. Lin Fan's left eye, that pure black pupil, dilated to its extreme in an instant. A darkness deeper and purer than the blackest hole in the universe surged out from within him. This darkness did not spread outward but was entirely absorbed by the blade of gluttony. The next second, a miracle, or rather a divine phenomenon, occurred. The rusted blade, originally just over a meter long, after absorbing this absolute darkness, grew and expanded wildly. 10 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black giant blade 1,000 meters long connecting heaven and earth stood between Lin Fan and the Ark. This giant blade was not physical but formed from pure laws of devouring. On the surface of the black blade one could faintly hear the sound of countless greedy mouths chewing madly. The red torrent of energy slammed violently into this 1,000-meter black blade. The cataclysmic planet-shattering explosion that one might expect did not occur. There was no earth-shattering shockwave. Not even a single sound escaped, because sound too was devoured. in the stupefied gaze of the tens of thousands on Divine Descent Island below. The blood-red sun, powerful enough to annihilate the entire island upon contact with the pitch-black giant blade, was like water hitting a sponge. The red destructive energy was forcibly cleaved apart, then sucked into the 1,000-meter black blade at an astonishing rate. Sizzle! Lin Fan's ears were filled with this grating sound of swallowing. The 1,000-meter black blade was like an abyss that could never be filled. In just a few seconds, the once colossal blood-red orb was completely devoured. The sphere of light was forcibly drained by more than half. However, the corresponding price was extremely devastating. The energy generated by the self-destruction of the Ark was simply colossal. Even though Lin Fan's sequence 000 was its natural enemy, this forced absorption far exceeded the limits of his current physical body. Crack, crack. Lin Fan clearly heard his bones wailing. His fifth-tier indestructible body was now covered in countless cracks. It was like a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. Golden blood gushed from his 7 orifices like a fountain, only to be evaporated by the intense heat. He was wagering his life. Not enough. Lin Fan bit down hard on his teeth, shattering several in the process. He stared with his blood-soaked heterochromatic eyes fixated on the massive arc through the thinning red light. This amount of energy still cannot satisfy my appetite. Lin Fan's consciousness had begun to blur. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to faint. Yet the anger in his heart, that brutal instinct belonging to a hunter, only burned hotter. Since you want to play with your lives, then I will eliminate you all today. Lin Fan let out a heart-wrenching roar. Bearing the terrifying pressure that could shatter his body at any moment, his arm muscles bulged, almost tearing through his skin. He gripped the kilometer-long black blade, now saturated with energy, exuding a sense of annihilation. He swung it fiercely towards the massive platinum fortress ahead. The strike had no name, no technique. It was pure, unadulterated violence, a arrogance to eradicate everything displeasing. Swish! A dark blade light instantly cleaved through the heavens. It seemed as if even the clouds, light, and space itself were sliced in half by this strike. The proud divine armor on the Ark. Those defensive formations, blessed by generations of popes, were as fragile as thin paper in the face of this blow. There was no obstruction. The Ark, thousands of meters long, was smoothly split in two from the middle. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, until 2 seconds later. Boom! The deafening sound of a catastrophic explosion finally erupted in the sky. The Ark, cut in half, lost power, and its core reactor underwent a chain explosion. Massive fireballs ignited in the sky. However, before the explosive flames could spread to the islands below, they were instantly swept away by the black, devouring force lingering in the air. Whether it was the hard metal wreckage or the despairing cardinals hiding in the command room, all were crushed and devoured in this black storm. Cleanly, not a single remnant was left. In the sky, the once invincible expedition flagship of the church had vanished. That doomsday fortress floating among the clouds had disappeared entirely, leaving behind a long black void fissure stretching thousands of meters. Like an ugly scar, it lay across the horizon, unable to heal for a long time. Sunlight broke through the clouds again, shining down on the divine island. Silence. Below was a suffocating silence. Whether it was the civilians hiding in underground shelters or the so-called geniuses standing on the ruins, everyone maintained a posture of looking up at the sky like petrified statues. Their minds were blank. It was a shock that transcended fear. With a single power, he swallowed a world-destroying explosion. One strike severed the kilometer-long floating fortress. This was something no human could accomplish. This was a god, or rather a demon specializing in devouring gods. In midair, the kilometer-long pitch-black blade began to rapidly shrink. Finally, it reverted to the more than 1 meter-long worn black knife. Lin Fan quietly hovered in place. The golden light on his body had completely dimmed, and his skin was covered with charred marks and cracks deep enough to see the bone. He kept his eyes closed, his chest heaving violently. Each breath brought forth a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of internal organs. He had truly overindulged. The energy from the Ark combined with the Genesis was simply too immense. Even with sequence 000, completely digesting this high-tier energy would require an extremely lengthy process. He now felt as if his body was a barrel filled with explosives. At any moment it could self-detonate due to uncontrolled energy. But he had won. The main force of the Western European Church, those lofty hypocritical believers, had been single-handedly erased from this world by him. Huff! Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. The violent light in his heterochromatic eyes gradually receded, returning to calm. He lowered his head, his gaze piercing through the rubble, accurately landing on the floor-to-ceiling window of the Desya battle team's residence. There, a woman in battle attire was tightly gripping the window frame, looking up at him with desperation, even from nearly 10,000 meters in the air. Lin Fan could clearly see her reddened eyes and the long sigh of relief on her face. Lin Fan tugged at the cracked corner of his mouth, due to dehydration. revealing a fatigued yet still mischievous smile. He struggled to raise his left hand using his fingers stained with golden blood to gesture a unique sign between them in the air. Meaning, boss, the troublesome matter is taken care of. I want double portions of the hot pot tripe for dinner. After making this gesture, the energy within Lin Fan's body finally went completely out of control. His vision darkened and he lost consciousness like a rag doll falling from 10,000 meters. Just as he was about to plunge into the sea, a blue stream of water surged upward. Xia, not knowing when, had already rushed out of the villa. She utilized the sequence ability of the Song of the Sea, which to manipulate the seawater into a soft giant net, steadily catching the bloodied man. She looked at Lin Fan, who had completely lost consciousness, in her arms. Tears could no longer be held back. Yet the corners of her mouth were lifted. Double portions, then double portions. Xia gently wiped the blood from Lin Fan's face, her voice slightly choked. As long as you can wake up. Even if I have to buy all the tripe into Xia, I can afford it. Half a day later, the chaotic situation on Divine Island was finally brought under preliminary control. The World Tree Organization urgently mobilized all rescue forces. But in reality, they didn't need to do any security work at all. Because all hostile forces on the island, whether hidden assassins or competitors from other civilizations, had been thoroughly frightened by that strike that split the sky. Now anyone daring to provoke the Xia battle team at this time would purely be seeking their own demise. In the high-security special ward of the Xia battle team's residence, Lin Fan lay sprawled on the large soft bed, wrapped tightly in high-tech medical bandages, looking like a mummy. Though he was heavily injured thanks to the abnormal self-healing ability of the 5th-tier golden body, he was not in life-threatening danger. In the hospital room, Xia sat by the bed, holding a fruit knife, focused on peeling an apple for him. Her movements were a bit clumsy, but her expression was exceptionally attentive. Emo-chan stood by the window holding a long report that had just been printed, his brow furrowed and his expression grave. Kid, you've really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Emo-chan turned around and threw the report at the end of the bed, letting out a heavy sigh. The World Tree Organization has just sent a top-secret notice through internal channels. The Western European Church reacted extremely quickly, unilaterally declaring that all actions on Divine Island were personal acts influenced by a few cardinals. They completely shifted the blame, claiming that everything had nothing to do with the Pope. But at the same time, Emo-chan paused, his tone becoming chilling. They also announced, you, Lin Fan, have been officially listed as the #1 heretic in the history of the Church with a global bounty of 1 billion euros. Moreover, it was specifically noted that it doesn't matter if you are dead or alive. Hearing this number, Lin Fan, who had been lying on the bed with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He ripped off the ice bag on his head, disregarding the torn wounds on his body, and sat up, directly grabbing the report. When he saw the long string of tempting zeros on it, his breath became rapid. 1 billion? And it's in euros? Lin Fan's eyes widened, his voice trembling with excitement. Oh my goodness! I've never dreamed of such a huge sum of money in my life. Xia rolled her eyes in annoyance. She quickly stuffed a large piece of peeled apple into Lin Fan's mouth. That's the bounty on your head. Why are you getting excited here? Xia coldly mocked. Are you planning to chop off your own head and send it in for the reward? That doesn't seem necessary. Lin Fan chewed the apple vigorously, mumbling indistinctly. His eyes darted towards Emo-chan by the window. Teacher Emo, what do you think? If I find an opportunity to voluntarily surrender to the church's headquarters, would they trust me and transfer this huge sum to my account? Emo-chan. Xia. The two looked at the guy on the hospital bed, whose mind was only filled with bizarre thoughts. They were completely speechless. This bastard had just single-handedly defeated an entire divine punishment fleet, saving tens of thousands of people. And now the first thing on his mind was how to trick the church into giving him the bounty. This thought process was simply hopeless. Stop dreaming, wake up already. Although the church has suffered an unprecedented loss this time, their accumulated foundation over the centuries is far from this. That 1 billion is enough to drive all the world's outlaws and high-level assassins into a frenzy. More importantly, Xia walked to the window, looking at the World Tree Guards patrolling outside. Her gaze turned extremely serious. This time you have exposed too much that should not have been revealed to the world. That blade that can devour energy and your terrifying physical strength. The World Tree Organization's attitude towards you is very ambiguous right now, although they have not publicly sanctioned you due to pressure. But I just received news that they have secretly cut off all our means of leaving Divine Island under the pretext of maintaining the safety of the tournament. Xia turned around and stared directly into Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Fan, you have now become a piece of meat emitting a deadly temptation. You have become the target of envy for everyone in the world. Those who want to kill you, study you, or extract secrets from you are not limited to just the church. After hearing Xia Ya's analysis, Lin Fan's smile gradually faded. He silently swallowed the apple in his mouth and turned to look at the black knife on the bedside table. The blade of gluttony lay quietly there, its red rust once again covering the blade. But Lin Fan knew better than anyone that its appetite was far from satisfied. It still craved higher-tier blood and rules. The whole world, huh? Lin Fan leaned back against the headboard, his hands resting behind his head. A chilling calmness and cruelty emanated from his eyes. Then let them come. As long as they are not afraid of death. As long as they... Lin Fan extended his tongue, gently licking his lips, revealing a sinister and brutal smile. That is delicious enough. A soft thud echoed through the room. The apple core, hurled with all of Lin Fan's strength, resentment, and fury, did not strike the face of the man in the cowboy hat. The man raised a hand with casual indifference, not even bothering to look. His two calloused fingers caught the high-speed projectile as effortlessly as one might snatch a flying mosquito. With a flick of his wrist, the apple core traced a graceful arc through the air before landing squarely in the trash can by the wall. The motion was fluid, exuding an indescribable ease and composure. In the hospital room, the atmosphere seemed to freeze solid. Xia Ya's hand had already gripped her pistol, ready to draw and fire, yet she remained motionless. From this man who had suddenly burst in, she sensed an ineffable pressure. This pressure did not stem from a disparity in spiritual energy levels, but from a primal fundamental gap in the hierarchy of life itself. It was like a herbivore at the bottom of the food chain, suddenly confronting a Tyrannosaurus Rex that had concealed its aura. Even the courage to draw a weapon was stifled by instinct. But compared to Xia Ya's wariness, Mo Chen's reaction by the window was astonishingly intense. This former CEO of Daxia, this old drunkard, who had faced countless divine disasters with an unflappable calm, now stared at the man removing his cowboy hat with bloodshot eyes. His eyes reddened in an instant. He trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering, his Adam's apple bobbing painfully, as he struggled to utter a single coherent syllable. It was as if something immensely heavy had lodged in his throat. The man in the worn trench coat turned to look at Mo Chen. A helpless smile crossed his stubbled face as he sighed. Old Mo, 10 years gone, and your tolerance for liquor has only worsened. Can't even stand straight anymore. The man's voice was hoarse, carrying the weariness of one who had weathered countless storms. Yet to Mo Chen's ears it struck like a thunderclap from the heavens. Lin Xiao? Mo Chen finally forced the name from the depths of his throat, his voice sharp and distorted with overwhelming emotion, cracking with a hint of anguish. You damned bastard. Is it really you, Lin Xiao? Mo Chen lunged forward 2 steps, reaching out to grab the man's collar. But his outstretched hand froze midair, as if afraid that this vision would shatter at a touch. Afraid that the dream he had clung to through countless sleepless nights would dissolve upon waking. 10 years. Since the cataclysmic explosion known as the Void Leak beneath the Tiangong Institute a decade ago, the name Lin Xiao had been crossed out in red in the official classified archives. He was branded a sinner who caused the disaster, dead at the epicenter of the blast with no remains left behind. Only Mo Chen and a handful of core personnel knew that this man, the so-called madman of Project Godmaking, had leaped beyond that door to seal the void passage. He went to confront those horrifying entities that could drive even the bravest mad with a single glance. 10 years of separation between the living and the dead. Countless times in drunken stupors Mo Chen had cursed at the northern sky, calling Lin Xiao an irresponsible bastard who left a mess and a half-finished son in his care. But he knew better than anyone that the bastard had long been dead, lost in the endless dark void. Yet now, this man who should have perished a decade ago stood before him alive and breathing, wearing a tattered coat, unshaven, and mocking his drinking habit with that infuriating tone. It's me. Lin Xiao looked at Mo Chen's tear-streaked face, and a flicker of emotion passed through his eyes. He reached out his rough, calloused hand and gave Mo Chen's shoulder a firm pat. Still alive. The king of hell found me too noisy, so he wouldn't take me. Mo Chen felt the real weight and warmth on his shoulder. Tears finally broke free, streaming down his face. He sniffled hard, suppressing the urge to wail, and then threw a heavy punch at Lin Xiao's chest. You son of a bitch. If you were alive, why did you only come back now? Do you have any idea what your son almost? Mo Chen's words were cut short by a cold snort from the hospital bed. Old Mo, don't waste your breath on him. Lin Fan sat up on the bed, staring coldly at the man. His bandages had seeped with streaks of golden blood from his earlier violent movements, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. His dual-colored eyes locked onto Lin Xiao. This old bastard must have run out of places to hide from his debts and came crawling back. Lin Fan spoke through gritted teeth. Though his words were harsh, the hands clutching the bedsheet and his trembling shoulders betrayed his inner turmoil. In this world, Lin Fan feared nothing. Not even the floating fortress of the papal court, which he would cleave with his blade. But in the deepest, softest, most fragile corner of his heart, there was always a place reserved for the back of a man who had abandoned him and vanished for 10 years. the only blood relative he had in this world. Lin Xiao ignored Lin Fan's sarcasm. He stepped past Emo-chun and walked straight to the bedside. His gaze swept over Lin Fan's body covered in golden cracks and a gruesome sight. His brow furrowed slightly. Then he did something no one expected. He turned to Xiaya, who had been standing nearby on high alert. A bright, almost fawning smile spread across Lin Xiao's weathered face. This must be the young lady of the Xia family, right? Lin Xiao rubbed his hands together with an air of familiarity, sizing up Xiaya. Tisk tisk tsk. Such a figure, such an aura. Even more stunning than the #1 beauty of the capital back in the day. And you're the owner of Sequence 076 Siren Song, with a spiritual purity that's simply unmatched. Lin Xiao nodded repeatedly, wearing an expression of a deeply satisfied father. That brat Xiaofan has always been dim-witted. To find a confidant like you, beautiful, wealthy, and able to suppress his sequence rampage, is a blessing accumulated over 8 generations of his ancestors. Xiaya was completely taken aback by Lin Xiao's sudden barrage of compliments. The hostility and killing intent she had built up dissipated instantly. In their place, an uncontrollable blush spread across her cheeks. The decisive, icy empress of the Xia conglomerate who usually acted with ruthless efficiency. Now before this father-in-law she was meeting for the first time, she found herself at a loss. Greetings, uncle. Xia Ya's voice stammered uncharacteristically as she instinctively hid her sidearm behind her back. Xia and also Lin Fan's boss. I understand. Lin Xiao smiled meaningfully, winking at Xiaya. Young people these days enjoy this kind of superior subordinate roleplay. Your uncle is a man of the world, very open-minded. Lin Xiao, shut your damn mouth. Lin Fan finally exploded from the bed. He felt that the old bastard was dragging his face through the mud. What the hell are you here for? Did you come back just to piss me off after I didn't get blown up? Lin Xiao slowly turned his head to look at the furious Lin Fan. He didn't argue. Instead, he casually pulled over the chair Xiaya had been sitting on and plopped down. Then he reached into the fruit basket beside him and picked out a large red apple. He extended his hand. Young lady, lend me your fruit knife. Xiaya hesitated for a moment before quickly handing over the knife. Lin Xiao took it, lowered his head, and began peeling the apple with total concentration. His movements were not fast, even a bit clumsy. Ring after ring of apple peel fell under his blade, yet none broke. The room fell silent again, the only sound the rustling of the blade against the fruit. This eerie quietness filled the air with an indescribable tension. Emo-chan, watching Lin Xiao's back as he peeled the apple, seemed to understand something. He silently stepped back into a corner. Xiaya also stood obediently aside, saying nothing. A full minute passed. A long, unbroken spiral of apple peel fell into the trash can. Lin Xiao held out the perfectly peeled apple to Lin Fan. Eat. His voice was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. You've just fought with those madmen from the papal court. You need to replenish your strength. Lin Fan stared at the apple offered to his lips, at Lin Xiao's hands covered in calluses and several shocking scars. He didn't take it. Instead, he locked his gaze on Lin Xiao's eyes. You're not the real body. Lin Fan's voice was hoarse, carrying a tremor he himself didn't notice. With a 5th-rank Vajrabody and enhanced senses from auditory amplification, Lin Fan had sensed something was off the moment Lin Xiao approached. This man sitting before him, who could speak and peel apples, had no heartbeat, no sound of blood flowing, not even the body heat of a living person. He was like a precise puppet constructed from some highly advanced energy. You saw through that. Lin Xiao didn't seem surprised. He withdrew his hand and took a bite of the apple he had just peeled. A crisp crunch echoed through the room. Indeed, it's not the real body. Lin Xiao chewed the apple, speaking indistinctly. The real body is stuck in a very nasty place and can't get out. What you see now is just a temporary prosthetic body forged from ancient technology in Ruin Zero. It carries a projection of my consciousness. Lin Xiao raised a finger, pointing at his head. This prosthetic body has very limited energy. It can last at most half an hour. When the time is up, it will turn to ashes. At these words, Emo-chen's face turned deathly pale. Lin Fan's hands gripping the bedsheet had turned white at the knuckles from excessive force. So, Lin Fan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the pain that threatened to burst in his chest. 10 years ago. Where the hell did you go? The official files say you died. Teacher Emo says you jumped through that door. What have you old bastard, been hiding from me? Lin Fan's voice grew louder until he was nearly shouting. He didn't need a heroic father. He only wanted the truth. He wanted to know what the past 10 years of bearing the stigma of a good for nothing and enduring countless cold stares were all for. Lin Xiao stopped chewing. He swallowed the pulp in his mouth. The cynicism and worldliness on his face vanished, completely replaced by a profound, almost cosmic desolation that seemed to see through the very illusions of the universe. Xiao Fan. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Fan, his expression turning deadly serious. Why do you think our world entered the era of divine blood? Lin Fan was taken aback. Because the void tides engulfed Earth, causing the corpses of gods to fall. This was common knowledge clearly written in Daxia's textbooks. Bullshit. Lin Xiao sneered, cutting Lin Fan off. That's a fairy tale concocted by the self-deceiving fools at Tiangong and the papal court. In this world there are no lofty gods, nor is there any gracious divine blood. Lin Xiao stood up and walked to the window of the hospital room. Through the glass he gazed at the massive void rift left in the sky by the explosion of the ark. What we face are parasites from a higher dimensional universe. At these words not only Lin Fan but Mo Chan and Xiaya were stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Parasites, those terrifying beings that strutted across the sky, whose mere projections could destroy a city, were actually parasites. Absurd, isn't it? Lin Xiao turned, looking at the expressions on their faces, and shook his head helplessly. But that's the brutal truth. It's also the conclusion I reached back then in the deepest Zero Lab beneath the Tiangong Institute, by dissecting a complete ancient god corpse. Lin Xiao sat back down and slowly revealed a history that had been completely erased. That corpse wasn't of earthly origin. It came from a dimension higher than ours. Inside its body I found no sacred soul or will. I only found an extremely tiny energy entity with infinite capacity for division and devouring, what we now call the divine gene. Lin Xiao pointed at Lin Fan, then at Xiaya, Gu Chongshan of Tiangong, and the popes of the papal court. They believed that by injecting this divine gene into humans, and unlocking the genetic locks, humanity could achieve a leap in life level and eventually evolve into gods. That is the greatest joke in human history. Lin Xiao's voice turned icy. They had no idea what they were doing. That so-called evolution is nothing but the incubation process of those higher dimensional parasites within the human body. From the 1st to the 5th rank, humans might still retain self-awareness and enjoy the thrill of power. But once they break through to the 6th or 7th rank, the moment the parasite matures, the host's soul is instantly devoured. Humans become mere vessels for those monsters to descend upon Earth. What you usually see as the mindless divine aberrations. A deathly silence filled the room, broken only by Lin Xiao's chilling words. The truth was too heavy to overturn the entire existing social system and evolutionary faith of humanity. If all ability users were destined to become containers for monsters, then what was the point of their desperate cultivation and battles? What meaning does the bottom hold? Since you know this is a dead end. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, staring intently at Lin Xiao. Then why didn't you reveal the truth back then? Because no one would believe it. Mo Chan, sitting in the corner, spoke bitterly. He sighed, picking up on Lin Xiao's words. Back then the great Xia was facing the threat of millions of beast hordes, and humanity was on the brink of survival. Only by injecting divine blood and unlocking the gene lock could one gain the power to resist the monsters. This is like drinking poison to quench thirst, but humanity had no other choice. If your father had revealed the truth at that time, the entire defense of the great Xia would have collapsed in a day due to the loss of faith. Mo Chan looked at Lin Xiao's back, filled with admiration and heartache. So, this madman chose another path. Lin Xiao nodded. He looked at Lin Fan, his eyes finally revealing a hint of paternal guilt. Since the conventional gene lock is a dead end, then I must create a path to survival. I utilized the most core and dangerous segment of the reverse gene code from that ancient god's corpse, combined with humanity's primal survival instincts. In the petri dish, an unprecedented immune cell was cultivated. A monster specifically born to devour those parasites. Lin Xiao pointed at the rust-covered blade of gluttony beside Lin Fan. That is the prototype of sequence 000, annihilation. And you? Lin Xiao looked at Lin Fan's eyes, which widened slightly in shock. Are the only one capable of perfectly carrying this segment of reverse gene. The experimental subject, no. 001. Lin Fan felt as if his brain had turned into a tangled mess. He had always thought that his sequence was a natural mutation. He had always believed that the label no. 001 in the underground cultivation chamber of the Craft Institute was merely a coincidence. But he never expected that the unreasonable ability that allowed him to consume the heavens and the earth was actually implanted in his body by this man before him. Are you insane? Lin Fan's voice trembled. You stuffed this monster, which could turn against its host at any moment, into your own son's body. Do you know how hungry I've been all these years? Do you know the fear of being devoured by the black hole within me? I know. Lin Xiao lowered his head, looking at his bloodless hands, a result of being an artificial body. But I had no other choice. That old fox Gu Zhongshan has completely fallen into the madness of creating gods. He even wants to actively open the abyssal void to welcome the so-called divine beings. If he succeeds, Earth will instantly become a breeding ground for high-dimensional parasites. Lin Xiao suddenly raised his head, his gaze filled with a determined resolution. I must stop him. I must jump through that door and use my own flesh and blood to block the expanding gap of that passage. But before I go, I must leave this world, this great Xia, with the only hope of turning the tide. That hope is you. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Fan, his eyes slightly reddening. I left you in the lowest slums. I forged that massive debt, making those creditors chase after you every day. Not because I hate you, but because Sequence 000 is too special. It must awaken amidst extreme hunger, fear, and the struggles of the underclass. If you had grown up in a greenhouse, you would have been devoured to the bones long ago. Xiao Fan. Lin Xiao stood up and walked to the bedside. He extended his hands and firmly pressed on Lin Fan's shoulders. Whether you hate me or curse me, this is the legacy I leave you. A path of no return, betting the fate of all humanity. The two father and son locked eyes and neither spoke further. Lin Fan could feel the strength of the hands on his shoulders. He could also see the loneliness and exhaustion hidden deep within Lin Xiao's seemingly calm eyes. In this damned world, what peaceful years are there? It is merely a mad father blocking all darkness and divine beings from him in the endless void behind the door. Who cares about your broken legacy? Lin Fan suddenly turned his head, avoiding Lin Xiao's gaze. He gritted his teeth, tears welling in his eyes, but he forced them back. You owe me child support and mental damages. When I find you in the future, I will calculate it with interest. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Fan's stubborn expression. Suddenly, he broke into a silent smile. This is my son Lin Fan. This is the hunter who can cleave the floating fortress of the church in one strike. All right, I'll be waiting for you to collect the debt behind the door. Lin Xiao released his grip, but he did not immediately step back. Instead, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He looked directly at the golden crackled chest of Lin Fan. But before you collect the debt, you must first digest that explosive firework in your belly. Lin Xiao's expression became serious again. He could clearly see how terrible Lin Fan's current state was, having absorbed the energy from the entire arc and the Genesis explosion. Even a true divine body would not be able to withstand it. Currently, Lin Fan's body at the 5th stage of the Diamond Realm was on the verge of collapse. The energy within him was like a herd of wild horses rampaging through his meridians. He could explode into a brilliant crimson firework at any moment. This energy is too pure and too massive. Lin Xiao extended his finger and quickly tapped several acupoints on Lin Fan's chest. Lin Fan felt a piercing pain and could not help but let out a muffled groan. Although the gluttony sequence can consume, your current gastric motility is insufficient to digest it completely into spiritual power in a short time. Girl. Lin Xiao turned to Xiaya. Turn your siren's song to maximum power. Suppress the raging will within him. Xiaya did not hesitate. She immediately closed her eyes, and a visible layer of blue sound wave ripples spread from her body. The ethereal distant siren song echoed within the hospital room. This sound wave held no aggression, but instead flowed like a clear spring, directly infusing Lin Fan's parched and cracked mental sea, calming the ferocious beast within him that was on the brink of rampage due to gluttony. Xiao Fan, look at me. Lin Xiao's voice boomed like a tolling bell in Lin Fan's ears. Did you think the ceasefire breathing technique is merely used to suppress the gluttony sequence? Lin Fan endured the pain of his meridians tearing as he looked up at Lin Xiao. Isn't it? Wrong. Lin Xiao slapped his thigh, suddenly his eyes bursting with astonishing brilliance. Ceasefire, ceasefire. That is the supreme method used by our ancestors to quell wars and suppress divine beings. It is not for suppression. It is for compression. Lin Xiao crossed his hands before his chest, forming an extremely ancient and complex breathing posture. Follow my rhythm. Inhale into the sea, let the energy sink into the dantian. Do not resist that energy or guide it. Drive those divine materials wild as horses all to your heart. With the pressure of the 5th stage of the diamond body, forcefully compress them into a stone. Lin Fan instantly understood Lin Xiao's intention. The old bastard wants him to forcibly compress the enormous energy within him that he cannot digest into a high-density energy core. It's like creating a backup heart within him. So ruthless. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. No wonder it's a bad idea my dad came up with. He closed his eyes. Taking a deep breath, the ceasefire breathing technique operated to its fullest. With his breathing, it felt as if the air in the hospital room was being sucked dry. Lin Fan's body, covered in golden cracks, began to tremble violently. The red divine energy and black gluttony law within him, under the guidance of the ceasefire breathing technique, and the calming song of the siren, began to wildly converge towards the area beside his heart. Pain. Inexpressible pain. It felt as if someone had forcefully stuffed an entire active volcano into his chest. Lin Fan's clothes were instantly soaked with sweat and seeping blood, but he gritted his teeth, not letting out a single scream. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Under Lin Xiao's direct guidance, those violent energies were finally forced together. Next to Lin Fan's original beating heart, a crystal only the size of a fist slowly formed, completely black, yet its surface shimmered with piercing red light. Thump. The crystal emitted an extremely dull thumping sound. This sound seemed to contain destructive power, instantly shattering the glass windows in the hospital room. Core of gluttony successfully condensed. With the formation of this second heart, the overwhelming feeling of fullness that was about to burst him vanished without a trace. In its place was an unprecedented, extremely stable, powerful force. The golden cracks on his body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The initial stage of the 5th level diamond realm was thoroughly stabilized at this moment. It even took a significant step forward. Huff! Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, exhaling a long sigh of turbid air. This turbid air condensed into a visible white arrow of energy in the air, directly piercing through the opposite wall. He felt that his current state was at its peak. As if he could punch through the sky. Done! Lin Fan moved his somewhat stiff neck and looked at Lin Xiao, who stood by the bed. However, when he saw Lin Xiao's current appearance, the joy on his face instantly froze. The ancient technology-made artificial body had already become translucent. The edges of the artificial body were continuously turning into specks of light, dissipating in the air. Time's up. Lin Xiao looked at his disappearing arm, his tone still so calm, even carrying a hint of a relieved smile. Xiao Fan. Lin Xiao raised his head, deeply gazing at Lin Fan, as if wanting to engrave his son's current appearance deep into his soul. After this avatar dissipates, my last trace left in the world will vanish. Remember my words. Do not trust those hypocrites in the World Tree Organization. They sealed Divine Descending Island not to protect you competitors. They did it to use your life essence. To forcibly blood sacrifice that truly sleeping. Zero relic. Lin Xiao's voice grew weaker and weaker. His body began to rapidly dissipate from the feet upwards. That rusty key must be kept well. It is not only the key to opening the relic's door, but also, Lin Xiao's words were left unfinished. Half of his body had already turned into countless specks of light. Emo-chan in the corner silently removed his hat and lowered his head. Xia Ya's eyes reddened as she tightly grasped Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan flipped off the hospital bed. He recklessly reached out, wanting to grasp that disappearing man, even if it were just a corner of his clothing. But his hand passed directly through those specks of light. He grasped nothing. Damn old man. Lin Fan's voice carried a hint of panic. You didn't finish your words. What is behind the door? How do I bring you back? The remaining head of Lin Xiao hovered in midair. He looked at his frantic son, revealing the most relieved and loving smile he had shown in the past 10 years. Don't rush to find me. Stay alive. With your brothers and your boss. Live well. If anyone dares to block your path, then use the knife I gave you. Devour them whole, bones and flesh. All of it. Huff. A gentle breeze blew through the hospital room. The final specks of light also scattered with the wind. That man who peeled apples, who bore 10 years of infamy alone in the void, while suppressing divine beings, completely vanished from the real world. In the hospital room, only half-eaten apples remained quietly resting on the bedside table. Lin Fan stood silently in place, maintaining the posture of reaching out for a long time without moving, until a cold sea breeze blew in through the shattered window, making him shiver. Only then did he slowly withdraw his hand. He lowered his head. No one could see his expression at this moment. They could only see a drop of golden tear. It splashed onto the cold hospital floor, shattering into several pieces. Lin Fan. Xia walked to him from behind, gently patting his back. Lin Fan did not turn around. He took a deep breath. When he raised his head again, the hint of vulnerability and sadness in his eyes had been thoroughly sealed deep within. In its place was an absolute coldness and a chilling, murderous intent. He turned around, walked to the bedside table, and picked up the rust-covered blade of gluttony. Then he looked at Emo-chan and Xia, who stood beside him. Teacher Emo boss. Lin Fan's voice was very calm, but this calm felt like the sea surface suppressed to the extreme before a storm. Are you hungry? Xia and Emo-chan exchanged glances, seeing a hint of worry in each other's eyes. Lin Fan, your current state. I'm fine. Lin Fan interrupted Xia. He slung the blade of gluttony back over his shoulder, a chilling smile forming at the corners of his mouth. I just heard. There are a bunch of oblivious rats sneaking into our villa amid the chaos on the island. Lin Fan walked to the window, looking down at those shadows hiding in the dark. The killing intent surged in his golden right eye. A bounty of 10 billion euros is indeed very tempting. But to exchange my head for money, they better hope they have good teeth. Lin Fan turned around, striding toward the exit of the hospital room. Let's go. Let's go have hot pot. And by the way, clean up the trash. The door to the ward was left ajar. As Lin Fan stepped out with his blade, the emergency lights in the corridor flickered twice, emitting a faint crackling hum. He heard many sounds. In the lobby downstairs, the heartbeats of 17 individuals. Some fast, some slow, but all steady. Marked them as trained fighters. 3 were at the main entrance, 5 at the side door, and the rest were scattered between the kitchen and the fire escape. 2 more hid in the elevator shaft, their breathing deliberately low, but their heartbeats betrayed them. His left ear caught the faint scrape of metal against the window. Grappling hooks. At least 4 were scaling the outer wall. Lin. Xiaya began, but Lin Fan raised a finger to his lips. He smiled softly. Patience. Let them come up first. Xiaya paused, then rolled her eyes. She knew that expression all too well. This bastard was about to start doing business. Lin Fan slung the blade of gluttony over his shoulder and turned to Wang Pongpong, who was still sitting on the hospital bed, gnawing on a chicken leg. Fatty, take easy to block the back door. If even one escapes, I'll deduct a month's bonus. Wang Pang nearly dropped his chicken leg. Boss Lin, I'm just a meat shield. You want me to guard the door? They're here to kill you. That's exactly why you're going, Lin Fan said matter-of-factly. If you die, I'll avenge you. If they die, their gear is mine. Wang Pang was speechless. Yizi emerged from the shadows, wiping her dagger with a blank expression. Logical loop. Let's go, meat shield. Yizi, you've changed. You weren't like this before. The 2 disappeared down the corridor, bickering. Lin Fan turned to Xiaya. She was already on her feet. Without a word, she pulled a pale blue syringe from her bag and injected it into her own neck. It was a high-purity mental restoration agent, exclusive to the Xia Corporation, priced at 300,000 per dose. Don't look at me, Xiaya said, stowing the syringe. You handle the killing, I'll stabilize that thing inside you. We each do our part. Lin Fan paused. He knew what she meant. The undigested energy of Genesis and the core of gluttony lurking beside his heart. As he had descended the stairs earlier, he felt it pulse twice, as if it had a heartbeat of its own. Can you manage? He asked. Obviously, Xiaya replied, stepping close and pressing a finger to the small of his back. Do you think I've been your anchor all this time for fun? A wave of warm mental energy seeped through his skin, gently enveloping the restless core. Lin Fan took a deep breath. The sensation of imminent eruption was indeed suppressed. Thanks. I'm keeping a tab. Xiaya rolled her eyes. 1 million charged by the second. Lin Fan chuckled. He pushed open the fire door at the end of the corridor and descended the stairs step by step. Thud, thud, thud. Each footfall sent a faint tremor through the entire building, the resonance of a 5th-stage diamond body in motion. The heartbeats downstairs faltered. The lobby was pitch black. As Lin Fan pushed through the glass door, the 3 men at the main entrance rose from behind cover. They wore identical black combat suits embroidered with a bleeding cross, remnants of the Inquisition. The leader was a burly bald man wielding a 2-handed greatsword, its blade still scarred by searing holy light. 3rd stage peak. Lin Fan. The bald man snarled, his eyes blazing with hatred. You defiled the Saintess and destroyed our Inquisition's punitive fleet. Today the Lord's radiance will reduce you to ashes. Lin Fan tilted his head. He caught a whiff of burnt flesh, the smell of human protein scorched by the overexertion of holy light. These men had likely burned half their lives just to come after him. Just the 3 of you. Lin Fan sounded disappointed. Is the Inquisition that broke these days? You court death. The bald man roared, swinging his great sword downward. A searing white blade of chi tore through the darkness, aimed straight for Lin Fan's face. A peak 3rd stage strike that could cleave an armored vehicle in 2. Lin Fan didn't dodge. He didn't even draw his blade. He simply raised his left hand, spread his fingers, and grasped gently. Crack. The chi blade exploded midair, scattering into countless motes of light. The bald man's eyes nearly popped out. Impossible. That was holy judgment. It can melt steel. Steel. Lin Fan examined his palm, which was slightly reddened but bore not even a mark. He shook his hand dismissively. You call this melting steel? My microwave runs hotter. Before the words faded, Lin Fan moved. There was no surge of spiritual energy, no flashy footwork. He simply took a single step forward. In an instant, he closed a 5-meter gap. His right hand had somehow already clamped around the bald man's throat, hoisting him into the air like a chicken. Your sword. Lin Fan glanced down at the fallen greatsword. A thumb-sized holy light crystal was embedded in it, still emitting a faint glow. This must be worth a pretty penny, huh? The bald man's face was purple as he struggled desperately. His 2 subordinates finally snapped out of it and charged madly. Without even looking, Lin Fan waved his hand. Boom! Boom! The 2 men were struck as if by an out-of-control truck, flying through 2 walls and embedding themselves in the rubble, their fate unknown. The bald man was utterly stunned. He was a peak 3rd stage Inquisition elite, 1 step away from 4th stage. And he couldn't even fight back against this man. You! Your fifth stage. Lin Fan didn't answer. He simply leaned down, brought his nose close to the greatsword and sniffed. Low purity, too many impurities. He let the bald man slide to the floor with a look of disdain. Fatty would find it too hard on his teeth. With that, he picked up the sword and casually handed it to Yi Zi, who had emerged from the shadows. Dismantle it. Keep the crystal to sell, melt the blade to feed the weapon. Yi Zi took the sword with a blank expression. The 5 at the back door are dealt with. Their gear is piled at the entrance. That fast. They tried to come through the ventilation shaft. Fatty sat on the opening and crushed them. Yi's tone was utterly flat. They cried quite pitifully. Lin Fan was speechless. In the distance, Wang Pang's roar echoed. Yi Zi, stop lying. I knocked them out with my rebound skill. Lin Fan pinched the bridge of his nose. Just then a sharp pain shot through his back. Xia Ya's finger was still pressed there, but her mental energy fluctuated. Her face was pale and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. What's wrong? You moved too violently just now. Xia Ya gritted her teeth. That thing is pulsing fiercely. Lin Fan's heart sank. He closed his eyes and looked inward at his chest. Beside his heart, the fist-sized core of gluttony was slowly rotating, its surface shimmering with a piercing red light. It was quiet, but Lin Fan could feel the compressed energy within raging madly, like a powder keg on the verge of exploding. How long can you hold it? Lin Fan asked. 10 minutes. Xia Ya took a deep breath. Any longer, and I'll have to charge extra. Lin Fan smiled. He patted the back of her hand, signaling her to let go. 10 minutes is enough. He turned and gazed into the depths of the lobby. Footsteps echoed again from the darkness. This time the heartbeat was slow. Only about 30 beats per minute. That wasn't a human heart rate. It belonged to some kind of modified body, or perhaps something not human at all. A cleaner from the world tree. Mr. Lin Fan. A figure in a gray robe emerged from the darkness, face obscured, only a pair of glowing eyes visible. The energy within you has become unstable. Come with us. The world tree can help stabilize it. Lin Fan tilted his head. Help me stabilize it. He laughed a brilliant smile. Sure. Just let me finish collecting the debts from these delivery guys downstairs first. The gray-robed figure paused for a second, then let out a soft sigh. Then I must apologize for the offense. He raised his hand. The air around them twisted. Not from a change in temperature, but from a fluctuation in space itself. This was a rule-based attack on par with Lin Fan's own decree. 4th stage, peek half a step into 5th stage. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. But he didn't retreat. Instead, he took a step forward, shielding Xia Ya behind him. 10 minutes, right? He murmured. Then he tightened his grip on the blade of gluttony. At that moment, a small flake of red rust peeled away from its blade. Lin Fan did not move. 7 black figures stood in 7 directions, sealing off all his escape routes. The sound of their heartbeats was perfectly synchronized. Thump, thump, thump. As if they were all beating from a single heart. 30 beats per minute, as precise as a metronome. This was beyond human capability. These were machines or puppets. Within his omniscient vision, a 3-dimensional map unfurled across his mind. 7 puppets, each approximately 1.9 meters tall, their alloy skeletons wrapped in gray energy fabric. They had no flesh, no warmth, not even breath. The breathing sounds he had heard were simulated illusions designed to deceive perception-type awakened beings. The true core lay within their chests. Each puppet's chest housed a blue crystal identical to the one he had crushed moments ago. Space attribute energy cores. 50 million each. Lin Fan licked his lips. 7 of them, that made 350 million. He had struck gold. But the piercing pain in his back jolted him back to reality. The gluttony source core pulsed again, even more violently than before. It felt as if a string of firecrackers had been set off beside his heart, shaking his very organs. 7 minutes left. Xia Ya's voice came from behind him, barely a whisper, but every word seemed forced through gritted teeth. Lin Fan did not turn around, but he could feel the hand pressed against his back trembling slightly. Xia Ya's fingertips were icy cold, and the frequency of her mental energy output began to waver. A sign of impending depletion. 7 minutes is enough. Lin Fan held his blade horizontally before him, its tip angled toward the ground. The red rust on the gluttony blade quivered faintly, as if sensing something. The small patch that had flaked off earlier revealed the pitch-black blade beneath, gleaming with a cold, eerie light in the dim hall. Mr. Lin Fan. All 7 puppets spoke simultaneously. 7 voices merged into one, perfectly synchronized. Like a single person speaking through 7 speakers. Your energy core has entered an unstable phase. Forcing a fight will only accelerate its collapse. Come with us. The World Tree has the most advanced stabilization technology. You can retain your consciousness and even some of your freedom. In exchange, you only need to cooperate with us on some routine research. Lin Fan tilted his head. Routine research. He laughed. Will you slice me up for study or preserve me in formaldehyde? The 7 puppets fell silent for a second. We can negotiate. Negotiate my ass. Lin Fan cursed, then pushed off the ground. Bang! The floor exploded. Where he had stood, the alloy ground caved into a 2-meter-wide crater. Lin Fan's figure vanished. The next second, he appeared before the first puppet on the left. No flashy moves, just a single slash, an unadorned horizontal cut. The gluttony blade wreathed in black light struck fiercely at the puppet's neck. The puppet reacted with lightning speed. Almost the instant Lin Fan appeared, the blue core on its chest blazed, and the surrounding air twisted instantly. Space barrier. The signature defense of a 4th-tier rule system. In theory, it could distort any physical attack. But Lin Fan's blade did not aim for the puppet's body. Midair, the blade veered, grazing the edge of the space barrier and precisely flicking toward the exposed core in the puppet's chest. His target had never been the puppet itself. Puppets were expendable, the core was the true essence. What? The thinking cores of all 7 puppets triggered an alarm simultaneously. But it was too late. The blade's tip had already touched the core's edge. Sizzle. Sparks flew. The 50 million worth blue crystal was gently pried from its slot by the blade's tip popping out of its housing. The puppet's body stiffened abruptly. Deprived of its energy core, it was like a robot unplugged. The light in its eyes died instantly and it fell straight to the ground. Lin Fan caught the glowing core with his left hand and tossed it casually behind him. Fatty! Catch! From a distance came Wang Pang's panicked yell. Holy crap! Again? But the chubby hand still caught the core, steadily hugging it like a bomb that could explode at any moment. Bro Lin, will this thing blow up? If it does, it's on you. Why me? Lin Fan ignored him. He turned to face the remaining 6 puppets. From his move to the core seizure, less than 3 seconds had passed. The 6 puppets simultaneously stepped back, adjusting their positions. Their logic cores were computing at high speed. The speed, angle, and timing of that slash had all exceeded expectations. This human's combat style matched no awakened being in their database. He didn't fight with strength or skill. He simply dismantled things. He treated opponents as parts to be taken apart and cores as screws to be removed. Interesting. The lead puppet, or rather all puppets simultaneously, spoke. Your combat logic doesn't match any record in our database. You're not a conventional awakened being. You're a tinkerer. Lin Fan rested his blade on his shoulder, tilting his head as he looked at them. Do you always talk this much? The 6 puppets fell silent. The next second they moved as one. Not charging, but dispersing. 6 black figures darted through the dim hall, leaving countless afterimages. They weren't faster than Lin Fan, but their coordination was impeccable. Each crossing sealed off one of Lin Fan's attack angles. A combined use of space abilities. 6 cores glowed simultaneously, the surrounding air warping into invisible walls. Lin Fan stood still, not moving. His omniscient vision was at full power. He closed his eyes. Seeing would be fooled by afterimages. But hearing couldn't be deceived. The heartbeat, though simulated, would stay at 30 beats per minute. The faint hum of the 6 cores operating. Very subtle but clear as a bell to Lin Fan's ears. And the footsteps. The slight friction when the alloy feet touched the floor. 6 sounds, 6 trajectories. In his mind, the 6 puppets were no longer afterimages but 6 clear red lines. The left one's center of gravity shifts by 0.3 seconds when its right foot lands. The right one lags by a beat on every turn. The one behind. Lin Fan's eyes snapped open. He moved. This time he was no longer limited to 1 slash per puppet. His figure weaved through the encirclement of the 6 puppets, each move slipping through the gaps in their coordination. The invisible space barriers were all flaws in his eyes, because spatial distortion took time as 0.1 second delay was enough for him to slip through. Too fast. The thinking cores of the 6 puppets triggered alarms simultaneously. Their encirclement was being torn apart. Lin Fan's blade grew faster. Not slashing but flicking, prying, poking, and stabbing. Each strike precisely hit the edge of the core in a puppet's chest. Damaging no core, only prying the slot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In just 2 minutes 5 cores arced through the air, flying accurately toward Wang Pang's direction. Wang Pang was utterly dumbfounded. He fumbled to catch one after another, finally using his clothes to hold them like a farmer cradling watermelons. Bro Lin. 6 already. I can't hold any more. 1 left. Lin Fan's voice came from the center of the battlefield. Catch it steady. The last puppet stood still. Not because it didn't want to move, it couldn't. The slot on its chest had been pried halfway open, the core dangling ready to fall out at any moment. Its logic core was frantically computing, but no matter how it calculated, it found no escape. You are strong. It spoke, its voice no longer synchronized, but a single puppet's electronic synthesis. But your time is running out. Lin Fan froze for a moment. The next second, a tearing pain shot through his back. The gluttony source core suddenly expanded as if something had exploded inside. Lin Fan felt as though his blood vessels were burning the world before his eyes instantly veiled in a layer of blood red. Lin Fan. Xia Ya's voice seemed to come from far away. The hand pressed against his back suddenly intensified its mental energy output, but it was too late. Lin Fan could feel the energy that had been suppressed for so long violently battering the source core's boundaries. 3 minutes left. Xia Ya's voice came in fragments. Hurry. End it. 3 minutes. Lin Fan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the scorching urge to burst in his chest. He looked at the puppet before him and suddenly smiled. Your right time is short. With a single slash he pried out the last core. 6 cores all secured. 6 puppets all scrapped. But Lin Fan didn't stop. He turned and grabbed Xia Ya's wrist. Let's go. Where? The rooftop. The rooftop. Those assassins? All dealt with. Lin Fan pointed to the pile of corpses and gear in the corner of the hall. Yi Zi and Fatty will clean up. You come with me. Xia Ya was taken aback. What for? Lin Fan looked up at the ceiling. Within the auditory range of his omniscient vision, a heartbeat was circling high above. Very slow. 10 beats per minute. Very steady. That was the heartbeat of a 6th-tier powerhouse. That referee up there has watched enough. Lin Fan, holding Xia Ya's hand, walked step by step toward the stairs. Now it's time for him to pay the bill. Meanwhile, 3,000 meters above the Divine Fall Island, the World Tree's referee floated above the clouds, gazing down at the brightly lit building below. A faint smile played at the corner of his lips. 7 puppets, 6 cores, all dismantled. He murmured to himself as if reporting to someone. Subject 001's growth rate is far faster than anticipated. The energy within his body is nearing the critical point. At most 3 minutes and it will spiral out of control. He raised his hand and a complex rune array materialized in his palm. In that case, let's add fuel to the fire. The rune array blazed brightly. Above, the sky suddenly split open. The staircase was pitch black. Lin Fan dragged Xia Ya as they sprinted upward, their footsteps echoing in the empty stairwell. With each floor they ascended, he could feel the suppressing force on his back weakening. Xia Ya's mental strength was on the verge of collapse. 2 minutes left. Xia Ya's voice came from behind, faint and laced with heavy panting. Lin Fan didn't turn around, but he could hear her heartbeat. 150 beats per minute. Too fast. A normal person would have fainted under such a heart rate, yet she stubbornly kept pace with him. Are you out of your mind? Lin Fan cursed. 2 minutes and you still followed me up. Nonsense, Xia Ya gasped. If I don't follow, who's going to suppress that thing for you? Lin Fan had no retort. He could only run faster. 7th floor, 8th floor, 9th floor. The iron door leading to the rooftop was just ahead. Lin Fan kicked it open and a gust of cold wind rushed in, carrying the salty tang of the sea. The night on Divine Descent Island was pitch black. No moon, no stars. Only the occasional glimmer of lights on the distant sea. But Lin Fan had no time for scenery. He raised his head, gazing at the 3,000 meter altitude. Within the auditory range of the omniscient perspective, that heartbeat still persisted. Thump, thump, thump. 10 beats per minute, steady as a pendulum. 1 minute left. Xia Ya's voice sounded in his ear, this time laced with an unmistakable tremor. Lin Fan took a deep breath. He released Xia Ya's hand, turned around and looked at her. That face, usually so haughty, was now as pale as a sheet of paper. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat, and her lips bore bloody bite marks. Yet her eyes remained bright, fixed on him with intensity. Wait here. Lin Fan said. You're going up. Yeah, that's a 6th stage. I know. You'll die. Not necessarily. Xia Ya fell silent. 1 second. 2 seconds. Suddenly she reached out, grabbed Lin Fan by the collar and yanked him close. Their faces were almost touching. Lin Fan. She said, her voice soft, but each word seemed squeezed through clenched teeth. If you die up there, it'll haunt you even as a ghost. Lin Fan was taken aback. Then he smiled. Don't worry, he said, reaching out to flick her forehead. I still owe you money. Xia Ya let go. Lin Fan turned around, bending his knees slightly. Bang! The rooftop floor shattered. Like a cannonball, he shot straight into the sky. The air howled past his ears. 3,000 meters. For a 5th stage diamond body, it took only seconds. Lin Fan stepped on the void, each stride leaving a ring of white airwaves. The wind pressure tore his jacket, revealing the blood-stained t-shirt beneath. But he didn't care. His eyes were locked on the figure growing closer above. The World Tree Arbiter. The man in a gray robe with a perpetually gentle smile on his face. At this moment he hovered at 3,000 meters gazing down at the island below. Seeing Lin Fan charging up the Arbiter showed no surprise, only a faint smile. "You're here." His voice was quiet, yet it reached Lin Fan's ears with perfect clarity. Lin Fan stopped 10 meters before him, standing on the void, to steady himself. The two faced off. At 3,000 meters the cold wind howled. But Lin Fan felt no cold. He only felt the gluttony source core inside him pounding wildly. Like a time bomb, its seconds about to hit zero. 30 seconds left, the Arbiter said, glancing at a non-existent watch on his wrist. "Your little girlfriend can't hold it anymore." Lin Fan said nothing. He tightened his grip on his blade. "Don't rush," the Arbiter waved a hand. "I have no intention of fighting now. Once the energy inside you detonates, everything within 500 meters will turn to ash. I'd rather not be caught in that." "Then why did you call me up here?" Lin Fan asked coldly. The Arbiter chuckled. He extended a hand and pointed downward. Lin Fan followed his gaze. On the central square of Divine Descent Island, red light patterns had inexplicably lit up. Those light patterns seemed alive, spreading outward, gradually outlining a massive circular formation. And at the edge of the formation, the geniuses who had been battling in the arena during the day now lay scattered on the ground, their lives hanging in the balance. "That's a blood sacrifice formation," the Arbiter said gently, using the life force of awakened ones as the key to open the Zero Ruins. An ancient ritual, but highly effective. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply. "Are you insane?" "Insane?" The Arbiter shook his head. "I'm merely doing what must be done. The Zero Ruins hold the greatest secret of this world. Sacrificing a few hundred strength geniuses to open them. A fair trade." "Fair trade my ass." Lin Fan roared, his body surging forward. But the Arbiter merely waved a hand. Whoosh. Lin Fan felt as if he had slammed into an invisible wall. No, not a wall. He was frozen in place, unable to move. "I told you don't rush," the Arbiter said leisurely. 10 seconds left. "Once your energy detonates, I'll deal with your corpse at my leisure." 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. Lin Fan struggled wildly, but the force binding him was immovable. This was suppression at the level of rules. A 6th stage against a 5th stage, not a matter of strength but a dimensional crushing. 7 seconds. The Arbiter counted down with a smile. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. A sudden searing pain shot through Lin Fan's back. The gluttony source core had expanded to its limit, its surface covered in cracks. He could feel it. The next second it would explode completely. Just then a piercing sonic wave tore through the night sky. The Arbiter froze. Lin Fan was stunned too. That was the siren's song. It was Xiaya. He looked down. On the rooftop, that petite figure stood at the edge, her hands cupped around her mouth, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek toward the sky. Her face was deathly pale, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, but her eyes remained fixed on him. Mental strength. She was using her last shred of mental power to attack the Arbiter's binding rule. Not attacking the Arbiter himself, but the rule thread binding Lin Fan. Courting death. The Arbiter's expression shifted. He raised his hand and a terrifying energy shot directly toward the rooftop. "No!" Lin Fan roared. But the next second, boom. The energy exploded midair. Not blocked, but devoured by something. Lin Fan was stunned. So was the Arbiter. In Lin Fan's hand, the gluttony blade was trembling violently. Large patches of red rust flaked off, revealing the pitch-black blade beneath. And on the blade, a blurred face emerged. A face Lin Fan recognized. "Lin Xiao, what are you waiting for?" The blurry figure spoke, its voice hoarse, as if coming from a great distance. "Your woman is risking her life down there, and you're standing here like an idiot." Lin Fan's eyes widened. "Dad? No time for that." Lin Xiao's shade cursed. "This is the last shred of my consciousness left in the blade. I can only hold out for 30 seconds. Hurry up and cut down this old bastard." 30 seconds. Lin Fan took a deep breath. He tightened his grip on the hilt and looked at the Arbiter. This time his gaze had changed. Not anger, not madness, but a calm, extreme killing intent. The Arbiter's expression finally shifted. He sensed it. From that blade an aura was emanating that made even him, a 6th stage powerhouse, feel a chill in his heart. It was the aura of a godslayer. Lin Fan raised the blade. 30 seconds, he said. That's enough. What can be done in 30 seconds? For an ordinary person, it's merely enough to finish a glass of water or sprint 200 meters. For a 5th rank awakened, it's enough to demolish an entire building. But for Lin Fan at this moment, 30 seconds was the last fragment of time his father had left for him. "What are you spacing out for?" Lin Xiao's voice echoed from within the blade, carrying that same infuriating tone exactly as Lin Fan remembered it. "This old bones of mine can only hold out for 30 seconds. Don't you want to save your wife anymore?" Lin Fan snapped back to reality. He looked down at Xiaya on the rooftop. That petite figure still lay there motionless. Blood had already stained half her face from her 7 orifices, yet she still raised her head, staring unwaveringly at him in the sky. Lin Fan took a deep breath. When he lifted his head again, his gaze had completely transformed. There was no anger, no madness, only a chilling calm extreme to its core. "Dad," he said, "teach me." Lin Xiao was taken aback for a moment. Then a brilliant smile spread across that blurry face. "Good lad, finally willing to call me Dad." The next second Lin Fan felt the blade in his hand suddenly grow heavy. A vast torrent of information surged into his mind through the hilt. It wasn't energy but experience. It was the decade of battle experience Lin Xiao had amassed within the door world. About rules, about dimensions, about how to use a 5th rank blade to cleave through a 6th rank existence. Remember this, Lin Xiao's voice echoed in his mind. The greatest difference between the 6th rank and the 5th isn't the amount of energy. It's their understanding of rules. The 5th rank still uses rules to attack. The 6th rank is already the rules themselves. That Arbiter Master, his existence has already bonded with this space. Strike him with your blade and you're striking space itself. If space can't be shattered, he can't die. Lin Fan frowned. Then how do I kill him? Simple. Lin Xiao chuckled. Make him leave this space. How? Force him to use his full power. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. The next second he understood. Gripping the hilt tightly, Lin Fan turned his gaze to the Arbiter Master opposite him. At that moment, the Arbiter Master was frowning, staring at the blade in Lin Fan's hand. He sensed that aura which made his heart tremble, but he still couldn't identify it. Playing tricks, the Arbiter Master snorted coldly. A remnant soul in a broken blade. What waves can it stir? He raised his hand. The space around Lin Fan twisted once more. This time not to bind but to annihilate. Countless spatial fissures spread like a spiderweb toward Lin Fan, each one capable of severing a 5th rank Vajra body. Now! Lin Xiao's voice exploded. Lin Fan moved. He didn't retreat or dodge. He charged straight into those spatial fissures. A 5th rank Vajra body was as fragile as paper before the spatial fissures. But Lin Fan didn't care at all. The blade in his hand was faster than his own body. Gluttony blade traced a pitch-black arc through the air. The fissures that could tear space itself. Upon touching the blade's edge, all vanished. No, not vanished. They were devoured. What? The Arbiter Master's pupils contracted. His spatial rules were being eaten by that blade. Before he could react, Lin Fan was already in front of him. The blade thrust straight toward his chest. The Arbiter Master instinctively raised his arm to block. Bang! 2 forces of rule exploded in midair. A bloody gash appeared on the Arbiter Master's arm, but Lin Fan was also blasted backward, tumbling 3 times in the sky before stabilizing himself. A 5th rank wounding a 6th rank. The Arbiter Master looked at the wound on his arm, his expression darkening. Interesting. But soon he smiled. However, your time is running out, isn't it? Lin Fan glanced down at the blade in his hand. The face on the blade's surface had already become half-transparent. 20 seconds. Only 20 seconds left. Enough? Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of blood and charged again. This time his blade was faster. The Arbiter Master no longer underestimated him and began to fight seriously. Waving his hands repeatedly, he transformed spatial rules into blade's chains, and cages pressing down upon Lin Fan like a torrent. Lin Fan's blade grew faster and faster. Gluttony blade seemed to come alive in his hands. With every swing it devoured a portion of the rule-based attacks. But devouring took time. The Arbiter Master's attacks were too dense. There were always some that slipped through. A spatial blade slashed across Lin Fan's shoulder. Blood splattered. Lin Fan didn't stop. A spatial chain coiled around his left foot. He shattered it with a kick and kept charging. More and more wounds appeared on his body. For the first time, his 5th rank Vajra body was cracked open. Golden blood seeped from the wounds, scattering through the sky like a rain of gold. But Lin Fan's eyes never left the Arbiter Master. Not for a single second. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. Lin Fan finally reached the Arbiter Master. This time his blade didn't slash. It thrust straight toward the Arbiter Master's brow. The Arbiter Master sneered, pressing his palms together before his chest. Hum. An invisible spatial barrier coalesced before him. It was his strongest defensive rule, absolute space. In theory, no attack could penetrate it because an infinite distance separated the barrier from the attack. Give up, said the Arbiter Master. You can't touch me. Lin Fan didn't answer. He just stared fixedly at the barrier and pushed the blade forward. The tip of the blade touched the barrier and stopped. Indeed, it couldn't reach. Separated by an infinite distance, how could it possibly touch? But the next second Lin Fan smiled. Dad, he whispered. The face on the blade had become almost invisible. Yet Lin Xiao's voice still reached his ears. You little brat, well done. Then the blade suddenly erupted with blinding black light. The last shred of Lin Xiao's consciousness surged entirely into the blade in that moment. Not to empower but to burn. Using his final soul as fuel, he pushed Gluttony Blade beyond its limits in an instant. The blade tip lunged forward. That barrier known as absolute space began to disintegrate beneath the blade. Not pierced. Devoured. The Arbiter Master's pupils shrank violently. Impossible. That's an infinite distance. How could you? His words were cut short, because the blade had already pierced his brow. No blood. No scream. Only a faint crackling sound like shattering glass. The Arbiter Master's eyes bulged fixed on Lin Fan. His lips moved as if trying to speak, but no words came out. Lin Fan looked at him. My dad said. Lin Fan enunciated each word. The greatest difference between the 6th rank and the 5th is that the 6th rank is already the rules themselves. But the rules themselves also have weaknesses. When you pour all your power into maintaining absolute space, you are no longer the rules themselves. You're just someone using the rules. And someone using the rules. Lin Fan twisted his wrist. The blade churned within the Arbiter Master's brow. Can be killed. The Arbiter Master's body began to disintegrate, starting from his brow cracks spread outward. His eyes, nose, and mouth gradually dissolved into motes of light. You. His final consciousness uttered, killing me. The 0 relic will never open. Lin Fan lowered his head, watching the falling motes of light. Whether it opens or not, what do I care? He said. All I know is you almost killed my wife. The Arbiter Master's body completely dissipated. In the sky, only Lin Fan remained hovering silently. The wind was strong. His body was covered in wounds. A golden blood had stained his t-shirt a dark yellow. He looked down at the blade in his hand. The face on its surface had vanished entirely. Only his own reflection remained. Dad! Lin Fan opened his mouth, but no words came out. Just then a deafening roar erupted from below. Lin Fan's head snapped down. On the central plaza of Divine Descent Island, the blood sacrifice array had blazed to its peak. Without the Arbiter Master maintaining it, it began to spiral out of control. Crimson light spread across the plaza like magma, setting everything ablaze in its path. The fallen prodigies were being consumed by the red light, and at the very center of the array a massive rift was tearing through space. Beyond the rift, the faint silhouette of an inverted black pyramid could be seen. The 0 relic. It had opened, but not opened. It was forcibly torn open. Lin Fan's expression shifted. He wanted to charge down, but his body no longer obeyed him. The 30-second battle, compounded by the prolonged energy upheaval he had suppressed earlier, left him unable to move even a single finger. Just then, an ice-cold hand gripped his wrist. Lin Fan turned his head. Xiaya had somehow climbed up. She was drenched in blood, her face deathly pale as a ghost, but those eyes were still so bright. Don't move, she panted. I'll handle it. Her psychic energy had long been depleted, yet she still reached out, using her last ounce of strength to point at the spreading rift below. Siren's song. She parted her lips and let out an extremely faint sound. It was so soft it was almost inaudible, but that faint sound, like an invisible thread, entangled the edge of the rift. She was pulling, using her final shred of psychic energy, trying to seal the rift shut. Lin Fan watched her, watched the blood gushing again from her 7 orifices, watched her swaying fragile body. He tightened his grip on the blade. Enough, he said. Shut up, she gritted her teeth. Almost there. I said enough. Lin Fan grabbed her hand and pulled her into his embrace. The next second he closed his eyes, channeling the already shattered gluttony source core within him. If it's going to explode, then let it explode. At least, make the explosion worth it. He leaped, holding Xiaya, and plunged straight toward the rift. The wind howled in his ears. Lin Fan held Xiaya tightly as they plummeted straight into the expanding rift. The space around them twisted like crumpled paper. Light warped, sound lagged, and even time seemed to thicken. He could see the terrified expressions of those prodigies below flashing before his eyes, frame by frame. But none of that mattered. What mattered was the heartbeat of the woman in his arms. Slow, weak, only 40 beats per minute. Lin Fan glanced down. Xia Ya's face was buried in his chest, her eyes tightly shut. Blood had oozed from her 7 orifices and hardened into dark red scabs. Her hands still clung desperately to his collar, her nails digging into his flesh, refusing to let go. Idiot! Lin Fan cursed, unsure whether he was scolding her or himself. The rift drew closer. The energy tearing through space surged toward him. Lin Fan's 5th-tier golden body began to groan under the strain. He was already covered in dozens of wounds, and now those wounds were being ripped open by the spatial turbulence. Pain. Piercing pain. But Lin Fan paid it no heed. He simply held Xiaya tighter with one hand and gripped the blade of gluttony, with the other, his eyes fixed on the rift. A thunderous roar erupted behind him. The blood sacrifice formation at the center square of Divine Descent Island had completely spiraled out of control. Crimson light gushed forth like magma, melting everything in its path. Those prodigies lying on the ground were swallowed by the red glow before they could even scream. Lin Fan didn't look back. He couldn't save them all. He only wanted to protect the one in his arms. The next second, he plunged into the rift. The world fell silent. Not the silence of death, but a silence where all sound was absorbed by something. Lin Fan felt as if he had fallen into a viscous liquid. Around him there was no up or down, only endless darkness. His arms suddenly felt lighter. Lin Fan froze and looked down. Xiaya was gone. He spun around, frantically searching. But there was nothing. No light, no sound, no point of reference. Xiaya? He called out. No response. Lin Fan's heart sank. He forced himself to calm down, closed his eyes, and activated his omniscient vision. But even the omniscient vision failed here. There were no sounds to capture, no vibrations to sense. This place was absolute nothingness. No, not nothingness. Lin Fan opened his eyes and stared ahead. In the darkness, something was glowing. At first, it was just a tiny speck of light like a firefly. Then it grew larger and brighter until it became a blinding white light. The light faded. Lin Fan saw a figure. The figure had its back to him, wearing a shabby gray trench coat with messy hair and a wine flask in hand. Lin Fan was stunned. That silhouette was all too familiar. Dad. The figure turned around. It was indeed Lin Xiao, but not quite. The Lin Xiao before him was more real than when he appeared as an avatar. The wrinkles on his face, the weariness in his eyes, and that perpetually drowsy, decadent air. All identical. But his eyes were wrong. Too bright. Too brilliant to belong to a human. Xiao Fan. Lin Xiao spoke, his voice hoarse, carrying a hint of amusement. You're finally here. Lin Fan stared at him, unmoving. Though his omniscient vision was useless, his instincts remained. This person felt different from the two encounters before. The first time was a photo and a diary. The second was a projection. This time, it was too real. What are you? Lin Fan asked coldly. Lin Xiao paused, then burst into laughter. As expected of my son, so vigilant. He walked over chuckling and reached out to pat Lin Fan's shoulder. Lin Fan stepped back. His blade pointed at Lin Xiao's chest. Answer my question. Lin Xiao's hand froze in midair. He sighed, withdrew his hand, and leaned against a wall that had suddenly appeared. Lin Fan hadn't even seen how it materialized. All right, I'll stop messing with you, Lin Xiao said. I'm a consciousness imprint your father left in Ruin Zero, different from the one in your blade. This one was left here specifically to wait. Wait for me. Yeah. Lin Xiao nodded. To wait for you to come in with that blade. Lin Fan frowned. How did you know I would come? No shit. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. I raised my own son. Do you think I don't know how you'd act? Those old farts from the World Tree would definitely stir up trouble on Divine Descent Island. You'd definitely fight them. The consciousness in your blade would definitely help you. And in the end, you'd definitely charge in here holding your wife. Lin Fan. He had to admit the logic was flawless. Enough chit-chat. Lin Xiao's smile faded as he pointed at Lin Fan's chest. That thing inside you. It's about to blow, isn't it? Lin Fan looked down. Beneath his skin, a dark red glow pulsed faintly. The gluttony source core. It had swelled to its limit, its surface riddled with cracks. Could explode at any moment. How long? Lin Fan asked. 3 minutes, Lin Xiao said. At most. Lin Fan was silent for a second. Where is Xiaya? Your wife. Lin Xiao chuckled. Don't worry, she's fine. That rift has an automatic screening mechanism. Anyone without the aura of the ruins gets teleported to a safe zone. She's probably lying outside right now, safer than you are. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked up at Lin Xiao. So what can I do in 3 minutes? Lin Xiao smiled. This time his smile held no mockery. Only a complexity Lin Fan had never seen before, pride, guilt, and a hint of relief. Enough time for me to teach you one last thing. He reached out and pointed at the blade in Lin Fan's hand. This blade. I forged it with the last shred of my consciousness. It's not just a weapon. It's a key. A key. Yes, Lin Xiao said. The key to open the door. Lin Fan was stunned. The door. The door I wrote about in my diary. Lin Xiao's voice grew deep. Behind that door lies the truth of this world. The origin of the gods and the path for humanity. Those so-called gods you've seen, that parasite theory. They're all just the surface. The real answer is behind that door. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the blade. Then I'll go now. Hold on. Lin Xiao stopped him. If you go in now, you'll die. Why? Because you're too weak. Lin Fan. Don't take it personally. Lin Xiao pointed at his chest. Your source core hasn't fully formed yet. You haven't even reached the peak of the 5th tier. Even a minor monster behind that door could eat you as a snack. Lin Fan fell silent. Lin Xiao sighed, walked over and finally managed to pat his shoulder. Xiao Fan, what I left you isn't just this blade. He pulled a thumb-sized crystal from his pocket and handed it to Lin Fan. The crystal was completely transparent with a faint golden flame flickering inside. This is a fragment of origin from the world behind the door, Lin Xiao said. Swallow it and it will fully form your source core, but it might also kill you outright. Lin Fan took the crystal and examined it. Did you take it? He asked. Lin Xiao paused, then laughed. If I had, why would I still be here waiting for you? He put his hands back in his pockets and leaned against the wall. Xiao Fan, remember this. What lies behind that door is far more complicated than you imagine. Those so-called gods, those parasitic humans, and the old bastards of the world tree. They're all just pawns. The real players are behind that door. Lin Fan stared at him. And you? What are you behind that door? Lin Xiao was silent for a long time. Then he looked up at Lin Fan and broke into a brilliant smile. Me. I've staked out a spot for you behind that door. When you're strong enough to come in, come find me. I'll treat you to a drink. As his words faded, Lin Xiao's figure began to dissolve. Lin Fan lunged forward to grab him, but his hand closed on empty air. Dad! Lin Xiao's form vanished completely. Only his voice echoed in the darkness. Whether you take that crystal or not is up to you. But remember this. Your wife is still out there waiting for you. Don't die. The darkness dissipated. Lin Fan's eyes snapped open. He found himself lying in a pile of rubble with a gray sky overhead. The air reeked of scorched debris and faint cries could be heard in the distance. Divine Descent Island. He was back. A faint breath stirred against his chest. Lin Fan looked down. Xiaya lay in his arms, her eyes shut, her face deathly pale. But her chest still rose and fell. Still alive. Lin Fan let out a long breath. Then he opened his right hand. In his palm, the thumb-sized crystal was faintly glowing. Lin Fan lay amidst the ruins, his gaze fixed upon the crystal in his palm. It was minuscule, no larger than a thumb, yet the golden flame within seemed animate, pulsing gently beneath its transparent shell. With each pulse, Lin Fan felt the gluttony source core within him tremble in response. Like a starving dog catching the scent of meat. Hunger. A profound hunger. That familiar gnawing sensation returned with a vengeance. Lin Fan swallowed hard, forcing his eyes away from the crystal, and looked down at Xiaya in his arms. She remained unconscious. Her face was as pale as parchment, her lips drained of all color. Lin Fan reached out to check her breath. Faint but still there. Still alive. A wave of relief washed over him. He gently laid her on a nearby pile of rubble, took off his tattered coat, folded it, and placed it beneath her head as a pillow. Having done that, he sat back down and stared at the crystal in his hand. Eat or not? He muttered to himself. No one answered. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The Divine Descent Island was utterly destroyed. Smoke still billowed from the central plaza, and the air was thick with the stench of scorched remains. The prodigies devoured by the blood sacrifice array had left no trace, not even their corpses. Occasionally faint groans drifted from the distant ruins. The few lucky survivors. But there weren't many left. Lin Fan averted his gaze and looked back at the crystal. He recalled Lin Xiao's last words. Swallow it, and your source core will fully crystallize. But it might also kill you from the overload. Killed from the overload. The word struck Lin Fan as ironic. In his 18 years of life, he had never once eaten his fill. Now that he finally had a chance to satiate his hunger, he might die from overeating. Damn it! Lin Fan cursed under his breath, clenching the crystal in his fist. He closed his eyes and examined his internal condition. The gluttony source core had swollen to its limit. Its surface was riddled with cracks, and the energy within raged like a volcano on the brink of eruption, violently battering against its boundaries. Lin Fan could sense it wouldn't hold much longer. 10 minutes at most. In 10 minutes, either he would consume the crystal and trigger the source core's evolution, or it would detonate, blasting him and everything within 100 meters into oblivion. 10 minutes. Lin Fan opened his eyes and glanced at Xiaya beside him. She was still unconscious, her brows furrowed, as if trapped in a nightmare. Lin Fan stared at her for a long while. Then he smiled. All right. He pocketed the crystal and stood up. 10 minutes it is. Let's get you somewhere safe first. He bent down to lift Xiaya. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind. Don't move. Lin Fan froze. He didn't turn around, but his omniscient vision had already pinpointed the source. A person hidden behind the ruins 20 meters away, aiming a gun at the back of his head. The heartbeat was rapid. 120 beats per minute. The person was nervous. Early 3rd tier. Not strong. Who are you? Lin Fan asked calmly without looking back. None of your damn business. The voice trembled but forced a menacing tone. Hand over what's in your pocket. I saw it. That glowing crystal. Lin Fan paused then chuckled. You want this? He pulled the crystal from his pocket and raised it to shoulder height. The golden radiance blazed brilliantly against the dim ruins. Yes, that. Throw it over. Lin Fan didn't comply. Instead he turned around to face the man. He was a young man in his early 20s clad in the combat uniform of the White Eagle Federation. A long wound on his chest had clotted but was still oozing blood. His face was pallid, his eyes wild with greed and madness. Lin Fan recognized him, a substitute player for the White Eagle Federation's Apocalypse team, who had never stepped onto the arena idly munching sunflower seeds on the bench. Are your teammates all dead? Lin Fan asked. None of your business. The man's hand trembled as he aimed. Give it to me or he'll shoot. Lin Fan glanced at the gun in his hand. A standard-issue spiritual energy pistol from the Heavenly Workshop, fully charged, capable of piercing third-tier defenses. But not fifth-tier. Lin Fan didn't even bother to dodge. He simply looked into the man's eyes. Do you know what this is? No, the man swallowed hard. But it must be something good. It fell from that rift just now. Definitely a treasure. It is a treasure, Lin Fan nodded. But also a poison. Enough chatter. The man's finger on the trigger quivered. Lin Fan sighed. He looked at the crystal in his hand, then at the man. You want it? He'll give it to you. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the crystal over. The man froze for a second, then lunged like a madman to catch the crystal. He succeeded. Staring at the glowing gem in his palm, a look of ecstasy spread across his face. Ha ha ha, it's mine. It's me. Before he could finish, his body suddenly stiffened. The crystal in his palm flared brightly. Then the man's body began to disintegrate. Starting from his hand, he dissolved into specks of light as if being devoured from within. No, no. He screamed desperately, trying to shake off the crystal, but it clung to his hand like glue, refusing to budge. The light spread faster. Arm, shoulder, chest, head. 3 seconds. The man vanished completely. All that remained were his clothes and the gun lying on the ground. The crystal dropped onto the pile of clothes lying quietly, its golden flame still pulsing. Lin Fan walked over, bent down, and picked it up. He examined it thoughtfully. So that's how it is, he murmured. This crystal recognized its master. Or rather, it automatically chose who could consume it. That man clearly didn't fall into the eligible category. So the crystal turned him into nourishment. Lin Fan clenched the crystal in his fist again. This time he could feel the golden flame trembling. Not in fear, but in excitement. It was waiting. Waiting for his decision. Lin Fan took a deep breath, turned, and walked back to Xiaya. He lifted her in his arms and headed out of the ruins. After a few steps, he stopped and glanced back at the crystal. Then he smiled. 10 minutes, he said. Let me send her out first. With that, he carried Xiaya step by step out of the ruins. Behind him, the crystal lay quietly among the rubble, its golden flame pulsing slowly, as if counting down. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan stood on the sandy shore at the edge of Divine Descent Island, gently placing Xiaya into an abandoned lifeboat. He stared at her for a long time. Her face was deathly pale, but her eyelashes fluttered slightly. She was still dreaming. Lin Fan reached out and wiped the dried blood from her cheek with his thumb. Wait for me, he whispered. Then he stood up, turned, and strode back toward the depths of the ruins. After a few steps, he paused and looked back. Xiaya lay there motionless. Lin Fan took a deep breath and marched resolutely into the ruins. This time he did not look back. When Lin Fan returned to the depths of the ruins, the crystal was still waiting for him there. Golden flames leaped amidst the rubble like the sole light in the darkness. The air around it was slightly distorted. Not from heat, but from something more fundamental rippling through. Lin Fan walked over, bent down, and picked it up. It was icy to the touch. But in the next instant, that cold turned into scorching heat, madly burrowing into his body through his palm. Hiss! Lin Fan sucked in a sharp breath, nearly throwing it away. It felt like someone had taken a red-hot iron rod, rammed it through his veins, and then burned all the way to his heart. Thump! A dull sound echoed from his chest. The gluttony source core, on the verge of detonation, suddenly pulsed like a starving beast that had finally caught the scent of meat. The golden flames within the crystal danced more fiercely. It urged. It yearned. It said, "Devour me." Lin Fan took a deep breath, held it in his chest, then slowly exhaled. His other hand touched his chest. There beneath the fabric was still that crumpled IOU. Xiaya's handwriting was a bit blurred, but the words, Lin Fan owes Xiaya, were still legible. All right, he muttered to himself. If I burst, remember to burn some paper money for me. With that, he shoved the crystal into his mouth. He didn't chew. He swallowed it whole. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Then the world exploded. Lin Fan felt as if he hadn't swallowed a crystal, but an entire active volcano. That supremely violent energy detonated from his stomach, rampaging through his veins, nerves, and bones, spreading wildly to every limb and fiber of his being. His body was like a balloon blown to its limit, ready to shatter into pieces at any moment. The pain. It wasn't the pain of being cut by a knife or burned by fire. It was the pain of every single cell screaming, tearing apart, and being reborn. Lin Fan tilted his head back, trying to scream, but only guttural choking sounds escaped his throat. His eyes bulged bloodshot. Streams of golden blood flowed from his nostrils, dripping onto the ground and sizzling the stones into white smoke. His skin began to crack. Starting from his arms, fissures spread like a spiderweb, each one glowing with golden light. The fifth stage golden body had shattered. Lin Fan knelt on the ground, hands propped on the rubble, gasping for air. Each breath carried bloody froth. His consciousness began to blur. The world before him flickered bright and dim like an old TV with a bad signal. In a daze, he saw many things. He saw himself at 3 years old, sitting on his father's shoulders, setting off fireworks. His father laughed joyfully, saying, "When Xiaofan grows up, Dad will take you to fight monsters." He saw himself at 10 when his father disappeared. He huddled alone in a rented room, gnawing on cold steamed buns, while rain poured outside and the roof leaked. He saw himself at 16 awakening hearing enhancement for the first time, only to be mocked by the whole class as the gatekeeper grandpa. He hid in the bathroom, asking himself again and again in the mirror, "Am I a failure?" He saw the present, the ruins of Divine Descent Island. Golden light radiated from his body, illuminating him like a lantern. He saw Xiaya. She lay on the sand, pale-faced, but her lips moved slightly as if she were speaking. Lin Fan strained to listen. The voice was distant and faint, but he heard it. "Lin Fan, don't die. You still owe me money." Lin Fan smiled. The corners of his mouth moved, pulling at the cracks on his face, oozing a few more drops of golden blood. "Don't worry," he whispered. "I haven't paid you back yet." Boom! The energy inside him raged again. The gluttony source core had completely exploded, but not as a self-destruction. It was a reconfiguration. Countless golden threads surged from the core, frantically devouring the energy released by the crystal, weaving it into a massive net. This net covered his heart, his blood vessels, every single cell of his body. Then it began to contract. Squeezing. Lin Fan writhed in agony on the ground, his fists smashing into the ground, pulverizing the hard rubble into dust. "Aya!" He let out a scream that didn't sound human. Golden light erupted from his 7 orifices, his pores, every crack in his body illuminating the entire ruin. Kilometer away on the beach, Xia Ya's eyelashes fluttered. She heard that sound, distant and muffled, but she knew who it was. Lin Fan. She tried to open her eyes, but her eyelids were as heavy as lead. Her body wouldn't move. Only her consciousness struggled desperately. She wanted to get up to go toward the sound, but she couldn't. She could only lie there listening as the sound grew weaker. "Don't die. Don't die." Her lips moved, producing a nearly inaudible sound. "If you die, pay me back." In the depths of the ruins, Lin Fan's screams stopped. He lay on the ground motionless. The golden light had vanished and the cracks were visibly healing. His new skin was paler than before, with a jade-like luster. But the most crucial change was in his chest. The exploded gluttony source core was gone. In its place was a golden crystal, the size of a soybean yet dazzlingly bright. It hovered quietly beside his heart, rotating slowly. With each rotation, a thread of ultrafine energy drifted out, flowing through his bloodstream to his entire body. No longer violent, no longer out of control, like a precision engine, stable, efficient, and ceaseless. 5th stage peak. Lin Fan opened his eyes. He lay on the ground, staring at the gray sky above, stunned for a long time. Then he raised his hand and looked at it. His palm was intact, even fairer than before. But when he clenched his fist, a faint sonic boom echoed in the air. The sound of overflowing power. "It worked," he muttered to himself. No one answered. He sat up and touched his chest. That small crystal rested there, quietly docile as a well-fed cat. Lin Fan let out a long breath. Then, remembering something, he sprang to his feet and sprinted toward the beach. On the sand, Xia Ya still lay in the lifeboat. When Lin Fan rushed over, she was staring at the sky with open eyes. Seeing Lin Fan, her eyes shifted. "You." Her voice was faint, but her tone was as infuriating as ever. "Why are you back so late?" Lin Fan was stunned. Then he smiled. "Just had a midnight snack. Took a while." "Oh," Xia Ya blinked. "Did you win?" "I won." "Then where's my money?" Lin Fan fished the now empty crystal shell from his pocket and held it out to her. "This is to cover the debt." Xia Ya looked at the thumb-sized transparent crystal, stunned for a moment. "What is this?" "An inheritance," Lin Fan said. "Left by my father." Xia Ya was silent for a while. Then she reached out, took the crystal, and clutched it tightly in her palm. "Fine," she said. "Interest still applies." Lin Fan smiled. He bent down and lifted her from the lifeboat. Xiaya didn't resist. She just rested her head against his chest, closed her eyes, and whispered, "I dreamed you died just now. And then I went to the King of Hell's court to collect the debt." Lin Fan was stunned for a second. Then he burst into laughter. The laughter echoed across the empty beach, startling a few seabirds. Xiaya ignored him, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She knew. He was back. That was enough. As Lin Fan carried Xiaya back, the horizon began to pale. The night on Divine Descent Island was long, but even the longest night must yield to dawn. A streak of golden-red light pierced through the clouds above the sea, painting the gray sky in gradients. The light spilled over the ruins, gilding the charred remnants with a golden edge. Lin Fan glanced down at Xiaya in his arms. She was asleep. Not unconscious, but truly asleep, her breathing steady, her brow relaxed, and even emitting a faint snore. Lin Fan paused, then smiled. This girl, exhausted to the point of snoring. He softened his steps, careful not to jostle her, and made his way back. Deep footprints were left in the sand. Half of the base building had already collapsed. Lin Fan circled to the open ground behind, where Wang Pangpang and Yi Zi were crouched beside a pile of debris, guarding the equipment stripped from the assassins. Seeing Lin Fan return, Wang Pangpang sprang to his feet. "Brother Lin, you're alive. I thought you." His voice cut off abruptly when he saw Xiaya. "Sister Xia, she's asleep," Lin Fan said. "It's fine." Wang Pangpang let out a long breath and slumped back to the ground. "Scared me to death. That light, that explosion, I thought you were gonna blow up." Yi Zi said nothing, merely walked over, glanced at Xiaya in Lin Fan's arms, then looked up at him. Her gaze lingered on him for a second. Then, expressionless, she said, "Peak of the 5th rank." Lin Fan was taken aback. "You can tell?" "Guesswork," Yi Zi replied. "You walk without sound now. You used to, but now it's completely gone." Lin Fan looked down at his feet. Indeed. He hadn't consciously tried to tread lightly on the way back, yet not a single sound had been made. At the peak of the 5th rank, control over power had reached the micron level. "Awesome." Wang Pangpang gave a thumbs up. "Brother Lin, you're already at the peak of the 5th rank. Does that mean we can strut around from now on?" Lin Fan ignored him. He carried Xiaya to a flat stone slab and gently set her down. Yi Zi had somehow found a clean combat suit and handed it to him. Lin Fan took it and draped it over Xiaya. Only then did he turn to face the pile of equipment. "How's the haul?" Wang Pongpong's eyes lit up and he perked up immediately. "Brother Lin, you finally asked." He scurried over and pointed at the loot. 7 spatial cores, 3 enchanted swords from the church, 5 sets of shinobi tools from the ghost gods, and a bunch of miscellaneous potions and crystals. Conservatively 300 million at least. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. 300 million. Adding that to what he already had, his net worth should be enough to pay off his debt to Xiaya, right? No. He looked down at Xiaya. Her pale face, the dried traces of blood, and the way she had snored in his arms. Lin Fan silently erased the word repay from his mind. This debt could never be settled. "Brother Lin." Wang Pangpang saw him lost in thought and leaned in. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Lin Fan snapped back to reality. "Pack things up. When dawn comes, we're leaving." "Leaving?" Wang Pangpang blinked. "Where to?" Lin Fan gazed out at the sea. The rift torn by the Zero relic had vanished. But Lin Fan knew it wasn't sealed. Only hidden for now. When it reappeared, it would likely unleash another storm. "First we go back," he said. "There are many scores to settle in the capital." Wang Pangpang shrank his neck. He knew exactly what scores Lin Fan meant. Gu Chongshan, the Celestial Workshop, the World Tree Organization. Each was a behemoth. But looking at Lin Fan's calm face, Wang Pangpang suddenly felt there was nothing to fear. After dawn, the rescue team finally arrived. It was the night watchman of Great Xia, over a dozen armed helicopters and 3 medical ships. The leader was a familiar face. Lei Long, the 5th rank powerhouse who had once served as head instructor in the Seed Project, now stood at the edge of the ruins, gazing at Lin Fan with a complex expression. "You kid." He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only managed, "You're really lucky to be alive." Lin Fan smiled. "Instructor Lei, what brings you here?" "Nonsense." Lei Long rolled his eyes. "With such a big incident on Divine Descent Island and all those old geezers from the World Tree dead, how could we not come?" He paused, lowering his voice. "The Arbiter is dead." Lin Fan nodded. Lei Long was silent for a few seconds. Then he reached out and patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. "Well done." Lin Fan was taken aback. Lei Long said no more and turned to direct the rescue. Lin Fan stood there watching the medical staff carry the wounded prodigies onto the helicopters. Not many had survived. A rough count gave him only 30 or 40. Thor from Northern Europe was still alive, giving him a thumbs up from a stretcher. No one from the Western Church was seen. All had perished in the blood sacrifice array. The substitute from the White Eagle Federation had been sent off by him with the crystal, and few others remained. Poseidon from the Deep Sea Alliance was missing, either dead or fled. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and turned toward the medical ship. Xiaya had already been taken aboard. He needed to stay by her side. On the medical ship, Lin Fan sat beside Xiaya's bed staring blankly at the complex instruments. Data scrolled across the screens. He couldn't read them, but he knew the numbers were trending in the right direction. She's fine. A voice came from behind. Lin Fan turned. Emo-chan had entered at some point, leaning against the doorframe for once without his wine flask. Master, don't call me that. Emo-chan walked over and sat beside him. You're at the peak of the 5th rank, now stronger than I was back then. Lin Fan was silent. Emo-chan looked at him, then sighed. You saw him? Lin Fan nodded. He's gone, Lin Fan said. For good this time. Emo-chan was quiet for a long time. Then he pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. He was a bastard, he said. Lin Fan said nothing, but also a hero. Lin Fan still said nothing. Emo-chan offered him the cigarette. Lin Fan hesitated, then took it and inhaled. It made him cough violently. Emo-chan watched his awkwardness and suddenly laughed. Your father was just like that the first time he smoked. Lin Fan froze. You two are cut from the same mold. Emo-chan stood up, patted his shoulder. Get some rest. When we return to the capital, there's a tough battle ahead. He left. Lin Fan sat there, the still smoking cigarette between his fingers, watching Xiaya's peaceful sleeping face. After a long time, he stubbed out the cigarette and tossed it into the trash. Then he leaned over the bedside and fell asleep. Lin Fan was awakened by a clamor. He opened his eyes to find himself still slumped beside Xiaya's hospital bed, one side of his face marked with red creases from his own arm. The sunlight outside the window was glaring. He had no idea how long he had slept. The noise came from the corridor. Someone was shouting, someone was running, and there was the sound of stretcher wheels grinding against the floor. Lin Fan rubbed his eyes and stood up. Xiaya was still asleep in bed, her complexion much better than last night. At least there was some color now. The numbers on the monitor were all normal. He reached out and touched her forehead. No fever. He let out a sigh of relief. Lin Fan turned and walked out of the ward. The corridor was in chaos. Medical staff pushed stretchers back and forth, carrying in and out injured prodigies, while the air was filled with groans and cries. Lin Fan sidestepped a man whose face was covered in blood, and looked toward the center of the crowd. Lei Long was standing there, venting his anger at several night watchers who looked like officers. What do you mean you can't find him? How can a grown man just vanish into thin air? An officer wiped his sweat and explained quietly, reporting, sir. We've searched the entire island and registered every survivor. There's indeed no sign of Poseidon. Lei Long swore a curse. Lin Fan walked over. Instructor Lei. Lei Long turned his head, and upon seeing him, the anger on his face subsided slightly. Awake! He looked Lin Fan up and down. Are you all right? I'm fine. Lin Fan glanced at the officer. Poseidon is missing. Lei Long said with a grim face. That kid is either dead or fled. No sign of him alive or dead. Lin Fan said nothing. He recalled the rift from last night and the referee chief's final words. Poseidon was the ace of the Deep Sea Alliance. He must have had some life-saving measures. He was probably not dead, more likely he had escaped in the chaos. If he's gone, Lin Fan said. We'll have another chance eventually. Lei Long glanced at him but didn't respond. He waved his hand, dismissing the officer. Once the surrounding crowd dispersed, Lei Long lowered his voice and asked Lin Fan, that crystal. Did you consume it? Lin Fan didn't deny it. Lei Long was silent for a few seconds. How do you feel? Feel? Lin Fan thought for a moment. It hurt quite a bit. Lei Long. I'm not asking if it hurt. He rolled his eyes. I'm asking if there's anything abnormal about your body. Lin Fan rolled his shoulders. Nothing abnormal. It's just what? Just that I get hungry faster. Lin Fan said seriously. I dreamed of gnawing on pig trotters just now and the craving woke me up. Lei Long was utterly speechless. He waved his hand, too exasperated to ask further. All right, as long as you're fine. The return transport ship leaves at 2 in the afternoon. Don't be late. With that he turned and walked away. Lin Fan stood there watching his retreating figure. When Lei Long had asked about the crystal earlier, there was a complex look in his eyes. It wasn't greed nor was it wariness. It was more like concern. What was he worried about? Lin Fan frowned, unable to figure it out. He turned to head back, but his steps suddenly halted as he passed a ward. The door was open. Inside lay a person. Lin Fan recognized that face. Thor, the captain of the Nordic team, the burly man who had once offered him raw meat in the preparation hall. He was now lying on the hospital bed, wrapped in bandages from head to toe with 2 tubes still inserted into his chest. But his eyes were still bright, and upon seeing Lin Fan, he even managed to grin. Hey, Eastern boy. His voice was hoarse, but his tone remained boisterous. You're still alive. Lin Fan walked in. So are you. Nonsense, Thor struggled to sit up but was pushed back down by a nearby nurse. I've got a tough life, I won't die easily. Lin Fan looked at his bandaged body and asked, Are you badly hurt? Not really, Thor said. Just got swept by that damn formation's red light. Only cost me half my life. He said it lightly, but Lin Fan knew that surviving the energy of that blood sacrifice formation was nothing short of a miracle. What about your teammates? Thor was silent for a second. All dead. Lin Fan said nothing. Thor stared at the ceiling for a long time before finally speaking. There were 12 of us from the north. Now I'm the only one left. His voice was low, but there was no sadness in it. Only a numb calm. Those old bastards talked about the world tree and fair competition. And what happened? All bullshit. Lin Fan leaned against the wall, not responding. Thor turned his head to look at him. You killed the referee chief. Lin Fan nodded. Well done, Thor said. Give my thanks to your brothers for me. Lin Fan was taken aback. Thor had already closed his eyes and fell silent. Lin Fan stood there for a moment, then turned and walked out of the ward. When he returned to Xia Ya's room, the person in the bed was already awake. Xia Ya was sitting up against the pillow, munching on an apple. Seeing Lin Fan come in, she rolled her eyes. Where did you go? I woke up and you were gone. Lin Fan walked over and sat down by the bed. Just went out for a stroll. A stroll? Xia Ya glanced at him. You've got marks on your face. You were sleeping face down, weren't you? Lin Fan instinctively touched his face. Xia Ya couldn't help but laugh. All right, I'll stop teasing you. She put down the apple and looked at Lin Fan seriously. What happened while I was unconscious? Lin Fan briefly recounted the events from last night to today. After listening, Xia Ya was silent for a long time. Poseidon escaped. All the people from the Vatican are dead. Thor is still alive. Xia Ya took a deep breath and leaned back against the pillow. This trip we've come out ahead, she said. But we've also offended everyone we could. Lin Fan said nothing. Xia Ya looked at him and suddenly asked, Do you regret it? Regret what? Coming to Godfall Island. Lin Fan thought for a moment. No. Why? Because I'm full. Xia Ya was stunned for a moment, then laughed. She reached out and patted Lin Fan on the head. All right, at least you're honest. Lin Fan let her pat him without dodging. After a few seconds, Xia Ya withdrew her hand. By the way, where's that crystal? Lin Fan pulled the empty shell from his pocket and handed it to her. Xia Ya took it and studied it for a long time. This is what your father left you. Xia Ya didn't speak, just clenched the shell in her palm. After a long while she said softly, From now on I'll go with you to find him. Lin Fan was stunned. No need, he said. I'm not asking for your opinion. Xia Ya put the shell away and looked up at him. I'm telling you. Lin Fan opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. Xia Ya had already picked up her apple and continued eating. At 2 in the afternoon, the transport ship took off on time. Lin Fan stood by the porthole watching Godfall Island grow smaller and smaller until it became a tiny speck disappearing beneath the clouds. Footsteps sounded behind him. Emo-chan walked over and stood beside him. What are you thinking about? Nothing, Lin Fan said. Just that this island is pretty eerie. Emo-chan chuckled. Eerie? That's because you haven't seen anything eerier yet. Lin Fan turned his head. Emo-chan looked out the window, his gaze somewhat distant. You'll understand once you get to the capital, he said. What happened on Godfall Island isn't even an appetizer. Lin Fan was silent. Emo-chan patted him on the shoulder. Get some rest. Once we reach the capital, things will get busy. He walked away. Lin Fan stayed where he was, continuing to gaze out the window. The clouds churned, occasionally revealing the outlines of cities below. The capital was near. There awaited Gu Chongshan, the Heavenly Works Institute remnants of the World Tree Organization, and the door left by his father. Lin Fan took a deep breath. Whatever. He'd take them on one by one. After all, he was now at the peak of the 5th stage. The transport ship touched down at the capital's military airport, precisely at 3 in the afternoon. The sunlight was harsh, baking the tarmac until it gleamed white. Lin Fan glanced out the porthole and froze for a moment. There were so many people. A dense crowd, at least several hundred strong. There were night watchers in uniform, reporters shouldering cameras, and ordinary citizens holding banners. The banners bore slogans like Welcome Home Hero, Long Live Dacia, and Lin Fan is a beast. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. Is this? For us? Who else? Xia Ya walked over from behind, standing beside him as she looked out the window. News of Divine Fall Island has already spread. You single-handedly took down the Inquisition's punishment fleet, tore apart a 6-winged angel, and even killed the World Tree's arbiter. You're Daxia's hero now. Lin Fan was silent for 2 seconds. Do they know how much I suffered? No, Xia Ya said. They only know you won. Lin Fan said nothing. The cabin door opened. A deafening wave of cheers surged in, drowning him like a tidal wave. Camera flashes popped incessantly, blinding him. Lin Fan stood at the doorway looking down at the sea of excited faces, and suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. 3 months ago he was a mocked gatekeeper. 3 months later he was a hero. What are you spacing out for? Xiaoya gave him a shove from behind. Go on down. Lin Fan took a deep breath and stepped down the gangway. Lei Long was the first to greet him. The head instructor had donned a crisp new military uniform today, his chest adorned with medals. He strode up to Lin Fan and clapped him firmly on the shoulder. Good lad. Lei Long's voice boomed like thunder. Well done. Lin Fan's shoulder ached from the slap, but he didn't flinch. Instructor Lei, why are you here? Nonsense. Lei Long shot him a glare. You've made such a great contribution, how could I not come? The Night Watcher Commander-in-Chief himself ordered me to come and get you. Lin Fan was taken aback. Commander Nye. Yes. Lei Long lowered his voice. Commander Nye told me to tell you rest well. He'll see you personally in a few days. Lin Fan's heart stirred. Nyan Antion. Daxia's god of war, a 6th order powerhouse, the Night Watcher Commander-in-Chief. The man who had tacitly approved of his father's experiment back then. What did he want to see him for? Lin Fan didn't have time to ponder as he was immediately engulfed by the surging crowd. Reporters fired questions at him from all sides, the camera flashes dizzying him. Night Watcher officers lined up to shake his hand, uttering pleasantries like I've heard so much about you, and a true hero emerges in youth. Lin Fan played along, his smile growing stiff. Just then, an overwhelmingly domineering aura emanated from the back of the crowd. Everyone instinctively parted to make way. Xia Long strode forward. The head of the Xia family was dressed in a black mouse suit today, his hair immaculately combed, a smile on his face. But his eyes held the sharpness only true experts possessed. He walked up to Lin Fan and looked him over. Peak 5th order. Lin Fan nodded. Xia Long laughed a hearty, unrestrained laugh. Good, good, good. He said the word 3 times, then announced loudly before everyone, from today onward Lin Fan is the chief supplicant of the Xia family. Anyone who dares to touch him touches the Xia family. The crowd erupted in shock. Reporters frantically clicked their shutters. The faces of those who had harbored ill intentions towards Lin Fan turned pale. The chief supplicant of the Xia family. It meant Lin Fan now had not only the halo of a hero, but also the full backing of Daxia's top financial conglomerate. Lin Fan looked at Xia Long and suddenly smiled. Old master, you're just painting a target on my back. What target? Xia Long glared. I'm giving you my support. Anyone who disagrees can come to me. Lin Fan nodded with a smile. He knew Xia Long was protecting him in his own way. After all, the title of hero could sometimes be deadlier than poison. After the welcome ceremony, Lin Fan was arranged to stay at the Xia family's estate in the capital. Calling it a villa was an understatement. It was a manor spanning dozens of acres. It had hills, water features, pavilions, and even man-made spirit veins, the spiritual energy so dense it felt tangible. Lin Fan stood in the courtyard staring at the intricately carved buildings, slightly dazed. This is all mine. It's yours for now. Xiaoya walked over from behind, munching on an apple. Grandpa said it's a reward for you. But if you try to run, this house becomes mine. Lin Fan. He decided not to argue with her. The two took a stroll around the yard and finally sat down in a pavilion. Xiaoya finished her apple and casually tossed the core into the nearby pond. A few koi fish swam over, vying to swallow it. Lin Fan watched the fish and suddenly asked, do you think my dad once lived in a place like this? Xiaoya was taken aback. Probably, she said. Grandpa mentioned that when your dad came to borrow money back then he stayed here too. Lin Fan fell silent. He looked at the fish in the pond, the rockery in the distance, the blue sky above. 10 years. He had finally walked the path his father once trod. Lin Fan. Xiaoya suddenly spoke. What do you plan to do next? Lin Fan turned to look at her. Xiaoya's expression was serious, devoid of her usual pride and teasing. Gu Zhongshan is still out there, the Heavenly Works Institute still exists, and the World Tree won't let this go. She said your position as a hero isn't secure. Lin Fan nodded. I know. He stood up, walked to the edge of the pavilion, and gazed at his reflection in the pond. So I have to get stronger, he said. Strong enough that everyone fears me. Xiaoya was silent for a long time. Then she stood up and walked to his side. All right, she said. I'll go with you. Lin Fan turned to look at her. In the sunlight, her face was pale, almost translucent, her eyelashes casting a tiny shadow on her eyelids. Lin Fan suddenly smiled. You'll go with me. You're only at the 4th order, what can you do? What's wrong with the 4th order? Xiaoya glared. The 4th order is still the mountain-moving realm. Besides, I have spiritual resonance. If you lose control, I'm the only one who can suppress it. Lin Fan thought about it and decided she had a point. Fine, he said. Together then. Xiaoya nodded in satisfaction. They stood there in the pavilion watching the fish in the pond, neither speaking. After a long while, Lin Fan. Xiaoya spoke again. Are you hungry? Lin Fan was taken aback. Then he laughed. Starving? Then let's go eat. Xiaya turned and walked away. I know a restaurant nearby. Their signature dish is braised divine bull meat. It's 880,000 a serving. Lin Fan's steps faltered. How much? 880,000. Xiaya didn't look back. My treat. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and followed. 880,000 it is. I'm a hero now. What's wrong with a meal? Heroes still have to pay their debts. Shut up. Late at night, Lin Fan lay in bed staring at the ceiling. The braised divine bull meat was indeed delicious, but after eating it, that familiar sense of hunger returned. It wasn't the kind of hunger that threatened to make him lose control, but a faint, lingering craving. He rolled over and fished the shell of the source fragment from his pocket. The transparent crystal glowed faintly in the moonlight. Lin Fan stared at it, recalling Lin Xiao's final words. When you're capable enough to come in, remember to find me. Dad will buy you a drink. Lin Fan clenched the shell in his palm. Dad, he whispered. I will come. Outside the window, the night wind blew. The distant capital was ablaze with lights like a brilliant sea of stars. And in the densest part of that light, amidst the ruins of the Heavenly Works Institute, a figure stood silently. He wore a gray robe, a gentle smile on his face. If Lin Fan were here, he would recognize him. He was from the World Tree. The figure gazed towards the Xia family estate and murmured to himself, peak fifth order. Interesting. But this is only the beginning. He turned and vanished into the night. The invitation arrived the next morning. Its gold-embossed cover, when opened, released a faint scent of sandalwood. Lin Fan frowned slightly as he gazed at the neatly written regular script lines within. The Elder Council of the Heavenly Works Institute cordially invites Mr. Lin Fan to a banquet. Tonight at 7 in the main building's banquet hall. He handed the invitation to Xiaya beside him. Xiaya took it, glanced over it, and let out a cold laugh. A Hongmen banquet. I know, Lin Fan said, leaning back in his chair, gnawing on a steamed bun. But I have to go. Xiaya said nothing. She knew he had no choice. Gu Chongshan was now the head of the Heavenly Works Institute's Elder Council, nominally the supreme leader of the Great Xia's scientific research system. His invitation was for a celebration, an award ceremony. If Lin Fan refused, he would be seen as ungrateful and arrogant. Public opinion could lift a man to the heavens or trample him into the mud. I'll go with you, Xiaya said. Obviously, Lin Fan replied, swallowing the last bite of his bun. If you don't come whole, keep that thing in check. He pointed at his own chest. Xiaya rolled her eyes. 7 o'clock that evening at the main building of the Heavenly Works Institute. Lin Fan had only ever seen the structure from a distance before. 300 meters tall, forged entirely from special alloy, its surface covered with intricate spirit energy circuits like a colossal steel monument. Standing at its base now, Lin Fan truly felt its oppressive weight, not from the building itself but from the people inside. Through his omniscient vision, he could hear dozens of heartbeats. Some were at the 4th stage, others at the 5th stage, and one was very faint, barely perceptible, as if hiding in a corner watching. Gu Chongshan really spared no expense, Lin Fan muttered. Xiaya held his arm and whispered, talk less, eat more later. Just go along with whatever they say. Don't act rashly. Lin Fan looked at her. You want me to play the fool? I want you to avoid their trap, Xiaya said. This is a Hongmen banquet, not a fight. If you start something at the feast, you'll be in the wrong no matter what. Lin Fan thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. The two walked side by side through the entrance. The banquet hall was on the top floor. As the elevator ascended, Lin Fan watched the floors flash by through the transparent cabin. On every floor, researchers in white coats were busy and various unnamed instruments glowed with a faint blue light. The Heavenly Works Institute has some deep pockets, he remarked. Deep indeed, Xiaya said. But not necessarily yours. Lin Fan smiled and said nothing. The elevator doors opened. A long corridor carpeted in red appeared before them. At the end, 2 large ornate wooden doors stood wide open, from which came the clinking of glasses and lively chatter. Lin Fan took a deep breath and stepped inside. The banquet hall was enormous, capable of holding at least 200 people. It was already full. There were watchmen generals in military uniform, representatives of financial magnates in suits, researchers from the Heavenly Works Institute in white coats, and some elderly figures of obvious importance. Likely members of the Elder Council. The moment Lin Fan entered, every gaze in the room turned to him in unison. Lin Fan remained expressionless, sweeping his eyes across the hall. Through his omniscient vision, the heartbeats became clearer. Some were curious, some wary, some contemptuous, and a few carried distinct hostility. His gaze searched the crowd and finally settled on the seat of honor. Gu Chongshan sat there. The chief of the Heavenly Works Institute was dressed in a deep blue Mao suit today, his hair meticulously combed, a warm smile on his face. Seeing Lin Fan, he stood up and began to clap. Applause followed. Sparse, but applause nonetheless. Lin Fan walked over under the watchful eyes of the crowd until he stood before Gu Chongshan. Dean Gu, he said, nodding with neither humility nor arrogance. Student Lin Fan. Gu Chongshan said, warmly grasping his hand. Welcome, welcome. Your victory on Divine Fall Island has brought great honor to Great Xia. His hand was dry warm and his grip was just right, but Lin Fan could sense something writhing beneath that gentle exterior. It wasn't an illusion. It was what his omniscient vision had captured. Countless fine threads of energy slithering within Gu Chongshan's body. Those threads weren't spirit energy but something far more sinister. Lin Fan's heart tensed but his face betrayed nothing. Dean Gu flatters me, he said. I was just lucky. Lucky. Gu Chongshan laughed. Luck that can kill a 6th-stage arbiter is no ordinary luck. He took Lin Fan's hand and led him to the main table. Come sit beside me. We'll have a good chat tonight. Lin Fan looked at the seat. To Gu Chongshan's right, directly in the line of sight of everyone in the hall. He smiled and sat down. Xia took the seat next to him. The banquet began. The dishes were exquisite, the wine was fine. Course after course was served, each one costly. The plate of braised divine beast meat in front of Lin Fan was even larger than the one Xia had treated him to the night before. But Lin Fan ate little. His omniscient vision remained active, capturing every detail in the banquet hall. An old man sitting diagonally across from him at the early 5th stage had a steady heartbeat, but it quickened a few beats every time he looked at Lin Fan. Hostility. At the table to his left, a few middle-aged researchers around the 4th stage kept whispering, their gazes occasionally drifting over. Curiosity. And a few younger ones, likely prodigies of the Heavenly Works Institute, had eyes full of defiance. Jealousy. Lin Fan silently memorized the heart rates of these people, then turned his gaze to Gu Chongshan at the head of the table. Gu Chongshan was chatting amiably with an elder beside him, the picture of a kindly old man. But Lin Fan noticed that his hands remained under the table. His omniscient vision couldn't see what his hands were doing, but it picked up an extremely faint sound of friction. Like he was operating some kind of instrument. Lin Fan sneered inwardly. This old fox was definitely up to no good. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Gu Chongshan finally set down his wine glass and cleared his throat. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone, Gu Chongshan said, standing up and looking around. I've invited you all here today, first to welcome our hero student Lin Fan, and second to make an announcement. He clapped his hands. The wall on one side of the banquet hall suddenly turned transparent, revealing a massive laboratory behind it. Inside, dozens of cylindrical cultivation chambers were arranged in neat rows. Each chamber held a person, or rather a modified human. Their bodies were connected to complex tubes, and pale blue crystals were embedded in their chests. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply. Those crystals were identical to the cores of the World Tree puppets. This is the latest achievement of our Heavenly Works Institute, Gu Chongshan said, his voice brimming with pride. A divine blood inducer. It can temporarily grant ordinary people the abilities of high rank, awakened with almost no side effects. He glanced at Lin Fan, his smile deepening. In fact, this breakthrough was made possible thanks to student Lin Fan. Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly. Thanks to me. Yes, Gu Chongshan nodded. Do you remember the assassin you defeated on Divine Fall Island, He Chiu? Lin Fan's heart sank. We managed to extract some very interesting cell samples from him, Gu Chongshan said. Those cells had been eroded by your energy, causing a certain mutation. That mutation was the key to our research. He paused, looking into Lin Fan's eyes. So truly thank you. The hall was dead silent. All eyes were once again fixed on Lin Fan. Lin Fan was silent for 2 seconds. Then he smiled. You're too kind, Dean Gu, he said. It's my honor to be of help. His tone was flat, but Xia could hear the murderous intent lurking beneath the calm surface. She gently squeezed Lin Fan's hand under the table. He squeezed back, signaling her not to worry. The banquet continued, but Lin Fan's attention was no longer on the table. His omniscient vision was fixed on that laboratory, on the people in those chambers. Some were young, some were still children. Their eyes were closed, their faces twisted in pain. Lin Fan took a deep breath and looked away. Now was not the time to act. But he memorized the position of every single cultivation chamber. When the banquet ended, Gu Chongshan personally saw Lin Fan to the door. Student Lin Fan, he said, shaking his hand, beaming. Come again. The doors of the Heavenly Works Institute are always open to you. Lin Fan smiled. I will. He turned and entered the elevator with Xia. The moment the doors closed, the smile vanished from Lin Fan's face. That old bastard, he said through gritted teeth. He's experimenting on living people. Xia said nothing. She had seen those chambers too. Lin Fan, she said softly. Don't act rashly. I know, Lin Fan said, closing his eyes and leaning against the elevator wall. Now isn't the time. The elevator descended floor by floor. After a long silence, Lin Fan suddenly spoke. Xia. Find out how many more labs like that are underneath the Heavenly Works Institute. Xia looked at him. What do you plan to do? Lin Fan opened his eyes and stared at his own reflection in the elevator doors. I want to tear them all down. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, Gu Chongshan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the retreating figures of Lin Fan and Xia below. Footsteps approached from behind. Bai Zhe emerged from the shadows and stood behind him. Teacher, Bai Zhe said softly, do you think he'll take the bait? Gu Chongshan smiled. He will, he said. He's just like his father. Can't stand seeing scenes like this. Bai Zhe was silent. Gu Chongshan turned to face him. Is your wound healed? Yes, Bai Zhe nodded. I'm stronger than before. Good, Gu Chongshan said, patting his shoulder. Soon you'll have your chance for revenge. Bai Zhe said nothing. His gaze pierced through the glass fixed on the tiny that was gradually disappearing in the distance. In his eyes there was longing madness and a hint of something Lin Fan had never seen before. When they emerged from the banquet hall, it was already nearly 10 o'clock. Lin Fan and Xia walked side by side along the tree-lined path outside the Heavenly Works Institute. The streetlights cast a dim yellow glow, stretching their shadows long. That old fox, Xia muttered under her breath. He did it on purpose. Lin Fan nodded. Those culture vessels were meant for me to see. What are you going to do? Lin Fan remained silent. He knew perfectly well that Gu Chongshan was being deliberate. Those culture vessels, those modified humans, they were all bait. Gu Chongshan was waiting for him to take the bait, to act on impulse, to make a mistake. But knowing this, the fire in Lin Fan's heart still refused to be quelled. It wasn't born of anger. It was because the people in those culture vessels reminded him of that youth from the church who had been turned into a biological battery. The same eyes, the same despair. Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressing the flames within. Let's head back first, he said. Well, plan this out. Xia glanced at him but said nothing more. They continued walking. After about 10 minutes, Lin Fan abruptly halted. Xia was startled. What's wrong? Lin Fan didn't reply. He tilted his head, activating his omniscient vision at full power. In that instant, he had detected a heartbeat. It was very faint, about 30 beats per minute, but he remembered that rhythm. It was Ji Chongkong. Someone's tailing us, Lin Fan said in a low voice. Wait here. Xia frowned. I'll come with you. Stay, Lin Fan interrupted. You'll only hinder my movements. Xia opened her mouth, then finally rolled her eyes. Fine. If you're not back in 5 minutes, I'm coming for you. Lin Fan nodded, then turned and melted into the shadows by the roadside. The stalker was well hidden. If not for the heartbeat revealing his location, Lin Fan might never have found him. The man was hiding on the 3rd floor of an abandoned building 300 meters away, completely still, his breathing reduced to a minimum. When Lin Fan crept over, the building was pitch black. The stairwell was piled high with construction debris, each step producing a grating crunch. Lin Fan decided to stop hiding and simply walked up boldly. The other party already knew he was coming. 3rd floor. Lin Fan pushed open the rusted iron door and stepped inside. Moonlight streamed through the shattered windows, illuminating half the room. In the center stood a figure. No, it stood a thing that was once human. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes at the thing. It was Ji Chongkong. But it wasn't. Half of his face remained the same, but his eyes had turned a dark crimson with strange runes reflected in his pupils. The other half of his face was covered in metal with a red mechanical eye embedded in the socket. His body had changed too. His left arm was replaced by a mechanical prosthetic densely inscribed with runes. The right half of his body was exposed with a faint purple glow flowing beneath the skin. Most terrifying of all was his back. For thick metal tentacles extended from his spine, propping him up like spider legs, their tips gleaming coldly. Midstage of the 4th rank. Lin Fan stared at this half-human, half-mechanical monster for 2 seconds. Ji Chongkong. The thing spoke. Its voice was hoarse like the grinding of metal, but Lin Fan could tell it was indeed Ji Chongkong's voice. Lin Fan. His lips twisted into a smile that was uglier than a cry. You've finally come? Lin Fan didn't move. Through his omniscient vision, Ji Chongkong's heartbeat was a tangled mess. 30, 40, 50, then dropping back to 30. A sign of conflict between consciousness and machinery. Gu Chongshan did this to you? Ji Chongkong didn't answer. He stared at Lin Fan, the red light in his eyes growing brighter. Do you know how I've spent these months? His voice came in fragments like a radio with a poor signal. Every day, cut open, then sewn up, those tubes, jammed into my brain. It hurts. It hurts so much. Lin Fan remained silent. Ji Chongkong's body began to tremble. The 4 metal tentacles lashed wildly against the ground, cracking the concrete floor. But that's not what hurts most. He lifted his head, fixing Lin Fan with those eerie eyes. What hurts most is that my mind is full of your face. Every time I'm cut open, every time I'm sewn up, I think of you. thinking of how to kill you. Boom. He moved. With astonishing speed. The 4 tentacles sprang up like lances, stabbing toward Lin Fan's chest. Lin Fan didn't dodge. He merely sidestepped, slightly evading 3, then raised a hand and grabbed the 4th. Sizzle. Sparks flew. Lin Fan's palm smoked from the tentacle's searing heat, but he didn't let go. A peak 5th rank physique easily withstood a 4th rank attack. Ji Chongkong, Lin Fan said, looking at him. In this state, do you still recognize yourself? Ji Chongkong froze. The 4 tentacles halted in midair, trembling. Who am I? His gaze began to blur. I am Ji Chongkong. I am the student council president. I am... His voice grew fainter until it dissolved into meaningless muttering. Lin Fan watched him, a strange bitterness welling up inside. This once arrogantly proud man had been reduced to a half-dead puppet. Ji Chongkong, Lin Fan said, releasing his grip and stepping back. You hate me, I know, but I'm not the one who killed you. Ji Chongkong looked up. In his eyes were struggle, confusion, and a faint spark on the verge of extinguishing. Then, before he could finish, the wall behind him suddenly exploded. 3 figures burst in with incredible speed. They wore black combat suits emblazoned with the emblem of the Heavenly Works Institute. Recovery target, the leader shouted. Initiate mandatory protocol. Ji Chongkong's body went rigid. The 4 tentacles thrashed wildly but were quickly subdued by an invisible force. No! No! He screamed in agony, but the 3 men were already upon him, injecting something into his neck. Ji Chongkong's body went limp. Lin Fan wanted to stop them but hesitated for a second. In that moment, the 3 men hoisted Ji Chongkong and fled through the blasted wall. Lin Fan chased to the window only to see 3 silhouettes vanish into the night. He stood there staring into the darkness, silent for a long time. When he returned to the tree-lined path, Xiaya was leaning against a lamppost, scrolling through her phone. She looked up as he approached. How did it go? Lin Fan shook his head. Ji Chongkong. They turned him into a monster, taken by the Heavenly Works Institute. Xiaya was stunned. He, still alive, Lin Fan said, but better off dead. Xiaya fell silent. After a long pause, she asked softly, why didn't you stop them? Lin Fan gazed into the distant darkness. Because I want to know what Gu Chongshan plans to do with him. Xiaya said nothing. They walked back together. After a few steps, Lin Fan suddenly spoke. Xiaya. Move that plan up. Xiaya turned to look at him. Lin Fan's face was expressionless, but in his eyes a flame flickered. I don't want to see another Ji Chongkong. By the time Lin Fan and Xiaya returned to the courtyard, it was nearly midnight. The yard lay in silence, broken only by the chorus of chirping insects. Lin Fan pushed open the door and was about to turn on the light when his hand froze midair. Someone was in the room. The heartbeat was slow, about 40 beats per minute. But that aura. Lin Fan knew it all too well. Teacher Li, he said. Isn't it a bit late to be climbing through windows? A soft chuckle emerged from the darkness. The light came on. Li Gui sat on the living room sofa, legs crossed, a cup of tea in hand. Tonight he had discarded his signature suit for a casual jacket, looking like an ordinary middle-aged man. Yet Lin Fan knew that even a single strand of this man's hair could be lethal. Student Lin Fan. Li Gui set down his teacup, smiling warmly. Long time no see. Xiaya stood warily behind Lin Fan, her hand already reaching for the weapon at her waist. Lin Fan waved a hand, signaling her to relax. What brings you here tonight, Teacher Li? He walked over and sat across from Li Gui. Here for tea or to prune the weeds? Li Gui paused, then burst into laughter. Interesting, he said. You actually know my nickname. I guess, Lin Fan replied. The codename Undertaker is too famous. A little digging reveals it. Li Gui nodded. Then do you know why I'm here today? Lin Fan thought for a moment. To warn me. Close enough. Li Gui said, his smile fading into seriousness. You attended the banquet today. I did. You saw Gu Chongshan. I did. And you saw his treasures. Lin Fan paused for a second. I saw them. Li Gui sighed. He leaned back on the sofa, staring at the ceiling for a long time before speaking. Lin Fan, do you think him a good person or a bad one? Lin Fan considered. Neither good nor bad, he said. You kill without blinking, but you've also saved me. You're the kind of person who follows only his own rules. Li Gui smiled. I'll take that assessment. He sat up straight, looking at Lin Fan. Then today I'll speak a few words to you by my own rules. Lin Fan nodded. First, Li Gui raised a finger. Gu Chongshan has gone mad. His God creation project deviated from the original mission of the Heavenly Works Institute from the very start. I suspect now that he was eroded by that thing long ago. That thing. Divinity, Li Gui said. Or rather the will of the parasite. He delved too deep, touched too many things he shouldn't have. Now even he can't tell if he's human or a god. Lin Fan remained silent. He recalled the eerie energy threads captured by his omniscient vision at the banquet. Second, Li Gui raised a second finger. Those culture vats you saw are just the tip of the iceberg. Beneath the Heavenly Works Institute there are at least 3 more labs like that. Locked inside aren't just modified humans but genuine monsters. Lin Fan's brow furrowed. Monsters? Yes, Li Gui said. Over the years Gu Chongshan has collected living samples of divine aberrations from all over the world. He cages them underground, runs experiments on them, studying how to perfect the fusion of divinity and humanity. Those things are still alive. Alive, Li Gui nodded. And growing stronger. When I went down last time, the one in the deepest layer had already neared the 6th rank. Lin Fan fell silent. Xiaya gasped sharply beside him. Third, Li Gui raised a third finger. Gu Chongshan has a special interest in you. Not because you're a hero but because you are Subject 001. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. He knows. Of course he knows, Li Gui said. He's known ever since you first revealed your power on Divine Fall Island. The reason he hasn't touched you is that he's been waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for you to mature, Li Gui said. He wants the most perfect specimen. And now you're almost up to his standards. Lin Fan was silent for a long time. Then he lifted his head to look at Li Gui. Why are you telling me all this? Li Gui smiled. He stood up, walked to the window, and turned his back to Lin Fan. Because my loyalty lies with the Heavenly Works Institute, not with Gu Chongshan, he said. The Institute's original purpose was to protect humanity with technology. Gu Chongshan's current actions have completely betrayed that purpose. He turned around to face Lin Fan. So I've decided to prune this diseased tree. Lin Fan looked at him. You're going to kill Gu Chongshan? Not yet, Li Gui shook his head. I can't take him alone. He's too strong and he has too many hidden cards. I need help. Me. Yes, Li Gui said. You plus me plus some other forces. It might be possible. Lin Fan fell silent. Li Gui pulled a thin card from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. This is a map of the underground labs in the Heavenly Works Institute. It includes the locations of all test subjects' security system vulnerabilities and the entrance to Gu Chongshan's core lab. Lin Fan picked up the card and glanced at it. It was a chip. Use Fatty's equipment to view it when you get back, Li Gui said. Don't open it here. Gu Chongshan's eyes are everywhere. Lin Fan pocketed the chip. Why give me this? Because I know you'll go, Li Gui said, looking at him. After seeing those culture vats and Ji Changkong's condition, you'll definitely go. Rather than have you charge in blindly and die, I'd rather show you a path. Lin Fan said nothing. Li Gui walked to the window and pushed it open. The night wind blew in, carrying a chill. Lin Fan, he glanced back. Gu Chongshan has the last experimental record your father left behind. Inside it lies the truth behind the door. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply. What did you say? What I say doesn't matter, Li Gui smiled. What matters is whether you want to know. He leaped out and vanished into the night. Lin Fan rushed to the window, but the outside was empty. Only the night wind whispered. Lin Fan stood by the window for a long time. Xiaya walked over and stood beside him. Do you trust him? Lin Fan thought for a moment. Half. Which half? His hatred for Gu Chongshan is real, Lin Fan said. And his intention to use me is also real. Xiaya looked at him. So what are you going to do? Lin Fan turned around and looked at the chip on the coffee table. I want to know what my father left behind. He walked over, picked up the chip, and held it in his palm. Whatever Li Gui's motives are, as long as he can help me get in, I'll take this gamble. Xiaya was silent for a few seconds. Then she nodded. All right, I'm with you. Lin Fan looked at her and suddenly smiled. Aren't you going to ask about the risks? Risks? Xiaya rolled her eyes. When have you ever not taken risks? If I asked every time, I'd be exhausted. Lin Fan was taken aback. Then he reached out and ruffled her hair. Xiaya slapped his hand away. Cut that out. Come on, let's go find Fatty. Early the next morning, Lin Fan took the chip and went to find Wang Pangpang. The Fatty lived in a small building on the west side of the Xia family's courtyard. Though called a small building, it actually had 3 floors complete with an independent basement. The Xia family had arranged it for him allegedly because his professional equipment took up too much space. Lin Fan knocked on the door, but no one answered. He pushed the door open and found the living room on the first floor empty save for a cat squatting on the sofa, lazily licking its paws. Lin Fan recognized the cat. It was a stray the Fatty had picked up a few days ago named Fa Kai. Fa Kai, where's your dad? Fa Kai glanced at him, then continued licking its paws. Lin Fan sighed and headed for the basement. As he pushed open the basement door, a wave of heat rushed toward him. Inside, instruments were densely packed with complex code, jumping across monitors, and cooling fans whirring loudly, resembling a small server room. Wang Pangpang sat on a gaming chair at the far end, his back to Lin Fan, fingers flying across the keyboard. Fatty. Hold on. The fatty didn't turn his head. Almost there. Just one last line of code. Lin Fan walked over and glanced at the screen. The entire display was filled with symbols he couldn't understand. What are you doing? Hacking into the Tiangong Academy's cafeteria system, the fatty said. Their lunch menu today includes braised lion's head meatballs. I wanted to see if I could add a dish for myself. Lin Fan. He paused for 2 seconds, then slapped the fatty on the back of the head. Ouch. The fatty clutched his head and turned around. Bro Lin, what are you doing? I was almost successful. Successful my ass. Lin Fan slapped the chip down in front of him. Get to work. The fatty glanced at the chip and his eyes immediately lit up. Holy crap. What's this? A map of the Tiangong Academy's underground lab, Lin Fan said. Li Gui gave it to me. Help me verify if it's real. The fatty grabbed the chip and plugged it into a nearby reader. The code on the screen vanished, instantly replaced by a three-dimensional stereoscopic map. As the fatty stared at the map, his mouth dropped open wider and wider. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. He blurted out 8 expletives in a row, then turned around staring at Lin Fan in shock. Bro Lin, where did this thing come from? I told you Li Gui gave it to me. Lin Fan frowned. What is there a problem? A problem? The fatty pointed at the annotations on the map. Bro Lin, look. This is the first underground level of Tiangong Academy security level, A, requiring triple authorization to enter. This is the second underground level, security level S, requiring dual retinal and genetic verification. This is the third underground level. His finger stopped at the deepest part. Security level SSS, requiring Gu Chongshan's personal biometric password to enter. And on this level, the map is marked. Living Divine Aberration Containment Zone, danger level unaccessible. Lin Fan stared at that annotation, silent for a few seconds. Is this thing real? Couldn't be more real. The fatty said, look at these annotations, these vulnerabilities, these shift changes. Without an insider, you could never get intelligence of this level. Lin Fan nodded. Can you copy it? Yes. The fatty had already started operating. They'll copy it to my server and open it with a virtual system. That way, even if there's a tracking program in the chip, they won't catch us. Lin Fan watched his fingers darting across the keys and suddenly felt a touch of emotion. This kid, usually so unreliable, could be quite dependable in critical moments. By the way, Lin Fan recalled something. How's that arm of yours? The fatty paused for a moment, then looked down at his left arm. It was the custom mechanical prosthetic given to him by the Xia family, perfectly compatible with absolute reflection. With a silver-white metal shell and complex hydraulic structures, at the joints it emitted a faint mechanical sound when clenched into a fist. It's pretty good. The fatty said, better than the original. The old arm could only reflect physical attacks. Now this one can even partially deflect energy attacks. He stood up and threw a punch at a sandbag in the corner. Bang! The sandbag burst open, spilling sand all over the floor. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. 4th stage already? Not yet. The fatty scratched his head. Peak of the 3rd stage, but this arm can exert the power of an early 4th stage. Old Master Xia said that once I fully adapt, I can push for the 4th stage. Lin Fan nodded. Then train hard during this time. In a few days I might need you. The fatty paused, then his eyes lit up. Bro Lin, are you going to? Lin Fan raised a finger to his lips. The fatty immediately shut up, but the excitement on his face was impossible to hide. Leaving the fatty's place, Lin Fan went straight to Yi Zi's residence. Yi Zi's place was much quieter than the fatty's. A standalone building surrounded by bamboo. When Lin Fan knocked, a faint voice came from inside. Enter. Lin Fan pushed the door open and found Yi Zi, sitting on the living room floor surrounded by a pile of parts. She was assembling a dagger. Her movements were slow and steady, each piece carefully polished with specialized tools. Lin Fan sat down beside her watching. New gear. Yi Zi didn't look up. The old one got chipped. Swapping it out. Lin Fan watched her focused expression, suddenly recalling what Li Gui had said last night. Yi Zi. About my father. How much do you remember? Yi Zi's hand paused. Then she resumed polishing the parts. Not much, she said. I just remember a man in a white coat, giving me a biscuit and pointing toward the escape route. Lin Fan remained silent. I was about 5 or 6, then Yi Zi said in a flat, emotionless voice. I was starving to death. He saved me. Lin Fan said nothing. Yi Zi fitted the last piece, raised the dagger and examined it. The blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Lin Xiao, she said softly. That name, I remember it. Lin Fan looked at her. So you've been following me not just for the money. Yi Zi turned to look at him. On that perpetually expressionless face, a rare flicker of emotion appeared. Money is one reason, she said, but not all of it. Lin Fan smiled. He stood up and patted her on the shoulder. Then this time do me a favor. Yi Zi looked at him. What favor? In a few days I might need to kill people, Lin Fan said. A lot of them. Yi's eyes lit up, but her face remained impassive. Extra pay. Lin Fan laughed. Deal. Leaving Yi's place, Lin Fan returned to his room. Xia was already waiting for him. How did it go? Lin Fan recounted the matter of the chip and shared Fatty and Yi's reactions. After listening, Xia was silent for a few seconds. Are you sure you want to do this? Lin Fan looked at her. Are you scared? Scared? Xia rolled her eyes. If I were scared, I wouldn't have gone to the Divine Descent Island with you back then. Lin Fan smiled. Then it settled. He walked to the window, gazing at the gradually darkening sky outside. Once Fatty's intel is ready, we make our move. Xia walked over to stand beside him. I'm coming with you. Lin Fan turned to look at her. Of course you are, he said. Without you to hold it down, I'm afraid that thing will blow up again. Xia was taken aback, then laughed. At least you have some conscience. The two stood by the window watching as night fell. In the distance, the lights of the capital gradually flickered to life. And in the densest cluster of those lights, the silhouette of Tiangong Academy loomed faintly. Lin Fan stared in that direction and whispered softly. Dad, wait for me. For the next 3 days, Lin Fan waited. He awaited Fatty's intelligence, Yi's equipment, and a suitable opportunity. However, what arrived was a letter. The letter arrived at the villa on the morning of the 4th day. It bore no postmark, no sender's name. Only a simple white envelope resting quietly on the windowsill of Lin Fan's room. As Lin Fan picked up the envelope, a slight numbness tingled in his fingers. Residual energy fluctuations clung to it. Faint yet exquisitely pure. It had been left by an expert of at least the 5th rank. He tore open the envelope. Inside lay a single sheet of paper. Upon it were but a few lines penned in elegant cursive English. Mr. Lin Fan, congratulations on your victory at the Divine Descension Isle. You have proven your strength and have also proven yourself worthy of knowing the truth. The Zero Relic will open once more in 3 months. At that time, the World Tree will organize a deep exploration to seek the secrets behind the door. We sincerely invite you to join. In exchange, we will inform you of the latest news concerning Mr. Lin Xiao. He still lives but has been eroded by divinity, now in a state of half-madness. If you are interested, please reply within 7 days. You need only go alone to the ruins of the Celestial Works Institute at midnight tonight. Someone will meet you there. The 3rd seat of the World Tree. After reading the letter, Lin Fan remained silent for a long time. When Xia pushed the door open and entered, she found him standing by the window, lost in thought, a sheet of paper clutched in his hand. What's wrong? Lin Fan handed her the letter. After reading it, Xia's expression also changed. Lin Xiao is still alive. That's what the letter says. Lin Fan's voice was calm, but Xia could hear the tempestuous waves beneath that composure. Do you believe it? Lin Fan pondered. Half of it. Which half? I believe he's still alive, Lin Fan said. I don't believe the World Tree would tell me out of kindness. Xia nodded. So are you going? Lin Fan gazed out the window, offering no reply. That evening, Lin Fan told everyone about the letter. Fatty was the first to leap up. Bro Lin, you can't go. Those old schemers from the World Tree have definitely set a trap. Yi said nothing, but her hand had already rested on her blade's hilt. Emo-chan smoked in silence for a long time. He said Lin Xiao is still alive. Emo-chan exhaled a ring of smoke. That part I believe. Lin Fan looked at him. Why? Because back when Lin Xiao jumped through that door, I knew he wouldn't die so easily. Emo-chan said. That bastard has a life tougher than a cockroach's. Lin Fan was silent. Xia walked to his side and asked softly, Have you decided? Lin Fan looked at her. I want to go. Xia showed no surprise. She simply nodded. Then I'll go with you. No. Lin Fan shook his head. The letter said I must go alone. Xia frowned. Going alone is too dangerous. I know. Lin Fan said. But precisely because it's dangerous, I can't take you. He glanced at Fatty, then at Yi, and finally his gaze settled on Xia. If I don't come back, you all have to carry on. Xia opened her mouth as if to speak, but in the end she only clenched her teeth. What time? Midnight. Then there are still 3 hours. Xia turned and walked out. I'll cook you a meal. Eat your fill before you go. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled. At 11:30 that night, Lin Fan left the villa alone. The ruins of the Celestial Works Institute were not far from the Xia family villa, a 20-minute cab ride away. Lin Fan didn't take a cab. He traversed the void the entire way. Swift and untraceable. The ruins were even more desolate than he had imagined. The explosion had demolished half of the main building. The remaining half stood crookedly on the verge of collapse. Wild grass overgrew the debris, rustling in the night breeze. Lin Fan landed on a fractured beam and swept his gaze across the surroundings. No one. Within his omniscient vision, there were only the sounds of insects and the wind. He glanced at his watch. 11:55. 5 minutes to go. Lin Fan sat down on a relatively flat piece of rubble and waited. The 5 minutes passed swiftly. At exactly midnight, the air at the center of the ruins suddenly warped. Lin Fan rose, fixing his gaze on that spot. A figure emerged from the distorted air. It was an old man clad in a gray robe with graying hair and a face etched with wrinkles. But his eyes blazed with startling brilliance. Within his omniscient vision, Lin Fan could not detect the old man's heartbeat. Not that there was none, but its frequency was far too low, fewer than 10 beats per minute. 6th rank. Mr. Lin Fan. The old man spoke, his voice gentle, laced with a hint of a smile. You are punctual. Lin Fan looked at him. Who are you? The 3rd seat of the world tree, the old man said. You may call me the Observer. The Observer? Lin Fan frowned. Your code name. You could see it that way, the old man nodded. My duty is to observe the variables of this world. And you are the greatest variable of late. Lin Fan said nothing. The old man approached him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Peak 5th rank, under 20 years old, and carrying that thing within you. He chuckled. That madman Lin Xiao truly forged a monster. Lin Fan's gaze turned cold. You knew my father. I did, the old man said. 30 years ago, when he was still at the Celestial Works Institute, I knew him. Back then he was an ambitious young man, always thinking about how to trample the gods underfoot. He paused, then sighed. Later he truly found a way, but it cost him everything. Lin Fan was silent for a few seconds. Is he still alive? Alive, the old man nodded. But he is no longer entirely himself. What do you mean? The old man looked at him, silent for a moment. The world behind the door is a hive for parasites. The concentration of divinity there is hundreds of times that of earth. After your father entered, though he used a special method to preserve his consciousness, those things have been eroding him. And now, the old man smiled. Now he is half human, half divine. Sometimes lucid, sometimes insane. When lucid, he murmurs your name. When maddened, he attacks anything that draws near. Lin Fan's fists clenched. How can he be saved? The old man shook his head. There is no way. Unless what? The old man looked at him, a complex glint flickering in his eyes. Unless someone can enter the core of the hive and sever his connection to it. But that is the most heavily defended part of the entire hive. Those who enter face a 9,000 chance of survival. Lin Fan was silent. The old man drew a jade token from his bosom and handed it to him. In 3 months, the 0 relic will open again. Take this token. It will allow you to reach the deepest level. Lin Fan accepted the token, studying its intricate patterns. Why are you helping me? The old man smiled. Because I too wish to see how far a child raised by a father who protected him with his very life can go. He turned to leave. One more thing. He glanced back at Lin Fan. You'd best deal with Gu Zhongshan as soon as possible. He has gone mad. Any further delay may cost more lives. With that, his figure vanished into the warped air. Silence reclaimed the ruins. Lin Fan stood rooted, staring at the jade token in his hand, lost in thought for a long time. By the time he returned to the villa, it was nearly 2 in the morning. Xiaya was still waiting for him in the living room. The table was laden with dishes that had long gone cold. When she saw Lin Fan return, she stood up. How did it go? Lin Fan placed the jade token on the table. He said my father is alive but has been eroded by divinity. Xiaya looked at him. Do you believe it? Lin Fan thought for a moment. This time I do. Xiaya said nothing. She simply walked over and gently embraced him. Lin Fan was taken aback. What are you doing? Nothing. Xiaya released him. I just thought you might need this. Lin Fan looked at her and suddenly smiled. All right, enough with the sentiment. Let's eat, I'm hungry. Xiaya rolled her eyes. It's cold. Cold food is still edible. The two sat down and began to eat the now cold dishes. Outside the window, the night deepened. In the distance, the ruins of the Celestial Works Institute stood silently under the moonlight. And deeper within those ruins, something was slowly awakening. It was nearly 3 in the morning when Lin Fan returned to his courtyard. Xiaya was already asleep and the table was still cluttered with the cold, untouched dishes from dinner. He sat alone in the living room, turning the jade token over and over in his hand. The token was small, no larger than a palm, pitch black and etched with intricate patterns. Lin Fan scanned it with his omniscient vision but found nothing unusual. It was just an ordinary piece of jade with a faint wisp of spiritual energy sealed inside. He tentatively touched that ripple of energy with his own spiritual sense. A deafening roar exploded in his mind. Lin Fan jerked his spiritual sense back, clutching his head and gasping sharply. In that instant he saw visions. A colossal black pyramid, suspended beneath a blood-red sky. Countless twisted figures crawled across its surface, their shrill screams grating against the ears. At the pyramid's apex, a pillar of golden light pierced the heavens. Within that light, a silhouette was faintly visible. The figure had its back to him, but that silhouette was one Lin Fan knew all too well. Lin Xiao. The vision lasted less than a second, but the oppressive force it exuded left Lin Fan, a peak 5th-rank cultivator, drenched in cold sweat. Beyond the gate, he murmured to himself. After a long while he tucked the jade token away, leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. His mind was a chaotic mess. His father was still alive but on the verge of madness. The zero relic was in 3 months. Gu Zhongshan still had to be dealt with. And then there was the world tree and that observer. Lin Fan took a deep breath and suppressed these thoughts. One step at a time. First Gu Zhongshan. The next morning Lin Fan gathered everyone in Fatty's building. Mo Chun was the last to arrive, and for once he wasn't holding his wine flask. As he entered he glanced at Lin Fan sitting in the corner, asked nothing, and simply found a seat. Everyone's here, Lin Fan began. A few things to discuss. He briefly recounted the previous night's events. When he mentioned Lin Xiao was still alive, Mo Chen's brow furrowed slightly, but he remained silent. When he mentioned the zero relic in 3 months, Fatty blurted out a curse. When he mentioned the 3rd seat of the world tree, Yi's finger twitched. A prelude to her drawing her blade. Lin Fan finished speaking and looked at them. Now for the 2nd matter. He placed the chip Li Gui had given him on the table. Fatty has confirmed it. This is a map of the Heavenly Workshop's underground lab. Gu Zhongshan has been breeding a horde of monsters down there and conducting experiments on live humans. You've all seen what happened to Ji Changkong. Fatty's face darkened. He remembered all too well Ji Changkong's half-human, half-monstrous appearance. We need to destroy that place before he completely loses control. Xiaya looked at him. You've decided. I've decided. Lin Fan said, but not now. That old fox Gu Zhongshan is definitely waiting for me to make a move. I need to make him wait, make him think I'm too scared to come, and lull him into a false sense of security. Mo Chan nodded. Makes sense. So when do you plan to strike? Lin Fan thought for a moment. 15 days from now. 15 days. Fatty was taken aback. Why wait 15 days? Lin Fan looked at him. Because you have work to do for the next 15 days. Fatty blinked. Work? What kind of work? Lin Fan slid the chip over to him. First memorize this map inside and out. I need to know how many guards are on each floor, how many doors, how many cameras, and the exact times of their shift changes. Fatty swallowed hard. Second, hack into the Heavenly Workshop system. I need to know what Gu Zhongshan is doing these 15 days, who he's meeting, and what he's saying. Fatty's hands began to tremble. Third, find out who the people imprisoned underground are, where they came from, and how many are still alive. Fatty's face turned pale. Brother Lin, you're asking for my life here. Lin Fan just stared at him, saying nothing. Fatty opened his mouth to protest, but finally just nodded with a wry grimace. All right, I'll do my best. Not your best, Lin Fan said. You must do it. Fatty gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll do it. Lin Fan nodded and turned to Yi Zi. For the next 15 days, do nothing but practice your blade. Yi Zi looked at him. To what level? Lin Fan thought for a moment. Until you can cleave through a peak 4th rank's defense with a single strike. Yi Zi was silent for a second. Double the pay. Lin Fan smiled. Done. Finally Lin Fan looked at Xiaya. You're with me. Xiaya raised an eyebrow. Doing what? Practicing coordination, Lin Fan said. I need to fully master that source core in 15 days. I can't keep relying on you to bail me out in every fight. Xiaya was taken aback. Then she smiled. All right then, let's train. But I'm warning you, if I break you, you're paying your own medical bills. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. You think you can beat me? Wanna try? They locked eyes and sparks seemed to fly in the air between them. Fatty muttered under his breath. Are they training or fighting? Yi Zi added flatly, same thing. After the meeting the others left one by one. Fatty sat alone amidst his equipment, staring at the complex map on the screen, silent for a long time. Then he took a deep breath and got to work. Step 1, map analysis. He pulled up the 3D model of the Heavenly Workshop's underground lab and began dismantling it layer by layer. Basement level 1, 3,000 square meters. Primary functions, sample storage and basic modification. Guards 30 including 5 early 4th rank, the rest 3rd rank. Cameras 120 with 17 blind spots. Shift changes 8:00 a.m. and 8:00 p.m. with a 10-minute handover. Basement level 2, 2,000 square meters. Primary functions, live human experiments and divine fusion. Guards 20 including 8 mid-4th rank, the rest early 4th rank. Cameras 80 with 8 blind spots. Shift changes 8:00 a.m. and 8:00 p.m. with a 5-minute handover. Basement level 3, 1,000 square meters. Primary function unknown. On the map the 3rd level was only a vague blurred outline. No guard information, no camera information. Only a single annotation. Living Abomination Containment Zone. Hazard level unaccessible. Entry requires Gu Zhongshan's personal biometric code. Fatty stared at that annotation, his scalp crawling. Unaccessible. What the hell is that? He swallowed hard and continued scrolling. At the very bottom of the map was a line of small text. Note: the deepest part of the third level contains the final experimental records of Lin Xiao. Clearance level SSS. Fatty's hand trembled. Uncle Lin's experimental records. He took a deep breath, captured that line, and saved it as a separate file. Step 2: System Intrusion. This was Fatty's specialty. He launched the Wang Family Hacker Alliance's proprietary software and began scanning the Heavenly Workshop's perimeter firewall. 3 minutes later, the results were in. Firewall level SS. Requires triple authentication to breach. Fatty frowned. S level. Higher than had anticipated, but not entirely impossible. He began writing a crack program. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Fatty's eyes were glued to the screen, his 10 fingers flying across the keyboard in a blur. The trash can beside him was overflowing with empty energy drink cans. 5 hours later, a green progress bar suddenly popped up on the screen. Crack progress 1. 5. 10. Fatty let out a long breath and collapsed into his chair. It's working. He wiped the sweat from his brow and continued staring at the screen. The progress bar crawled slowly upward. 30%. 50%. 70%. Suddenly the screen flickered. A red warning box appeared. Warning. Unauthorized intrusion detected. Reverse trace initiated. Fatty's pupils contracted. Damn it! He hammered the keyboard, frantically trying to sever the connection. But the force of the reverse trace was too powerful. His firewalls collapsed one by one. 3 seconds. It would take only 3 seconds for them to pinpoint his location. Fatty stared at the rapidly ticking countdown on the screen, his mind going blank. Just as the countdown hit 1 second, the screen went black. Fatty's heart sank along with it. But the next second, the screen lit up again. It wasn't his program interface. It was a video window. In the window, a man in a white lab coat was smiling at him. Fatty recognized him. Bai Zhe. Mr. Wang Pang Pang. Bai Zhe's voice came through the speakers. Good evening. Fatty's mouth fell open. He couldn't utter a word. Bai Zhe looked at him, the corner of his mouth curling into an eerie grin. Don't be nervous. I mean, you no harm. I was the one who blocked that reverse trace for you. Fatty stammered. You helped me. Yes, Bai Zhe nodded. Because I'd like to ask for your help in return. What help? Bai Zhe was silent for a second. Then he said, help me kill Gu Zhongshan. The energy drink can slipped from Fatty's hand and hit the floor with a clatter. The fat man's energy drink can rolled twice on the floor before coming to a halt against the wall. He stared at the pale face on the screen, his mouth opening and closing, but not a single word escaped his lips. Bai Zhe was in no hurry, either, simply watching him with that signature unnerving smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A full 10 seconds passed before the fat man finally found his voice. Say that again. I said. Bai Zhe enunciated each word. Help me kill Gu Zhongshan. The fat man swallowed hard. Are you insane? He's your boss. Your father. Father. Bai Zhe's smile turned cold. He's merely my creator. In his eyes, I was never a son, just a replaceable part. The fat man fell silent. He recalled Bai Zhe's origins. Clone No. 002. The sole survivor among tens of thousands of failed experiments. Raised from childhood by Gu Zhongshan as a mere tool. He had no childhood, no family affection, only endless experiments and modifications. Then why do you want to kill him? The fat man asked. Out of hatred. Hatred? Bai Zhe pondered. Not entirely. My programming tells me he is the reason for my existence. But my logic tells me he is destroying everything. Including himself, including me, including the very world he seeks to save. The fat man's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Bai Zhe paused for a second. Do you know Gu Zhongshan's true plan? The fat man shook his head. He wants to create a perfect artificial god. Bai Zhe said. Using 001's genes, my data, and the divine samples he's collected from around the world. He thinks this will forge a new species capable of opposing the gods. Isn't that a good thing? The fat man muttered. Good. Bai Zhe sneered. That god requires sacrifices. A massive number of sacrifices. Living ones. The fat man's face drained of color. You mean, the culture tanks on the third basement level are just the first batch? Bai Zhe said. If his plan succeeds, next will be the entire Tiangong Institute, then the whole capital, then all of Daxia. The fat man was rendered utterly speechless. Bai Zhe looked at him, his tone turning calm. I know you don't trust me. I don't expect you to. But you can tell 001. I can provide Gu Zhongshan's movement patterns, detailed intelligence on the third basement level, and I can open that door requiring a biometric lock at the critical moment. In exchange, I only want one thing. What? Baize's lips curled into a sinister arc. Have 001 kill me with his own hands. The fat man was stunned. The image on the screen flickered and Baize vanished. Only the red warning box remained blinking relentlessly. The fat man sat motionless for a full 5 minutes. Then he stood up, grabbed the laptop, and rushed frantically toward Lin Fan's room. After listening to the fat man's account, Lin Fan remained silent for a long time. Xiaya stood beside him, her expression equally grim. Do you think he's trustworthy? Xiaya asked. Lin Fan shook his head. I don't know. Then what do you plan to do? Lin Fan thought for a moment. Meet him. Now. Not now, Lin Fan said. Wait half a month. When we go in, I'll have him explain everything face to face. The fat man was taken aback. Brother Lin, you want to bring him along? Not bring, Lin Fan said. Use. He looked out the window, his gaze profound. He wants me to kill him with my own hands, which means he no longer wishes to live. Someone like that either genuinely seeks release or is setting up an enormous trap. Either way, keeping him close is better than letting him lurk in the shadows. The fat man nodded. Should I contact him now? No need, Lin Fan said. He'll come to us on his own. Over the following days, Lin Fan and Xiaya engaged in relentless training. Training, in truth, was just fighting. Every morning at 6, the two would arrive punctually at the martial grounds behind the villa. Then it was a full day of exchanging blows. Although Xiaya was only at the early stage of the 4th rank, her siren song was a mental type ability perfectly countering brute force brawlers like Lin Fan. Lin Fan, can't you be serious? Xiaya blasted a sonic wave at him, knocking him back 3 steps. I am serious. Lin Fan rubbed his numb chest. See him even bleeding. He pointed to a trickle of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. Xiaya rolled her eyes. You bit that yourself. Don't think I didn't see it. Lin Fan grinned sheepishly. They resumed their fight. When tired, they'd sit on the ground to rest, drink some water, trade a few barbs, and then continue fighting. The fat man occasionally came to watch, but he always ended up as collateral damage. Once he stood too close and was caught in Xiaya's sonic wave, sent flying 5 meters away, lying on the ground, unable to get up for ages. Yizi never came to watch. She had her own training method. Deeper in the bamboo forest behind the mountain, Yizi trained alone. Her method was simple. Drawing her blade. Draw the blade, sheath it. Draw, sheath. Repeat 10,000 times. The blade was new, assembled by her own hands that day. The edge was narrower and thinner than before, but its toughness and sharpness had increased by several levels. Yizi practiced for 3 days until the tiger's mouth of her right hand was blistered. She didn't stop. She continued with her left hand. On the 4th day, she began training her left hand. By the 5th day, both hands were numb. On the 6th day, she finally stopped. Not because she was tired, but because she remembered something. When Lin Fan had mentioned Lin Xiao the other day, a vague image flashed through her mind. A person in a white lab coat crouched before her holding a piece of cookie. Hungry, aren't you? Here, eat. That voice was unlike any she had heard in the Fallen Zone. Not cold, not crazed, not despairing. Just an ordinary kind of gentleness. Yizi had always thought it was a hallucination born of starvation. But now she began to doubt that it was a hallucination. She went to find Emo-chun. Emo-chun lived not far from the villa in a standalone building surrounded by bamboo. When Yizi arrived, he was sitting in a rattan chair in the yard, basking in the sun, unusually without his wine flask. Yizi. Emo-chun was surprised to see her. A rare guest. Yizi walked up to him and stopped. I have a question. Go ahead. Did Lin Xiao go to the Fallen Zone back then? Emo-chun was taken aback. Then he was silent for a long time. How did you know? Yizi didn't answer. She just looked at him. Emo-chun sighed. Yes. He went. Why? To find someone, Emo-chun said. He was always searching for a child who could bear that thing. He believed the true hope wasn't in the lab, but in those who had crawled out of hell. Yizi's hands trembled slightly. Did he find one? Emo-chun looked at her, his gaze complex. He did. Yizi fell silent. Emo-chun stood up and walked over to her. That year, a massive riot broke out in the 3rd Fallen Zone. Many died, but quite a few escaped. Lin Xiao slipped in during the chaos and stayed for 3 days and 3 nights. When he came out, he was carrying a little girl of 5 or 6. She was skin and bones covered in wounds and barely alive. Lin Xiao used all the medicine he had to save her, then took her to a safe place and told her to head north where there was a shelter for orphans. Yizi's lips trembled. That girl was me. Emo-chan nodded. Yizi stood there motionless. The wind rustled through the bamboo grove. After a long while, Yizi spoke, her voice barely a whisper. Why? Tell me only now. Because Lin Xiao didn't allow it, Emo-chan said. He said that child barely survived. Let her start anew. It's best to forget the past. Yi said nothing. She turned and walked step by step into the bamboo grove. Emo-chan watched her retreating figure and sighed. That evening Yi returned to the villa. Lin Fan was sitting in the living room staring blankly at the jade token in his hand. He was startled when he saw Yi enter. Yi walked up to him and stopped. Lin Fan. Lin Xiao saved me back then. Lin Fan's hand froze. Yi looked at him, her face still bearing its usual indifferent expression, but something flickered in her eyes. So following you isn't just for the money. Lin Fan was silent for a long time. Then he stood up and walked over to Yi. So what do you plan to do now? Yi looked at him. Keep following you, she said. For the money. Lin Fan was taken aback then laughed. How much more? Yi thought for a moment. Double. Deal. They stood there neither speaking another word. Outside the window moonlight streamed in casting its glow upon them both. 14 days remained before the operation. Lin Fan and Xia Ya's training had entered its 7th day. The ground of the rear mountain training ground was riddled with craters. Xia Ya had the Xia family repave it 3 times but eventually gave up. It was futile as the next day brought a fresh crop of holes. I can't go on. Xia Ya collapsed to the ground panting heavily. Let's rest. Lin Fan stood opposite her bearing a few cuts on his body, yet his spirits were high. It's only been 2 hours. 2 hours? Xia Ya glared at him. Do you know how much mental energy I've expended in these 2 hours? Enough to buy 10 sports cars. Lin Fan pondered. Then rest. I'll practice a bit on my own. He turned and punched the air a few times. The force of his fists shook leaves off trees 10 meters away. Xia Ya watched him and suddenly asked, Lin Fan, are you nervous? Lin Fan's fist paused. Nervous about what? We're moving out the day after tomorrow. Xia Ya said, what if something goes wrong? It won't, Lin Fan interrupted. The plan is set, well stick to it. If something unexpected happens, well adapt. Xia Ya rolled her eyes. That's like saying nothing at all. Lin Fan smiled. He walked over and sat down beside Xia Ya. They sat together watching the setting sun in the distance. After a long silence Xia Ya suddenly spoke. Lin Fan. After your father's matter is resolved, what do you plan to do? Lin Fan was taken aback. Do? Yes, in the future. Xia Ya looked at him. You can't spend your life fighting, can you? Lin Fan thought for a moment. I don't know, he said. Before I only thought about having enough to eat, then about repaying debts, and later about finding my father. The future. I've never thought about it. Xia Ya was silent for a while. Have you ever considered the possibility that your father might not be saved? Lin Fan's body stiffened. Xia Ya looked at him with concern in her eyes. I'm not cursing him, I'm just saying what if? What if that thing has completely taken control of him? What will you do? Lin Fan was silent for a long time. Then I'll set him free, he said. With my own blade. Xia Ya said no more. They sat together until the sun had completely set. In the bamboo grove at the rear mountain, Yi was still practicing with her blade. Her blade was growing faster, so fast that even she couldn't trace its trajectory, only sensing its location by instinct. But it still wasn't enough. To cleave through a peak 4-stage defense required not just speed but precision, ruthlessness, and the ability to find the weakest point in that thousandth of a second. Yi closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then she drew her blade. A flash of light, and the bamboo, as thick as a bowl, was severed cleanly at its base. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Yi sheathed her blade, looking at the fallen bamboo with a slight frown. Still a fraction too slow. In a real battle, that momentary lag could mean the difference between life and death. She turned and walked towards the next bamboo. Over the past few days, Fatty had barely slept. He stared at the code on the screen, his eyes bloodshot dark circles like smoky makeup. Piles of energy drink cans formed a small mountain, and takeout boxes were strewn across the floor. But progress was encouraging. He was chipping away at the Tiangong Institute's firewall bit by bit, though he could only get in for a few seconds each time. Those seconds were enough to download crucial information. For instance, the guards' shift patterns, the internal communication channels of the lab, and Gu Chongshan's schedule for the past few days. Fatty categorized and saved this information, then opened an encrypted folder. Inside were the materials sent by Zhe. Zhe had been very cooperative lately, answering almost every question. He provided a more detailed map of the 3rd underground level, and gave a name to the unaccessible monster, their mother embryo. It was said that Gu Chongshan had unearthed it from some ancient ruin, activating it using the lives of hundreds of test subjects. It was currently in a semi-dormant state, but once awakened it would devour the entire Tiangong Institute. Fatty's scalp tingled as he read. What kind of madman is this? He muttered, scrolling further down. Zhe had also sent a video. In it, Ji Chongkong was imprisoned in a transparent culture tank, his body covered in tubes. His eyes were open but devoid of any light, only a hollow dark crimson. A purple liquid was slowly flowing through the tubes, injecting into his body. Ji Changkong's body convulsed and trembled, but he couldn't make a sound. Fatty closed the video and took a deep breath. Then he opened another file and began writing the final intrusion program. Late at night on the 14th day, Lin Fan was resting with his eyes closed in his room when he heard a noise outside the window. He opened his eyes and walked over. Li Gui stood in the courtyard beckoning to him. Lin Fan climbed out the window. Teacher Li using the window again. Old habit, Li Gui chuckled. I have something to tell you. What is it? Gu Chongshan has been investigating me recently, Li Gui said. He's already suspicious. In at most 3 days, hell no, I've been in contact with you. Lin Fan's brow furrowed. What will you do? Me. Li Gui smiled. Strike first, of course. He pulled a small box from his pocket and handed it to Lin Fan. What is this? After you get in, if you need to cause a distraction, throw this into the power room on the first basement level. 30 seconds later, the entire Tiangong Institute will lose power. Lin Fan took the box, weighing it in his hand. You're not coming in with us. No, Li Gui shook his head. I'll stay outside to keep Gu Chongshan occupied. If he goes underground, you'll be in trouble. Lin Fan was silent for a second. Thanks. Li Gui waved his hand. Don't thank me. I'm saving myself too. He turned to leave, then stopped. Oh, about Bai Zhe, what are you going to do? Lin Fan thought for a moment. I'll decide when I see him. Li Gui nodded. Some of what he said is true. As for which parts, you'll have to judge for yourself. With that, he vanished into the night. Lin Fan stood there looking at the box in his hand, silent for a long time. The 14th day. 1 day until the countdown ended. Early in the morning, Lin Fan gathered everyone in Fatty's small building. Tomorrow night we move. Everyone's expression turned serious. Lin Fan placed the box Li Gui had given him on the table. This is the power outage device. Fatty, your job is to hack into the Tiangong Institute's surveillance system 30 minutes before the operation, making all cameras loop the previous footage. Fatty nodded. Yeezy, you're responsible for clearing the guards on the second basement level. Remember, don't alert the thing on the third level. Yeezy's hand rested on her blade. Understood. Xiaya, you're coming with me to the third level. I need you to help me suppress the source core. If that thing goes berserk, you have to calm it down. Xiaya nodded. Teacher Mo. Lin Fan looked at Mo-chun. You stay outside and handle the extraction. If we're not out in 2 hours, take Fatty and the others and retreat. Then have Old Master Xia step in. Mo-chun looked at him. Are you sure about this? Lin Fan nodded. Mo-chun sighed and said no more. Lin Fan stood up looking at everyone. Tomorrow night, no matter what happens, remember one thing. Come back alive. The operation was set for 10 o'clock at night. At 9:30, Lin Fan, accompanied by Xiaya, Yizi and Fatty, arrived punctually in a narrow alley on the outskirts of the Heavenly Workshop ruins. The night was thick with no moon in sight, and only a few distant street lamps cast a dim yellowish glow. The silhouette of the ruins loomed faintly in the darkness like a colossal beast crouching on the ground. Lin Fan glanced at his watch. Fatty start. Fatty crouched in a corner, his modified laptop resting on his knees. He took a deep breath, his fingers flying across the keyboard. On the screen, lines of code cascaded like a waterfall. 30 seconds later. The surveillance is handled, Fatty whispered. All cameras are now looping footage from 10 minutes ago. They'll see empty corridors. Lin Fan nodded. Yeezy, you go first. The second floor guards are yours. Yeezy said nothing, merely nodded, and then melted into the shadows. Lin Fan watched the direction she had vanished for a silent second. Let's go. The three crossed the ruins and arrived at the entrance of an ordinary-looking electrical room. According to the map Li Gui had provided, this was the entrance to the emergency passage leading to the underground laboratory. Lin Fan pushed open the door. Inside was cluttered with various debris thick with dust. He walked to the far end, groping along the wall until he found a loose panel. He lifted the panel, revealing a pitch-black entrance. A vertical iron ladder descended into the abyss. Lin Fan descended first. The ladder was long. He counted roughly 300 rungs before his feet touched solid ground. In the darkness, his omniscient sight activated, automatically capturing the faint sound of a heartbeat in the distance. We're here, he murmured. Xiaya and Fatty descended in turn. The three stood in a narrow passage. The walls were cement, the ceiling bare pipes, and the floor rusted iron plates. Li Gui's map indicated they were at the edge of the first underground level. Lin Fan was about to move forward when he suddenly stopped. Within his omniscient sight, there was a heartbeat around the corner ahead. It was faint and slow, only about 20 beats per minute. Someone's there, he whispered. No, not a person. Fatty swallowed nervously. What is it? Lin Fan didn't answer. He closed his eyes, channeling his omniscient sight at full capacity. The outline of that heartbeat gradually became clear in his mind. Not humanoid, but a twisted four-legged form. Within the heartbeat, there was an echo of metal and the pulse of flesh. Half mechanical, half flesh. The same kind of thing as Ji Changkong. A guard. Lin Fan opened his eyes. Modified. Xia Ya's hand was already on the weapon at her waist. Engage. Lin Fan thought for a moment. Wait for Yi Zi. Meanwhile, on the second underground level, Yi Zi moved like a shadow gliding silently through the corridor. Her target was clear. The guard room on the second basement floor. There were 20 guards there, 8 at the mid-4th rank, the rest at the early 4th rank. According to intelligence from Bai Zhe, they changed shifts every half hour with a 30-second window of chaos during the change. Yi Zi arrived just as the shift was changing. The 20 guards split into 2 groups, one returning and one preparing to go out. The corridor was chaotic with some cursing and others complaining about the tiring night shift. Yi Zi hid in the shadow of the ventilation duct waiting for those 30 seconds. 30 seconds was short, but for Yi Zi it was enough. The moment the shift ended, she moved. A flash of blade. The last guard walking into the guard room was stabbed through the back of the head. He didn't even have time to make a sound before his body went limp. Yi Zi caught him and laid him gently on the ground. Then she slipped into the guard room. There were still 19 people inside. Some were changing clothes, some drinking water, some looking down at their phones. No one noticed her. Yi Zi took a deep breath. Then her figure vanished into thin air. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Each strike precisely pierced the back of the head or throat, each without a sound. 10 seconds. All 19 fell to the ground. Yi Zi stood amidst the corpses, sheathing her blade. She glanced at the surveillance monitors on the wall. Everything looked normal. Fatty's interference was still ongoing. She pressed her earpiece. Second floor cleared. In the first floor passage, Lin Fan heard Yi Zi's voice and breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. The 3 continued forward. After 2 turns, the space opened up before them. It was a massive circular hall, at least 500 square meters. Around the hall were a dozen doors leading to different laboratories. In the center stood 5 figures. 4 mechanical tentacles swayed gently on the ground. Ji Changkong stood there. His eyes had turned completely dark red, his face devoid of any expression. Upon seeing Lin Fan, the corner of his mouth twitched into a sinister smile. Lin Fan. His voice was hoarse like the grating of metal. Waited. Long for you. Lin Fan looked at him silent for 2 seconds. Ji Changkong. Don't call me that name. Ji Changkong interrupted. That name died long ago. His 4 tentacles shot up, their tips aimed at Lin Fan. Now I am called Avenger. Lin Fan sighed. Fine, Avenger. He drew his blade from behind his back. Then let's fight. Ji Changkong moved. 4 tentacles like 4 spears thrust at Lin Fan from 4 different angles. The speed was astonishing, tearing the air with a sharp screech. Lin Fan didn't dodge. He merely sidestepped slightly, letting 2 pass, then slashed and severed the 3rd and kicked away the 4th. His movements were fluid and effortless. A peak 5th rank against a mid 4th rank. A complete mismatch. But Ji Changkong didn't care. The severed tentacle twitched on the ground before regenerating. It's useless, he sneered. I have regeneration factors. No matter how much you cut, it'll grow back. Lin Fan looked at him. Can the thing in your head regenerate too? Ji Changkong froze for a moment. The next second, Lin Fan was right in front of him. The tip of his blade pressed against Ji Changkong's brow. Don't move. Lin Fan said, move and you die. Ji Changkong's body stiffened. Not out of fear, but because of Lin Fan's eyes. That look was all too familiar. It was the gaze reserved for the dead and also for ingredients. Lin Fan stared at him for 2 seconds. Then he sheathed his blade. I won't kill you. Ji Changkong was stunned. Why? Because you're already dead, Lin Fan said. What you are now is just a controlled puppet. He turned and walked toward the other end of the hall. Once I kill Gu Zhongshan, you'll naturally be freed. Ji Changkong stood still, watching his retreating figure. The 4 tentacles slowly drooped. Just as Lin Fan reached the far end of the hall, Fatty's voice suddenly crackled through the earpiece. Bro Lin. Trouble. Lin Fan halted mid-step. What's wrong? Gu Zhongshan has entered the 3rd underground level. He seems to know we're coming. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply. He glanced at Xia Ya. Her expression also changed. Let's go, Lin Fan said. To the 3rd level now. The 2 rushed toward the passage leading to the lower floor. Behind them, Ji Changkong remained motionless, standing where he was. Lin Fan and Xia Ya rushed into the passageway, leading to the 2nd underground level, when a faint sound of footsteps echoed behind them. Lin Fan turned around. Ji Changkong stood at the entrance of the passage, his 4 tentacles already retracted behind him, his crimson eyes fixed on Lin Fan. What are you spacing out for? Lin Fan frowned. Do you want to fight? Ji Changkong shook his head. I want to follow you. Lin Fan was taken aback. Follow what? Follow you, Ji Changkong replied. You're right. I am already dead. But before I die, I want to see with my own eyes how Gu Zhongshan dies. Xiaya watched him warily. Can you trust him? Lin Fan stared at Ji Chongkong for 2 seconds. In his omniscient perspective, although Ji Chongkong's heartbeat was erratic, there was no intent to kill. Keep up, Lin Fan said. But don't get in the way. Ji Chongkong nodded and silently followed behind them. The second underground level was larger than the first. The passage was wider, the ceiling higher, and on either side were heavy metal doors. Labels were stuck on the doors: experiment A001 to A100. Through the small window on the door, various oddly shaped instruments could be seen inside. Yizi emerged from the shadows, and upon seeing Ji Chongkong, placed a hand on the hilt of her knife. He's one of us, Lin Fan said. For now. Yizi glanced at Ji Chongkong, said nothing but lowered her hand from the hilt. Is the second level cleared? Lin Fan asked. Yes, Yizi nodded. 19 of them, all resolved. Where's the entrance to the third level? Yizi pointed to the end of the passage. Over there. But the door is sealed and requires authorization. The group hurried to the end of the passage. A massive metal door blocked their path without a handle, only a palm-sized blue screen. Ji Chongkong stepped forward and placed his hand on the screen. The screen flickered once and turned green. My authorization is still valid, he said. When Gu Zhongshan modified me, he retained some core permissions. The metal door slowly slid open. Behind it was a spiral staircase that descended. The staircase was deep and its bottom could not be seen. A chilling wind surged up from below, carrying an indescribable odor. Formaldehyde, blood, and something more sinister, like the foul stench of a decaying organism. Xia Ya's expression changed. What is that smell? Lin Fan remained silent. His omniscient vision was fully activated, capturing everything below. The sound of heartbeats. Many. At least hundreds. Some were quick, some slow, while others sounded less like heartbeats and more like the hum of some mechanical operation. There was also a massive wave of energy fluctuations coming from the depths. That wave made Lin Fan's core tremble. There's something below. It's very strong, he said. Ji Chongkong's voice came from behind. The mother embryo. Lin Fan turned to look at him. You know. I do, Ji Chongkong said. I saw it once when I was modified. Gu Zhongshan treated it like a treasure, claiming it was the ultimate result of all his experiments. How strong is it? Ji Chongkong pondered for a moment. I was at the 4th stage, standing in front of it, unable to move at all. Lin Fan fell silent. If even a 4th stage being couldn't move, that thing was at least a peak 5th stage, if not 6th. Let's go, he said. Now that we are here. He was the first to step onto the staircase. The stairs were long, taking about 3 minutes to reach the bottom. Behind the door was a vast circular space, at least 1,000 square meters. The dome was high, covered with pale lights that illuminated the entire space. Lin Fan stood at the door, gazing at the scene inside, utterly stunned. Not because there were guards, but because of the culture dishes. Hundreds and thousands of transparent cylindrical culture dishes were densely arranged in the space, resembling a bizarre forest. Each culture dish contained a person. Some intact, some incomplete, and some barely resembling human form. Purple liquid slowly flowed within the dishes, bubbling softly. The eyes of those people were closed, with expressions of agony on their faces. Lin Fan saw children. He saw young people. He saw elders. He saw men and women. Their bodies were connected to various tubes, which carried liquids of different colors. Some culture dishes had labels: experiment B001 to B500. Some had no labels, only a red skull symbol. Xiaya covered her mouth. Yizi's hand gripped the hilt tightly. The voice of the chubby man came through the earpiece, tinged with tears. Lin Go. Are those all living people? Lin Fan did not answer. He walked up to the nearest culture dish and looked inside through the glass. Inside was a little girl who looked only 7 or 8 years old. Her body was intact, but on her forehead was an eye that had yet to open. 3 eyes, all closed. The label read: experiment B087, divine fusion degree 47, stable. Lin Fan's fist clenched tightly. His knuckles creaked. Ji Chongkong walked up beside him. I felt the same way the first time I saw it. His voice was calm, too calm to be himself. But after seeing it more, I became numb. You were also imprisoned here. Ji Chongkong nodded. B001. The first successfully fused living specimen. Lin Fan fell silent. After a long time, he took a deep breath. Let's keep moving. Passing through the forest of culture dishes, there was another door ahead. The door was open. Behind it was another massive space, slightly smaller than the previous one, but more oppressive. Because there were no culture dishes here. Only massive glass cabinets stood upright like coffins. Each cabinet contained something. Lin Fan didn't know how to describe them. Some had human shapes but 4 arms. Some were beast-like but had human heads. Others were completely indescribable, mere masses of twisted flesh with several mouths. They slowly writhed in the glass cabinets, emitting low growling roars. Living godly aberration containment zone. Lin Fan's gaze swept over those glass cabinets, finally resting on the one at the deepest end. That cabinet was the largest. Inside was a massive flesh sphere covered in blood vessels that pulsed with dark red light. The flesh sphere had over a dozen eyes, some open, some closed. Those open eyes were staring at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's core jolted suddenly. The mother embryo. Ji Chong Kong's voice echoed behind him. Lin Fan did not move. He locked eyes with the one eye. In that eye there was no malice, no intent to kill, only hunger. A hunger just like his own. It's looking at me, Lin Fan said. It's always watching, Ji Chong Kong said. Everyone who enters it watches. But you are the first to make it open so many eyes. Lin Fan fell silent for a second. Then he averted his gaze. Where is Gu Zhongshan? Ji Chong Kong pointed to a small door at the deepest end. There. His private laboratory. Lin Fan walked toward that door. Halfway there he suddenly stopped. Xiaya. No matter what happens later, don't worry about me, he said. Take care of yourself. Xiaya was taken aback for a moment, then rolled her eyes. Saying that is like saying nothing. Lin Fan smiled. He continued walking toward the door. Behind him the eyes of the mother embryo kept watching his back. Lin Fan pushed open the door. Behind it lay a modest room, no more than 50 square meters. The walls were covered with screens, each flickering with dense streams of data. In the center of the room stood a wide laboratory table upon which rested several petri dishes and unfamiliar instruments. Gu Chongshan stood behind the table, his back to the door. Dressed in a white lab coat, he held a test tube, examining its contents against the light. The liquid inside was a pale gold, shimmering faintly like molten amber. Hearing the door open, he did not turn around. You're here. His voice was calm, as if greeting an old friend. Faster than I expected. Lin Fan stood at the threshold, his grip tightening on the blade. You knew I was coming. Gu Chongshan finally turned. A gentle smile spread across his face, identical to the one he wore at the banquet that day. But something in his eyes had changed. They had grown brighter, deeper, like two bottomless wells. Of course I knew. He said. That Li Gui lad was never one to keep a secret. Lin Fan's brow furrowed. You knew all along. From the moment he handed you the chip I knew. Gu Chongshan placed the test tube back on its rack and wiped his hands with a cloth. I let him go on purpose. Otherwise, do you think he could have delivered it to you alive? Lin Fan fell silent. Xiaya and Yi Zi stood behind him, while Ji Chongkong guarded the door. 5 of them facing Gu Chongshan alone. But Lin Fan knew the real danger lay not in numbers. Gu Chongshan's gaze swept past Lin Fan and landed on Ji Chongkong. Chongkong, you came too. He chuckled. Seems my modifications were quite successful, at least you can still walk. Ji Chongkong said nothing, but his 4 tentacles trembled slightly. Gu Chongshan withdrew his gaze and focused on Lin Fan again. Do you know why I waited for you to come? Lin Fan remained silent. Gu Chongshan continued speaking as if to himself. Because I wanted you to see with your own eyes what your father left behind. He pressed a button on the lab table. The wall behind him suddenly turned transparent. Behind the wall was a massive culture chamber, larger than any outside, at least 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide. It was filled with pale gold liquid, and floating in the center was a person. No, not a person. A humanoid thing. It had the outline of a human, limbs, a torso, a head. But its body was covered in translucent scales, 6 wings not yet fully unfurled from its back, and 2 slightly curved horns on its forehead. Its eyes were closed as if in slumber. Lin Fan stared at its face, his pupils contracting sharply. He recognized that face. It was Lin Xiao. His father. Yet different. Lin Xiao's face had always worn that infuriatingly cocky grin, but this thing's face bore only an eerie, inhuman serenity. Well? Gu Chongshan's voice echoed in his ear. Does it look like him? Lin Fan's throat went dry, his voice rasping like sandpaper. What is that? Lin Xiao 2.0, Gu Chongshan said. Cultivated from your father's genes and the divine samples I collected from around the world. A perfect creation. He walked to the culture chamber, reaching out to caress the glass. It is stronger than your father, more perfect. And it will never betray. Lin Fan raised his blade, the tip aimed at Gu Chongshan's back. What the hell did you do to him? Gu Chongshan turned to face him. Nothing much, he said. Just used a few cell samples your father left behind. Did you think he left nothing after jumping through that door? Li Gui's words flashed through Lin Fan's mind. Gu Chongshan has the last experimental record your father left behind. That record, Lin Fan said. Where is it? Gu Chongshan smiled. He walked over to the table, pulled a hard drive from a drawer, and placed it on the surface. Right here. Lin Fan stared at the hard drive. What do you want? You, Gu Chongshan said. I want you to stay here and help me complete the final experiment. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. What experiment? Gu Chongshan pointed at the thing in the culture chamber. I need a living sample to test its stability. You are the perfect choice, a peak 5th stage cultivator possessing the Annihilation Core and Lin Xiao's own son. If even you can be devoured by it, then it will be truly invincible. Lin Fan's grip on the blade tightened. You're insane. Insane. Gu Chongshan laughed. I'm not insane. I just see further than all of you. He spread his arms as if embracing the entire lab. Do you know what those so-called gods are? They are parasites from higher dimensions. They want to devour our world, our civilization, everything we have. The only way is to create something stronger than them. A being that can devour them. He pointed at Lin Fan. Just like you. Your annihilation can consume divinity. You are a born god hunter. But you are too weak, too slow, too human. You need to become purer, more perfect, more like a god. Lin Fan looked at him silent for a long time. Then he spoke. Gu Chongshan. Do you know why my father hid me back then? Gu Chongshan paused. Lin Fan continued. Because he knew that someone like you would find me sooner or later. Not because you are smart, but because you are insane. He took a step forward. My father would rather I be a useless waste for 18 years, be mocked and bullied, than let me become that pile of rotten flesh on your lab table. Because what he wanted was never a perfect god. He just wanted a son. Gu Chongshan's expression shifted. That layer of gentle smile cracked, revealing something more complex beneath. What do you know? His voice dropped. You have no idea how much I sacrificed for this plan. I gave up everything. My time, my health, my humanity. All to give humanity a future. And your father, that coward, he only ran. Only hid. Only used those ridiculous emotions to bind himself. His voice grew louder, nearly a roar. He wants a son. Fine. Then I'll let him see with his own eyes what his son will become. He slammed a red button on the lab table. The liquid in the culture chamber began to boil. That thing, Lin Xiao 2.0, opened its eyes. Golden light blazed from its eyes, illuminating the entire room. The source core within Lin Fan pulsed violently as if sensing something. It looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at it. On that face, identical to his father's, a sinister smile spread. Golden light spilled from the culture chamber, flooding the entire room like a tide. Lin Fan stood still, gripping his blade tightly, but in that moment his mind was a blank. That face was too familiar. The eyes, the contours, even the faint upward curve of the lips. They were identical to the father etched in his memory. But the eyes were different. Lin Xiao's eyes had always been bright, carrying that infuriating devil-may-care smile. Even in the direst moments there was light in his eyes. These eyes held only gold. A cold, hollow, soulless gold. Lin Fan. Xia Ya's voice pierced his ears like a needle. Lin Fan snapped back to reality. The creature had already stepped out of the culture chamber. It moved slowly, each step imbued with an eerie elegance. Golden liquid dripped from its body, forming shallow pits on the ground. The 6 wings on its back unfurled slowly, each 2 meters long, translucent as if forged from light. Gu Zhongshan stood nearby, his smile growing more fervent. Perfect. Utterly perfect. He murmured, even more perfect than anticipated. The creature stopped 3 meters in front of Lin Fan. It tilted its head, gazing at Lin Fan. That look was not that of an enemy, but rather of a reflection. Lin Fan took a deep breath. What are you? The creature did not answer. It just kept staring at Lin Fan, something churning within those golden eyes. Gu Zhongshan answered for it. It is the perfect form of your father, he said. Fused with 12 high-order divine samples possessing power beyond the 5th order, and it has consciousness. Lin Fan's brow furrowed. Consciousness. Yes, Gu Zhongshan said. It remembers everything. It recalls all your father's memories, how you grew up, even the time you wet the bed as a child. Lin Fan's expression darkened. The creature suddenly spoke. Its voice was hoarse, like someone who had not spoken in a long time. Xiao Fan. Lin Fan's body froze. That voice that toned those 2 words. It was Lin Xiao. It was his father's voice. Dad. He murmured instinctively. The creature's lips curled upward slightly. You've grown up. It said. Even better than I imagined. Lin Fan's blade trembled. His mind was in turmoil. This was wrong. This couldn't be real. His father was still behind the door. How could he be here? But that voice that toned those words. No, Xia Ya's voice came from behind him. Lin Fan, it's reading your memory. It's using what you know to deceive you. Lin Fan snapped awake. Within his omniscient vision, he could see countless tiny tendrils extending from the creature toward him. Those tendrils were not physical but spiritual. It was invading his mind with psychic force. Damn it! Lin Fan swung his blade. A black blade aura tore through the air, slashing toward the creature. It did not dodge. The blade aura struck its body, leaving only a faint white mark on the skin. Lin Fan's pupils contracted. A strike at the peak of the Fifth Order hadn't even broken the skin. Useless. Gu Zhongshan's voice echoed from the side. Its body is at the Sixth Order. You cannot harm it. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. Even if I can't, I have to try. He lunged forward with a powerful push from his foot. A second strike. A third strike. A fourth strike. Each one hit the same spot. The white mark finally split into a tiny gash, oozing a few drops of golden liquid. The creature's brow furrowed slightly. Then it raised its hand and waved gently. Boom! Lin Fan was sent flying backward, crashing hard into the wall. A human-shaped dent appeared in the wall. Lin Fan slid down, spitting out a mouthful of golden blood. Lin Fan! Xiaya rushed over. Stay back! Lin Fan roared, pulling himself to his feet. He stared at the creature, his expression more grave than ever before. The Sixth Order. Truly the Sixth Order. And not just in cultivation level. It also possessed all his father's combat memories. This was going to be a tough fight. The creature looked at him, a flicker of complex emotion in its eyes. Xiao Fan, it spoke again, stop fighting. You cannot defeat me. Lin Fan wiped the blood from his mouth. I know. Then why do you still fight? Because you are not my father, Lin Fan said. You're just a monster wearing his skin. The creature fell silent. Gu Zhongshan clapped from the side. Well said. Well said. He laughed heartily. Truly Lin Xiao's son. Clear-headed enough. But what use is clarity? You're destined to stay here today. He pressed a device on his wrist. A flicker of pain suddenly crossed the creature's eyes. Its body trembled and the 6 wings on its back snapped shut. Kill him, Gu Zhongshan commanded. The creature looked at Lin Fan but did not move. Gu Zhongshan's expression shifted. Kill him. I command you. The creature still did not move. It just gazed at Lin Fan, something struggling within those golden eyes. Dad. Lin Fan whispered. The creature's body jolted violently. A hoarse voice escaped its lips. Go. Get out of here. Gu Zhongshan's face contorted. Impossible. How can it still have consciousness? He frantically pressed the device on his wrist. The creature let out a pained roar, but within it there was something else. Xiao Fan. That bastard. Is in my head. It raised a finger pointing at Gu Zhongshan. Kill him. Then, kill me. Lin Fan tightened his grip on his blade. He looked at the creature, at that faint familiar glimmer in its golden eyes. All right, he said. Then he moved. This time his blade was faster. All the power of the peak Fifth Order was concentrated in that single strike. The blade aura tore through the air, aimed at Gu Zhongshan. Gu Zhongshan raised his hand and a barrier of energy materialized before him. The blade aura struck the barrier, locked in stalemate for a second. Then the barrier shattered. Gu Zhongshan's expression finally changed. You... His words were cut short, because a blade had already pierced his chest. But it wasn't Lin Fan's blade. It was the creature's hand. That hand had thrust through Gu Zhongshan's body, from behind 5 fingers, protruding from his chest, drenched in blood. Gu Zhongshan looked down at the hand, his eyes filled with disbelief. You actually... The creature's voice came from behind him, hoarse and weary. I told you. Don't make me hurt my son. Gu Zhongshan's body went limp. The creature withdrew its hand, letting him collapse to the ground. It looked at Lin Fan, the light in its golden eyes fading. Xiao Fan. Lin Fan walked up to it. Dad. The creature smiled. On that face, the familiar, infuriating grin Lin Fan knew finally appeared. I'm not your father. It said. I'm just a fragment of his memory, crammed into this body. Lin Fan's eyes reddened. But that's enough. The creature raised its hand and gently touched Lin Fan's head. To see you one more time. That's enough. Its body began to disintegrate. Golden specks drifted up from its form like fireflies soaring into the air. Lin Fan grabbed its hand. Don't go. The creature smiled. Silly boy. I was never meant to be here. It looked at Lin Fan, its gaze growing more distant. Your father is still waiting for you behind the door. Go find him. Tell him for me. Having a son is truly wonderful. The golden specks grew denser. Finally the hand slipped from Lin Fan's grasp. The creature had completely dissipated. Only a floor full of golden specks remained, along with a cold corpse. Gu Zhongshan's body. Lin Fan knelt on the ground, head bowed, motionless. Behind him Xiaya approached and gently embraced him. Lin Fan did not stir. He just stared at the fading specks of light and whispered, Dad. Wait for me. Lin Fan knelt on the ground, staring motionlessly at the fading golden specks of light. Footsteps sounded behind him. Ez walked over to Gu Zhongshan's corpse, crouched down, and reached out to check his carotid artery. Then she stood up and said flatly, "He's dead." Lin Fan did not react. Xiaya held his arm, saying nothing. Ji Changkong stood at the doorway, his 4 tentacles retracted behind him, watching the scene. His face showed little emotion, but something in his dark red eyes was loosening. After a long silence, Lin Fan finally spoke. He said at the end, "My father is still waiting for me beyond the door." His voice was soft, as if talking to himself. Xiaya whispered, "The Zero Relic will open again in 3 months. I'm going." Xiaya's grip tightened. "I know." Lin Fan turned to look at her. Her eyes were bright, a little redrimmed, but she hadn't cried. "Will you come with me?" Xiaya was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled. "Obviously. If I don't, who's going to keep that thing in check for you?" Lin Fan smiled too. He stood up, dusted off his knees, and glanced at Gu Chongshan's body. This old bastard died too easily. Ji Changkong walked over and stood beside Gu Chongshan's corpse. He looked down at the twisted face, silent for a long time. Then he lifted his foot and stomped on Gu Chongshan's face. A crack. The nasal bone broke. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Ji Changkong withdrew his foot and said expressionlessly, "That was for myself." Lin Fan nodded. "Well stomped." Just then the ground suddenly trembled. It was faint, but everyone felt it. Lin Fan's expression shifted. "What's happening?" The fat man's voice came through the earpiece laced with tears. "Bro Lin, something's wrong. That mother embryo, it moved." Lin Fan's pupils contracted. "What do you mean it moved?" It's awake. All those eyes are open, and it's crawling out." The ground trembled again. This time it was more violent. A few fragments fell from the ceiling. Without a word, Lin Fan turned and sprinted out. "Go!" They burst out of Gu Chongshan's private lab and back into the massive containment area. The sight before them made everyone stop in their tracks. The enormous glass tank was shattered. Shards of glass lay scattered everywhere, purple liquid pooling across the floor. The fleshy mass had already crawled out of the tank. No, not crawled, but squeezed its way out. Its size was at least double what it had been inside the tank. The blood vessels were thicker, the dark red glow within them brighter. Over a dozen eyes dotted the surface of the mass, each one rotating, each staring in a different direction. One of those eyes was fixed directly on Lin Fan. The source core within Lin Fan gave a violent lurch. That feeling was back. Not hostility, but hunger. It was looking at Lin Fan the same way Lin Fan looked at high-grade ingredients. "Damn it," Lin Fan cursed. "It wants to eat me." Ji Changkong's voice came from behind. "It doesn't want to eat you. It wants to merge with you." Lin Fan turned to look at him. "What do you mean?" Ji Changkong stared at the fleshy mass, his face grim. "Gu Chongshan told me the ultimate form of the mother embryo is a vessel. It can contain any divine gene, and then transform the host into a perfect." He paused. "A perfect god." Lin Fan was taken aback. Then he laughed. "Wants to eat me? Fine." He drew his blade. "Let's see if it digests me or I digest it." The mother embryo moved, not crawling but rolling. The massive fleshy sphere hurtled toward Lin Fan like a bowling ball at tremendous speed. Wherever it passed, a deep groove was gouged into the floor. Lin Fan did not dodge. He took a deep breath, gripped his blade, and slashed at the sphere. The blade's edge cut into the surface of the mass, splitting it open. Purple liquid gushed out. But in the next second, the wound healed. Lin Fan frowned. Regeneration. The sphere had already rolled before him. Over a dozen eyes fixed on him simultaneously. Then it opened a mouth. A mouth that seemed to appear from nowhere, lined with sharp teeth, and lunged to bite Lin Fan. Lin Fan sidestepped to dodge and swung another slash in reverse. This one struck the sphere's side, cutting another gash. But again it healed instantly. "It's no good," Xiaya's voice came from behind. "It heals too fast. You cut as much as it grows." Lin Fan gritted his teeth. "Then he'll keep cutting until it can't grow anymore." He swung his blade wildly, slash after slash, each drawing blood. But the sphere seemed immortal, each wound healing in an instant. And it was getting closer. Lin Fan was forced back step by step. Suddenly a dull thud sounded behind him. Lin Fan turned to look. Ji Changkong stood behind him, all 4 tentacles plunged into the sphere's body. Purple liquid flowed down the tentacles. Ji Changkong's face was utterly blank, but in his dark red eyes there was a trace of relief. "Lin Fan," he said, "I'll hold it off for you." Lin Fan was stunned. "You? No time for talk." Ji Changkong cut him off. "Find your father's records. And blow this place up." His body began to glow. The purple patterns on his tentacles grew brighter and brighter. Lin Fan understood. He was self-destructing. Ji Changkong. Ji Changkong smiled. It was a smile Lin Fan had never seen before. Not a sneer, not a grimace, but a smile of release. "My name is Ji Changkong," he said. "Remember it." Boom. A blinding light exploded. Lin Fan was blasted back by the immense shockwave crashing hard into the wall. When he scrambled to his feet, the sphere had been blown in half. The remaining half was still writhing, still trying to heal. But it was clearly slower. Lin Fan, blade in hand, walked toward it step by step. My turn. 3 minutes later. The mother embryo was completely still. Lin Fan stood amidst a pile of shredded flesh covered in blood, panting heavily. He glanced at where Ji Chongkong had fallen. All that remained was a charred pit. Lin Fan was silent for a long time. Then he turned and walked toward Gu Chongshan's lab. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan, carrying the hard drive, burst out of the ground through the emergency exit with Xia Ye and Yi Zi. A rumbling boom echoed behind them. The entire underground lab was collapsing. Lin Fan stood at the edge of the ruins, gazing into the bottomless pit. The night wind blew, carrying a stench of scorched flesh. Xia Ye stood beside him, silent. Yi Zi leaned against a broken wall, quietly wiping her blade. The fat man ran over from a distance, panting. Bro Lin, are you guys okay? Lin Fan shook his head. The fat man looked at the pit, then at the hard drive in Lin Fan's hand, and said nothing more. Lin Fan held up the hard drive, gazing at it in the moonlight. Then he put it away, turned, and walked back. Let's go, he said. Time to go home. When Lin Fan returned to the courtyard, dawn was approaching. The eastern sky was tinged with a pale light, and the distant mountains gradually became clearer. The morning breeze carried a hint of coolness, pleasantly brushing against his face. But all he felt was exhaustion. Not physical fatigue, or with his peak 5th-tier physique. He could sweat a little after a night of fighting and recover after just a few hours of rest. It was the exhaustion of his heart. He sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard, placed the hard drive beside him, and looked up at the sky that was gradually brightening. Xia Ye walked over and sat down beside him. Neither of them spoke. After a long while, Xia Ye broke the silence. Are you hungry? Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment. Then he smiled. I'm hungry. Wait here. Xia Ye stood up. I'll go cook you some noodles. You can cook noodles? Who do you look down on? Xia Ye shot him a glance. It's just cooking noodles, not building a nuclear bomb. She turned and walked away. Lin Fan watched her retreating figure, and that bit of fatigue in his heart seemed to be washed away by something. Soon the noodles were served. A bowl of clear soup noodles topped with a poached egg and sprinkled with a few scallions. The appearance was average, but it smelled quite fragrant. Lin Fan took a bite. How is it? Xia Ye sat opposite him, staring intently. Lin Fan took another bite. It's okay. It's okay. Xia Ye frowned. What do you mean by okay? If it's delicious, then it's delicious. If it's not, then it's not. Lin Fan laughed. It's delicious. Xia Ye nodded in satisfaction, leaning back in her chair. That's more like it. Lin Fan bent down to eat his noodles. Xia Ye watched him eat and suddenly asked, What do you think about Ji Chongkong? Lin Fan paused for a moment, then continued eating. He's an idiot, he said. From start to finish. Xia Ye remained silent. Lin Fan finished the last bite of noodles and set down the bowl. But that last move was brilliantly executed. Xia Ye nodded. They fell silent again. When the fatty arrived, Lin Fan had already finished his noodles and was sitting in the courtyard, lost in thought. The fatty held a laptop in his hands, his expression complex. Brother Lin, I took a preliminary look at that hard drive. What's inside? Lin Fan lifted his head. The fatty swallowed hard. A lot. Uncle Lin's experimental records, the coordinates behind the door, and a video left for you. A video? Lin Fan was taken aback. Yeah. The fatty placed the laptop on the stone table. I haven't opened it yet. Wait for you to watch it. Lin Fan stared at the hard drive, silent for a few seconds. Play it. The fatty clicked on a file. The screen lit up, revealing Lin Xiao's face. He looked younger than when they last met, probably in his early 30s, with messy hair and wearing that signature white lab coat. He smiled at the camera, revealing that familiar mischievous expression that Lin Fan knew all too well. Xiao Fan, he said. If you can see this video, it means my crazy colleague has already met his end. Gu Zhongshan, how should I put it? Lin Xiao scratched his head. A genius, absolutely, but his mind is flawed. He always thinks that creating a perfect god will solve the problem, not realizing that the god itself is the problem. He paused, his expression growing serious. Xiao Fan, what I'm about to say is very important. The world behind the door is the mother nest of parasites. I am currently deep within the nest, suppressing the passage to Earth with my own body. That thing is about to wake up. At most, it will fully awaken in a year. He continued. If no one stops it, it will crawl through the passage, treating the entire Earth as its breeding ground. Lin Fan's fists clenched tightly. A year later, the Zero Ruins will reopen. That is the last backdoor I left behind. Through it, you can enter the mother nest. He added. But remember, once you go in, do not trust anything. Those parasites will read your memories and take the form of the people you most want to see to deceive you. I have seen someone being eaten alive by their own mother. He finished with a hint of fatigue in his smile. Son, I've wronged you these years. I know you hate me for leaving you alone in that wretched place. But there was no other way. It was the only method I could think of to keep you alive. If one day you can stand in front of me and kill me with your own hands, don't hesitate. He warned, because by then I will no longer be your father. The image froze. Lin Fan stared at that face, remaining silent for a long time. Xia gently held his hand. Lin Fan did not move. After a long time he spoke. A year later. Yeah. Xia replied, a year later. I will go. I know. You. Of course he'll go, Xia interrupted him. Do you think you can shake me off? Lin Fan looked at her. She looked back at him. Then Lin Fan smiled. All right. After dawn the news spread. The underground laboratory of the Tiangong Institute exploded and Gu Zhongshan went missing. Official statement: the Elder Council was thrown into chaos. Li Gui officially took over the Tiangong Institute and began to clear out Gu Zhongshan's remnants. Those who were imprisoned underground were rescued if possible. If not, they were given a quick end. Ji Chongkong's body was not found, but Lin Fan erected a stone in the rubble with no words inscribed on it. Yi Zi continued to practice her sword. The fatty continued to make money. Xia continued to urge Lin Fan to repay his debts. Everything seemed to be back on track. But Lin Fan knew that the Real storm was yet to come. A year later, the Zero Ruins. Behind the door. Days passed swiftly. From the night he crawled out of the ruins to the moment Li Gui officially took over the Celestial Works Institute, and then to the noisy squabbling of the Elder Council over the division of assets. Lin Fan had barely participated in any of it. He stayed in the side courtyard, eating, sleeping, and training, occasionally glancing at the news fatty brought back from outside. He watched the video on the hard drive countless times. Every time he reached the final line, "By then I won't be your father anymore," he would close the video and head to the back mountain to practice a set of fist techniques. After finishing, he would return and continue eating. Xia visited him every day, sometimes bringing food, sometimes news, and sometimes nothing at all. Just sitting beside him in silence. Their conversations grew fewer, but the time they spent together lengthened. Fatty remarked they were like a pair of retired old cadres. Yi Zi said Fatty had a loose tongue. Fatty was chased by Yi Zi for 3 whole streets. 3 months later Lin Fan broke through. There was no earth-shattering commotion, no dazzling golden radiance. One morning he simply woke up and felt that the source core inside him had shrunk again, spinning faster, and the energy it output was more stable. From the peak of the 5th stage to the threshold of the 6th stage. The missing step was called rule. The 5th stage was about fighting with rules. The 6th stage was about becoming a rule oneself. Lin Fan was now stuck in between. He could perceive rules, touch them, but not become one. Emo-chan said this step couldn't be rushed. Some people were stuck their whole lives, the others passed through in a single night's sleep. Lin Fan asked how Emo-chan had managed back then. Emo-chan was silent for a long time, then said, "I forgot." Lin Fan asked no more. In the 4th month, Yi Zi came to him. She stood at the door holding that blade. The sword body was narrower than before, and a faint black light shimmered along its edge. "I need to go out for a while." Lin Fan looked at her. "Where?" "The Fallen Zone," Yi Zi said. "That place from back then." Lin Fan paused for a second. "Want me to come along?" Yi Zi shook her head. "My own business, I'll handle it myself." Lin Fan nodded. "When will you be back?" Yi Zi thought for a moment. 3 months from now. Before you set out. Lin Fan looked at her and suddenly smiled. "Come back alive." Yi Zi said nothing, just nodded. Then she turned and vanished into the night. In the 5th month Fatty brought news. Zero Ruins had stirred. Not an opening but a breath. Satellite images showed golden light rippling across the sea surface at intervals, as if something was gasping underwater. The World Tree also sent word that the ruin's stability was declining, at most half a year before it opened again. Lin Fan stored the news in his heart, and continued practicing his fists. In the 6th month Thor arrived. The Nordic war god had lost an arm and replaced it with a mechanical prosthetic, but his aura was undiminished. He stood at the entrance of the side courtyard grinning at Lin Fan, who came out to greet him. "Heard you're going beyond the gate." Lin Fan nodded. "Take me with you." Lin Fan was taken aback. "You? Why?" Thor looked at him, flames dancing in his eyes. "My brothers died at the hands of those parasites. I want to avenge them." Lin Fan paused for a second. "That place is dangerous. You might die." Thor laughed. "When have I ever feared death?" Lin Fan laughed too. "All right, you're in." In the 7th month Yi Zi returned. She had lost weight with a new scar on her face, but her eyes were brighter than before. Lin Fan didn't ask what she had done. Yi Zi didn't say either. That night she stood alone in the courtyard for a long time, gazing at the moon, lost in thought. The next day she resumed her sword practice. In the 8th month Li Gui arrived. He wore a brand new suit, his hair meticulously combed, and for once he wasn't holding those scissors. The Celestial Works Institute is mostly settled, he said, sitting across from Lin Fan. Gu Chongshan's mess. What could be salvaged I salvaged, what couldn't I blew up. Lin Fan nodded. You've seen what's on that hard drive. Lin Fan nodded again. Li Gui was silent for a moment. Are you really going? Take me with you. Lin Fan looked at him. You? What, you think I'm too old? Li Gui chuckled. I'm only at the early 5th stage, but I kill more efficiently than any of you. Lin Fan thought for a moment. All right. In the 9th month, Xia broke through. Mid-4th stage. On the day she emerged from seclusion, Lin Fan was practicing his fists in the back mountain. She walked over and without a word blasted a sonic wave at him. Lin Fan was knocked back 3 steps. He turned and looked at her. Xia lifted her chin at him. How about that? Can I take you on now? Lin Fan smiled. Want to try? They fought for an entire afternoon. In the end, Xia collapsed on the ground exhausted and Lin Fan sat beside her. Neither spoke. The setting sun stretched their shadows long. In the 10th month, Fatty sent word. 0 ruins had opened. The news came at 3 in the morning. When Fatty burst into Lin Fan's room, Lin Fan was sitting cross-legged on the bed staring blankly out the window. He had grown accustomed to waking in the dead of night to gazing at that jade talisman in the darkness. Bro Lin. Fatty panted, shoving his phone forward. Look at this. On the screen was a satellite cloud image. Over the sea near Divine Descent Island, where the waters had once been calm, a massive vortex had appeared. Golden light radiated from the vortex's center, piercing through the clouds, so bright that even satellites could capture it. When did it start? 2 hours ago. The World Tree sent word to Fatty said. They say the ruin stability has dropped to its lowest point. At most 3 days and the entrance will be fully open. Lin Fan took the phone and zoomed in on the image. That golden light at the vortex's core reminded him of the moment Lin Xiao 2.0 had dissipated. It was the same kind of light. Bro Lin. Fatty asked cautiously. You alright? Lin Fan handed the phone back. What about the others? All notified, Fatty said. Xia Jie is packing, Yi Zi is sharpening her blade, Suo Air is drinking, and Li Gui is ironing his suit. Lin Fan was taken aback. Ironing his suit, he said. For a first visit to a ruin he needs to dress decently. Lin Fan fell silent. At 4 in the morning everyone gathered in the main hall of the villa. Xia carried a small backpack stuffed with various potions and supplies. Yi Zi sat in a corner, eyes closed, hand resting on her blade's hilt. Suo Air leaned against the wall, his mechanical prosthetic gleaming coldly under the light. Li Gui sat on the sofa, impeccably dressed in his suit, holding a cup of tea. Fatty hugged his laptop, fingers still tapping on the keyboard. Lin Fan stood by the window gazing at the pitch-black sky outside. Everyone ready? No one answered, but all eyes turned to him. Lin Fan turned around. Then let's go. The convoy departed at 5 in the morning. 3 black off-road vehicles carried 6 people toward the military airport on the outskirts of the capital. The journey was quiet, broken only by the sound of tires rolling over the asphalt. Xia sat beside Lin Fan, watching the scenery blur past the window. Nervous? Lin Fan thought for a moment. Not really, he said. Just a bit hungry. Xia rolled her eyes. Can't you come up with a better excuse? It's not an excuse, Lin Fan said seriously. I'm really hungry. Xia fished an energy bar from her bag and handed it to him. Lin Fan took it, tore open the wrapper and took a bite. About your father, Xia said, still looking out the window. Have you made up your mind? Lin Fan chewed the energy bar in silence. Xia waited for a while but got no answer. She turned to look at him. Lin Fan had already finished the bar and was licking his fingers. I've decided. He said that back then he was no longer himself. So I'll kill him. He told me not to hesitate, so I won't. Xia was silent. But after I do, Lin Fan said, staring at the ceiling of the car, I'll bring his ashes back and bury them at the place where he took me to set off fireworks all those years ago. Xia took his hand. Lin Fan held hers in return. They sat like that, neither speaking another word. The airport had arrived. A small transport plane sat on the runway, its engines already warmed up. Beside the plane stood several people in the uniforms of the night watchers. Lei Long stood at the front. Seeing Lin Fan get out of the car, he strode over. Kid. Instructor Lei. Lei Long looked at him silent for a few seconds. Commander Nye told me to pass this on, come back alive. Lin Fan nodded. Also, Lei Long pulled a small box from his pocket and handed it to him. This is the Night Watcher's highest honor medal. It's not a reward. It's a deposit. When you return, I'll pin it on you myself. Lin Fan took the box and opened it. Inside was a golden medal engraved with 2 characters. Guardian. Lin Fan put the box away. Thanks. Lei Long patted him on the shoulder, saying nothing more. As the plane took off, the sky at the horizon was beginning to glow red. Lin Fan sat by the window watching the city shrink below him. the familiar streets, the buildings, and the faint outline of the villa in the distance. Xiaya sat beside him, leaning on his shoulder asleep. Yi Zi continued sharpening her blade in a corner. Suo Air drank, humming a Nordic folk tune. Li Gui was reading a magazine with a suit model on the cover. Fatty fiddled with his computer, the screen flickering with streams of data. Lin Fan averted his gaze and closed his eyes. Countless images flashed through his mind. His father's smiling face when they set off fireworks as a child. The cold, lonely nights at 10 years old, gnawing on stale buns in a rented room. The piercing sound of the whole class mocking him when his hearing was enhanced. The shock of using annihilation to interrupt a monster's skill for the first time. The warmth of Xia Ya's embrace when she rushed down the cliff to hold him. The light of Ji Changkong's self-destruction. The golden specks of Lin Xiaotu, Zero's dissipation, and that fleeting image of a black pyramid within the jade talisman. Dad, he said in his heart. Wait for me. 5 hours later, the plane landed on a makeshift airstrip at the edge of Divine Descent Island. The ruins from the battle a year ago had yet to be fully cleared. Collapsed buildings, scorched earth, and the echoes of those who had vanished forever. Lin Fan stood at the edge of the ruins, gazing at the distant sea. The vortex was even larger than it had appeared on the satellite image. At least a kilometer in diameter, its edges churning with white foam, its center an abyss of impenetrable darkness. Golden light seeped from the darkness like an unblinking eye. So that's the entrance to Zero Ruin. Suo Air walked over, staring at the vortex. Lin Fan said, how do we get in? Jump in. Suo Air paused, then laughed. Straight to the point. Li Gui adjusted his tie. I hope the environment inside isn't too dirty. Yi Zi stood at the very front, the wind lifting her hair, but she remained motionless, her eyes fixed on the vortex. Fatty swallowed hard. Bro Lin, we really have to jump. This thing looks. Before he could finish, Lin Fan had already moved. He walked toward the sea, not fast but with steady steps. When he reached the water's edge, he didn't stop. He stepped into the void. His entire body plunged into the vortex. Lin Fan. Xiaya rushed forward. But in the next second, a golden light surged from within the vortex. Lin Fan's voice echoed from below. Jump. Xiaya took a deep breath and leaped. Yi Zi followed without hesitation. Suo Air let out a hearty laugh and jumped in. Li Gui adjusted his tie once more, then jumped too. Fatty stood at the edge, his face pale. Mom, I'm afraid of heights. I get seasick. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and jumped. The vortex swallowed the last figure. The sea returned to calm. Only the golden light continued to flicker in the darkness. The sensation of weightlessness lasted only a few seconds. Then Lin Fan's feet touched solid ground. Not hard earth, but something strange and springy, like stepping upon the tissue of a colossal living organism. Surrounding him was absolute darkness. Only the surface beneath his feet emitted a faint golden luminescence. Lin Fan stood still, his omnisight fully activated. There was no heartbeat, no breath, no sound of any living thing. Yet something was watching him. A feeling he knew well, the same dread he'd felt confronting divine abominations in the abyss or standing before the High Arbiter on the Isle of Divine Descent. The chilling awareness of being stalked by a predator at the apex of the food chain. Xiaya, he called out cautiously. Silence answered. Fat brother. Yi Zi. Still no reply. Lin Fan paused for 2 silent seconds. 6 had leapt in together, 6 had scattered upon landing. This was the ruins rule, random spatial dispersion. Perhaps better this way. If they'd all landed together, a single threat could annihilate them all at once. Scattered, at least some might survive. Lin Fan drew a deep breath and began walking forward. After roughly 10 minutes, the surrounding darkness began to fade. Not brightening but thinning, dissolving into a hazy ashen gray. The ground beneath his feet grew gradually clearer. Truly organic tissue resembling the inner lining of some immense organ, its surface veined with slow pulsing channels. Lin Fan crouched and pressed a finger against the surface. Soft, warm, slightly viscous to the touch. He rose and continued onward. Another 10 minutes passed. And a head light appeared. Not golden but soft silvery white like moonlight. Lin Fan quickened his pace. Emerging from the ashen haze, the vista opened before him, an immense boundless space. So vast its edges vanished beyond sight, its ceiling lost in infinite gloom. Its walls were pale gray-white, pockmarked with countless tiny apertures, each emitting a dim, steady glow. The floor was no longer organic tissue but smooth, dark red stone. Intricate patterns were carved across the stone, woven into a colossal sigil, part eye, part vortex, spiraling with eerie symmetry. Lin Fan stood at the edge of the sigil, staring into that eye for a long while. And the eye stared back. He looked away and kept walking. After only a few steps, a voice sounded behind him. Xiao Fan. His body froze. That voice. He knew it too well. Lin Zhao's voice. Slowly Lin Fan turned. A man stood at the sigil's center. wearing that tattered white lab coat, hair, disheveled face twisted into that infuriating familiar grin. It was Lin Xiao. Dad. Lin Fan whispered instinctively. Then in the next breath his hand closed around his blade's hilt. You're not him. Clever, the figure said, pausing then smiling. Far less gullible than the last one. His face began to warp. The skin's sloughed-off features contorted until nothing remained but a featureless visage dominated by a single enormous eye. That eye blinked, slowly fixed upon Lin Fan. I am the Watcher, it intoned, one of this ruin's sentinels. Your memories are fascinating. Lin Fan's blade slid free. Where is my father? Deep within, replied the Watcher. He holds the gate. He is nearly spent. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply. How long? At most 3 days, said the Watcher. Then he will be wholly consumed. And when that happens, the gate shall open. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the blade. Lead the way. The Watcher smiled. I will. But there is a condition. What condition? A flicker of uncanny light shimmered within the Watcher's great eye. Let me see how far your limits truly extend. Before the words faded, the ground shattered. From the fissures surged countless eyes, identical to the one before him. Thousands upon thousands, all locked upon Lin Fan. He drew a slow, steady breath. Is that all? Blade clenched, he charged headlong into the sea of watching eyes. Meanwhile, in another realm, Xia stood alone in the heart of ruins. Yet not the subterranean labyrinth she'd expected. Instead, she stood amid the skeletal remains of a city. The streets of Jingcheng. Familiar buildings. Familiar shop signs. Familiar everything. Yet utterly devoid of life. Lin Fan. She called out tentatively. Only silence echoed back. Frowning, Xia stepped forward. After a few paces, she halted abruptly. A figure stood ahead. Back turned, draped in a flowing white gown, long hair cascading over her shoulders. Xia's pulse skipped. That silhouette. She knew it too well. Mom. Slowly the woman turned. A gentle face radiant with tender affection. Xiao, she murmured, you've come home. Tears flooded Xia's eyes. Mom, how did you? I've always been here. The woman stepped forward, reaching to caress her cheek. Xia did not flinch. Yet just as those fingers neared her skin, she took a sharp step backward. No, she said flatly. You're not my mother. The woman's hand froze midair. My mother died 15 years ago. Xia's voice was ice. The woman's face warped, melting into a blank, featureless mask dominated by a single massive eye. A pity, it sighed. So close to success. Xia's hand settled on the weapon at her hip. What are you? I am the lurer, the eye intoned. My purpose is to ensnare those rich in sentiment. Like you. Xia let out a cold laugh. Then tell me. Do you know how fiercely people with hearts fight? She drew her weapon. A flash of the blade. An eye burst open, splattering purple fluid across the ground. Lin Fan did not stop. He moved like an indefatigable machine, weaving through the dense sea of eyes. Each strike precisely shattered an eye, each blow carrying the terrifying power of the 5th-rank peak. But there were too many of those eyes. Destroy one and 2 more emerged. Destroy 2 and 4 appeared. Endless. Lin Fan's breathing grew rapid. Not from exhaustion but from irritation. Is this all you've got? He shouted at the massive Watcher. Sending these minions to die. A strange light flickered in the Watcher's solitary eye. You're stalling, Lin Fan said. These things can never be fully killed, can they? The Watcher did not reply. Lin Fan smiled. Then I'll stop killing. He sheathed his blade, closed his eyes, and stood motionless. The eyes lunged at him madly, but just before touching him, they all passed through. What? The Watcher's voice wavered for the first time. Lin Fan opened his eyes. An illusion, he said. From the moment you spoke, I've been inside it. The Watcher's solitary eye trembled violently. How do you know? Lin Fan pointed to his ear. Because I heard it, he said. Your heartbeat. The Watcher froze. Does something like you have a heart? Lin Fan said. Yes, right where your true body hides. 30 beats per minute. A different frequency from those fakes. He gripped his blade and walked toward the Watcher. So by finding your heartbeat, I can find your true body. Fear flickered in the Watcher's solitary eye. You. Spare me the chatter. Lin Fan's blade was already raised. My turn. When Yi Zi opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a ruin. Not the ruins of an ancient relic, but the ruins of a city. Familiar streets, familiar buildings, familiar scents. The 3rd fallen zone. Yi Zi's hand rested on her blade's hilt, unmoving. She knew this was an illusion, yet she couldn't help but look. At the collapsed buildings, the scorched walls, the scattered household items. And in the distance, the sewer entrance where she once hid. Everything was as she remembered. Xiao Zi. A voice came from behind. Yi Zi's body stiffened. That voice. She knew it too well. It was the voice of the ant who had given her food in the fallen zone back then. She turned slowly. A woman stood behind her dressed in tattered clothes wearing a kind smile. Xiao Zi, you're back. Yi looked at her saying nothing. The woman took a step forward. Have you been well all these years? Yi's hand remained on her blade. But she did not draw. The woman stepped closer. Don't you remember me? If it weren't for me back then you would have. Shut up. Yi spoke. Her voice was soft but icy. The woman froze. Yi looked at her, her eyes devoid of anger, holding only an extreme calm. You are not her, she said. She died long ago. Died before my eyes. Torn apart by those monsters. The woman's face began to change. It morphed into a faceless visage with a single massive eye. A pity, it said. You're more cold-blooded than I imagined. Yi drew her blade. A flash of light and the eye was cleaved in two. Not cold-blooded, she said. Just a clear memory. When Thor opened his eyes, he found himself standing on a battlefield. A Nordic battlefield. Snow-covered land, burning villages, fallen comrades. His brothers lay on the ground. Some headless, some missing limbs, some frozen into ice sculptures. Thor stood still, taking it all in. Then he laughed. Is that it? The massive eye emerged from the air before him. You're not sad. Sad, Thor said, but more eager for revenge. He clenched his fist, the mechanical prosthetic creaking. They're waiting for me to avenge them. Before the eye could react, Thor's fist was already there. One punch. Shattered. When Li Gui opened his eyes, he found himself in a pristine room. Very clean. So clean it made him comfortable. But a second later he frowned. Because it was too clean. Unnaturally clean. This trick might fool the young, he said, straightening his tie. But me. Not even close. He pulled out his scissors and snipped the air. Snap. The eye fell from the void, cut in two. When Fatty opened his eyes, he found himself in a vault. Gold bars littered the floor, cash lined the walls, gems filled the cabinets. Fatty's eyes lit up. Holy crap. He rushed over, scooped up a pile of gold bars, grinning ear to ear. But after a few seconds he stopped. Wait, he muttered to himself. If this is an illusion, these gold bars should be real enough to take. He tried to stuff a gold bar into his pocket. It passed through and fell to the floor. Fatty was silent for 2 seconds. Then he looked up and said to the air, You're using gold to trick me. Do I look like that kind of guy? The eye emerged from the ceiling. Fatty flipped it off. I may be greedy, but I value my life more. What's the point of money if I'm dead? The eye blinked as if pondering. Then Fatty kicked it. 6 people, 6 battlefields. All at the same moment they defeated their respective foes. Lin Fan stood beside the Watcher's corpse, raising his head to peer into the depths of the relic. Next. Lin Fan did not stop. After slaying the voyeur, he continued deeper into the ruins. The surroundings began to change. The grayish-white walls gradually disappeared, replaced by dark red vein-like passages. The passage was narrow, barely wide enough for one person. The walls on either side quivered faintly as if breathing. Lin Fan tightened his grip on his blade and activated his omniscient vision to its fullest. There was a sound ahead. Not a heartbeat, but a low hum like some colossal machine in operation. He quickened his pace. At the end of the passage lay a vast chamber. It was unlike anything he had seen before. No eyes, no illusions, only massive pillars stretching from the floor to a dome lost in darkness. The pillars were covered in intricate runes that glowed faintly. Between the pillars stood a man. Li Gui. He had his back to Lin Fan, holding that pair of scissors, studying the pillars. Teacher Li. Li Gui turned, saw him, and nodded. You're not dead either. No shit. Lin Fan walked over. Where are the others? Don't know, Li Gui said. I walked for half an hour and only met you. Lin Fan frowned. Within his omniscient vision, he could only detect Li Gui's heartbeat. Not a single one of the others. Keep moving, he said. They must be heading deeper too. The two walked side by side. After only a few steps, Li Gui stopped abruptly. Wait. Lin Fan looked at him. Li Gui's brows furrowed as the scissors in his hand opened slightly. Someone's here. Lin Fan sensed it too. An aura was approaching rapidly. Fast, incredibly fast. Lin Fan tightened his grip on his blade. The next second a dark figure burst from behind a pillar, lunging straight at Li Gui. Li Gui's scissors snapped shut. But the figure veered midair, dodging the strike, and landed before Lin Fan. Yeezy. Lin Fan's blade stopped 3 inches from her throat. You. Yeezy stared at him expressionlessly. You almost killed me. Lin Fan withdrew his blade. Why were you running so fast? Yeezy didn't answer, only glanced at Li Gui. Li Gui folded his scissors and straightened his tie. Little girl, next time you want to say hello, make a sound first. These scissors don't have eyes. Yeezy ignored him and turned to Lin Fan. There's a fork ahead. I took one path. It was a dead end. And the other. Don't know, Yi said. But I heard sounds of fighting from there. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. Lead the way. The three crossed the forest of pillars and arrived at a fork. Two paths, one left, one right. Yi pointed to the right. I took this one. At the end is a wall with a hole, and that hole is full of those eyes. Lin Fan looked at the left path. Through his omniscient vision he could hear sounds, clashes, and curses. Fatty, he said. The three charged into the left passage. The passage ended in a circular chamber, smaller than the previous one but more chaotic. The ground was littered with the corpses of eyes, purple fluid flowing everywhere. A pungent stinking odor filled the air. Fatty stood amid a heap of bodies drenched in blood, clutching a metal pipe head picked up from the floor. Seeing Lin Fan he froze. Bro Lin. Lin Fan looked at him silent for 2 seconds. You're not dead. Almost. Fatty dropped the pipe and plopped onto the ground. Those eyes chased me for several blocks. No, several paths. Yi added flatly, still cussing so he's fine. Fatty shot her a glare. Saul's voice came from the side. You're finally here. Lin Fan turned. Saul was leaning against a pillar, his mechanical prosthetic smeared with purple fluid. He had a smile on his face, but there was a deep wound on his chest still oozing blood. Lin Fan walked over. Is it serious? Not serious, Saul said. Just a flesh wound. Lin Fan looked at the wound on his chest and paused for a second. A flesh wound can look like this. Saul chuckled. Those eyes bit me. Every time one bit I crushed it. Bite, crush, bite, crush. After a while they didn't dare bite anymore. Lin Fan didn't know what to say. Where is Xiaya? He looked around. Nothing. Xiaya wasn't there. Where's Xiaya? He asked. Everyone fell silent. Lin Fan's heart sank. She wasn't with you. Fatty shook his head. Yi shook her head. Saul shook his head. Li Gui said, I didn't see her. Lin Fan stood still silent for 2 seconds. Then he turned and walked deeper into the passage. Wait here, he said. I'm going to find her. Lin Fan. Fatty called out. Lin Fan didn't look back. Lin Fan ran wildly through the passage. The omniscient vision was fully activated, capturing every heartbeat, every breath, and every faint sound. But there was nothing. No sound at all. He had listened to Xiaya's heartbeat countless times. 75 beats per minute, steady and powerful with a unique rhythm. As long as he was within a 10-kilometer radius he could capture it. But now that sound had vanished. Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Fan's mind. Had she been transported to a farther place? Had she encountered danger? He forced himself not to think about the last possibility. Keep running. The passage grew narrower, the walls closing in. The dark red material resembling blood vessels began to feel coarse like the skin of some creature. Lin Fan's fingers grazed the wall, feeling a faint pulse. This entire relic was alive. This thought caused him to pause for a moment. But just for a moment. Then he continued running. Meanwhile, in another space, Xiaya opened her eyes, finding herself lying in darkness. There was nothing around. No light, no sound, no temperature, no reference point. She stood up and tried to take a step forward. The ground beneath her feet felt solid, yet she couldn't step on anything. It was like stepping into the void. Lin Fan? She called out. No response. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. An illusion. Another illusion. She closed her eyes, recalling what Yi had said. Those guards would read memories and transform into the people you were most familiar with to deceive you. But as long as she remained calm, she could see through it. She opened her eyes. It was still darkness all around. There was nothing. Xiaya frowned. This wasn't right. If it were an illusion, there should be something. An apparition, a sound, that eerie presence. But here there was nothing. Pure nothingness. She tried to move forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Nothing changed. Still darkness, still nothingness. Xiaya stopped her steps, standing still. Who are you? She spoke. Show yourself. No response. I know you're there, she said. I've seen this trick before. Still no response. Xiaya remained silent for a few seconds. Then she sat down cross-legged. Fine, she said. If you won't show yourself, I'll just sit here and wait. Time passed slowly. Uncertain how long had passed. Perhaps a few minutes, perhaps a few hours. There was finally a change in the darkness. A voice emerged. It was soft, gentle, with a hint of an elusive smile. Interesting. Xiaya opened her eyes. A figure appeared before her. No, not a person. It was a silhouette. A blurry, translucent outline as if formed from mist. It had no facial features, no details, just a vague human shape. You are the first person I've seen who can remain seated in nothingness. The silhouette spoke, its voice echoing from all directions. Others would crumble within minutes in this kind of environment. Screaming, crying, running around. But you just sat down. Xiaya looked at it. Are you the guard here? That's one way to understand it. My name, you humans like to call me the fearmonger. The fearmonger. Xiaya frowned slightly. Those eyes earlier, were they also yours? They are my kind, the fearmonger said. But they are inferior to me. They can only read memories and then transform into the people you care about. But it paused. I can read your deepest fears and then manifest that fear into reality. Xiaya remained silent. The fearmonger looked at her. Aren't you curious what your deepest fear is? Not curious. Why not? Because I know, Xiaya stated, my greatest fear is watching Lin Fan die before my eyes. The fearmonger laughed. The laughter was light, but it echoed in the void, sending chills down one's spine. That's good to know, it said. Then let me show you. The surrounding darkness suddenly changed. An image materialized. Lin Fan. He stood in a pool of blood covered in wounds with a massive gaping hole in his chest. His eyes were still open, but they had lost their light. He was dead. Xiaya's heart tightened sharply. Although she knew it was fake in that moment, her breath hitched. What do you think? The fearmonger's voice echoed from all directions. Do you want to see more? The image shifted. Lin Fan's corpse was being devoured by countless eyes torn apart and... Enough! Xiaya spoke. Her voice was cold. The fearmonger paused for a moment. What did you say? I said enough. Xiaya stood up, looking at the images. Lin Fan once said this kind of trick might fool others, but it won't fool him. She took a deep breath. So do I. The surrounding images began to twist. The fearmonger's voice became sharp. Aren't you afraid? That's the person you care about most. You watched him die, you watched him be devoured, aren't you afraid? Xiaya laughed. That smile was different from usual. Not mocking, not proud, but a tranquility she had never felt before. I am afraid, she said. But I believe even more that he won't die. Based on what? Based on the fact that he is Lin Fan. The surrounding images shattered completely. The fearmonger's silhouette began to tremble violently. Impossible. It's impossible for anyone to escape fear. Xiaya walked toward it. Do you know why you are called the fearmonger? She said. Because you can only create fear, but you don't understand anything beyond fear. She reached out her hand, pressing it against the trembling silhouette. For example, trust. Boom. The fearmonger's silhouette exploded. The darkness dissipated. Xiaya opened her eyes, finding herself standing in the middle of ruins. Real ruins. Gray-white walls, dark red ground, the air filled with a familiar scent. She had returned, and in front of her stood a person. Lin Fan. He was drenched in sweat, holding a knife and looking at her. The two locked eyes for a second. You. They spoke at the same time and then stopped simultaneously. Lin Fan walked over and pulled her into his embrace. Xiaya was taken aback for a moment but did not struggle. After a long time, Lin Fan's voice came from above her head. Next time, don't run around. Xiaya rolled her eyes. Was it me running around? It was this damn place that threw me out. Lin Fan released her, looking her up and down. Are you hurt? No, Xiaya said. I just had a bad dream. Lin Fan looked at her. What kind of bad dream? Xiaya thought for a moment. I dreamed that you died. Lin Fan was silent for a second. And then I crushed the thing that gave me the nightmare. Lin Fan laughed. All right, impressive. Xiaya smiled too. The two stood there, neither moving. In the distance, a voice came from the fat guy. Lin Gu. Xiajia, where are you? Lin Fan turned and shouted. Over here. Then he looked at Xiaya. Let's go. They are waiting. Xiaya nodded. The two walked side by side toward the direction of the voice. Lin Fan and Xiaya walked side by side toward the direction of the sound. After about 5 minutes, the space suddenly opened up before them. It was a massive circular chamber, larger than any they had seen before. The dome soared so high that its peak was invisible. The surrounding walls were riddled with countless tiny holes, each emitting a faint glow. The floor was made of smooth dark red rock engraved with intricate patterns that formed a colossal design. In the center of the pattern stood 4 people, Fatty, Yizi, Thor, and Li Gue. Upon seeing Lin Fan and Xiaya, Fatty was the first to rush over. Bro Lin, Sister Xia, are you two all right? Xiaya frowned at the purple liquid covering him. What kind of look is that? Fatty glanced down at himself and grinned. Those eyes sprayed it. No worries, it's just their blood. Yizi approached and scrutinized Xiaya. Injured? No, Xiaya replied. Just had a nightmare. Yizi nodded and asked no further. Thor, leaning against a pillar, grinned at Lin Fan. Found it. Lin Fan nodded. Found it. Thor stood up, flexing his mechanical prosthetic. Then let's keep moving. This damned place gives me the creeps. Li Gue straightened his tie, gazing at the walls around them. Which way? Everyone looked at Lin Fan. He closed his eyes, activating his omniscient vision to its fullest. The sounds of heartbeats, breathing, and that faint pulsing rhythm all flooded into his mind. He caught a sound. Faint, distant, yet familiar. Its frequency was identical to the source core within his own body. That way. He opened his eyes, pointing to a door directly in front of the pattern. The door had been well concealed, nearly merging with the wall. But now, under Lin Fan's guidance, everyone saw it. It was small, only enough for one person to pass through. There was no handle, only a small groove of a familiar shape. Lin Fan walked over and pulled out the jade token from his pocket. It fit perfectly into the groove. Click. The door opened. Behind the door was a narrow passage. It was even tighter than the previous ones, allowing only single-file passage. The walls were no longer dark red stone but cold metal. The metal surface was covered in runes that glowed faintly. Lin Fan stepped in first, followed by Xiaya, then Yizi, Fatty Thor, and Li Gui. The 6 of them advanced slowly in a single file. Silence surrounded them, broken only by footsteps and breaths. After about 10 minutes, they came to a fork. 2 paths, one left, one right. Lin Fan stopped and activated his omniscient vision again. The left path held nothing. No heartbeat, no breathing, no movement at all. The right path, however, carried a sound. Faint but distinct. A heartbeat. And its frequency. Lin Fan's pupils contracted. It matched his own heartbeat. Take the right. At the end of the right passage stood a colossal door. Larger than any before, at least 10 meters high and 5 meters wide. The door was black, its surface devoid of any patterns or markings. Only a pure, fathomless darkness. Lin Fan stood before it, staring into that void. The void stared back. Lin Fan. Xiaya's voice came from behind. What's wrong? Lin Fan did not answer. In that darkness he saw a silhouette. The figure stood with its back to him beneath a blood-red sky surrounded by endless void with surging clouds underfoot. The silhouette slowly turned around. It was Lin Xiao. Yet it wasn't. A smile was on its face, but it differed from the one in his memory. Too eerie, too alien. As if something writhed beneath the skin. Xiao Fan, it spoke. You're here. Lin Fan's grip tightened on his blade. You're not him. The silhouette laughed. How do you know? Because he would never call me in that tone. The silhouette paused for a second. Then its face began to shift. Skin peeled away, features twisted, and finally formed a face Lin Fan had never seen. No features, only a single enormous eye. Just like the previous guardians. Pity, it said. So close to succeeding. Lin Fan's blade was already drawn. Are you the last? The eye blinked. The last. No, I'm just the gatekeeper. The real big shot is inside. It gestured with its gaze toward the door behind it. Lin Fan looked at the door. He's in there. He is, the eye said. But he's no longer the person you knew. Lin Fan remained silent. The eye continued. He's been eroded by the hive for 20 years. Every day he fought against those things. His body was transformed, his consciousness corroded, his memories devoured bit by bit. Now only a shell remains, along with a faint lingering obsession. What obsession? The eye fixed on him. You. The tip of Lin Fan's blade trembled slightly. He wanted to see you one last time. But he also knew that after seeing you, he might lose control and devour you. Lin Fan was silent for a long moment. Then he spoke. How do I open that door? The eye was taken aback. You're not afraid. Lin Fan met its gaze. I am, he said. But I'm more afraid of never seeing him. The eye stared at him for a long time. Then it laughed. The sound was eerie, yet it seemed to hold a hint of admiration. The door doesn't need to be opened, it said. Just walk in. It can sense your aura. It paused. After all, you are his son. Lin Fan took a deep breath. Then he turned to look at the 5 behind him. Wait here for me. Xiaya stepped forward. I'm going with you. Lin Fan shook his head. Not this time. Why? Lin Fan looked at her. Because the one inside might really be my father. Xiaya froze. Lin Fan continued. If it's him, he might still recognize me. But if he's been taken over, he'll attack anything that comes near me. If you go in, you'll only be a target. Xiaya opened her mouth to speak, but in the end, she just clenched her teeth. Then promise me. What? Come back alive. Lin Fan looked at her and smiled. Obviously. How else would I pay you back? Xiaya's eyes reddened, but she didn't cry. She simply reached out and hugged him tightly. Then she let go. Lin Fan turned to face the black door. He took a deep breath. He stepped forward and walked in. The darkness swallowed his figure. The door slowly closed behind him. Darkness. Pure viscous darkness enveloped Lin Fan like liquid. He walked for a long time, unsure if it was a minute or an hour. In this darkness, time and space lost all meaning. Only the sensation beneath his feet told him he was still moving forward. Each step landed on solid ground, yet he could see nothing. Lin Fan did not stop. His omniscient perception was utterly useless here. No sound to capture, no vibration to sense. He was like a blind man thrown into an abyss, moving forward on instinct alone. Yet he knew the direction, for he could feel that heartbeat. Closer and closer. The heartbeat that echoed his own. Finally a faint light appeared ahead. distant but undeniably real. Lin Fan quickened his pace. The light grew brighter. At last he emerged from the darkness into a blood-red sky. No sun, no clouds. Only an endless churning red. It was as if a sea of blood hung inverted overhead, threatening to pour down at any moment. Beneath his feet lay a dark crimson earth riddled with fissures from which golden liquid flowed. The liquid moved, slowly gurgling like something breathing. In the distance stood a black tower. The tower was immense, its peak lost to sight. Its body was constructed from countless twisted bones which writhed faintly as if struggling. At the tower's summit a golden light pulsed. The heartbeat came from there. Lin Fan gripped his blade and strode toward the tower. As he drew closer he discerned the nature of the bones. Human bones. Countless human skeletons contorted into grotesque shapes forcibly stacked together. Some bones were fresh, others yellowed, and some were completely carbonized. Lin Fan's fists clenched. He knew who these people were. They were those Gu Chongshan had sent beyond the door over the years, experimental subjects devoured by the mother nest souls that would never return home. He took a deep breath and pressed on. At the tower's base stood an open door. Lin Fan entered. Inside it was darker than outside. A spiral staircase wound upward, constructed of bones that creaked softly underfoot. Countless luminous beads were embedded in the walls, glowing with a ghostly blue light like myriad eyes. Lin Fan ascended step by step. With each step the heartbeat drew nearer. With each step the source core within him pulsed more violently. Too was anticipating meeting its creator. After an unknown duration, the stairs finally ended, revealing a vast circular space. At the center of the space a figure hovered. His upper body was bare, covered in eerie golden patterns that flowed as if alive. 6 translucent wings extended from his back, identical to those of Lin Xiao 2.0. He floated with his eyes closed. Countless golden tentacles extended from the void, piercing into his body. They writhed slowly, and with each movement the figure trembled slightly. Lin Fan stood at the entrance, gazing at the man. That face was achingly familiar. Lin Xiao, his father, Dad. His voice was soft, yet it echoed through the empty space. The figure slowly opened his eyes. Golden light blazed forth, illuminating the entire space. He looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked back. Father and son, after 20 years, finally stood face to face. Xiao Fan. Lin Xiao spoke. His voice was hoarse, weary, but unmistakably his. Lin Fan's eyes reddened. Dad. He took a step forward. But in the next instant, the countless golden tentacles snapped taut. Pain flickered across Lin Xiao's face. Don't. Come closer. His voice twisted. I can't control it. Lin Fan halted. Dad, what's wrong? The golden light in Lin Xiao's eyes blazed wildly. Those things. In my mind. They want me to devour you. Lin Fan tightened his grip on his blade. Then let them try. Lin Xiao looked at him, and for a fleeting moment a familiar, infuriatingly cocky smile flickered in his eyes. You brat. Still so arrogant. But the smile vanished the next second. His eyes turned entirely golden. The tentacles thrashed wildly, the entire space trembling. Go! He roared with his last breath. Get out of here. Then his voice changed. It became deep, eerie, as if countless voices overlapped. Perfect. A perfect vessel. Perfect. The 6 wings behind him unfurled abruptly. The countless tentacles shot toward Lin Fan simultaneously. He did not dodge. He stood there watching them approach. Then, in the instant before impact, he moved. 1 slash severed the first tentacle. 2 slashes cut through the second and third. 3, 4, 5 slashes. Blade light flashed madly through the space, each strike precisely severing a tentacle. Golden liquid sprayed from the wounds, sizzling as it hit the ground. Lin Xiao watched him, something struggling within those golden eyes. Xiao Fan. Dad. Lin Fan met his gaze. Do you remember? When I was little you took me to set off fireworks, saying that when I grew up you'd take me to see bigger ones. Lin Xiao's pupils contracted slightly. I remember. You also said you'd teach me to wield a blade and fight monsters. I remember. You said no matter what you'd protect me. Lin Xiao fell silent. Lin Fan's eyes were red, but his voice was steady. Now it's my turn to protect you. The golden hue in Lin Xiao's eyes began to recede. A faint light emerged from deep within. Lin Fan recognized that light. It was his father's gaze. Xiao Fan. Lin Xiao's voice became very soft, very weary. Do it. Lin Fan froze. What? Lin Xiao looked at him, the corner of his mouth twitching into that familiar, infuriating smile. I said, do it. Kill me. I can't hold on anymore. Those things are almost done devouring me. Rather than let them use my body to harm others. It's better. He paused. Better for you to send me off with your own hands. Lin Fan's blade trembled. Dad. No more nonsense. Lin Xiao looked at him. You're the son I raised. Don't embarrass me. Lin Fan stood there gripping the blade. The tip pointed at Lin Xiao's chest, but he couldn't thrust it in. That was his father, the man he had searched for 20 years, his only family in this life. Lin Xiao's gaze grew increasingly unfocused. Xiao Fan, listen, the core of those things is in my heart. Stab in, and you can. Before he could finish, his body convulsed violently. The golden hue surged back, drowning his eyes. Roar! An inhuman howl escaped him. The 6 wings flapped wildly, and the severed tentacles regrew. Lin Fan took a deep breath. He looked into those golden eyes and tightened his grip on the blade. Then he spoke. Dad. For a brief moment, clarity returned to those golden eyes. Lin Fan's blade drove in. The moment the blade pierced in, time seemed to stand still. Golden blood trickled down the blade, dripping onto the ground with a faint sizzling sound. Each drop of blood that hit the ground scorched a small pit into the earth. Lin Xiao's body stiffened. The mad gleam in those golden eyes was rapidly fading. What replaced it was a tranquility Lin Fan had never seen before. Xiao Fan. His voice was so soft, as gentle as a breeze. Lin Fan's hands trembled. He held the dagger thrust into his father's chest, yet he felt as if that same blade had pierced his own heart. Dad! A faint twitch pulled at the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth. That smile was one Lin Fan knew all too well. It was the same smug, triumphant grin his father wore every time he took him to set off fireworks when he was a child. Don't cry, he said. Your old man lived a life worth living. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, refusing to let the tears fall. Lin Xiao's eyes began to glaze over, but he kept talking. Your mother, when she left, she told me to take care of you. I failed. But you turned out better than I ever imagined. His voice grew weaker and weaker. That hard drive, inside it, is everything I left for you. And that heart? Lin Fan froze for a moment. What heart? The last flicker of light danced in Lin Xiao's eyes. Inside my heart is the core of that origin fragment. Back then I couldn't bear to consume it. I saved it for you. Eat it, and you'll be able to cross that threshold. Lin Fan lowered his head, staring at the spot where the blade had entered. The golden blood continued to flow, but through the gore he could see deep within Lin Xiao's heart a tiny crystal glowing. That crystal was brighter and purer than the origin fragment he had consumed before. Dad! Lin Xiao raised his hand. That trembling hand gently came to rest on Lin Fan's head. Xiao Fan, be good. Push the blade. Just a little deeper. Lin Fan's body went rigid. Push it in. Take it out. This is the last thing your father leaves for you. His hand slipped from Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan fell to his knees. He gripped the dagger, staring at his father's face as it gradually lost all color. Then he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He pushed the blade in a little deeper. Golden blood gushed forth. The glowing crystal emerged from the wound. Lin Fan reached out and grasped it. It was ice gold, yet carried a strange warmth. He could sense his father's aura within that crystal. Lin Xiao's eyes were now completely closed, but the smile still lingered at the corner of his mouth. Lin Fan knelt there, holding the crystal in his hand, gazing at his father's face. A long time passed. A very long time. A thunderous roar erupted behind him. The entire space began to tremble violently. The golden tendrils snapped one by one, dissolving into motes of light. The bones on the walls began to loosen and the ceiling started to collapse. Lin Fan stood up. He cast one last look at his father, then turned and sprinted toward the exit. Meanwhile, outside the door, Xia Ye was the first to sense something wrong. The ground was trembling. The runes on the walls began to flicker wildly. What's happening? Fatty asked nervously. Yi's hand rested on her blade. Li Gui frowned and pulled scissors from his pocket. Thor clenched his fists, the mechanical prosthetic groaning. He's coming out, Xia Ye said. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the black door exploded outward with a deafening blast. Lin Fan burst out, drenched in blood, clutching something tightly in his hand. Move! He roared. This place is coming down. All 6 of them turned and sprinted down the passage. Behind them, the black bone tower was collapsing. Countless bones rained down, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. The blood-red sky began to tear, revealing the dark void beyond. The earth cracked open and golden magma surged from the fissures. Where do we run? Fatty shouted as he ran. Lin Fan didn't answer. He just ran. Ran to get out of this place. Ran back to where the sun shone. The moment Lin Fan burst out of the ruins, the world behind him completely collapsed. The black bone tower crashed down, countless bones raining like hailstones, each impact carving deep craters into the earth. The blood-red sky like torn fabric peeled away in strips, revealing the pitch-black void beyond. The earth fissured cracks, chasing after them relentlessly. Lin Fan led the charge, drenched in blood, clutching the luminous crystal tightly in his hand. Behind him echoed the footsteps of 5 people and Fatty's heart-wrenching cries. "Brother Lin, where do we run? Where the hell do we run?" Lin Fan didn't answer. He didn't know. The omniscient vision had completely failed here. Everywhere was the roar of collapsing structures, the crack of splitting ground, the brittle snap of shattering bones. Those sounds mingled into a symphony of doom. He could only run on instinct, racing toward the direction he remembered as the way back. The fissures drew closer. The largest one, a full 10 meters wide, spread wildly behind them. Thor glanced back and cursed in Norse. "We can't outrun this," he roared. "You go first." "What?" Fatty didn't catch it. Thor had already stopped. He turned to face the fissure, took a deep breath, and his mechanical prosthetic erupted with blinding blue light. "Thor!" Lin Fan shouted, turning back. Thor ignored him. He clenched his fist and slammed it down onto the chasm. A deafening boom sent a massive shockwave rippling outward. The fissure was forcibly halted for a single second. That 1 second was enough for the others to dash past. Lin Fan stared at the silhouette standing before the abyss, his eyes burning. "Thor!" Thor turned back, flashing a grin. "Kill a few more for me." Then the fissure swallowed him whole. Lin Fan didn't stop. He knew what Thor had bought with his life. They kept running. Across the crumbling earth, beneath the falling sky, past everything that had once been the world beyond the door. A door appeared ahead. It was the same black door they had passed through when they arrived. The door was closing. "Hurry!" Li Gui bellowed. Izzy was the first to dash through. She moved almost as if skimming the ground, her speed astonishing. Li Gui was second. His scissors were stowed away, his suit covered in dust, but he had no time to tidy himself. He just ran. Fatty was third. He ran, panting heavily, the flesh on his face jiggling, but his legs never stopped. Xiaya was fourth. As she ran, she kept looking back at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was last. The moment he dashed through the doorway, he glanced back. Behind the door, that world was utterly annihilated. The fissure swallowed everything. The blood-red sky completely collapsed. The black bone tower crumbled to dust. And the countless bones, the tentacles, the eyes. All were devoured by darkness. Lin Fan averted his gaze and plunged through the door. It slammed shut behind him. Darkness. Darkness once more. Lin Fan sprinted through the blackness. He ran for what felt like an eternity until light finally appeared ahead. As he burst from the darkness, his feet touched solid ground. It was the ruins of Zero Relic. Gray-white walls, dark red earth, and those countless dense holes. Everything was just as they had left it. Lin Fan stood in the center of the ruins, gasping for breath. Staggering footsteps sounded behind him. Xiaya rushed out and threw her arms around him. Lin Fan froze for a moment, then wrapped his arms around her in return. Izzy emerged second, leaning against a pillar, panting heavily. Li Gui came third, his suit hopelessly wrinkled, but he still tried to straighten his tie. Fatty was last, practically crawling out. The moment he was out, he collapsed onto the ground like a heap of mud. Holy crap. Holy crap. Actually still alive. Lin Fan looked at him and suddenly laughed. Xiaya looked up at him. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Fan shook his head. "Nothing," he said. "Just feels good to be alive." Xiaya was silent for a second. Then she too laughed. The 5 of them sat in the ruins for a long time. No words, only heavy, ragged breaths. After a long while, Fatty finally found his voice. "Brother Lin." He asked weakly, "Where's Thor?" Lin Fan fell silent. Everyone fell silent. Fatty opened his mouth, then asked no more. He lowered his head, staring at the ground, lost in thought. Lin Fan stood up. He walked to the edge of the ruins and gazed at the distant, fading vortex. The golden light was dimming, the whirlpool shrinking. The world beyond the door was sealed forever. Lin Fan clenched the crystal in his hand. It still glowed warm, pulsing like a heartbeat. "Dad," he whispered, "wait for me." Lin Fan stood at the edge of the ruins for a long time. The vortex grew smaller and smaller, the golden light fainter and fainter. At last the sea returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened. But Lin Fan knew that the world beyond the gate had vanished forever. His father was forever left behind there. "Brother Lin." The fatty's voice came from behind. Lin Fan did not turn around. The fatty walked over and stood beside him, gazing at the sea. "Thor." "I know." The fatty fell silent. After a long while, Lin Fan finally spoke. What were his last words? The fatty was taken aback. He said, "Kill a few more for him." Lin Fan nodded. He tightened his grip on the crystal in his hand. The crystal was still warm, pulsating like a beating heart. "I will." Xiaya walked over and gently took his arm. Lin Fan turned to look at her. Her eyes were red, but she did not cry. Lin Fan suddenly realized that since the day he had met her, he had never seen her weep. Even on the Divine Descent Island, when blood flowed from her 7 orifices, she had not shed a tear. "Let's go," she said. Lin Fan nodded. The 5 of them turned and walked out of the ruins. As they emerged from the wreckage, dusk had already fallen. The setting sun bathed the entire Divine Descent Island in gold. The crumbling buildings, the charred ruins, the scars left from a year ago. All were coated in a layer of warm light. Several helicopters stood by the shore. Lei Long stood at the front with dozens of night watchers behind him. Seeing Lin Fan and his group emerge, Lei Long strode over. "How did it go?" Lin Fan looked at him silent for 2 seconds. "My father is dead." Lei Long was stunned. Lin Fan continued. "Thor is dead too." Lei Long fell silent. After a long time he finally spoke. "Where are the bodies?" "Left inside," Lin Fan said. "The world beyond the gate collapsed." Lei Long nodded. He asked nothing more, only reached out and patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. "Well, talk back home." By the time the helicopter took off, the sky was completely dark. Lin Fan sat by the window watching the Divine Descent Island grow smaller and smaller below. A year ago, when he first came here, this island had been the focus of the entire world. The Vatican, the White Eagle, the Deep Sea, the Northern Europe, all had fought here. A year later, the island was utterly ruined. Those who had once battled here were either dead or scattered. Thor had also remained here. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and looked at the crystal in his hand. It emitted a faint glow in the darkness. He closed his eyes. Many images flashed through his mind. His father's smiling face when they set off fireworks as a child. The nights when at 10 years old, he sat alone in a rented room gnawing on cold steamed buns. The shock when he first used annihilation to interrupt a monster's skill. The warmth of Xia Ya's embrace as she rushed down the cliff to hold him. The radiance of Ji Changkong's self-destruction. The golden specks of light as Lin Xiao Tu. Zero dissipated. And the final look in his father's eyes just hours ago. "Xiao Fan, be good." Lin Fan opened his eyes. He gazed at the pitch-black night sky outside the window and whispered, "Dad, I will." By the time they returned to the capital, it was already noon the next day. The courtyard villa was very quiet. Yizi had gone back to practice her blade. The fatty had returned to making money. Li Gui had gone back to dealing with the mess at the Heavenly Works Institute. Xia stayed with Lin Fan sitting in the courtyard. Neither of them spoke. After a long time, Xia broke the silence. "When do you plan to use that crystal?" Lin Fan looked down at the object in his hand. "I don't know. You won't consume it." "I will," Lin Fan said. "But not now." Xia looked at him. "Why?" Lin Fan thought for a moment. "My father said this thing could help me cross that threshold. But after crossing it, I don't know if I'd still be me." Xia was taken aback. "You mean 6th rank?" Lin Fan said. 5th rank is fighting with rules. 6th rank is becoming a rule yourself. After becoming a rule, those human emotions, memories, obsessions might all be replaced by the rule itself. Xia fell silent. Lin Fan looked at her. "So before I consume it, I want to spend more time with you." Xia was startled. Then she smiled. That smile was different from usual. It was not Sundra, not sarcastic, but a genuine heartfelt smile. "All right," she said. "Then let's spend more time together." That evening Lin Fan had a hearty meal. Not one to stave off hunger, but a real simple meal for the pleasure of eating. Xia cooked herself, preparing 4 dishes and a soup. The taste was average, but Lin Fan relished it. After the meal they sat in the courtyard stargazing. Lin Fan. What do you plan to do in the future?" Lin Fan thought for a moment. "I don't know." "You don't know?" "I really don't know," Lin Fan said. "Before I just wanted to be full. Later I wanted to repay my debts. Then I wanted to find my father. Now the debts aren't fully paid and I found my father. I haven't really thought about what's next." Xia looked at him. "Then take your time thinking." Lin Fan turned to look at her. "What about you?" "Me?" Xia pondered. "I'll naturally continue being a rich heiress." Lin Fan smiled. "Then I'll continue being your bodyguard." "Bodyguard?" Xia rolled her eyes. "You owe me so much money. Can being a bodyguard ever pay it off?" "Then what should I do?" Xia looked at him. Under the moonlight her eyes were very bright. "Be my man." Lin Fan was stunned. Xia was also taken aback. They stared at each other for 3 seconds. Then they both looked away at the same time. The air suddenly became a little strange. After a long time Lin Fan finally spoke. "Well?" "Shut up," Xia interrupted him. "Pretend I didn't say anything." "No, I was just going to say, shut up." Lin Fan obediently fell silent, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help curling up slightly. 3 months later, Lin Fan stood in the courtyard gazing at the crystal in his hand. It was brighter than it had been 3 months ago. The golden light swirled in his palm like a living heart. With each pulse it resonated with the source core within Lin Fan. Thud, thud, thud. He raised his head looking at the blue sky above. Today is the summer solstice, the longest day of the year. Have you thought it through? A voice came from behind him. It was Xiaya. Lin Fan did not turn back. I have thought it through. Xiaya walked over and stood beside him. Will it hurt? I don't know. Will you forget me? No. Lin Fan turned his head to look at her. Xiaya smiled. Then go ahead and eat. Lin Fan stared at her silent for 2 seconds. Aren't you afraid I will become a monster? Yes, Xiaya said. But you are the man I chose, so if you become a monster it's my choice too. Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment. Then he smiled. All right. He placed the crystal in his mouth. In that instant the world fell silent. No sound, no light, no warmth. Only an extreme pure energy surged from his throat all the way to his chest. Then it exploded. Lin Fan knelt down. His body trembled, golden cracks appearing on the surface of his skin. Those cracks radiated blinding light as if something were about to burst forth. It hurt. Not the kind of pain from a knife cut nor the kind from being burned by fire, but a pain where every cell was tearing apart, every cell was reorganizing. He wanted to scream, but no sound came out. He could only kneel there trembling. Xiaya stood beside him unmoving. Her eyes were red, but she did not cry. She just watched. Watched that man in front of her slowly transform. It was unclear how long it took. It could have been a few minutes or a few hours. Finally, Lin Fan's body stopped trembling. The golden cracks began to heal, ultimately disappearing completely. He opened his eyes. Those eyes were different from before. They were neither gold nor black, but a deeper hue. It was like the void of the universe, yet also like the Milky Way where countless stars converged. He stood up. Just standing up caused the surrounding air to begin to distort. It wasn't that he actively did something, but rather his very existence was changing the rules around him. 6th stage. The Yang Realm. Xiaya looked at him, opening her mouth as if to say something. Lin Fan spoke first. I remember. Xiaya was taken aback. What do you remember? Lin Fan looked at her, the depth in his eyes gradually fading, returning to those familiar distinct black and white eyes. I remember you. I remember the fatty. I remember Yi Zi. I remember everything. Xiaya's eyes sparkled. Lin Fan walked over and ruffled her hair. I said I wouldn't forget. 6 months later. The first year of the new era. After the Zero incident, the world underwent earth-shaking changes. The Tiangong Institute underwent a complete reorganization with Li Gui appointed as the new director responsible for cleaning up all residual issues related to the God-making project. Those who were imprisoned underground were rescued if possible. Those who could not be saved were given a swift end. The Night Watchers expanded, and Lei Long was promoted to deputy commander tasked with hunting down the remnants of divine aberrations worldwide. In Northern Europe, after the sacrifice of Thor was reported back, the entire Asgard held a state funeral for him. Lin Fan had someone send a knife which is said to now be enshrined in the Hall of Valor. The Deep Sea Alliance surrendered and Poseidon's body was found in the ruins, no longer human. The Holy See completely collapsed, or after Lin Fan killed the Pope, the remaining cardinals fought for power and ultimately destroyed themselves. In the White Eagle region, a new president was elected, actively establishing diplomatic relations with Daxia, promising to no longer research prohibited drugs. Everything changed, but some things did not. Like the fatty's big mouth. Lin Gu, look. I made 300 million. The fatty rushed into the courtyard, holding a contract in his hand, a smile full of wrinkles on his face. Lin Fan sat on a stone bench drinking tea. 300 million. Yes, 300 million. The fatty slammed the contract in front of him. My cybersecurity company just got a big order. Signed with the White Eagle. Lin Fan glanced at the contract and then at the fatty. You're so rich now. Of course. The fatty beamed. Don't you know who I am? Then what about the money you owe me? The fatty's smile froze. Lin Gu, we've been brothers for so many years. Brothers also have to pay back money. Xiaya walked out from the house, seeing the fatty's bitter face, couldn't help but laugh. All right, stop teasing him. She walked over and handed Lin Fan a cup of tea. Today is Yi's departure day. Go see her off. Lin Fan was taken aback. She is leaving? Yes. Xiaya nodded. She said she wants to see the world. At the airport, Yi stood in front of the boarding gate carrying the knife on her back. Lin Fan and Xiaya stood in front of her. None of the three spoke. After a long time, Yi finally spoke. I'm leaving. Lin Fan nodded. Where to? I don't know, Yi replied. Just wandering around. Xiaya looked at her. When will you be back? Yi thought for a moment. I don't know. Xiaya fell silent. Yi looked at Lin Fan. The salary you owe me, remember to transfer it to my account. Lin Fan smiled. All right. Yi smiled as well. That smile was faint, but both Lin Fan and Xiaya saw it. It was her first smile. Yi turned around and walked into the boarding gate. Lin Fan watched her back and suddenly called out, Yi. Yi stopped but did not turn back. Stay alive. Yi was silent for a second. Then she nodded and continued walking forward, disappearing at the end of the corridor. On the way back, Xia suddenly asked, will she come back? Lin Fan thought for a moment. Yes. Why? Because she said that until the money is spent she won't die. Xia was taken aback for a moment then smiled. That's true. 3 months later, Lin Fan and Xia's wedding. The venue was chosen at the back mountain of Kunlun Academy. It was the place where Lin Fan first met Xia. There weren't many people. The fatty was the best man, Li Gui was the officiant, and Lei Long was a guest. Yi didn't come back but sent a knife as a wedding gift. Lin Fan held that knife and looked at it for a long time. Then he hung it on the wall alongside another knife. That rusty knife. The rusty knife of the Night Watcher. The rusty knife left by Lin Xiao. The wedding was very simple. There were none of those extravagant ceremonies, just 2 people standing at the mountaintop saying, I do, to the setting sun. The fatty cried loudly beside them. Li Gui for once did not wear a suit, changing into casual wear, but still tied his tie meticulously. Lei Long drank a lot, eventually having to be carried back. That night Lin Fan and Xia sat at the mountaintop, gazing at the stars. Lin Fan. What do you plan to do in the future? Lin Fan thought for a moment. I don't know. Still don't know. I really don't know, Lin Fan said. I used to always have things to do, but suddenly having nothing to do feels a bit strange. Xia leaned on his shoulder. Then just think about it slowly. Lin Fan nodded. The two sat there watching the stars. After a long time, Xia suddenly asked, where do you think your dad is now? Lin Fan was silent for a second. I don't know, he said. But he is definitely somewhere watching us. Xia looked up at him. How do you know? Lin Fan pointed to his chest. Because he is still here. The next day Lin Fan went to the back mountain alone. There was a new grave marker there. Only one name was engraved on the tombstone. Lin Xiao. Below it there was a line of small text. A father who wanted his son to live on. Lin Fan stood in front of the tombstone for a long time. The wind blew, bringing the scent of flowers from the mountainside. He crouched down, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and placed it in front of the tombstone. Dad, he spoke. You once said that when I was capable I should find you and you'd treat me to a drink. I'm here. He took out a flask from his pocket, opened it, and poured a little on the ground. This drink I'll drink for you. The rest take your time. He stood up, looking at the tombstone one last time. Then he turned and walked down the mountain. Behind him the wind blew. The cigarette before the tombstone was still burning. 6 months later, Lin Fan and Xia had their first child. It was a daughter named Lin Yan. Yan as in longing. Xia said the name was too old-fashioned. Lin Fan said, let it be old-fashioned, after all she is my daughter. The fatty was the first to come see, bringing a whole bunch of gifts, turning the nursery into a storeroom. Yi sent back a letter containing a photo. In the photo she stood in front of a snow-capped mountain under a blue sky. The letter only had one sentence. I'm doing well, don't worry. Li Gui also came dressed in a brand new suit, being careful, when holding the baby, afraid of wrinkling his clothes. Lei Long arrived the latest but brought a jar of wine. He said it was a collection from the Night Watchers specially prepared for Lin Fan. That night Lin Fan got drunk. When Xia helped him back to the room he was still mumbling, my dad. My dad said he would treat me to a drink. Xia said nothing, simply placing him on the bed and covering him with a blanket. Then she sat by the bed watching him. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his face. He had fallen asleep, a faint smile on his lips. Many years later, Lin Yan grew up. She inherited Lin Fan's talents and Xia's personality. When she was 15 she asked Lin Fan, Dad, how did you pursue my mom back in the day? Lin Fan thought for a moment. I didn't pursue her. Didn't pursue. She pursued me. Xia poked her head out from the kitchen. Lin Fan, what are you saying? Lin Yan laughed. She looked at her parents, at this family, at the sunlight outside the window. Suddenly she remembered those stories Lin Fan had told her when she was a child. Stories about deities. Stories about a grandpa named Lin Xiao. Stories about a rusty knife. Dad. What are deities? Lin Fan looked out the window. The sunlight bathed his face, revealing the marks of time. He thought for a moment. Deities, he said, are the snacks your father enjoyed when he was young. Lin Yan was taken aback. Then she laughed. Dad, you're bragging again. Lin Fan laughed too. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the distant mountains. The wind blew, carrying the scent of flowers. He suddenly recalled many years ago when he first heard that heartbeat in the ruins. He remembered the first time he pulled out that rusty knife. He remembered the first time he saw Xia. He remembered the first time he shouted, Deity's prohibition. Those events seemed like a long time ago. Yet they felt like they had just happened yesterday. He smiled, turned, and walked back. Let's go, dinner's ready. The end of the text.